Darling, it's not that I don't want to meet your parents. The day after tomorrow, my cousin is getting married, so I need to go home for the wedding. On the evening of April 30th, 2030, Zhang Sheng saw the reply from his girlfriend. In fact, he had asked his girlfriend about her May Day plans a few days earlier, but her replies were evasive. It wasn't until 8 in the evening that he finally received her message. She must be busy, Zhang Sheng thought to himself. Ryue, we've been together for 2 years. I've often mentioned you to my parents, and they genuinely want to meet you. Sad face. Soon after, a buzzing sound from his phone. Darling, we're only juniors in college, there's no rush. Let's meet your parents after graduation next year. You promised to listen to me about everything. Aren't you, my darling? Angry face. I even bought you a birthday cake recently, and now I don't have money for a bus ticket home. Pitiful face. Zhang Sheng and his girlfriend Lin Ryue had been together since the second semester of their freshman year. Now in the second semester of their junior year, 2 years had passed. Perhaps because his parents married very young, Zhang Sheng felt it was time for them to meet his girlfriend, but things did not go as planned. Maybe I'm being too impatient. He picked up his phone again and typed, transfer 1,314 yuan. The page popped up, insufficient balance. Please change your bank account. He checked his account balance. Only 943 yuan remained. Zhang Sheng's family was not poor. Although his parents were farmers, they contracted several hundred acres of farmland, earning several 100,000 yuan a year. Most classmates had monthly allowances of around 100 yuan, while his parents gave him a full 300 each month. Before he started dating, his life was comfortable. Plenty of fruit, weekend barbecues, and beer. But now Zhang Sheng occasionally had to take part-time jobs. Today his girlfriend liked a bag, tomorrow she wanted the latest iPhone. All of this required money. Out of the 3,000 yuan monthly allowance, only a few hundred were spent on himself. The rest he earned from tutoring part-time. Fortunately, Huaxia Agricultural University was a prestigious 985 university, making it easy to find tutoring jobs in his spare time. Transfer 888 yuan. Safe trip, babe. Send me a message when you get home. Smile. Zhang Sheng finally forced a smile and transferred 888 yuan to his girlfriend, leaving only a few dozen yuan in his account. Heart, love you, moi. Seeing the message from his girlfriend, Zhang Sheng felt a warm glow in his heart and smiled involuntarily. He then opened another chat window. Professor Lu, something urgent came up at home tomorrow. Have you found another tutor yet? Yes, Sheng, you've always tutored my son, and I haven't contacted other students. Come over tomorrow morning and spend May Day with us. They'll make my famous braised pork trotters. As a Sichuan native, Professor Lu was not only outstanding in research, but also an excellent cook. Professor Lu taught crop breeding during Zhang Sheng's sophomore year. Zhang Sheng often consulted him due to his excellent academic performance. Professor Lu occasionally invited him to participate in research projects. Although most tasks were labor-intensive, Zhang Sheng was very happy and willing. He not only gained knowledge, but also grew closer to Professor Lu. Over time, they became well acquainted. Although Professor Lu learned his son was very mischievous and performed poorly in school, giving Zhang Sheng the opportunity to tutor him. As for why Professor Lu didn't tutor his own son, Zhang Sheng understood the reason after his first tutoring session. Helping a child with homework is truly a torment. One cannot get angry, must smile politely throughout, unaware that Zhang Sheng's inner self was already wearing a mask of agony. Meanwhile, what the heck? He used to transfer 1,314 yuan, now only 888. Could he really be out of money? Lin Ryue complained as she accepted the transfer. Frowning, she muttered, seriously, if he's out of money, he should get a part-time job. Of course, she would never mention these words in front of Zhang Sheng. And in her phone, Zhang Sheng's contact name was not his real name, but ATM. As if thinking of something, Lin Ryue opened another chat window. A man saved as Daddy. Daddy, the excuse you made for me worked perfectly. That fool really transferred me money, hee. Good girl, use the money to book a hotel. We'll have a wild night. Lewd, naughty. Let's book the Rujia Hotel like last time, a 2-day romance room. Attached was a full nude photo of herself. Is this really okay? Why don't you break up with Zhang Sheng? This feels too sneaky. Oh, I just need to sweet talk him and he'll be lost. Besides, I enjoy this sneaky feeling. Zhang Sheng was completely unaware of all this. Even though his roommate once mentioned seeing his girlfriend shopping with another guy on weekends, Zhang Sheng dismissed it. He thought it was just his roommate teasing him out of jealousy, since Lin Ryue was top tier in both looks and figure, and her playful personality made him deeply infatuated. The next day, May Day, Zhang Sheng arrived at Professor Liu's home as promised to tutor his child. During lunch, Professor Liu put down his chopsticks and said gravely, Sheng, your junior year is more than half over. I need to remind you that exam results are crucial for graduate school recommendations. From now on, stop taking part-time jobs and focus on your studies. Your current GPA doesn't guarantee a recommendation. Professor Liu was puzzled by Zhang Sheng's constant part-time work and occasional skipping of classes. The school's hardship allowance was never applied for by Zhang Sheng, but he never missed a scholarship. He shouldn't be short of money. What Professor Lu didn't know was that every time Zhang Sheng got a scholarship, his girlfriend would find a way to take it from him within a week. Received a transfer of 5,000 yuan from Professor Lu Quan. Please accept. Zhang Sheng's phone vibrated suddenly. He looked at the professor in shock. Professor, Before Zhang Sheng could explain, the teacher's wife sitting next to Professor Lu smiled and said, Sheng, you're a good kid. Consider this 5,000 yuan as your salary for helping in the lab. If you really mind, you can repay us after graduation. Your teacher's wife is right. What matters most to you now is securing the graduate recommendation, especially for Qingbei University. This is crucial for your future. Having known each other for so long, although this money was nothing to a professor leading multiple research projects, it came from their sincere hearts. Professor, I will definitely work hard to secure the graduate recommendation. He'll repay you after the evaluation. Zhang Sheng accepted the transfer. Seeing Zhang Sheng's reaction, Professor Lu and his wife smiled with relief. They valued not only his talent, but also his character. Just like the plant breeding, Professor Lu dedicated himself to his investment in Zhang Sheng was like planting a seed. Such seeds were rare, even at Huaxia Agricultural University. In his teaching career at Huaxia Agricultural University, he had scattered many such seeds. Each seed was a hope whether or not it would grow into a towering tree. On his way back to school, Zhang Sheng rode a shared bike and daydreamed securing the recommendation to Qingbei, proposing to Ryue upon graduation, completing a master's and doctorate there, landing a research position, achieving love and career success, the pinnacle of life. However, as he passed a hotel, a scene on the roadside instantly shattered his fantasy. A young man and woman. They walked out of the hotel clinging to each other intimately. The woman's legs trembled slightly, as if suffering from lactic acid buildup from numerous squats. Familiar yet strange, because this woman was Lin Ryue, heavily made up. A sharp pain twisted in his chest, every breath a torment. The two figures laughing in the distance noticed Zhang Sheng stopping his bicycle. Lin Ryu's face flickered with a moment of shock, then shifted to an expression of regret, of pity. The boy beside Lin Ryue wore a playful smirk, as if flaunting his trophy. The girl seemed about to speak, but before she could utter a word, Zhang Sheng pedaled his bicycle back toward the campus. Tears were carried away by the warm summer breeze from the corner of Zhang Sheng's eye. 2 years of memories like fleeting bubbles vanished into thin air. Like a walking corpse, he returned to the dormitory. Let's break up. Staring at the message from Lin Ryue, Zhang Sheng did not question her. Instead, he felt an eerie calm. The sky had darkened and the dorm was deathly silent. His 3 roommates had all left for the May Day holiday. The dormitory lights were off. The faint glow of the phone illuminated Zhang Sheng's pale face. It's over. Everything is over. Zhang Sheng deleted Lin Ryu's WeChat, not bothering to make up excuses for her. The image of them walking out of the hotel arm in arm had already explained everything. Memories of the past flashed before his eyes. What a fool I am. Zhang Sheng slapped himself. That night, Zhang Sheng bought some barbecue and a case of beer. Alone on the dorm balcony, he ate and drank until he was lost in drunkenness. Perhaps it was an illusion. A flash of blue aurora streaked across the sky. Dazzling and brilliant, it illuminated the entire night. Talent awakening, eternal proof. A strange voice echoed in Zhang Sheng's mind, but he was already unconscious. He thought he had read too many web novels lately, even his dreams were bizarre. The brilliant blue aurora instantly shocked the entire world. At the same time, countless people on Earth heard the same voice in their minds. Talent awakening, unbound. SSS-rank, talent awakening, fire control. Brink, talent awakening, inside eye. In the boundless starry sky, 2 moons suddenly appeared. One was the normal moon, the other was also a moon. Besides the normal moon, a smaller blue moon appeared not far away. This blue planet appeared without any warning, just like the countless people on Earth who suddenly awakened their talents. Neither the International Space Station nor China Space Station had observed its trajectory. Like light, like teleportation, it suddenly appeared beside the moon. This time the Chinese Space Force, the U.S. Federation, and others communicated with each other. None knew why the blue moon had appeared or what it really was. It was like a riddle. The only thing observed was a blue aurora that shone across the entire starry sky, appearing together with the blue moon. And the sound of talent awakening echoing in people's minds. Talent awakening, blue planet, blue aurora. 3 phenomena occurring simultaneously, inevitably linked by some special connection. Company commander, I heard the voice in my head too. I awakened a fire talent, a rank. Company commander, I also awakened my talent. At a Chinese military camp conducting night training, after counting, roughly 60 of the 100-man company heard the voice of talent awakening with a wide variety of talents. Those who did not awaken their talents curiously asked what it felt like and whether it could be used. Company commander, this is too bizarre. Could the blue moon be related to our talent awakening? Silence. The company commander's order fell, and instantly, it was dead quiet. Everyone was excited, but their military discipline kept them orderly. The company commander himself had also awakened a talent, but his was special and shrank. His instinct told him not to reveal it. Grey Wolf, try to use your talent. The company commander ordered. All right, let me try. Grey Wolf was ecstatic, extending his right hand, and a small golden flame sprouted in his palm. Everyone stared at the flame in Grey Wolf's palm, utterly shocked, holding their breath, hearts pounding. Thinking that they too had awakened talents, a strange sensation surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. Slap. Someone slapped a face. Why did you hit me? One soldier angrily asked his comrade beside him. The comrade sheepishly replied, I was afraid, I was dreaming. However, at that moment, the flame in Grey Wolf's hand extinguished, and he collapsed without warning in front of the company commander. What's wrong? Medic. The company commander quickly called for the medic to check. The joy on everyone's faces turned to fear. Those who were about to try their own talents immediately stopped, no one daring to use their talent rashly. Attention everyone. It is forbidden to use your talents. The company commander, like the rest, suspected that Grey Wolf's condition was related to using his talent. Before the situation was understood, no one should use their talents. Globally, many awakened talents tried to use them, and numerous cases similar to Grey Wolf's occurred. Those who were better off felt dizziness and stopped using their talents, avoiding collapse. These unconscious people were sent to hospitals one after another, instantly overcrowding the facilities. Countries around the world declared a state of emergency. Especially in the other hemisphere where it was daytime, many tried talents and fainted right on the streets. At that moment, almost all phones in China received a notice. According to relevant research, using talents may cause unexplained fainting. The public is urged to restrain their curiosity and not use talents unless necessary. From the appearance of the blue moon to the issuance of this notice, only less than 20 minutes had passed. In this global emergency, China demonstrated its efficiency. Hospital examinations showed that these unconscious people were merely in a coma with normal vital signs. 2 hours later, the comatose gradually woke up, most still dizzy, exhibiting symptoms similar to neurasthenia. The hospital did not determine the specific cause. Fortunately, those who had fainted were still healthy. The next day, Zhang Sheng woke up from his hangover, groggily glancing at his phone. A barrage of messages made him unconsciously rub his eyes, unable to believe it was real. A blue moon appears in the sky. Forbidden to use talents. Risk of coma. China declares national state of emergency. All criminal acts will be severely punished. What is this world becoming? Did I not transmigrate? Then he saw a dozen missed calls from his parents. He quickly called back. He had not gone home for May Day, and his parents thought he was on a trip with his girlfriend. No matter the time, the ones who care most about you are your parents. Thinking this, Zhang Sheng's eyes reddened slightly. Dad, I'm fine. I didn't faint. Talent awakening. What talent awakening? Son, you didn't awaken a talent. Not awakening might be a good thing. Many people online have fainted. Your dad even awakened some kind of seedling nurturing talent. Seems useless. Be careful outside, don't wander around, watch out for criminals. After hanging up, Zhang Sheng started scrolling through Douyin. It was as if the world had changed. Almost every topic discussed the blue moon, talent awakening, comas, etc. Soon he confirmed one thing: the world had undergone a drastic change, and he had not transmigrated. You cannot casually use talents, or you may faint. The reason for fainting is still unknown. The sudden appearance of the blue planet is also an unsolved mystery. Wait, talents. I seem to have awakened some kind of talent too. Zhang Sheng recalled what happened last night. The moment he thought of his talent, a virtual panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Awakened talent, eternal proof. Grade SSS-rank. Awakened talent, eternal verification. Grade SSS. The panel was pristine, bearing only a single line of text across its header. Resembling a game interface, could this be the talent he had awakened? And it was SS grade. How terrifying. Many on Douyin were discussing the emergence of grades A through E and even S grade. Though Zhang Sheng hardly played games, he could grasp the significance of SS grade. This was an exceptionally high talent tier. Yet what exactly did the ability eternal verification entail? Since he couldn't use it anyway, he would have to take things one step at a time. With so many people awakening talents, someone might soon discover the proper way to utilize them. Wait, how do I close this panel? Zhang Sheng stared at the interface before him, and as he pondered, the panel vanished. It seemed he had discovered something. Appear, disappear, appear, disappear. The panel before him flickered in and out of existence. It turned out that controlling the panel's visibility through thought was quite convenient. He opened his phone again to browse the frenzied flow of information on Douyin. Zhang Sheng noticed a peculiarity: although others had awakened talents, none seemed to mention a game-like interface appearing before their eyes. Could this be unique to his own talent? Previously, only one of Diyin's top trending news items was official, but now the top 10 were all from official sources. Prohibition on using talents. China has established the Supernatural Administration Bureau. Please download its app promptly to register your awakening. The China Aerospace Administration will launch a lander within 24 hours to investigate the blue moon. As expected of the state apparatus, its series of actions was remarkably swift. For Heavenly Kings, you have unread messages. 15. The dormitory group chat kept buzzing with notifications. He had been engrossed in the news earlier and hadn't paid attention. Zhang Sheng's dormitory housed 4 people. Though they hailed from different corners of the country, they got along reasonably well. Guys, I've awakened a talent. Mine is light, and it's great. How about you all? Have you awakened your talents? The earliest message was from Sun Jie, whose usual personality was confident, sunny, and straightforward, a stark contrast to Zhang Sheng's reserved nature. He was also the one who had warned about his girlfriend earlier. Thinking back now, Zhang Sheng realized he had been narrow-minded. Wu Xingyang, congrats, Jie. He'll be clinging to your coattails from now on. Li Bin, add me to that coattail clinging list. Wu Xingyang, Jie, I suggest you change your name. How about second Kizuru? Sun Jie, Zhang Sheng's son, still not up. Unconscious. Sun Jie, guys, tell us about your abilities quickly. Wu Xingyang, I've awakened Healing Breeze. Call me Daddy Healer from now on. Holy crap. Show off. Li Bin, judging by the name, it's a healing ability. Yang, be careful you don't get kidnapped. Wu Xingyang, sweating, no way, I've seen online that too many people have awakened. With such a massive population, there are definitely plenty with healing abilities. Sun Jie, Bin, my son. Li Bin, oh, I've awakened the Kraid talent Shadow Hand. No idea what it can do. Among the 4 in the dorm, Sun Jie and Wu Xingyang were inseparable, doing everything together from meals to showers. If they didn't both have girlfriends, Zhang Sheng might have questioned their orientation. Li Bin, on the other hand, was mysterious and secretive, returning to the dorm very late each day, looking utterly drained. After much deliberation, Zhang Sheng decided to hide his talent. He hadn't even told his parents, let alone his roommates. He would reveal it only after understanding his ability. Zhang Sheng pretended not to see the group messages and directly closed the chat interface. Saying more would be pointless and might backfire, harming their relationships. He continued scrolling through Douyin, hoping to gather more information. The awakening of talents was shrouded in too many mysteries. Relevant information was the most precious talent of all. A live stream he stumbled upon caught Zhang Sheng's attention. A small glass ball was floating inexplicably above a streamer's palm. The number of viewers in the stream was skyrocketing. The streamer, going by the name Tai Tu Hua, was 27 years old and had been in the streaming business for 2.5 years as a variety performer. Despite performing acrobatics for hours each day, his viewer count rarely exceeded 100 and his followers numbered fewer than 20,000. But now his followers were growing rapidly. The stream's viewer count had reached 30,000. Last night, he had awakened the talent telekinesis grade. Today, during his usual stream, he had a sudden thought: using talents might consume energy within the body, and depleting it would trigger the brain's self-protection mechanism, leading to unconsciousness. This explained why those who overused their talents only felt dizzy, but didn't fall into a coma. I've worked so hard, but my stream never took off. I'm going all in. After 2.5 years of streaming, he still relied on family support. He hated his own incompetence, but refused to give up. Though the state forbade using talents, they were one's own, and who could truly control individuals. To make his stream explode in popularity, he changed the title to Telekinesis Superhero Live Performance. As the stream began, a soybean under his control gently lifted off his desk. Longtime fans in the stream went wild. No dizziness, no unconsciousness. Tai Tu Hua was ecstatic, and the stream erupted in frenzy. Comments like supercars, airplanes, gifs of all kinds flooded in. The heat of Tai Tu Hua's stream skyrocketed, and with the algorithm's boost, a tidal wave of new fans poured in. It was a thrill he had never experienced before. After succeeding with the soybean egged on by his fans, Tai Tu Hua decided to up the ante and attempted to control a glass bead with his telekinesis. As the glass bead slowly rose from his palm, Zhang Sheng entered the stream and witnessed the scene. But Tai Tu Hua began to feel dizzy, with fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Folks, hit that follow button. He barely managed to say before the glass bead fell onto the desk. Tai Tu Hua gasped for air. The stream's comments scrolled furiously. Oh my god, the streamer didn't pass out. I want to try using my talent too. Similar comments erupted instantly. Viewers quickly inferred that talents weren't unusable, one simply couldn't exceed their limits. The dizziness in his head told Tai Tu Hua that another attempt might knock him unconscious. Folks, don't try using your talents lightly. I'm already incredibly dizzy. His talent was scrayed, yet controlling a single glass bead for a few seconds was barely tolerable. Tai Tu Hua couldn't help but lament that this awakened talent seemed practically useless. But the stream's performance was explosive and his income soared. In just a few minutes, the gifts he received surpassed what he had earned in the past 2 years. Tai Tuwa decided to push through to unconsciousness and continue his telekinesis act. However, Zhang Sheng suddenly found his phone screen go black as the stream was shut down, likely blocked by Douyin itself. The reason was all too obvious. Though Tai Tuwa's stream was banned, the incident's repercussions didn't stop. After all tens of thousands had watched the stream, continuing to browse other streams, Zhang Sheng quickly found another one showcasing talent use, but it too was swiftly banned. What was certain was that talents weren't absolutely forbidden to use, one just had to control the degree. As news spread, a hot topic soon became the headline on Douyin. Research by experts revealed that talent awakeners consumed a certain power when using their abilities akin to a mana bar in games, which they termed spiritual energy. Once spiritual energy was depleted, the user would fall unconscious. This point quickly gained consensus, but the threshold was hard to gauge, and one could easily overextend. Yet such dangers did little to curb people's curiosity. 2 hours slipped away as he scrolled through TikTok. Even while doing laundry, walking to the cafeteria, or eating their Zhang Sheng was pondering over the awakening of his talent and what changes this unknown future might bring. Back in the dormitory, it was time for Zhang Sheng's usual workout. He spread a yoga mat on the floor and prepared to start with a set of push-ups. At that moment, Zhang Sheng was contemplating how to utilize his talent. Subconsciously, he summoned his talent panel. Then, after completing one push-up, a line of text suddenly appeared on the panel. Detected a usable skill, push-ups. Learning. Zhang Sheng's heart raced. Is this my talent? What effect would learning it have? Should he give it a try? It was May 2nd, 3 days before school started, and Zhang Sheng was alone in the dorm. In the end, Zhang Sheng couldn't resist and decided to attempt it. He resolved to stop immediately if dizziness occurred. The worst-case scenario was fainting, and he had never heard of anyone being in danger. Yes. As if reading his mind, the talent activated. Instantly, no unconsciousness, not even dizziness. Zhang Sheng only felt a slight fogginess in his mind, as if he had stayed up late playing games. Talent, Eternal Proof, SS level. Skill push-ups, beginner 110. An additional line of text appeared on the talent panel. At that instant, Zhang Sheng felt as if he had grasped something. He did another push-up on the mat. Skill push-ups, beginner 210. No other sensations. Could it be? Zhang Sheng did another push-up. Beginner 310. His mind was neither dizzy nor foggy. This meant that only when learning the skill through the talent panel was some so-called mental energy consumed. Marvelous. Ineffably marvelous. With a flash of insight, Zhang Sheng, a top student from a prestigious 985 university, quickly understood the nature of his talent. First, he summoned his talent panel, then did a push-up, after which he could use the panel to learn this ability. Beginner 310. Literally, this should indicate his mastery level of the skill, with the latter number representing his completion count. To verify his hypothesis, Zhang Sheng continued doing push-ups. Beginner 410. Beginner 1010, proficient 1100. On the 11th push-up, beginner changed to proficient. At that moment, a flood of knowledge surged into Zhang Sheng's mind. Reflecting on his past push-ups, he realized they were riddled with errors, and the muscle groups trained were limited. Instantly, he mastered the standard form and various techniques of push-ups, allowing him to engage more muscle groups. Excellent. This positive feedback was addictive. Push-ups. Let's go. Shaking off the gloom of a broken heart, Zhang Sheng continued doing push-ups one after another. Proficient 2100. Proficient 38100. Thud. Zhang Sheng lay motionless on the yoga mat, soaked in sweat. A miscalculation. Despite the talent panel's boost, he was still flesh and blood. After dozens of push-ups in a row, his body couldn't take much more. He usually did 20 push-ups, rested for 5 minutes, then did another 20. After sitting for a while and drinking some water, Zhang Sheng began doing push-ups again. 40 minutes later, Zhang Sheng finally maxed out the proficient level. Expert 11,000. A wealth of push-up techniques flooded Zhang Sheng's mind. He suspected his push-up form had now reached the level of a national coach. Beginner required 10 reps, proficient needed 100, and expert demanded 1,000. Though he was curious about what lay beyond expert, his arms were sore. He usually did only 40 a day, but today he had far exceeded that, especially with the last 100 done in perfect form. In the evening, when Zhang Sheng went to the cafeteria, he deliberately displayed his talent panel to observe his classmates' reactions. He confirmed that even when he opened the panel, others couldn't see it. Relieved, he no longer worried about others discovering his talent panel. That night, some of the remaining college students were doing their campus run. Zhang Sheng joined them. Detected a usable skill, running. Learning. The talent panel displayed the option to learn again. Although the fogginess in his mind had subsided, Zhang Sheng decided to wait until tomorrow to learn a new skill, just to be safe. Still, what use would skills like push-ups and running be, even at the expert level? Zhang Sheng felt a bit helpless. The only consolation was that it was far more practical than most people's talents. Early the next morning, grumble. The intense hunger from his stomach deeply stimulated Zhang Shang's nerves, a hunger that felt almost tangible. He had to replenish energy quickly. Without even washing up, Zhang Shang dashed to the cafeteria at a sprint. After eating 1 serving of rice noodle rolls and 8 eggs, his stomach finally felt better. His ravenous eating startled the classmates nearby, who stared at him as if he were a monster. Satisfied and refreshed, the previous day's fogginess had completely dissipated. Zhang Shang confirmed that he could learn a new skill today. He summoned his talent panel and learned the running skill in one smooth motion. This time, although using the talent still caused some mental fogginess, it seemed milder than when he learned push-ups the day before. He jogged from the cafeteria all the way to the track. Expert 324-1000. Compared to push-ups, running progressed much faster. Each step increased the proficiency count. By the time he reached the track, he had already reached the expert level. Numerous running techniques emerged in his mind, making his running more efficient, scientific, and enduring. Zhang Shang continued running along the track. This time he wanted to see what lay beyond expert. Skill running transcendence 110000. So beyond expert was transcendence. A vast amount of running knowledge flooded his mind, and his body, as if trained by an elite athlete, automatically entered a special running state. At that moment, Zhang Shang felt he could run faster. Unconsciously, he increased his pace, and as he ran, his posture naturally adjusted to become more fluid and perfect. The track was 400 meters per lap. Zhang Shang tested his speed. 1 kilometer in 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Unbelievable. In his previous physical fitness test, Zhang Shang's best time for 1 kilometer was 3 minutes and 25 seconds. This was a tremendous improvement. Having reached transcendence, Zhang Shang understood that this was not the limit of technique, but rather his own physical limitations. If he had the physique of an athlete, breaking Olympic track records would be within reach. After challenging his top speed, Zhang Shang slowed down. He wanted to see what would happen if he maxed out the transcendence level. Half an hour later, Zhang Shang was drenched in sweat, but the joy on his face was unmistakable. Skill running transcendence perfection 100. Persisting in running with correct posture will slowly enhance your physical constitution and unlock your bonus potential. After 2 more laps, Zhang Shang stopped running. Fatigue weighed heavily on him. Although the mastery-level running skill could enhance his physique and potential, he simply could not push through today. If it truly worked, he could devise a training plan. After washing up, Zhang Shang headed to the cafeteria to eat. His appetite had grown immensely. He devoured 6 steamed buns, yet his hunger was barely half sated. As he chewed, a sudden inspiration struck Zhang Shang. Push-ups and running could both utilize his awakened talent to increase proficiency. Could eating also be honed as a skill to raise mastery? He summoned his talent panel. A new line of text appeared, detected a usable skill, eating. Do you wish to learn? Learn. In the next instant, the food before him twisted and warped. Bang! Student! What's wrong? Wake up! A sudden wave of dizziness struck, followed by his head thudding against the stainless steel tray. Zhang Shang shook his head lightly, battling vertigo and pain. He nearly slipped into unconsciousness. He had miscalculated. The consecutive successful learning of push-ups and running had made him overconfident. The running skill had only been learned that morning. The interval was too short, and he had grown complacent. Thanks, I'm fine. Zhang Shang wiped the grease and vegetable scraps from his face with a paper towel, quickly expressing his gratitude. Student, don't use your talent carelessly. It's quite dangerous. The girl had a delicate appearance, was not tall, and her voice was exceptionally clear and melodious. Yet Zhang Shang could not remember her face. His mind was still too dizzy and his vision blurred. After packing 10 steamed buns, Zhang Shang staggered back to his dormitory and lay down. He was still hungry. He would eat again after waking. Zhang Shang had a long dream. He soared through the skies, annihilated countless demons, shattered stars with a single punch, and became the overlord of the universe, until a knock on the door roused him. It seemed his roommates were back. After sleeping for over 10 hours, he felt refreshed and invigorated, but the familiar pang of hunger returned. Zhang Shang quickly got up to unlock the dormitory door. The first to return was Jie Guo. Shenggu, didn't you go home for the holiday? Or did you come back yesterday? Jie Guo asked as he walked to his bed to put down his luggage. I didn't go back. I've been working part-time for a teacher these past 2 days. All right, you're way too intense. Didn't you go have fun with your girlfriend? No, we broke up. The atmosphere instantly froze. Sun Jie quickly said, Bro, there are plenty of good girls out there. The next one will be better. Don't take it to heart. With your looks and smarts, you can find anyone. Unlike the other roommates, Sun Jie did not urge Zhang Shang to reconcile with his ex. By the way, let me show you something. Come look. Sun Jie deliberately tried to distract Zhang Shang, showing him a photo on his phone. In the center was a glowing white light gate about 5 meters tall, shaped like an arch. Around the gate were fully armed military police. "What is this?" Zhang Sheng asked urgently. Sun Jie lowered his voice. "I took this on the bus back to school. I think it's one of those secret realms that've been popping up on foreign sites. The authorities are blocking info on this stuff. I tried to post it in our dorm group chat, but it wouldn't send. Now on foreign sites they're saying these appeared soon after the blue moon showed up in the sky. On Twitter, the US-EU countries all have these mysterious light gates. Some fearless people went in and brought back strange artifacts from what seems like a mythical realm." Sun Jie rambled on, his words flowing like foam. Times were changing. Who knew what would happen next? The appearance of secret realms was astonishing, but with the blue moon and awakened talents, it was somewhat acceptable. "Are you a starving ghost? All you do is stuff your face with buns." Zhang Sheng quickly took a gulp of water. "Hungry." Sun Jie was speechless. He sighed. "I know you're upset, but don't hurt yourself by binge eating." On the last day of the May Day holiday, the other two roommates, Li Bin and Xingyang, returned to the dorm. They all knew about the mysterious light gates appearing worldwide. Entering them led to a secret realm. Turns out Zhang Sheng was the last in the dorm to find out. Despite the government's efforts to suppress the news in such a connected information age, such bizarre events spread rapidly. Within 3 days, almost everyone knew. Unconsciously, Zhang Sheng had finished all the hard buns. Just as he was about to put on his glasses to go out, he was astonished to find that with them on, everything was blurry. Without them, the world was clear. Distracted by his roommates earlier, he hadn't noticed. "Well, my nearsightedness is gone. It was only 180 degrees, but I still wore glasses outside. Could this be the effect of reaching mastery and running? Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful." Sun Jie noticed Zhang Sheng's foolish smile and thought the guy was too shaken, had need to keep an eye on him. They had no idea of the indescribable excitement surging within Zhang Sheng. He was already planning a workout regimen. On the track, Zhang Sheng ran at a steady pace. To avoid drawing attention, he didn't run fast, looking no different from other exercising students. After running several kilometers, he began doing push-ups. He mused that maxing out push-ups to mastery might yield similar benefits. Growl. May 4th, 2030, 1024 a.m. Zhang Sheng glanced at his watch and sighed in exasperation. Only 2 hours had passed, and his stomach was already rumbling with hunger. The mastery-level running skill enhanced his physique and potential, but it also consumed an astonishing amount of energy. At this rate, the balance on his meal card would drain several times faster. He had to find a way to earn more money, or he might not even afford food in the future. At the cafeteria, the school had no buffet, so Zhang Sheng ordered the cheapest dishes. To the chef's shock, he took away 20 large meat buns. Skill eating proficient 135-1000. Each swallow increased proficiency by 1 point. At the proficient level, he mastered numerous techniques. How to chew and apply force in the mouth, how to swallow, how much to swallow each time, and the optimal fineness of food for digestion and absorption. Zhang Sheng never imagined that even the act of eating contained such profound knowledge. To rapidly boost his eating skill proficiency, he adopted a method of small bites, quick swallows. Skill eating proficient 532-1000. After devouring 20 large meat buns, he was mostly full, yet the skill was still far from mastery, let alone the ultimate realm. An idea struck. Another flash of inspiration. Zhang Sheng headed straight to the school supermarket. When he came out, he was carrying a large bag of sunflower seeds. Returning to the dormitory, Zhang Sheng cracked sunflower seeds while contemplating his upcoming training plan. Skill eating proficiency 533-1000. Skill eating proficiency 534-1000. With each sunflower seed consumed, his eating skill improved slightly. He looked forward to rapidly elevating his eating skill to its perfected state. His 3 roommates also took some. Seeing the large bag of sunflower seeds Zhang Sheng bought, everyone felt an indescribable strangeness. 10 minutes later, everyone stopped snacking on sunflower seeds, but Zhang Sheng continued. Half an hour later, Zhang Sheng was still munching on sunflower seeds. An hour later, he was still at it. Though his 3 roommates were somewhat speechless, they said nothing more. At that moment, Zhang Sheng was studying his talent panel while mentally crafting his next training plan. First and foremost, he must not skip his morning and evening runs, which could enhance his physical fitness and potential. The improved vision and his noticeably strengthened muscle definition were proof of this. Next would be 500 push-ups. Finally, he needed to find a place to throw stones. Indeed, he meant throwing stones. In the morning, by the artificial lake at school, Zhang Sheng spotted a family enjoying the outdoors as a mischievous child picked up stones by the lake and threw them into the water. This scene sparked an idea in Zhang Sheng. Through his eating skill, he realized he should broaden his horizons. The skills his talent could learn were diverse, even something as unassuming as throwing stones. Throwing stones was like running the most ordinary of skills. Yet it was also one of the most common and simplest forms of attack, an instinctive hunting ability ingrained in humanity. Zhang Sheng then opened his talent panel and threw a stone, learning the throwing skill. This time he felt no discomfort from his body, perhaps due to the enhancement of his physical fitness. Each stone thrown could increase his proficiency slightly. He just needed to throw 101,110 stones to perfect this skill. Now the only thing left to consider was finding a suitable place to practice this skill. The school's artificial lake was clearly not appropriate. With people coming and going, Zhang Sheng feared he would be seen as a fool and be taken away by the management. Moreover, the stones in the school's artificial lake were evidently insufficient. Zhang Sheng then opened his phone's navigation app and found a river 5 kilometers away from the school, which had no buildings or roads nearby, making it a great choice. He then rode a shared bike on campus, heading towards his destination, Lure River. On the road, traffic was still bustling and street vendors were selling various snacks. The drastic changes of May Day seemed not to have altered people's lives. Even under the bright sun, one could still see a faintly glowing blue planet in the sky, splendid yet mysterious. Following the navigation app, Zhang Sheng parked his bike and still needed to walk a distance to reach the Lure River. True to its name, the river was narrow, only about 20 to 30 meters wide, with crystal clear waters revealing a bed strewn with various pebbles and aged willows lining both sides of the riverbank. In the far distance of the river, mountains loomed through the mist. Zhang Sheng knew he had come to the right place. Drip. As a stone hit the water, skill throwing novice 210. Splash. Splash. Skill throwing novice 310. Skill throwing proficient 1100. Skill throwing proficient 2100. Zhang Sheng tried to grab several stones at once to throw, but he could only increase his proficiency slightly, unfortunately unable to cheat. So Zhang Sheng threw with both arms, rotating them. Luckily, there was no one else around. Such a beautiful scene went unappreciated. It seemed everyone was busy working in the city. 4 hours later. Skill throwing perfected 10000100000. PS dual arm enhancement, vision enhancement. Casting the throwing skill, one can hit the target with precision at a certain distance, with throwing distance and destructive power limited by physical fitness. Wonderful. Inexpressibly marvelous. Though his arms felt achingly foreign, the results were indeed astonishing. Firstly, his vision had significantly improved. If his morning vision was 4.8, now Zhang Sheng's vision exceeded 5.6, allowing him to see even the insects crawling on the willows across the river clearly. Moreover, this enhancement would continue to strengthen with further throwing practice, much like his running skill. Enduring the soreness in his arms, Zhang Sheng threw a pebble with all his might. Whoosh! With the sound of the wind, the crown of a willow tree about 300 meters away snapped off. Strong. It was truly too strong. The power of throwing stones rivaled that of a rifle bullet, and he hit every target, yet Zhang Sheng understood this was merely routine. In the moment he perfected his skill, a vast array of throwing techniques flooded his mind. The current limits of throwing distance and power were influenced by his physical fitness, not by the skill's cap. It could be said that this skill itself has no limit. Zhang Sheng could distinctly feel his body strengthening. The cost was he was damn hungry again, and the frequency of his bathroom visits over the past 2 days was somewhat exaggerated. It was impossible to return to school for steamed buns. On the way back to school, seeing the restaurants by the roadside, Zhang Sheng found a better option. He wanted to go to a buffet. Starry Barbecue, grand opening promotion. 66 yuan person. Just in time for a newly opened barbecue buffet. Zhang Sheng couldn't help but swallow. Below the sign was a line of small print, dining time limit 1.5 hours. Zhang Sheng felt a sense of urgency. First, he ordered 10 plates of crispy meat as a base, eating the crispy meat while grilling a plate of beef, occasionally sipping on some soda to wash it down, hoping not to choke. As for the beef, Zhang Sheng didn't care whose part it was. After all, it was just grilled and ready to eat with no breaks in between. The new store was bustling with energy. At first, the server did not notice Zhang Sheng's astonishing capacity. With his mastery-level eating skill, Zhang Sheng not only grilled quickly, but also ate even faster. Beef, pork, belly, large shrimp, and crab, one plate after another, until the stack of dishes on Zhang Sheng's table reached a height that covered his head. Sir. Zhang Sheng turned his head to find that the person approaching was the manager of the barbecue restaurant, accompanied by a young server. His frequent part-time job experience told him that this server was likely a college student. However, the young server looked at Zhang Sheng with a somewhat surprised expression. Zhang Sheng felt that the beautiful woman in front of him seemed a bit familiar, but he had no recollection. Hello, manager. Is there something you need? Zhang Sheng asked. The manager was a well-dressed, middle-aged man, looking less like a manager and more like an actor from a stage play on television. Smiling, he said, I apologize for interrupting your meal. Could we take a photo together now? A photo together? At first, Zhang Sheng thought he had eaten too much and that the manager wanted to kick him out, perhaps putting him on a blacklist. He seemed to have misunderstood the manager's intentions. It's like this: "Thank you for visiting our restaurant on our opening day. We are honored to see you enjoying your meal. We hope to take a photo together to use as a promotional picture for our restaurant. Would you be okay with that?" Zhang Sheng looked at the dozens of plates on the table and understood the manager's intention. Seeing Zhang Sheng's lack of response, the manager quickly added, "As a thank you for allowing us to use this photo, every time you visit our restaurant in the future, your meal will be at today's price of 66 yuan. 66 yuan per person is the promotional price for the opening, while the normal price is 99 yuan per person." "All right, I agree." Considering he might frequently visit this restaurant in the future, Zhang Sheng agreed to the manager's proposal. It was just a photo for promotion. Click. A photo including the manager and Zhang Sheng was taken in the restaurant. Zhang Sheng was sitting there enjoying barbecue surrounded by clean plates while the young server appeared in the corner of the photo. What the manager did not know was that today's decision would be the best choice of his life. Notice: a school-wide assembly will be held on May 5, 2030 at 8:30 a.m. at the Eastfield Playground. All faculty and students are required to attend punctually. All classes for that day are canceled. That evening, every faculty member and student received the notice from the school. The next day, Zhang Sheng woke up early. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he was momentarily stunned. He was captivated by his own handsomeness. Although his appearance had not changed drastically, his eyes were noticeably more spirited, his energy abundant, and the muscles across his body were perfectly toned and coordinated, exuding a natural aesthetic. Zhang Sheng strode out of the dormitory, determined to complete his training regimen of throwing, running, and push-ups before the assembly began. On his way to the Eastfield Playground, he caught sight of a figure both familiar and unfamiliar. Lin Ryue. At that moment, she was mingling with the foreign languages college's contingent. The instant he saw her, memories of the past flashed through his mind, and his heart felt as though it were being slashed by a blade. Looking at the man beside her, Zhang Sheng felt as if his spirit was being defiled. For the man Lin Ryue was clinging to was not the one she had been with outside the hotel a few days ago. The same old trick. How revolting. This guy was probably just like him. Nothing more than her ATM. Zhang Sheng did nothing, nor would he bother to warn the man. After all, it was just a case of reaping what one sows. What others did was none of his concern. They were nothing but strangers, including Lin Ryue. Zhang Sheng walked straight to his class-designated spot and headed toward his roommates. The assembly began, and the leaders on stage droned on for 3 hours. Yet the core theme was twofold: all students must register their awakened talents and levels with the Supernatural Management Bureau, even if they had not awakened any talent, and the use of talents to harm others or disrupt social harmony was strictly prohibited, with severe penalties for violations. Simultaneously, the Interim Supernatural Management Act of Huaxia was announced. This act was a preliminary draft by the Huaxia government to be strictly observed nationwide. "Lu Quan, come to my office." As the school-wide assembly ended, Zhang Sheng received a message from Professor Lu Quan. Upon arriving at Professor Lu Quan's office, Zhang Sheng found 3 others there, all graduate students under Professor Lu Quan's supervision, whom he had met before. He closed the door gently behind him. "Hello, Professor Lu. Hello, senior fellow apprentices and senior sister." Zhang Sheng bowed and greeted softly. "Sit down quickly, time is of the essence." Professor Lu Quan said hurriedly. A stack of red-headed documents lay on the desk. "Xiao by Zhang Yong Cheng Hao and Zhang Sheng, now that everyone's here." Professor Lu handed each of them a document. "You've probably all heard about the mysterious light portals online. Our university is responding to the national call and is about to launch a very important research project. In your hands is a brief overview of this project along with a confidentiality agreement. I trust the research capabilities and integrity of the 4 of you. If you wish to participate, sign this agreement. Xiao by Zhang Yong Cheng Hao. If you join this research, you will be able to graduate normally regardless of the outcomes. Zhang Sheng likewise will no longer need to attend other courses and can graduate normally as stated in the confidentiality agreement. If you perform exceptionally in the research, you will directly receive spots for further study at Tsinghua or Peking University. They'll give you a few minutes now to look over the confidentiality agreement in your hands." With an excited heart and trembling hands, Zhang Sheng nervously flipped through the confidentiality agreement. After the armed police force passed through the mysterious portal, they brought out many mysterious items from within. Participating in the breeding research of the secret realm's spiritual plant, golden spirit rice. Zhang Sheng took a deep breath. Spiritual plant, what a novel term. After brief contemplation, without any discussion, all 4 of them understood the immense value of this research. Even if Professor Lu hadn't asked, Zhang Sheng would have fought tooth and nail for this opportunity, let alone having it presented right before him. One by one, the 4 signed their names on the confidentiality agreement. As if anticipating this, Professor Lu collected the signed agreements and took a sip of tea. Just like the first human to walk upright, the first to use fire, or the invention of the steam engine, humanity is now on the brink of another transformation. There's something you don't know, yet all our probes sent to the blue planet have failed, unable to detect or approach it. Professor, are the talents we've awakened and the secret realms related to that blue planet in the sky? The question came from Liu's senior disciple Zhang Yong, who had been with the professor the longest and was due to graduate in a year. Strictly speaking, everything we're discussing now falls under the confidentiality agreement. You must understand that. Your guess is very likely correct. Numerous secret realms have appeared globally. Within our Wuzhou region alone, 3 have been discovered, and worldwide there are likely hundreds. The products from these realms defy our understanding. Some cover hundreds of hectares, others as small as 1 hectare. Within these realms are mountains and water like another world entirely filled with peculiar plants and mysterious ores. The 4 listened intently to his explanation. Professor Lu paused here, then said in a grave tone, "And there are monsters." As the only woman present, Xiao Bei's face instantly paled at the word monsters, and she covered her mouth. Professor Lu then chuckled, "Don't be afraid, Xiao Bei. These monsters are no match for assault rifles. More importantly, after we killed them, they dropped mysterious jade tablets." With that, Professor Lu pulled a white jade tablet from his pocket, roughly the size of a playing card and less than a centimeter thick. Feels like a game, doesn't it? No matter how much it defies common sense, this is the reality before us. This is one of the key products of the secret realms. These tablets contain important information, some identical, some different, but we can't tell them apart by appearance alone. From one tablet, we've learned a crucial piece of information: all the drastic changes on Earth, including talent awakening and the birth of secret realms, are caused by the blue planet in the sky. The method to use the tablet is simple: press it against your forehead, and the information within will enter your mind in a language you can understand. Come, they'll take you somewhere. Led by Professor Lu, the group of 5 arrived at one of the university's laboratory buildings. Unlike usual, the building was surrounded by fully armed military police on patrol and guard duty. Entering the first floor lobby, Zhang Sheng saw quite a crowd, about 70 or 80 people, mostly in similar groups. Zhang Sheng spotted 2 professors. He knew one in environmental science, another in breeding science, each accompanied by their graduate students. Zhang Sheng spotted 2 professors he recognized. One was an environmental science professor, the other a breeding science professor, each accompanied by their own graduate students. On the way to the laboratory building, they learned that there were many research teams like Professor Lu Quan's across the university, all assigned critical tasks by higher authorities to study the products of the secret realm. With the arrival of the university president, everyone entered the conference room on the first floor. "Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here today. In the coming days, the university's comprehensive experimental building will undergo rapid renovation to meet your research needs. I urge you to dedicate yourselves wholeheartedly to this great endeavor. Every effort you make will be etched into the monument of Chinese history." The president's expression was solemn, and so were those of the faculty and students below. Through the president's speech, everyone came to understand the gravity and uniqueness of this research project. At that moment, a team of armed police officers began distributing special books to each person. Some received 1 book, others 2, and some even 3, with the types of books varying as well. When it was Zhang Sheng's turn, he was given 2 extremely thin booklets, roughly A5 in size, each containing only about a dozen pages. Heavenly Movement Art and Spring Breeze Transforming Rain Art. These were the cultivation techniques the professors and the president had mentioned. Shock, joy, solemnity. The expressions on everyone's faces were largely similar. The professors seemed to have known already, but the students were the most excited. Holy crap, the world has really changed. After the president finished his speech, under Professor Liu's guidance, the group took the elevator to the 11th floor, where their dedicated laboratory was located. In the days ahead, the researchers could handle all their daily needs: eating, drinking, and even cultivation within the laboratory building, except for returning to their dorms to sleep. Behind the university building lay a vast experimental base. The breeding research for golden spirit rice would also be conducted within the laboratory building and the experimental base. Students, these are your ID cards. You must present them when entering and exiting the laboratory building and the experimental base. They contain your information. Professor Lu Quan handed the cards to Zhang Sheng and the other 3. In addition, Zhang Sheng and his companions each selected their own cultivation rooms, all single-occupancy spaces. Their cultivation would be a crucial part of the golden spirit rice breeding process. Before long, armed police officers delivered a metal safe to the laboratory door. An officer who appeared to be in command said solemnly, "Professor Lu, this contains the golden spirit rice, 20 kilograms in total, 975 grains. Please verify. Thank you for your hard work." After Professor Lu Quan's iris authentication succeeded, he received the safe as if it were a precious treasure. Students, this is the golden spirit rice. Professor Lu took out a peanut-sized golden grain from the safe. These grains were harvested by our armed police officers at great personal risk in the secret realm. Hearing Professor Liu's words, Zhang Sheng and the others understood that the monsters within the secret realm posed a certain threat. Our research mission is the breeding of golden spirit rice. We must produce a large quantity of seeds as quickly as possible to promote the widespread cultivation of golden spirit rice. Not only China, but nearly every country in the world was engaged in this effort because golden spirit rice was a vital cultivation resource. Among those who first entered the secret realm, some had already begun practicing the heavenly movement art, a cultivation technique that refines essence into qi. The results were astonishing improvements in physical fitness, but ordinary food could not sustain the practice's demands. A long-term cultivation required consuming spiritual food. Golden spirit rice was one such food. The breeding research of these spiritual plants held strategic significance for every nation. The precious 1,000 grains of golden spirit rice were divided into 100 groups. First came the simplest controlled variable experiments. 10 groups were sown naturally outdoors, and 10 groups were sown indoors under ultraviolet light, following traditional rice breeding methods. Next came the practice of the heavenly movement art, a technique nearly every experimental researcher was required to cultivate. Although there was no spiritual food, the technique could still be practiced with large amounts of ordinary food, which was why the university had set up a cafeteria in the experimental building. And it was free. Zhang Sheng entered his cultivation room and flipped through the 2 cultivation techniques in his hands. According to Professor Lu, the jade slips dropped by monsters in the secret realm most frequently recorded various techniques, spells, and information about cultivation. The secret realm seemed to embody another civilization, a cultivation civilization, which was merging into Earth and into everyone's life through the secret realm. Both the information about the cultivation civilization and golden spirit rice originated from a jade slip containing basic cultivation knowledge. Zhang Sheng had already received a complete document on basic cultivation knowledge sent by Professor Lu on his phone. This document did not require confidentiality. It was already spreading wildly on the external internet. It included techniques, spells, and more. China would soon make it public to all citizens. China's decision not to publicly release the heavenly movement art was based on deep considerations. Zhang Sheng quickly understood why. Practicing the heavenly movement art without consuming spiritual food, relying only on ordinary meals, would lead to an astronomically high consumption of grain. Yet the power gained from the technique was an irresistible temptation. This would quickly lead to food shortages, inevitably causing social unrest, large-scale conflicts, and even death. At that moment, Zhang Sheng felt he understood the immense weight of his research mission. Leaving the cultivation room, Zhang Sheng happened to run into the senior female student whom Professor Lu called Xiao Bai. However, Zhang Sheng knew better than to address her that way. "Senior Bai Mingzhu, are you heading to the second-floor cafeteria too?" Zhang Sheng was also planning to eat his fill before starting the heavenly movement art. "Junior, let's go together." Bai Mingzhu smiled. "You're really impressive. There aren't many undergraduates involved in this research." Though a few years older, the senior still had a playful, youthful air. Zhang Sheng showed no hint of displeasure and replied with a smile, "Professor Lu was kind enough to give me this opportunity to work alongside you all." "Oh, it's so annoying. I have to eat so much food. I wonder if I'll gain weight," Bai Mingzhu said, nervously touching her face. But when it came time to actually cultivate, she wouldn't think that way anymore. The two arrived together at the second-floor cafeteria. "Oh, looks like we're a bit late." Almost all the participating faculty and students were already feasting, including Professor Lu and 2 senior students. "Xiao Bai, Zhang Sheng, come try the chef's beef balls. They're delicious." Senior Zhang Yong called out from a distance, grease still sizzling at the corner of his mouth. They gathered around the table. Old Lu reminded them, "When you practice the heavenly movement art for the first time, you must follow the instructions and do it in the laboratory under my supervision. The first attempt can be somewhat dangerous. The danger lies in the fact that the heavenly movement art consumes your Bodhis essence. Such a massive expenditure of energy isn't something everyone can handle. Those with weak constitutions might fall into a coma. In other words, they'd faint from hunger." Looking at Professor Liu's large rice bowl, Zhang Sheng could easily guess that the professor had already completed his first refinement of essence into qi. After some discussion, the 4 decided to complete their first refinement of essence into qi under the teacher's supervision. Before heading upstairs, old Lu picked up a box of bagged glucose from the supply room for quick energy replenishment, the same kind used in hospitals. Before heading upstairs, old Lu collected a box of bagged glucose from the supply room that could quickly replenish energy. The box looked identical to those used in hospitals. "Is everyone ready?" Professor Lu asked. Ready, the four replied in unison. Zhang Sheng and the others sat cross-legged on meditation cushions issued by the school. They began to open the heavenly movement art in their hands. The cultivation of this technique was remarkably simple. One only needed to memorize its incantations and silently recite them once in their heart. Heaven and earth possess creation. Creation begets all things have essence, and humans are the spirit of all things. Refine essence into chi, open the Dantian sea of energy, and enter the path of cultivation. These words seemed to hold a magical power. Merely reading them silently, Zhang Sheng could feel their enchantment. His blood and chi surged, heat rose, and the temperature in the laboratory noticeably increased, likely because several of them radiated astonishing amounts of heat. According to the common knowledge of cultivation, an ordinary person's first attempt at practicing the heavenly movement art took about 3 hours. The more robust and youthful the body, the shorter the time required. Professor Lu himself had taken a full 4 hours for his first refinement of essence into chi yesterday. As time ticked by, Lu sipped tea and leafed through the common knowledge of cultivation. Suddenly, the laboratory's temperature spiked, estimated at over 30 degrees Celsius, overwhelming even the central air conditioning. A sour, pungent odor emanated from Zhang Sheng. Professor Lu stared at Zhang Sheng in shock. This kid, he's completed his first refinement of essence into chi in just 2 hours. It seems my decision to bring him into the research was indeed correct. Gulping down the glucose before him, Zhang Sheng paid no heed to the changes in his body. Professor Lu smiled and said, "Turn left out the door for the washroom. Go eat downstairs, and then head back. It's getting late today." His senior classmates remained seated on their cushions, eyes shut tight, still in the midst of their first refinement of essence into chi. Zhang Sheng nodded in acknowledgement and left the laboratory. After his first refinement of essence into chi, a layer of oily grime had secreted from his skin, sticking his clothes to his body with a pungent, sour smell. After washing clean, Zhang Sheng felt refreshed and invigorated. Haha! Zhang Sheng pumped his fists in excitement as he gazed at his talent panel. Technique: Heavenly Movement Art, Beginner 110, marvelous. Utterly marvelous. Though he had suspected as much when the talent panel displayed that he could learn the technique, Zhang Sheng could barely contain his excitement. With his running and throwing skills already at the sublime realm, if the heavenly movement art were to reach the sublime realm of perfection, it would undoubtedly grant incredible abilities. However, completing one refinement of essence in a chi took 2 hours. Achieving 101,110 times would take an eternity. Zhang Sheng touched his lower abdomen. This was the Dantian sea of energy. After completing one refinement of essence into chi, he distinctly felt a mysterious space 3 finger-widths below his navel, where a wisp of spiritual energy wandered. This was what the common knowledge of cultivation referred to as the Dantian sea of energy and spiritual energy. After a security search, Zhang Sheng left the comprehensive experimental building. The 2 cultivation texts were also forbidden from leaving the building, and even more strictly the spiritual items brought out from the secret realm. The moon was bright, and the sky clear, the night sky shimmering with a faint blue light. Glancing at his watch, it was already night. Zhang Sheng took a deep breath and jogged all the way back to his dormitory. Once there, he called his father. "Dad, don't sell the grain we have stored. Just listen to me. Do you think your dad is stupid? Of course I won't sell it. Who knows what this world will become? As the saying goes, grain in hand, heart at ease." His reminder seemed somewhat redundant, as his family were large-scale grain farmers who didn't sell all their harvest at once, but in batches, waiting for slight price increases before the new crop. His family would keep a portion for sale in June or July. Thus, Zhang Sheng's parents still had over 100,000 caddies of rice piled in their warehouse. It was foreseeable that the large-scale cultivation of golden spirit rice would take a long time. Once the heavenly movement art spread widely, grain shortages were inevitable. Calling to warn his parents was Zhang Sheng's personal concern and didn't violate any confidentiality agreements. Opening WeChat, Zhang Sheng saw a barrage of messages from his counselor. It seemed he was the only one in the class who hadn't registered his talent information. What to do? Registering as having no awakened talent wasn't appropriate either. Once his proficiency improved, many things would inevitably come to light. If he registered as having awakened an SS-level talent, it would undoubtedly cause major trouble. What to do? Zhang Sheng helplessly opened Douyin on his phone and saw someone online had compiled a talent awakening directory. The directory listed thousands of awakened talents, and the variety was still growing. Localized gigantism, adamantine finger, endurance enhancement, third eye, 3 heads, and 6 arms. The abilities were diverse and numerous, with a level being the most common, followed by level, clevel, and so on up to SS level. The number of abilities formed a pyramid structure, with those awakening SS level talents not being from China. 1 was American, and the other 2 were from India. Currently, the highest publicly known awakened talent in China was only S-level without a single S-level. Wasn't that too strange? Given that both China and India had populations of 1.4 billion, China had no publicly known SS-level talents. Perhaps there was some concealment. Zhang Sheng chuckled. He himself was a living example. It now seemed that the actual number and levels of awakened talents might far exceed what was recorded online. Carefully examining the talent directory, Zhang Sheng sought a talent similar to his own. But after searching for a while, he couldn't find any analogous talent. After much deliberation, Zhang Sheng decided to register as having the body-strengthening talent. At least for now, this talent fit his current situation. As for the future, he would deal with it later. The body-strengthening talent was not low in rank, classified as level. So Zhang Sheng logged into the Supernatural Management Bureau app with his real name and entered his information. At that moment, the noise in the hallway caught his attention. It was his roommates Sun Jie and Li Bin. Holy crap. Zhang Sheng, where did you go during the day? I thought you were taken away by the Supernatural Management Bureau like Xingyang. What? Wu Xingyang was taken by the Supernatural Management Bureau. Zhang Sheng exclaimed in shock. But it's not bad news. It's because of his talent healing breeze. The higher-ups seem to want to train a special group of people. Sun Jie sat down on a chair, crossing his legs and holding a thin cigarette between his lips. Our student council president was also taken away for awakening a very powerful talent called Truth-Seeking Eye. Sun Jie suddenly slapped his thigh as if remembering something. That bastard, he only told me today before he left that his awakened talent wasn't clevel, but S-level. Hey, and I was so good to him. Zhang Sheng knew the student council president named in Shunhu, who had been a strong competitor for the postgraduate recommendation spot. It was unexpected that he had awakened the truth-seeking eye talent. Even with just the name, intuition told Zhang Sheng that this talent was far from ordinary. Wu Xingyang, brothers, don't worry about me. I'm doing great. I've signed a non-disclosure agreement, so there are many things I can't tell you. In the WeChat group, Wu Xingyang suddenly appeared. In Zhang Sheng's view, Wu Xingyang might be similar to himself, participating in a national project, only different in that his project was likely related to talent. The next morning, Zhang Sheng once again felt the changes in his body, brimming with strength, distinctly aware that he had grown stronger. Though he had no time for running or throwing stones, it was now evidently more important to cultivate the heavenly journey art. Arriving at the comprehensive laboratory building, Zhang Sheng first had a hearty meal in the second-floor cafeteria. Upon entering the office, he learned that after he left last night, the 3 senior students had also successively completed their first refinement of Qi from essence. Each had stored the first wisp of spiritual energy within their bodies. However, the frail senior by nearly fell into unconsciousness. Everyone wore expressions of excitement and elation. Zhang Sheng, come and see this quickly. Senior by opened the computer monitor. The rice seeds in the outdoor environment showed signs of sprouting, but those indoors under simulated solar ultraviolet light still showed no reaction. Professor Liu, brimming with excitement, declared loudly, "Students, since the golden spirit rice can sprout, it proves that the current Earth environment is capable of cultivating these spiritual plants. In fact, news has already arrived from the capital. They are a step ahead of us. The most important thing now is to accelerate the growth of the golden spirit rice. According to the records of cultivation common knowledge, many spells can promote the growth of spiritual plants. The spring breeze and rain art in your hands is one such spell for promoting plant growth. Casting spells inevitably consumes spiritual energy, which is why you must cultivate the heavenly journey art. It's all interconnected." Professor Liu handed each student a suggested schedule marking the time for cultivating the heavenly journey art and the spring breeze and rain art. He gave Zhang Sheng a pointed look. Xiao Zhang has a better physical constitution, so his cultivation will be faster and his schedule will be more intensive than yours. Refine Qi from essence at least 3 times a day and spend the rest of the time studying and casting the spring breeze and rain art. This was the teacher's arrangement for Zhang Sheng. Refining Qi once every 2 hours 3 times would take 6 hours. Adding rest and meal times, this task was quite demanding. As for the 3 senior students, they were to do it twice. Last night's single refinement had taken senior by a full 4 hours. Even twice would be a considerable strain. Returning to their respective cultivation chambers, Zhang Sheng began his first refinement of Qi from essence for the day. Time passed unnoticed in cultivation. 2 hours later. Art Heavenly Journey Art Beginner 210, a thread-like wisp of spiritual energy, had been successfully added to his dantian. He bathed and ate in one smooth motion. Back in his cultivation chamber, Zhang Sheng began to peruse the spring breeze and rain art. The difficulty of learning this art far surpassed that of the heavenly journey art. Zhang Sheng needed to control the spiritual energy within his body to flow along the correct meridian pathways while forming hand seals. The seals and the internal flow of spiritual energy had to be flawless to cast the spring breeze and rain art. When cultivating the heavenly journey, Art 1 must ensure the body absorbs enough food between the two refinement sessions to continue without harming the body. This interval could be used to practice the spring breeze and rain art. Not just Zhang Sheng, but the other senior students also arranged their time this way. After memorizing the contents of the spring breeze and rain art, Zhang Sheng sat cross-legged on a cushion forming hand seals while controlling the wisp of spiritual energy to circulate through his meridians. Unfortunately, a mistake in the hand gesture caused the spell to fail. The spiritual energy flowed too slowly, causing the spell to fail. It flowed too quickly, causing the spell to fail. The flow of spiritual energy was interrupted, causing the spell to fail. The hand seals were incorrectly linked, causing the spell to fail. After 10 attempts, all 10 spells failed. Moreover, the 2 wisps of spiritual energy he had painstakingly stored were completely depleted. This spring breeze and rain art was far too difficult. With a frustrated expression, Zhang Sheng left the cultivation chamber, heading to the 2nd floor to eat his fill before refining chi again. He happened to run into the bouncing senior by. "Junior, why the long face?" she said, raising a fist-sized cloud in her hand. "Senior, you succeeded?" Zhang Sheng exclaimed in surprise. "My name is Zhang Sheng, not Junior." "Oh, it's all the same." Zhang Sheng rolled his eyes at her, but couldn't hide his envy. Soon the cloud in by Ming's hand turned into raindrops scattering in her palm. Senior Bai quickly collected it in a container and ran outside. "Junior, I'm going to water the spiritual seeds with this spiritual rain. Can't waste it." The entire comprehensive laboratory building was abuzz. Besides Zhang Sheng learning the spring breeze and rain art, other research groups were also studying different spells. 2 hours later, Zhang Sheng refined another wisp of spiritual energy. Unexpectedly back in the cultivation chamber, he succeeded in casting the spring breeze and rain art in one go. Gazing at the fist-sized miniature cloud before him, Zhang Sheng was thrilled. The newly refined wisp of spiritual energy was consumed, replaced by this small spell cloud. This whole thing was simply miraculous. Ancient Chinese texts record that there were divine beings with the power to move mountains and drain seas. Now it seemed that might become a reality in the near future. The talent panel also changed. Detectable spell, spring breeze and rain art. Do you wish to learn a? Yes. Spell spring breeze and rain art beginner 110. This meant he could increase his proficiency by casting it. How wonderful. Soon Zhang Sheng lost control of the spiritual cloud, which automatically transformed into a clump of spiritual rain in his hand. He collected it in a container and took it to the experimental base. At the experimental base, a site in one of the plots caught Zhang Sheng's attention. This must be Senior Bay's experimental plot. A single seedling stood out sharply, having grown a full 5 or 6 inches tall, while the others had only just cracked their shells. These were all golden spirit rice seedlings. Had Senior Bai poured all the spiritual rain onto just one plant. Zhang Sheng had been assigned 2 groups of golden spirit rice, 10 seeds each. Originally, one group was indoors and the other outdoors. Now both had been moved outdoors for cultivation, placed next to Bai Ming's plot. Zhang Sheng divided the spiritual rain into 5 portions, watering 5 of the 10 sprouted seeds, leaving the other 5 as a control group. After setting things up, Zhang Sheng returned to the cultivation chamber to continue his practice. With an intelligent monitoring system in place, he didn't need to worry too much. The priority now was to cultivate the heavenly journey art to reach the proficient state and see what effects it would bring. Time passed in cultivation. Half a day went by. At 8 in the evening, it was time for the group meeting arranged by Professor Liu. The 5 gathered in the conference room. Except for Senior Cheng Hao, who had failed to learn the spring breeze and rain art, Senior Bai, Senior Zhang Yong, and Zhang Sheng had all mastered it. The biggest achievement today is confirming that the spring breeze and rain art indeed has a remarkable effect on promoting spiritual plant growth. Today I want to especially commend Xiao Bai, who was the first to learn it. Professor Liu said, "Cheng Hao, don't be discouraged. This spell isn't difficult. With more practice you'll learn it quickly." Hearing this, Bai Ming's face nearly bloomed with joy. Professor Liu called up the surveillance footage from the experimental base showing their respective plots. Among them, Bai Ming's plot stood out, having received both castings of the spring breeze and rain art on a single seedling. It had already grown half a meter tall. Next were Zhang Sheng's seedlings. Those watered with spiritual rain had all grown a foot tall. Zhang Sheng had cast the rain spell 3 times in total, and though he did it once more than Bai Mingzhu, he focused on cultivating 5 seedlings. After the small meeting concluded, it was already past 8 in the evening, yet almost no one left the comprehensive laboratory building as everyone continued to work. In the training room, Zhang Sheng unfolded his talent panel. The talent panel now contained 3 main sections: skills, techniques, and spells. Skills: running full mastery, throwing full mastery. Techniques: Tianxing Ju entry 510, Spells Spring Wind Transformation Technique Entry 310. As the clock approached 1 in the morning, people began to leave the laboratory one after another. Zhang Sheng's Tianqing Ju and Spring Wind Transformation Technique also increased their proficiency by 2 points. By tomorrow, the progress of Tianqing Ju would reach a proficient level. Returning to his dormitory, Zhang Sheng fell asleep immediately. The next morning, he naturally awakened before 7. Perhaps due to practicing Tianqing Ju, his sleep quality was exceptionally high. Merely 5 to 6 hours sufficed to eliminate all fatigue, leaving him energetic. Arriving at the cafeteria on the second floor of the comprehensive laboratory building, Zhang Sheng found that most people were already there, making him the last to arrive. However, everyone's expressions were notably grave. Zhang Sheng approached Professor Liu and Bai Mingzhu, who were having their meal, and asked, "Professor, what's going on?" "Just eat first, we'll talk about it when we get to the laboratory." In the heavy atmosphere, Zhang Sheng and the others finished their meal. Upon entering the laboratory, the 2 senior students were already present. "Look at this." Professor Liu activated the teaching display screen. A video was playing, seemingly recorded by a high-definition camera. The camera focused on a white portal, and suddenly a black claw reached out from the secret realm, followed by a head covered in scales. It was a monster resembling a scorpion the size of a domestic pig. In common knowledge of cultivation, it was referred to as a demon beast. A total of hundreds of demon beasts surged out from the secret realm, with one particularly large and glossy black shell the size of an ox. Professor Liu clicked pause. "Initially, after our armed police killed these monsters, we discovered that the secret realm would disappear, making it impossible for us to continue harvesting items from within, which was quite wasteful. Then we intentionally left some demon beasts behind and found that they did not enter our world through the portal. However, an unexpected event occurred. Early this morning, almost simultaneously, all the first batch of secret realms underwent changes, with demon beasts entering Earth through the portal." Professor Liu then clicked play. In the footage, as the last scorpion demon beast crawled out from the portal vanished, followed by an explosion of flames. The armed police were unleashing a hail of gunfire at these monsters. Despite their iron-like scales, they could not withstand the armor-piercing rounds, and soon these demon beasts were left as a pile of bloody corpses. Witnessing such a gruesome scene, Bai Mingzhu nearly vomited, and even Zhang Sheng and the 2 senior students felt a wave of nausea. Interestingly, after these demon beasts entered Earth, even when killed, they did not drop any items such as jade tokens. This is the situation domestically. I've heard reports of numerous incidents involving demon beasts attacking people overseas, particularly in Africa. Moreover, in some uninhabited areas, there are definitely undiscovered portals. You should understand what this implies. New secret realms have been continuously appearing worldwide, and danger is quietly approaching. Teacher, if that's all, even if these demon beasts appear on Earth, we can eliminate them with conventional weapons. There's nothing to fear, right? Cheng Hao interjected. As if sensing everyone's doubts, Professor Liu played a new video. "Just this morning, after the disappearance of the first white portal, we discovered a brand new secret realm in a mountainous area. We can be certain it didn't exist before it appeared suddenly." The footage showed a yellow portal, even taller than the white one, about 10 meters high and arched. The surface of the gate shimmered with yellow light. It appeared out of thin air. "What is this?" Our assault team entered fully armed with a squad of 20, but only 3 made it out alive. At this point, Zhang Sheng noticed the professor's eyes were reddening. Among those who sacrificed, one was a student I once taught, your senior. After that, Zhang Sheng saw the valuable footage brought back by the surviving soldier. In the video, our soldiers had just entered the secret realm, which was a densely vegetated jungle. Everything was saturated with a primal atmosphere, trees towering into the clouds, vines, and strange plants abound. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, forming beams of light. All team members were carefully observing their surroundings, moving forward in a special formation. Just as one team member was about to launch a drone, a black figure flashed by. It was a demon beast with black spots all over its body, resembling a leopard with bright purple eyes. Its size was small, but it was extremely fast, leaping over 20 meters in a single bound. "Be careful," the soldier filming intended to warn, but it was already too late. The black demon beast leaped rapidly on the tree trunks like a ghost. In an instant, it closed in on the soldier at the front. A flash of cold light passed, and the soldier clutched his neck, blood gushing out like a fountain. It was too fast. The soldiers hadn't even had time to adjust their guns before being brutally killed. Several soldiers fell into a pool of blood. This power was definitively far beyond that of the previous scorpion demon beasts. Bai Mingzhu finally couldn't hold back and vomited, tears streaming down her face. The yellow secret realm signifies tremendous danger. Even fully armed soldiers are insufficient. Fortunately, the portal is large enough. We have already dispatched armored units inside, but we don't know the latest results yet. However, what we fear is that in 7 days will the monsters from these yellow secret realms enter Earth, like those from the white secret realm, and will even more dangerous secret realms appear afterward. After Professor Lu said this, everyone fell into a brief silence. With the white and yellow secret realms, we seem to have fallen into a great crisis. The excitement of the previous day was washed away, replaced by an endless panic, making even breathing feel laborious. We must utilize the resources from the secret realms to grow stronger as quickly as possible, focusing on cultivating cultivators with top-tier talents. This is the consensus of the upper echelons. New regulations will be issued soon, Professor Lu said solemnly. Of course, our current task is to complete the cultivation of golden spirit rice. I hope everyone will give their all, or perhaps our time is limited. After saying this, the professor glanced at his watch and hurriedly left with his folder. The four of them wore heavy expressions as they began their cultivation and nurturing for the day. Back in his training room, Zhang Sheng felt somewhat heavy-hearted, the scenes of those soldiers being brutally killed replaying in his mind. He even imagined that soldier was himself, unconsciously touching his neck, his palm already sweating. Clearly, this was not the right moment for refining qi. Zhang Sheng opened Common Knowledge of Cultivation to check the information. Qi Realm. Zhang Sheng read the description of the cultivation realms and gained a moment of insight. That black demon beast was very likely in the Qi realm. After an ordinary person refines essence into Qi, spiritual energy is born within their body. This is the process of foundation establishment. It is also known as the foundation establishment realm, yet without the ability to refine spiritual energy on their own, they cannot be considered to have entered the path of cultivation, nor can it be deemed a true cultivation realm. To become a cultivator, one must cultivate the techniques of the Qi realm, thereby stepping into the first true cultivation realm, the Qi realm. Although the cultivation common knowledge did not elaborate on the abilities of the Qi realm, Zhang Sheng, after 2 days of cultivation, was certain that Qi realm cultivators possessed formidable combat prowess. The demonic beasts in the yellow secret realm were highly likely to be at the Qi realm. Alas, this world was growing increasingly perilous. Hoping there was no danger back in his hometown, Zhang Sheng, worried about his parents, quickly made a phone call. Fortunately, all was well. Although he seemed to possess a rather remarkable talent, time was too pressing. For now, he had to focus on breeding the golden spirit rice. After repeatedly cycling through the heavenly walk art, Zhang Sheng finally attained proficiency in it by the afternoon. Technique: Heavenly Walk Art Proficient 1100. Spell: Spring Breeze Rain Art Beginner 710. Numerous cultivation insights flooded Zhang Sheng's mind. So that was it. The incantation was merely a guide. The essence of this technique lay in circulating the blood and qi throughout the body, converging at the dantian to refine a strand of spiritual energy. Moreover, each cycle of refining essence into qi consumed the bodhis essence, equivalent to the energy of 10 kilograms of staple food. The second-floor cafeteria of the comprehensive laboratory building served fewer than 100 people, yet the food consumption was astonishing. Everyone not only ate voraciously, but also became veritable waste producers. The septic tank connected to the building seemed to be expanding. Zhang Sheng had heard of a pill that could replace 10 kilograms of staple food with a single dose. It was called the Essence Food Pill. However, its production from secret realms was scarce, and it never reached ordinary experimenters like Zhang Sheng. Junior, look at the phone notification. Senior by grabbed Zhang Sheng, who was about to resume cultivation. What notification, Senior? School notice opening the cultivation of the Heavenly Walk Art to all faculty and students and distributing cultivation common knowledge. Under the pressure of the yellow secret realm and the infiltration of foreign information, many were already aware of secret realms and cultivation civilization. Now it was officially being made public. Junior, we need to speed up the breeding of golden spirit rice. The outside world is in chaos. There were several notification messages on the phone. China has declared a wartime control state. Apart from major universities, the military and government-authorized agencies, ordinary citizens are limited in their daily food purchases with unified prices. Any malicious price hikes or private food transactions will face severe legal penalties. Taking this step was within expectations. Techniques and spells, including the Heavenly Walk Art, were spreading through various channels among the populace, an unstoppable trend. Even if domestic channels were controlled, there were still numerous overseas avenues. Junior, look at this. Zhang Sheng took the small booklet by Mingzhu, handed him, its cover emblazoned with 3 large characters: Gluttony Method. This is a technique to accelerate our digestion and absorption, enhancing the stomach and intestines capacity. Professor Lu brought it just now. It's a perk for us researchers. Ordinary students don't have it. After each meal, one had to wait an hour before beginning to refine essence into qi. With this method, one could shorten the digestion time. Zhang Sheng returned to his cultivation room to continue. Opening the book, he found the gluttony method truly marvelous, consuming negligible spiritual energy. Using spiritual energy to circulate through the stomach and intestines promoted digestion and absorption before returning to the dantian. Simple to learn. He activated his talent panel after completing one casting. Technique: Gluttony Method Beginner 110. Each cycle took only 5 minutes, and within less than an hour Zhang Sheng had mastered it to proficiency. Technique: Gluttony Method Proficient 1100. The cycle speed improved from 5 minutes to 1 minute. Its ability to enhance digestion and absorption was remarkably effective. Especially after Zhang Sheng's heavenly walk art reached proficiency, the time for each refinement of essence and chi shortened from 2 hours to 1, and the refined spiritual energy increased from 1 strand to 2, theoretically quadrupling his cultivation speed. However, due to the increased food requirement, the interval between 2 refinement sessions extended from 1 hour to 2. The proficient level gluttony method precisely offset that extra hour. The gluttony method proved a great boon to Zhang Sheng. With the rate of spiritual energy accumulation quadrupled, the progress of the Spring Breeze Rain Art soon reached proficiency as well. Spell: Spring Breeze Rain Art Proficient 1100. Zhang Sheng's hand seals moved several times faster, the changing gestures leaving behind afterimages. He let out a loud shout. Open. Wind and clouds stirred, consuming a strand of spiritual energy to form a rain cloud that instantly filled the cultivation room. Damn. Zhang Sheng quickly canceled the spell. Thankfully, no spiritual rain formed, or he would have been drenched. At the proficient level, the Spring Breeze Rain Art was no longer suitable for indoor use. He had to practice it at the outdoor experimental base. He could then channel the spiritual rain directly to irrigate the golden spirit seedlings. Standing before his small experimental plot of just a few square meters, Zhang Sheng drew a strand of spiritual energy from his dantian and formed hand seals to cast the Spring Breeze Rain Art. A gentle breeze blew, and above Zhang Sheng's head a dark cloud about 2 meters in diameter formed. Amazing. So this was the proficient level Spring Breeze Rain Art. If he could master it to the pinnacle, what wonders could he achieve? Then Zhang Sheng would merely point to the sky and call out, "Clouds come. Rain fall." In an instant the heavens would change, a truly marvelous sight. But for now he was far from that level. He was getting ahead of himself. With the 2-meter rain cloud, Zhang Sheng irrigated all his seedlings, the 5 from yesterday and the 15 that had grown naturally, with spiritual rain. There was even overflow from the spiritual rain, clearly more than needed. His spiritual energy was also in surplus, with 3 strands remaining in his dantian. He decided to practice the Spring Breeze Rain Art to advance it to the mastery level as soon as possible. Zhang Sheng noticed that as he cast the spell, the spiritual cloud grew larger with the spiritual energy he infused. He used only 1/10 of a strand of spiritual energy and stopped infusing. The resulting spiritual cloud was only 20 centimeters in diameter, and when the spiritual rain formed, Zhang Sheng collected it in a container to avoid waste. This spiritual rain had been sent to the chemistry lab for analysis, but nothing significant was found. It contained 90 water and 10 unknown substances. Moreover, its shelf life was extremely short. The growth-promoting effect of spiritual rain diminished over time and completely vanished after 6 hours. Thus, even when stored in containers, it could not be kept beyond 6 hours. Spell: Spring Breeze Rain Art Proficient 2100. The miniature version of the Spring Breeze Rain Art could also increase proficiency. Zhang Sheng had only tried it as an experiment, never expecting it to work. This meant that if he used 1/10 of a strand of spiritual energy each time, 1 strand could increase the spell's proficiency by 10 points. What about 100th? Zhang Sheng tried again, but found it impossible. The minimum amount he could currently use was 1/20th of a strand. A spiritual cloud 10 centimeters in diameter rose from his palm. With 1 strand of spiritual energy, he could perform the miniature cloud 20 times at most, but that was already exhilarating. After a few more cycles of refining essence and chi, he might elevate the Spring Breeze Rain Art to mastery within the day. Rushing back to the cultivation room, Zhang Sheng continued practicing the heavenly walk art. The sky darkened and twin moons hung aloft. People named the smaller blue planet beside the moon Apocalypse. Its arrival signified the dawn of a new era, and 2030 was hailed as the first year of cultivation. Edge. Professor Lu Quan on the 11th floor was fast-forwarding through surveillance footage of the experimental field. How is this kid's rain cloud so massive? Professor Lu seemed to recall something. A parallel research team at Qingbei University in Kyoto might have achieved similar results. He promptly dialed a number. Old Yan, what's the name of that student of yours who performed the Grand Spirit Cloud yesterday? What's wrong? Is China Agricultural University trying to poach talent from Qingbei? A light chuckle came from the other end of the line. Heh, so Qingbei thinks it's the only place with talent, huh? Don't be smug. My student is no worse than yours. The voice on the phone quickly replied, "So you mean you have a student who achieved it too?" "Of course. Actually, it's quite simple. The power of various spells isn't fixed. Different individuals can produce vastly different effects, as you know. With practice and deeper understanding, a spell's power naturally increases greatly," Professor Yan said. Though he had guessed as much, hearing Yan's explanation brought reassurance. What he feared was that Zhang Sheng wasn't using the gentle rain of spring spell, but some other spell obtained through illicit channels. "Zhang Sheng, you've done well." Professor Lu patted Zhang Sheng on the shoulder, the gloom of a fallen student somewhat alleviated. "Your gentle rain of spring has improved rapidly. I've already informed your senior peers. Any spirit rain you don't need can be used to water their seedlings." Zhang Sheng was taken aback. "Teacher, wouldn't that be inappropriate? After all, it would blur the lines of harvest attribution." "Don't worry about that. It's all for better breeding. Your seniors have agreed." Zhang Sheng thought for a moment and said, "Then how about this, teacher? After I water their seedlings with spirit rain, the final results will still be credited to the seniors." Professor Lu Quan didn't object in the end, only saying, "As you wish." By 1 in the morning, the fastest golden spirit rice seedlings in the experimental base had grown to a meter tall, and thanks to Zhang Sheng's efforts, even the slowest had grown half a meter. According to video data transmitted from the secret realm, mature golden spirit rice stood 2 meters tall with stalks as thick as a finger, iron-hard stems, and blade-like leaves. The golden spirit rice planted just 2 days ago grew rapidly under the nourishment of the gentle rain of spring spell. According to AI calculations, naturally grown golden spirit rice would take about 300 days, but with ample spirit rain, it could mature in just 3 days, a 100-fold increase in growth rate. Back in the dormitory, Zhang Sheng lay on his bed, checking his talent panel. Spell gentle rain of spring, proficiency 146-1000. After refining qi from essence, besides replenishing the spirit rain needed for the golden spirit rice's growth, Zhang Sheng mainly focused on increasing the proficiency of the gentle rain of spring spell in the cultivation chamber. Miniature spirit clouds appeared and dissipated one after another. In a very short time, Zhang Sheng's gentle rain of spring had reached the proficient level. At that moment, Zhang Sheng had an epiphany. His casting speed increased several-fold, and with just a wisp of spiritual energy, he could form a spirit cloud spanning 10 meters in diameter. It seemed that advancing from skilled to proficient was a massive leap, increasing the area of the rain cloud by more than 10 times. However, Zhang Sheng did not fully unleash the rain cloud that a single wisp of spiritual energy could form in the experimental field, instead keeping it at the size of the skilled level. If he revealed his true ability, it wouldn't be the spirit rice sent to the lab, it would be him. Fortunately, casting a 2-meter diameter spirit cloud now consumed only about 1/10 of the spiritual energy it previously did. Aside from the gentle rain of spring, the fastest improving spell was the devouring method. Spell devouring method, proficiency 325-1000. At the proficient level, the devouring method cycled once every 10 seconds, allowing Zhang Sheng to digest 20 kilograms of food in almost 5 minutes, further shortening the interval between refining essence into qi. Unfortunately, the celestial movement art improved very slowly due to limitations in food and cultivation time. Refining essence into qi once an hour yielded 2 wisps of spiritual energy, requiring the consumption of 20 kilograms of food each time, eating more in a day than 10 pigs. Call them cultivators, they were more like waste machines. The next morning, the golden spirit rice in the experimental field was thriving. The fastest 6 stalks had already bloomed with white flowers, and the rest were close behind. Before starting his cultivation, Zhang Sheng's first task was to water the 100 golden spirit rice plants with spirit rain. Originally, he had 20 plants. Now, with the 60 from his seniors and 20 from the teacher, it totaled 100. Then he began his cultivation. That day in Lab 1101, a pattern emerged. Every hour, Zhang Sheng would run to the experimental field to water the plants with spirit rain. Junior Zhang Sheng, you're amazing. Not only do you refine essence quickly, but you also have endless spiritual energy, remarked Senior Cheng Hao. Thinking about how he struggled just to learn the gentle rain of spring, comparing himself to Zhang Sheng was truly frustrating. At 4 in the afternoon, Professor Lu stared excitedly at the monitor. Shall by record this quickly, he urged. Ready. Go ahead, Professor. Bai Ming's hands trembled as she typed on the keyboard. On May 5, 2030, at 8:00 p.m., we planted golden spirit rice. On May 10, 2030, at 4:05 p.m., the first golden spirit rice matured in the laboratory of the China Breeding Academy. Breeding researcher, Zhang Sheng, supervising teacher, Lu Quan. After recording the data, they rushed to the experimental field. This is golden spirit rice. Teacher, we succeeded. Zhang Sheng exclaimed excitedly. Professor Lu Quan's eyes glistened with tears. Yes, we succeeded. And we beat other universities to the punch. were the first to successfully breed golden spirit rice, proving that using the gentle rain of spring spell for breeding is entirely feasible. Great. Junior Zhongxing, you're amazing, Bai Mingzhu said excitedly. Finally. So Senior Bai did know his name was Zhongsheng. Zhongsheng was overjoyed and a new skill appeared on his talent panel. Skill Cultivate Golden Spirit Rice Beginner 110. The mature golden spirit rice stood 2 meters tall, with iron-hard stalks emitting a golden radiance. Stalks, leaves, and grains were all golden. Senior Zhang Yong used hydraulic shears to cut the stalk, extracted the ear of rice, and brought it back to the lab. This is the first successfully bred golden spirit rice on Earth. It holds extraordinary significance. Professor Lu Quan said emotionally. 1 grain, 2 grains. 9 grains. The ear bore 9 grains of golden spirit rice, each the size of a peanut. Everyone has worked hard. Professor Lu said. I will report these results now, and we must continue to work diligently, taking good care of the remaining golden spirit rice. That evening, 100 stalks of golden spirit rice ripened in succession, though some plants ultimately yielded only empty husks. Moreover, even the plump grains came merely 9 per stalk, a stark contrast to the 36 or more per stalk found in the secret realm. Zhang Sheng speculated the cause lay in the environment. After harvesting tests revealed that the soil fertility of the experimental field had plummeted drastically. Whether the golden spirit rice could continue to be cultivated remained uncertain. From the 100 stalks, 729 grains were harvested, and that very night 100 grains were submitted to other laboratories for relevant tests. Skill Cultivate Golden Spirit Rice Proficiency 90,100. Zhang Sheng had also grasped certain techniques for the golden spirit rice, gaining a fair understanding of its habits. The next morning, Professor Lu convened a team meeting. Yesterday, I reported our achievements to the principal, and he was delighted that our team had accomplished such a significant breakthrough. We will be commended internally. Second, after overnight tests and experiments, the golden spirit rice we cultivated shows no difference from the original seeds from the secret realm. Our next task is to expand the planting area and increase yield. Following that, Professor Lu Quan produced a spell manual. Many research teams have gradually shared their findings. This earth vein art in my hand belongs to the same category as the spring breeze and rain technique. It can enhance the earth's chi in the soil, thereby increasing fertility. This has been confirmed by 2 other research teams. Next, you are to study the earth vein art spell. This spell precisely addresses our issue of insufficient soil fertility. Professor Lu Quan actually thought of better methods to boost soil fertility, but unfortunately, those demon beast carcasses had more valuable uses and could never be spared for fertilizing fields. Learning a new spell. Senior Chung Hao looked resigned. After assigning tasks to the other seniors and juniors, only Zhang Sheng and Professor Lu remained in the office. Zhang Sheng, you have remarkable talent in cultivation. At last night's summary meeting, Captain Zhao of the Supernatural Administration Bureau, after watching your spellcasting, even wanted to recruit you for their special training camp. Zhang Sheng had incidentally overheard about the university's supernatural training camp while dining in the cafeteria. It was for those with awakened special talents, and his roommate, Wu Xingyang, seemed to be a member. In the end, the principal declined his proposal as the importance of our current mission outweighs even the addition of a formidable combatant. However, to accelerate your process of refining essence into chi and not hinder your cultivation, the university has decided to grant you some special rewards, hoping you will give your all. With that, Professor Lu produced a small booklet and a metal box. The booklet appeared to be a cultivation manual bearing the title Primordial Chi Refinement. After a mortal refines essence into chi, spiritual power is born within the body. But to become a true cultivator, one must also practice the method of the Chi-Si realm, circulating energy through the minor, heavenly cycle to absorb ambient spiritual energy. That is the true entry into the Chi-Si realm. Of course, I learned all this from Captain Zhao. As for the specifics of the Chi-Si realm, you'll understand once you read this manual. This primordial Chi refinement is a product of the Yellow Secret Realm and is currently under high-level confidentiality. You must not share it with anyone, including your seniors and juniors. Professor Lu emphasized. Understood, Professor. Zhangxing nodded, gripping the manual tightly. Professor Lu took a sip of tea and opened the metal box, revealing black spherical objects inside. Could these be legendary pills? Sensing Zhangxing's eager gaze, he said, Captain Zhao specially procured these pills for you from the Supernatural Administration Bureau, Essence Nourishment Pills. 1 pill can substitute 10 gene of staple food, saving you time for cultivation. 10 gene of staple food. No more needing to be a machine for waste. But with only 100 pills, they would likely be consumed quickly, given his rate of refining essence into chi. 10 gene of staple food provided enough for 1 instance of beginner-level essence refinement, yielding a wisp of spiritual power. With his proficient level heavenly walk art, he would need to take 2 pills per hour. Professor, can I apply for more after these run out? Zhang Sheng asked. Professor Lu shot him a look. You wished. He continued, but I heard someone in the capital has awakened an alchemist talent of the highest grade and can now mass-produce essence nourishment pills, though supply still falls short of demand. An alchemist? Someone could actually awaken such a talent. Gazing at the marble-sized black pills in his hand, Zhang Sheng felt genuinely pleased. At least for a while he wouldn't have to waste time on mundane matters. Keep your rewards safe. Now onto the task. Professor Lu said gravely. Take a look and see if you can handle it. This is your next assignment. If it's not suitable, I can adjust it. Professor Lu produced a sheet of paper. 6,029 golden spirit rice, seeds 2 mu of experimental field, estimated maturation time 7 days. Notes: if you feel the pressure is too much, I can delegate some to your seniors. Zhang Sheng pondered. 2 mu of experimental field was nothing for his expert-level spring breeze and rain technique. Professor, I can handle it. Hearing this, Lu Quan was somewhat surprised. He smiled. Then it's up to you. If you complete the task, the university will not be stingy with rewards. As Zhang Sheng was about to leave the office, Professor Lu suddenly said, do well. When the essence nourishment pills run out, I'll try to apply for more. Thank you. Professor Lu. Zhang Sheng smiled, stepping backward and closing the door. Returning to his cultivation chamber, he stared at the black pill in his hand. It exuded the fragrance of grains and cereals, truly a legendary pill. After swallowing one, Zhang Sheng activated the glutton's art. A gentle warmth radiated from his abdomen, spreading to his internal organs. The feeling of fullness was intense. Wonderful. Most wonderful. Ineffably wonderful. If only one day he could refine pills himself. Zhang Sheng shook his head. Conditions were not yet suitable, but perhaps in the future. After confirming no adverse reactions like abdominal pain, Zhang Sheng swallowed another essence nourishment pill. 2 pills equivalent to 20 gene of staple food provided the energy needed for 1 cycle of essence refinement. Standing before the assigned experimental field, Zhang Sheng did not rush to plant the seeds. The professor had given him 7 days, but with the spring breeze and rain technique for accelerated growth, the golden spirit rice could be ripened in just 3. As Zhang Sheng formed hand seals, a stream of earthy yellow energy emerged from his fingertips. Detected a castable spell, Earth Vein Art. Would you like to learn it? Learn. Spell Earth Vein Art, beginner 110. The incantation for Earth Vein Art was not complex, even simpler and faster than spring breeze and rain technique. As the wisp of earthy yellow energy from his fingertips sank into the farmland, the spell was officially mastered. Time and again, Zhang Sheng cast Earth Vein Art on the experimental field until his spiritual power was fully depleted. Spell Earth Vein Art, beginner 510. The earth's chi of the farmland continuously gathered under the spell's influence. Zhang Sheng spent the entire day refining essence into chi and practicing the Huta technique. The next day, May 12, 2030, at 9 in the morning, his Hutu technique reached the proficient level. Just like when cultivating the spring breeze and rain art, the proficient level Hutu technique allowed him to control the output of spiritual energy using merely 1/10 of a strand to cast the spell once. He could now rapidly increase his proficiency. That noon, Zhang Sheng planted 6029 golden spirit rice seeds into 2 mu of experimental fields, officially commencing the second round of breeding. Heavens! Junior, while one of you equals 10 of us, exclaimed by Mingzhu. This is too incredible. Using the spring breeze and rain art to irrigate 2 mu of land. Is Junior, even human? Cheng Hao took a gulp of iced cola. Junior sister, you're still fine. Your spiritual cloud and senior brothers are both about 2 meters in diameter, right? My poor spiritual cloud is only the size of a winnowing basket. In terms of spellcasting talent, Cheng Hao felt deeply aggrieved. As the professor's current second disciple, he was inferior to Zhang Yong, above inferior to his junior sister below, and there was also a monstrous undergraduate. Burp, life is so hard for me. Time in cultivation flew by, and a day passed. At 1 in the early morning, after finishing a day of cultivation and breeding work, Zhang Sheng did not return to his room, but instead pored over the cultivation technique, Hunyuan refining qi. According to the theory of this technique, the human body is a microcosm and humanity exists within the macrocosm. The two are known as Hunyuan. The core theory of Hunyuan refining qi is to connect the microcosm of the human body with the macrocosm, using the human Bodhis microcosm as the foundation to draw in spiritual energy from the macrocosm. The spiritual energy refined from a single cycle of refining essence into qi traveling along the meridian paths guided by the technique for 1 full cycle is considered 1 strand of spiritual energy. This single strand of spiritual energy would then draw an equal amount of spiritual energy from the macrocosm, that is the external world, into the qi si dantian. Thus, by practicing Hunyuan refining qi and circulating the cycle, one could absorb spiritual energy from the outside. Each absorption of spiritual energy from the outside equal to the amount produced by one cycle of refining essence in a chi was also called a strand. Successfully completing the cycle marked the Chi-Si realm. The Chi-Si realm had 9 layers, each requiring the cultivation of 9 dragons of Chi, and 1 dragon of Chi consisted of 999 strands of spiritual energy. Zhang Sheng now understood. Each layer of the Chi-Si realm required 999 cycles of circulation. To reach the 9th layer would take an eternity. Moreover, he discovered a critical issue. That issue was refining essence into Chi. The amount of each strand of spiritual energy was closely related to the cultivation level of refining essence into Chi. At the beginner level of refining essence into Chi, each cycle produced 1 strand of Chi. If that was considered 1, then at the proficient level it produced 2 per cycle. What about the mastery level? What about the transcendent level? Or the perfected transcendent level? From this perspective, if refining essence into Chi was at the beginner level, the first layer of the Chi-Si realm would be 9,991, at the proficient level, it would be 9,992. Thus, it was inevitable that even at the same first layer of the Chi-Si realm, cultivators with different levels of refining essence into Chi would have vastly different strengths. Although cultivating Hunyuan refining Chi no longer required consuming large amounts of food, Zhang Sheng still decided to first advance the Tianqing technique to the mastery level. He would likely achieve that by tomorrow anyway. Technique, Tianqing technique, proficient 99,100, May 13th. Zhang Sheng advanced the Tianqing technique to the mastery level 5 times. How terrifying. Zhang Sheng had not expected the mastery level Tianqing technique to be so powerful. Not only did it accelerate the refining speed, shortening the time for one cycle from an hour to half an hour, the amount of refined spiritual energy was also 5 times the original. One cycle of refining essence in a Chi could now produce 10 strands of Chi in the Dantian. However, it was not entirely good news. Each time he cultivated, he needed to consume 10 essence-nourishing pills. Relying on ordinary food was simply impossible. With no other choice, Zhang Sheng began to cultivate Hunyuan refining Chi. After all, throughout the entire Chi-Si realm, one could scatter Chi and restart cultivation. Time ticked by second. Zhang Sheng began his first cultivation of Hunyuan refining Chi. The single strand of spiritual energy, 10 strands within his body, traveled along specific meridians. Like a seductive temptress luring customers, it attracted the spiritual energy outside the body. After completing one full cycle, the original 10 strands of Chi within his body, along with the 10 strands enticed from the outside, returned together to the Chi-Si Dantian. Ooh, he checked the time. 3 hours had passed. That was far too long. Zhang Sheng quickly rushed downstairs to the experimental base, beginning to cast spells to cultivate the golden spirit rice seedlings. Now that his essence-nourishing pills were depleted, Zhang Sheng had no way to apply for more from the professor. Refining 10 pills in half an hour required an enormous quantity. Zhang Sheng had to temporarily halt the Tianqing technique and instead cultivate Hunyuan refining Chi. Cultivate water with spiritual rain. Cast the Huta technique. Cultivate water with spiritual rain. Cast the Huta technique. Another day passed this way. The Huta technique reached the mastery level, and the spring breeze and rain art reached the transcendent level. Spell spring breeze and rain art transcendent 100. Consuming a single strand of spiritual energy could now create a spiritual cloud 100 meters in diameter, and the casting speed had increased several-fold. Taking care of the 2 mu of golden spirit rice seedlings was effortless. The mastery level Huta technique was also more than sufficient. On the morning of May 14th, Zhang Sheng arrived at the lab and found Professor Lu Quan and his senior fellow apprentices staring at the monitoring screens. The image showed a sea of gold. "Junior, are you even human?" Bai Mingzhu shrieked. "Junior Zhang, do you need a girlfriend? How about me?" Zheng Hao also handed him a bottle of cola. "Zhang Sheng, from now on you're my senior, and I'm your junior." Zhang Yong, the senior apprentice, was always smiling and nodded to Zhang Sheng. "Stop messing around." Professor Lu stood up, walked over to Zhang Sheng, and patted him on the shoulder. "I never expected our school to produce a genius spiritual farmer." A spiritual farmer is the term used in cultivation civilization for talents engaged in planting spiritual plants. Just now, your senior apprentices and I, with the help of AI, counted all 6029 golden spirit rice plants have survived, and all are full and plump. Look, the professor clicked on the screen to enlarge a rice plant. This plant has a full 36 grains, twice as many as your first batch. Professor Lu Quan said excitedly, "Write a breeding report later and submit it. They'll take you to the school committee to get some benefits." Today's harvest was within Zhang Sheng's expectations. When he woke up in the morning, Zhang Sheng found that his skill had reached the transcendent level. Skill golden spirit rice cultivation, transcendent 511900. The first batch yielded only 9 grains per plant, while the second batch ranged from 9-18 to 36 grains. Zhang Sheng was not surprised at all. After harvesting the first batch, his cultivation level had reached the proficient level. The proficient level ability allowed him to cultivate golden spirit rice with higher yields. The boost from the Huta technique also played a significant role. However, there was now a major problem harvesting. All 6029 plants had stalks as tough as steel bars. Hydraulic shears were needed to cut them. Fortunately, after Professor Lu requested help from Captain Zhao, a team of armed police officers came to assist. Dalala, Junior, can you teach us some tricks to boost the power of spells? Bai Mingzhu deliberately brought a plate of grapes, plucked one with her jade-like hand, and brought it to Zhang Sheng's lips. Zhang Sheng quickly stepped back. Senior, please don't. Senior Cheng Hao also leaned in excitedly. Is there really a secret? Unable to reveal his talent, Zhang Sheng could only say helplessly, just practice more. Reflect after each spell, and improvement will come naturally. TSK. Stingy. The jade hand swiftly withdrew the grape, and Senior Bai swallowed it in one big bite, before turning to walk over to the professor. Shall Bai, stop it. The same spell can manifest differently in different people, or perhaps that's just talent. I heard they obtained a type of pill from the secret realm in the capital. This miraculous pill can enhance the efficiency of learning spells, but there are only a few. If only we could mass-produce them. However, mass-producing such pills was far from easy. Without even a formula, even the S-level alchemist in the capital was at a loss, currently only able to refine low-grade pills like essence food pills. Professor Lu was merely giving them hope. This time we've harvested a good number of golden spirit rice seeds. They will be distributed to other universities to spread rapidly. Moreover, we will release Spring Breeze Rain Technique, Earth Essence Art, and Hunyuan Qi refining to the public. Having seen the previous plans, Zhang Sheng understood everything was proceeding as arranged. But what surprised Zhang Sheng was that even Hunyuan Qi refining was being made public. As if sensing his confusion. We now know Earth's spiritual energy comes from Tianqi Star, but we're unsure if it's finite or infinite. We must assume it's limited, so we need to seize Earth's spiritual resources. Promoting Hunyuan Qi refining is imperative. Every wisp of spiritual energy we absorb might mean one less for foreigners to claim. Now the entire world faces the crisis of descending secret realms. We must seize the initiative and grow stronger quickly. At this point, the atmosphere in the office grew heavy again. Zhang Sheng understood that if one didn't pursue a powerful Qi realm, the introductory level of Qi refining via essence transformation from Heavenly Journey Art would suffice, allowing ordinary people to absorb spiritual energy without consuming vast amounts of food. Though the efficiency was extremely low, taking 3 hours for one cycle to absorb just a wisp of external Qi, Zhang Sheng believed most ordinary people lacking sufficient food would still willingly practice it. Knock knock. A sudden knock at the door. Zhang Sheng opened it to find a square-faced middle-aged man with sparse white hair. Principal. Principal, please come in. Zhang Sheng quickly said. Hello, Principal. The seniors greeted him politely. Principal, you're here. Professor Lu Quan promptly rose to welcome him. Hello, everyone. Truly heroes emerge from youth. You've all worked hard. The principal with a solemn expression bowed deeply to them. Zhang Sheng and the others quickly returned the gesture. Professor Lu ushered the principal to his seat while he sat with the students nearby. Don't be so formal. I came specifically to see you. Thank you for your concern and inspection, Principal Wang. Since taking on the school's research task, our team has never slacked off. Even now, we've only achieved some modest results. Not at all, Professor Lu is too modest. Your results have been reported to the capital. Rewards will come soon, and the school will also have its share. Principal Lu looked at Zhang Sheng. So you're Zhang Sheng. I've seen your photos and your initial results. Keep up the good work. When you go to the capital, don't forget your alma mater. Go to the capital. Everyone was stunned. Principal, what do you mean? Professor Lu asked in confusion. The news will be officially released today. Though this was planned since the second day after the secret realm's emergence, it's now been preliminarily decided. From Principal Wang, Zhang Sheng and the others learned earth-shattering news. China would establish the first cultivation university, gathering the nation's top talents and resources to rapidly cultivate high-level combat cultivators while conducting comprehensive and in-depth research on cultivation civilization. The principal left, leaving behind a document. This information will be released soon. It's fine for you to take a look now. Junior Zhang Sheng, congratulations in advance. Bai Mingzhu said. Principal Wang emphasized that although Zhang Sheng's awakened talent was average, his exceptional spiritual farming abilities would secure him a special admission to the first cultivation university. The first cultivation university? I wish I could get in. Cheng Hao said enviously. Cheng Hao, Mingzhu, when will you two be as steady as Zhang Yong? There will be an open recruitment later. Pass the exams, and you can enter. Professor Lu said helplessly. Zhang Sheng was part of the early special talent batch followed by nationwide enrollment exams. Everyone left the office with the documents. Back in the cultivation room, Zhang Sheng pored over the information Principal Wang had left, which detailed the basics of the first cultivation university. Under the directive of China's highest authority, the first cultivation university is jointly established by the five armies, the National Research Institute, and Tsinghua University. Its prestige far surpasses even the capital's Tsinghua University. The university was expanded and remodeled from Tsinghua University's foundation, with its original faculty and students directly integrated. The entire school would implement strict militarized management. So Tsinghua was gone transformed into the first cultivation university. But wasn't it unfair for the original Tsinghua members to be directly absorbed? After all, this was a cultivation university, a new era. Past academic excellence didn't guarantee success in cultivation. Zhang Sheng wasn't the only one puzzled. Almost everyone unaware of the details shared this doubt. Clearing his mind, Zhang Sheng began organizing his breeding report. By noon, the second round of the report was nearly complete. By then, the golden spirit rice entrusted to the armed police for harvesting was fully reaped. 50 people had worked all morning, breaking several hydraulic shears in the process. Harvesting golden spirit rice in the future would require specialized tools. Ordinary people would struggle to cut it. The stalks were indeed tough. Golden grains entered a special machine for weighing and scanning. The tally showed 6029 plants yielding 108522 grains, totaling 2170 kilograms. Each peanut-sized golden spirit rice grain weighed about 20 grams, feeling heavy and solid in the palm. Prying open its hard shell revealed jade-colored, translucent golden spirit rice inside. Though shaped like ordinary rice, the size and weight were vastly different. It wasn't just Zhang Sheng's rice that had ripened, the three seniors' crops had as well. But their combined harvest was only about 300 kilograms, far less than Zhang Sheng's yield. Zhang Sheng, the school will take 2100 kilograms of the golden spirit rice. The remaining 70 kilograms are yours to keep as a reward. You may do with it as you wish, give it away, or bring it to the first cultivation university. The school will distribute the rest, so you can handle yours freely. That evening, Zhang Sheng received the official admission notice from the first cultivation university. The notice stated that Zhang Sheng would be admitted as a special talent to the Spiritual Plant Academy of the First Cultivation University. He was required to report to the capital by May 17, 2030. A failure to do so would mean forfeiting his admission. Time was of the essence. In the days that followed, Professor Lu Quan assigned Zhang Sheng no further planting tasks. Zhang Sheng, bringing you into my research team was the best decision I've made. When you go to the capital, be sure to give it your all. Thank you, Professor. Zhang Sheng bowed deeply. Though he possessed the SS grade talent of eternal verification, without Professor Lu, he would never have had access to these opportunities. Nor would he have had the chance to enter the first cultivation university. In today's rapidly changing society, staying at the forefront could mean the difference between life and death. Professor Lu Quan produced a metal box similar to the previous one, only larger. This is the school's reward for you. 200 essence nourishment pills. Take good care of them. Thank you, school. Part of the golden spirit rice was used to refine these pills, but the harvest hasn't come in yet. The school stock is running low, so guard them well. Time is life itself. Focus on your cultivation these next 2 days. On the 16th, the day after tomorrow, a bus will take you to the high-speed rail station, where an escort will see you safely to the capital. So the essence nourishment pills were refined from golden spirit rice. Zhang Sheng finally understood. Receiving these 200 pills brought him great joy. They would suffice until his departure. In 2 days, he would leave Huaxia Agricultural University, his home, for 3 years. A pang of reluctance struck him. Instead of rushing to cultivate, Zhang Sheng stepped out of the comprehensive lab building to take a final stroll through the campus. He couldn't help but marvel at the school's transformation. Everywhere, students were diligently practicing cultivation techniques and casting spells. The campus buzzed with vibrant activity. Zhang Sheng could tell they were mostly cultivating the primordial chaos breathing method and casting spells like the gentle spring rain art or the earth essence technique. Many students had been given golden spirit rice seeds, though only a few grains each. Parts of the school wall had been torn down, and from overheard conversations, Zhang Sheng learned that the experimental fields were insufficient. The school had requisitioned all nearby farmland. Clearly, Huaxia Agricultural University was now fully dedicated to spirit plant cultivation. Students gathered in small groups. In some experimental plots, Zhang Sheng spotted other spirit plants. Wood spirit potatoes, spirit harmony, grass red leaf cluster trees, each marked with a label. These were all brought from the secret realm for cultivation. Everyone was brimming with passion, despite the hustle and bustle. Hope shone in their eyes. Ah Sheng. From afar, Zhang Sheng heard Sun Jie's booming voice. Turning, he saw the familiar duo, including Li Bin. Though Zhang Sheng had returned to the dormitory to sleep these past nights, had arrived close to 2 in the morning with his roommates, already asleep. He'd leave early the next day for the lab, leaving little time for communication. Zhang Sheng, what brings you out for a stroll today? Li Bin asked. Before the secret realm descended, Li Bin had always looked frail. Now he radiated energy and had even discarded his glasses. A dramatic transformation. Taking a break. Are you two planting golden spirit rice? Zhang Sheng noticed the row of small pits before Sun, Jie, each holding freshly placed seeds. They hadn't sprouted yet. Yeah, the school gave Li Bin and me 5 seeds each only because we both awakened a grade talents. Those with lower grades didn't get any. A grade talents. Zhang Sheng recalled how these two had lied in the group chat claiming B and C grades. Both were masters of concealment. Still, it seemed everyone's awakened talents were rather high. Look, behind Li Bin, a shadow suddenly coalesced into a pair of enormous black hands, a sight both eerie and awe-inspiring. This is my awakened talent, shadow hands. Li Bin exclaimed, excitedly eager to show off. Since beginning the celestial movement technique and generating their first strands of spiritual energy, everyone's talents had gradually become usable. Strangely, using these talents didn't consume spiritual energy. The more spiritual energy one possessed, the greater the extent of their talent's power, yet the energy itself remained untouched. Scientists theorized that as one cultivated spiritual energy, their mental strength also grew, thereby enhancing their talent's capabilities. This theory gained widespread acceptance. Have you two learned the gentle spring rain art yet? Not yet. After planting these, we'll practice it, and the primordial chaos breathing method tonight, then water them tomorrow. Sun Jie covered the last seed with a thin layer of soil and erected a sign beside it, Breeding College Class of 2027, Class 046. Sun Jie, Li Bin's planting. Zhang Sheng immediately formed hand seals. Sun and Li could only see blurry afterimages of his hands. A spirit cloud rose before him, and crystalline raindrops fell onto the freshly planted golden spirit rice seeds. A miraculous sight unfolded. Pop, pop, pop. Green shoots burst through the hard husks, growing to 3 centimeters in an instant and continuing to lengthen. The two were dumbfounded. Zhang Sheng, is this the gentle spring rain art? Sun Jie exclaimed. Ha, finally got to show off, Zhang Sheng thought, with secret satisfaction. I've been busy with this in the lab lately. This golden spirit rice might be my own breeding project. Awesome. Li Bin gave a thumbs up. Zhang Sheng's feet instantly caused a stir. This field belonged entirely to their class, and the students mostly knew each other. Zhang Sheng, you're incredible. Do you have any more spirit rain? Could you water my rice too, please? It was a classmate from the next dorm, someone familiar. Not just him, other students drawn by the commotion turned their gazes toward Zhang Sheng. After 3 years at Huaxia Agricultural University, he was about to leave. Looking at these familiar faces, Zhang Sheng felt a twinge of reluctance, even though he considered himself emotionally detached. Let me show off one last time for my classmates. There won't be another chance. Zhang Sheng formed hand seals again. A massive spirit cloud slowly rose before the astonished crowd. It was a spirit cloud 10 meters in diameter. With his gentle spring rain art at the mastery level, a mere wisp of spiritual energy could create a colossal rain cloud spanning 100 meters. The cloud before them was the result of Zhang Sheng deliberately holding back. The spirit rain it produced thoroughly nourished all the nearby classmates' plants with plenty to spare. Exclamations of disbelief erupted one after another. No one could believe their eyes, until the rain droplets landed on their own faces. This is insane. Godfather. Zhang Sheng, I hereby declare you my godfather. Sun Jie shouted in excitement. The planting grounds nearly turned into a mass adoption scene. In the end, Zhang Sheng claimed his spiritual energy was depleted and returned to the dormitory with Sun and Li. Little did they know the 10-meter spirit cloud had consumed less than a tenth of a wisp of energy. Back in the dorm, Zhang Sheng found Wu Xingyang there as well. Zhang Sheng, congratulations on your upcoming departure to the First Cultivation University. Huh, how do you know about this? Zhang Sheng had been pondering how to tell his roommates, yet Wu Xingyang already knew. Sun and Li exchanged bewildered glances. First Cultivation University. What's that? Wu Xingyang smirked mysteriously. Of course I'm going to the First Cultivation University too. So that was it. But Sun Jie and Li Bin were baffled. What's going on with you two? What is the First Cultivation University? Wu Xingyang continued. China has established the First Cultivation University based on Tsinghua and Peking University. Zhang Sheng and I have both been pre-admitted. Zhang Sheng, I saw your name on Captain Zhao's list along with that annoying guy in Shinhu. Although Sun and Li offered their congratulations, Zhang Sheng could clearly sense their envy and disappointment. So he said, there will be public recruitments later. Work hard, you two have a chance. Xingyang and I will wait for you in the capital, and then we 4 great champions will reunite. Xingyang was too smug and somewhat overlooked the feelings of the others. Let's go. Barbecue is on me tonight. Eat your fill. To ease the tension, Zhang Sheng took the three of them to the school's commercial street. They all drank heavily that night, and the conversation theme later became, when we strike it rich, let's not forget each other. Although alcohol could no longer stimulate Zhang Sheng's nerves, his body after repeated refinement of qi through essence was already strengthened several times over. There's a saying that it's not the wine that intoxicates, but the drinker who loses himself. The next day, May 15th, 2030, was a special moment. It marked exactly 1 week since the first yellow-grade mystic realm appeared. All major figures and organizations around the world were watching, as if awaiting destiny. On Kunlun Mountain in China, a snow-capped peak 5,000 meters high. A massive yellow light gate stood on the mountainside surrounded by dense surveillance equipment. Outside, fully armed armored units encircled the area. In an underground command center far away in the capital, a screen displayed real-time footage of this yellow-grade mystic realm. Commander, there are 10 minutes left until this realm has existed for 7 full days. I understand. Everyone maintain silence and monitor satellite images. Report immediately if any new realm appears. Understood. Similar scenes unfolded in major nations worldwide. If the 7-day cycle theory held true, humanity would face an insurmountable catastrophe. After all, modern weapons were already struggling against Qi Sea realm beasts. Militarily underdeveloped countries required foreign aid to resolve mystic realm crises. 10 minutes passed. A ferocious beast emerged from the yellow-grade mystic realm. Then the light gate shattered and the realm vanished. Has it happened? Only a single beast came out of the realm, reduced to a shattered corpse under tank fire. The reason only one beast emerged was that once all beasts within a mystic realm are killed, the realm disappears. For the first white-grade realm, beasts did not descend into the real world within the first 7 days. Beyond that time, they would invade Earth, and the realm would shatter and vanish. We call this phenomenon the 7-day calamity. By leaving one beast alive to sustain the realm for 7 days, they observed whether beasts would descend, as with the white-grade realm. Indeed, a beast did break out and descend. The yellow-grade realm, like the white-grade one, experienced the 7-day calamity. All observers checked satellite images immediately. Are there any light gates in China of colors other than white or yellow? At the command, everyone in the underground command post sprang into action. No findings in the southeast. Report a new yellow-grade mystic realm discovered in Ningzhou City. Report a new yellow-grade mystic realm discovered in Yinqing. An hour later, a total of 25 new yellow-grade mystic realms appeared across China, a significant increase in number. Fortunately, no higher-grade realms emerged. After sharing information among global leaders, this fact was confirmed. The first batch of yellow-grade realms exhibited the 7-day calamity, but no higher-grade realms appeared. A blessing in disguise. That morning, Zhang Sheng learned of this from Professor Liu. Since the new yellow-grade realm was close to his hometown, he called his parents. Son, don't worry. Your dad awakened a breeding talent. Not high-level, but quite useful. Now your mom and I work at the Municipal Agriculture Bureau with special protection. Zhang Sheng then remembered that his father had also awakened a talent. Due to its uniqueness, he was now under the Bureau's protection, putting Zhang Sheng at ease. Zhang Sheng also assured his parents of his safety, telling them he was farming at China Agricultural University without mentioning his admission to the first cultivation university. Often the more ordinary he seemed, the less his parents would worry. He told them his talent was of grade physical enhancement. His SS-grade talent of eternal certification was something Zhang Sheng would never reveal to anyone, not even his parents. Returning to the cultivation room in the research building, he continued his practice. With 200 essence-nourishing pills, Zhang Sheng continued cultivating the Heavenly Journey art to refine essence into qi. However, the name Heavenly Journey art seemed unrelated to refining essence into qi. Perhaps this technique shouldn't be called that. During breaks in cultivation, Zhang Sheng helped senior students water spiritual rain. That evening, the professor took the 4 of them to a hotel for a feast as a farewell for Zhang Sheng. The next day arrived, the day to leave for the capital. Roommates Professor Liu and senior students gathered on the playground to see Zhang Sheng off. Partings are always tinged with melancholy. Looking at the assembled figures on the field, there were about 70 pre-admitted students. It seemed like many, but given that China Agricultural University had tens of thousands of students, this number was actually quite small. Hey! A graceful girl greeted Zhang Sheng, quickly walking up to him. Wu Xingyang looked at him in surprise. When did you get to know our great alchemist Tian? Great alchemist Tian. Well, despite her petite figure, she was quite impressive. Zhang Sheng first found her familiar, then remembered. Wasn't she the waitress from that barbecue restaurant? He still recalled the shock in her eyes back then. I've heard of you, our genius spiritual farmer. Hello, I'm Tian Xingxing. This is our 3rd meeting. The girl extended her jade-like small hand. Hello, I'm Zhangsheng. But isn't this our second meeting? Where's the third? Zhangsheng asked in confusion as he took her hand. Her hand was soft and warm. After letting go, he couldn't help but savor the sensation. You forgot. The first time was in the cafeteria. I'm amazed you fell asleep eating and knocked your head into your plate. The second time was at my dad's barbecue restaurant. Zhangsheng then recalled that cafeteria incident. Overusing his talent had made quite a fool of him. Xingxing barbecue Tian Xingxing. So that was it. Wu Xingyang couldn't stand it anymore. Hey, I'm still here. Later, Zhangsheng learned that Tian Xingxing had awakened a special talent. Alchemist grade. Although lower in grade than the one in the capital, alchemists were extremely rare talents, strategic assets. Like Wu Xingyang's awakened healing wind talent, even at a lower grade, he was specially admitted to the first cultivation university. Everyone please maintain silence. A resonant magnetic voice approached Zhangsheng. In the newcomer's eyes, Zhangsheng sensed clear hostility. A resonant and magnetic voice drew near Zhangsheng. Zhangsheng sensed a clear hostility in the newcomer's eyes. TCH and Xinhu, drop that student council act of yours. What, still think you're the student council president? Wu Xingyang snapped back without hesitation. The newcomer was none other than Xinhu, the student council president, who had long earned the disdain of his peers through his abuse of power. Zhangsheng had no idea why Xinhu harbored such enmity toward him. Until, in a moment, the principal will give a farewell speech. This chaos is unbefitting of the occasion. Then Xinhu turned to Tian Xingxing. Xingxing, you haven't signed in over there yet, have you? Let me take you. But the distance was less than 20 meters. Did she really need an escort? At that moment, Zhangsheng noticed Xinhu's gaze drifting toward Tian Xingxing. As a fellow man, Zhangsheng caught on immediately. Suddenly, Xinhu locked eyes with him, and for an instant they were face to face. A chill ran down Zhangsheng's spine, and Xinhu's eyes seemed to possess a strange, unsettling power, as if they could see right through him, raising goosebumps all over his skin. He was using his ability. Intuition told Zhangsheng that this guy was definitely activating his power. Across from him, and Xinhu's face suddenly paled. He quickly lowered his head and covered his eyes. Wu Xingyang finally understood what was happening. He cursed loudly. And Xinhu, are you out of your damn mind? Using your truth-seeking eye on everyone. And Xinhu had awakened an incredibly formidable talent. The truth-seeking eye, an S-grade ability, both powerful and mysterious. On the very first day of registration, he was recruited into the school's newly formed Supernatural Management Bureau. As fellow members of the Bureau, Wu Xingyang and Tian Xingxing knew that one of his abilities allowed him to perceive others' talents and their levels, though the rest remained a mystery. Wu Xingyang had been spreading rumors in the Bureau that Xinhu used his power to see through girls' clothes, ruining his reputation. The two were bitter rivals. Yet now Xinhu was bent over vomiting. He had only wanted to glimpse Zhangsheng's talent, but instead he saw a swirling black hole, a void that felt as if it were sucking in his very soul. Normally, when he used his ability to probe others, no one ever noticed. Today, however, he had met his match. Worse still, it happened in front of Xingxing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I was just curious about your talent, he stammered, then quickly composed himself and fled. What a nuisance. Wu Xingyang muttered. Are you okay? Tian Xingxing asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. I'm fine. If anyone's in trouble, it's him, Zhangsheng replied. Zhangsheng answered half-heartedly, his mind churning with unease. So there's a talent that can see others' talents. That's a nasty surprise. I wonder if he saw mine. Well, even if he did, what can I do? It's not like I can kill him, Zhangsheng thought to himself. Far away, and Xinhu sat on the grass of the sports field to rest. Though the discomfort had faded, he was still replaying the scene in his mind. He murmured inwardly, Zhangsheng's talent is definitely above S-grade. Maybe even S-grade like mine. What others didn't know was that his ability couldn't see all talents. S-grade was a threshold. He could only perceive talents below S-grade, while those at S-grade or above remained hidden from him. Thus, he was certain Zhangsheng's talent was at least S-grade. As for SS-grade, he dared not even consider it, as he had never heard of anyone in China awakening such a level. He remained confident that his S-grade talent was practically the ceiling. After completing registration, the farewell officials and escorting armed police arrived. Principal Wang's speech felt both long and short. Long because it dragged on for over an hour. Short because it boiled down to 2 points: never forget the school's nurturing and strive diligently to serve the motherland. With one last look at their alma mater, Zhangsheng and the others boarded the bus, waving goodbye to Professor Liu and the rest, unsure when they would meet again. The May weather was already sweltering, but the hearts of the crowd burned even hotter. The first cultivation university promised an entirely new journey. Wu Xingyang sat beside Zhangsheng while Tian Xingxing and another girl occupied the seats directly ahead. Bored, Zhangsheng pulled out his phone and saw a news headline about the first cultivation university. In addition to early admission students like Zhang Sheng from across China, public enrollment had already begun. Scrolling through the details, the admission requirements were staggeringly strict. For regular students, the age range was 12 to 40, which was reasonable enough. But the talent requirement started its grade. Even a grade talents didn't qualify. Was that fair? It was utterly outrageous. Those who didn't meet the criteria could still apply if they possessed special talents, such as psychic abilities, healing powers, or cultivation-related talents. Under cultivation-related talents, there was a detailed list: alchemy, artifact, forging, formations, talismans, and so on. Still, its grade requirement alone barred the vast majority from even applying. As for how to determine if a talent was grade, the authorities likely had their methods, or they could rely on talent seers like in Xinhu. Thinking of his roommate Sun and Li, whose talents were only a grade, Zhang Sheng realized how difficult it would be for them to enter the first cultivation university. Gathering all four of them at the university seemed like a long shot now. On Douyin, the hottest topic was the first cultivation university. Opening WeChat, Zhang Sheng saw new messages in the group chat that Captain Zhao had created before boarding. The group had 76 members, including Zhao himself, all early admission students. Most of the admitted students were from the school's Supernatural Management Bureau, followed by members of various research groups and other individuals with special abilities. Two files appeared in the group: First Cultivation University Opening Notice and China Agricultural University Admitted Students Department and Dormitory Arrangement Table. Wu Xingyang exclaimed excitedly. Brother Sheng, we're in the same dorm building, and it's a 70 square meter single apartment. This is amazing. While Zhang Sheng was reading the opening notice, Xingyang had already opened the dormitory arrangement. A 70 square meter single apartment was worlds apart from the conditions at China Agricultural University. After reading the notice, Zhang Sheng learned that the first cultivation university had temporarily established 5 colleges: the Spirit Plant College, specializing in cultivation and alchemy, artifact, forging college, formation college, talisman college, and the War God College. Though the first 4 colleges had different focuses, their core mission was still to cultivate powerful cultivators with formidable combat abilities. Opening the arrangement table, Zhang Sheng found himself assigned to the Spirit Plant College, listed first among the 76 students. Most of the 76 students were enrolled in the War God College. Tian Xingxing was also assigned to the Spirit Plant College, while Wu Xingyang, who had awakened a healing talent, was placed in the War God College. Upon reflection, it made sense. Xingyang was likely being groomed as a team healer. On the 16th, in the afternoon, after a 2.5-hour high-speed train ride, a bus took them to the location of the first cultivation university. Half an hour later, the crowd saw 6 golden characters from a distance. First Cultivation University. The school was surrounded by tightly guarded defenses every 10 meters, with armed soldiers and numerous incomprehensible instruments and devices. Suddenly, a group of students in peculiar uniforms attracted the attention of the crowd, with silver badges stating First Cultivation University on their chests. This group of 5 was led by someone holding a strange octagonal device, performing unusual hand gestures. What kind of spell is this? Shortly after, the octagonal device sank into the ground and disappeared. As if aware of the students' confusion, Captain Zhao spoke up. That is to set up a formation, and the item in the boy's hand is the formation plate, which will be part of our curriculum in the future. As the leading captain, Zhao clearly had a great deal of knowledge. So this is the legendary formation, though its practical uses remain unknown. Upon arriving at the school gate, the group immediately sensed several powerful auras. What is this? Zhang Sheng was filled with astonishment. Everyone, don't be afraid. This is the aura of the Qi realm, Captain Zhao explained. As they approached the stopped bus, Zhang Sheng distinctly perceived that the aura of the Qi realm was emanating from the leader. This person, dressed in military attire like Captain Zhao, was obviously also from a military background. The two exchanged salutes. Reporting to Master Wu, all 76 students from Huaxia Agricultural University have safely arrived. Very good. Zhao Su, there are many students to welcome today, so let's be brief. Master Wu glanced at his watch and signaled for a soldier. You take the students from Huaxia Agricultural University to complete their enrollment procedures and show them around the campus. Understood. Captain Zhao, students, please follow me. Under the soldier's guidance, the group of 76 first underwent identity and qualification checks, then proceeded to the administration building to complete their check-in and file transfer. The campus appeared no different from Huaxia Agricultural University, but Zhang Sheng sensed many powerful auras which should all belong to those in the Qi realm. As the capital of Huaxia, Kyoto, and Qingbei, the strongest institution, indeed took the lead in all aspects. Zhang Sheng looked quickly. She's a beauty. A beauty. Wu Xingyang pointed at a girl in a school uniform. Zhang Sheng felt a slight breathlessness as he gazed at her proud contours and her pure, lovely face. The contrast was striking. It seemed that she noticed Wu Xingyang, and a cold, sharp gaze swept over like a dagger, the pressure of spiritual energy palpable. Wu Xingyang shivered, his hair standing on end. What a powerful Qi realm. Zhang Sheng, that girl is terrifying. We should keep our distance from her in the future. You're still talking. Zhang Sheng said helplessly, let's hurry up. We're new here, and we should be more discreet, understand. Besides the local students from Qingbei, there were many new students arriving from various parts of the country. After completing their enrollment procedures, Zhang Sheng and the others each registered for the campus network and received special phones and computers. At the first cultivation university, using communication tools other than those provided by the school is prohibited. The school's rules and various notifications will be posted on the campus network. After handling these matters, the soldier led everyone to obtain campus cards and receive their uniforms. By this time, it was already dark. The soldier also completed his task. Students, from now on, I am no longer the captain of the Huaxiao Extraordinary Management Bureau. I am just another student at the first cultivation university, just like you. My name is Zhao Su. Please take care of me. This man in his 30s appeared much younger, perhaps recalling his student days as he regained his student identity. Let's work hard together. Tian Xingxing was the first to raise her fist. Go for it. Go for it. Everyone finally arrived at the first cultivation university, their excitement and joy beyond words. Sheng, let's head back to the dorm together. The map on the phone marked the location of their dormitory. The two made their way to the apartment building with Wu Xingyang on the 9th floor and Zhang Sheng on the 11th. Arriving at the door of room 1101 on the 11th floor, Zhang Sheng used iris recognition to open his apartment door. Inside was clean and tidy with complete appliances and facilities, even bedding and toiletries, and a separate training room. After washing up, Zhang Sheng began to consume the essence pills to initiate the refining process, while his phone was set to do not disturb mode. It lasted until 1 o'clock in the morning. Cultivation method Tianqingju proficiency 125-1000. Although he could complete a refining session in half an hour, achieving perfection in this cultivation method still seemed far off. Moreover, consuming 10 essence pills at a time would soon deplete his stock, leaving him with only the option to practice the mixed yuan refining qi or acquire more essence pills. After finishing his cultivation, Zhang Sheng opened his phone and saw a barrage of WeChat messages from Wu Xingyang. Brother Sheng, you must check the campus network for the school rules. They are simply harsh beyond belief. They actually implement weekly assessments, monthly evaluations, and an elimination system at the end. So extreme. So extreme. So extreme. I want to go back to Huaxia Agricultural University. Is it too late? Wah. Brother Sheng, can you at least reply? You're not out there chasing girls, are you? Sorry, busy with cultivation, Zhang Sheng replied. 3 seconds later. Brother Sheng, you finally replied. Everyone checked the school rules, and their mindset is a bit explosive. Zhang Sheng promptly opened the campus network. The school implements a credit system, and each student will have certain credits deducted weekly. If their credits reach 0, they will be directly expelled. If a student ranks among the bottom 100 for 3 consecutive weeks, they will be expelled. If they fail 3 consecutive monthly assessments, they will be expelled directly. Moreover, the weekly tasks vary by college, while the monthly assessments apply to all students. Each student receives a reward of 100 credits upon enrollment, and to increase credits, they must complete various tasks assigned by the school. During the opening ceremony the next day, the school spent a significant amount of time discussing the credit system. Zhang Sheng summarized that credits are a special form of currency. To remain at the school, one must obtain sufficient credits. Furthermore, credits have many uses within the school, such as exchanging for various spell manuals, spiritual plants, and medicinal pills. One could even exchange for precious spiritual materials brought from secret realms or spiritual tools crafted by artifact refiners. It can be said that as long as you have enough credits, you can buy anything you desire. Huaxiao established the first cultivation university, investing vast resources beyond imagination. The items in the school's official mall are diverse and comprehensive. After the opening ceremony on the morning of the 17th, Zhang Sheng opened the campus mall on his phone. First tier low-grade spiritual tool, flying dagger, 7,000 credits. Zhang Sheng felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Is this for real? Then he looked at his academy task. Selling 100 kilograms of golden spiritual rice rewards 1 credit. So if I want to purchase a spiritual tool, flying dagger, I need to sell 700 tons of golden spiritual rice. At noon, Zhang Sheng encountered an prematurely aged middle-aged man looking around 40, with a head full of white hair, short stature, and somewhat lecherous. You must be Zhang Sheng, the old man asked with a smile. And you are? Yan Shuali, temporarily appointed as the dean of the Spiritual Plant Academy at the First Cultivation University. So you are Professor Yan. My teacher often speaks of you, saying your research capabilities far surpass his own, and instructed me to study diligently under you upon my arrival. Zhang Sheng exclaimed with excitement. You rascal. That Lu Quan must have been bad-mouthing me in front of you, hasn't he? In truth, before departure, Professor Lu Quan had advised Zhang Sheng to get along well with Yin Xueli. He had remarked, although Yin Xueli possesses top-tier research skills, he is extremely petty-minded. Be careful not to fall victim to his underhanded tricks. You've wronged Professor Lu. What he emphasizes most is your unparalleled achievements in the agricultural field, unmatched in all of China and among the global elite. A Nobel Prize medal should rightfully be yours. Haha, cut the flattery, kid. But since I know you're skilled in golden spirit rice breeding, I've specially allocated you 100 kilograms of it. Other students would need to spend credits to obtain such a quantity. Thank you for your recognition. I will dedicate myself to cultivating the golden spirit rice, improve my credits, and never bring shame to you, sir. Let me remind you, although the school has established the Spiritual Plant Academy, Artifact Refining Academy, and Alchemy Academy, they are merely nominal, representing the school's planned directions. The curriculum differs little. Your focus should remain on elevating your cultivation realm and combat prowess. All right, off you go. This afternoon is your first public lecture. As for the farmland, Zhang Sheng did not bring it up, as every new student of the Spiritual Plant Academy was entitled to a share. Each person was allocated 5 mu of farmland. Similarly, the Alchemy Academy provided each student with a dedicated alchemy chamber. The Array Academy supplied a certain number of blank array discs, and the Talisman Academy offered blank talisman paper. Students from different academies enjoyed specific basic benefits. The course schedule at the First Cultivation University was entirely different from that of traditional universities. Zhang Sheng's timetable featured 3 types of courses: public lectures, specialized courses, and elective courses. Attendance at public lectures was mandatory, while participation in specialized and elective courses was optional. Each absence from a mandatory public lecture resulted in a deduction of 10 credits. With only 100 credits initially, 10 absences would lead to expulsion. The school's core philosophy revolved around credits and assessments, prioritizing ability and combat strength. Zhang Sheng's first public lecture happened to coincide with that of Wu Xingyang. This was because the public lecture was open to all new students, not specific to any academy. Upon entering the classroom, Zhang Sheng saw that, like him, all students wore redanned white uniforms with silver badges on their chests. It seemed the students valued their credits, as even minor infractions like not wearing the uniform on campus would lead to deductions. The large classroom was filled with over 200 students. There must have been multiple such classrooms, as Zhang Sheng distinctly recalled from the opening ceremony that there were 312 early admission new students. A man in a black suit with a crew cut entered the room, striding confidently onto the podium. Standing at 1.9 meters tall with short hair and appearing around 27 or 28, he exuded an aura similar to Commander Zhao Su. Greetings, everyone. I am your public lecture instructor. The man wrote 3 large characters on the blackboard: Su, on me. Awakened ability, spatial manipulation talent, grade SS. This announcement immediately stirred commotion in the classroom. Zhang Sheng, I didn't expect a rare S grade, and an even rarer spatial type. Is this the caliber of our teacher? Wu Xingyang exclaimed excitedly. Silence. A wave of Qi Si realm pressure swept through the class. Absolute silence must be maintained in my class. Violators will have 10 credits deducted. After Su Anmin's words, the classroom fell into dead silence. Wu Xingyang quickly covered his mouth. No one was willing to lose those 10 credits. At that moment, a student arrived at the classroom door. All eyes turned to him, and inwardly everyone thought, you're done for, pal. 10 credits deducted. Take your seat and remain quiet. The tardy student, crestfallen, found a seat and sat down. First, let me tell you a fact. Don't think your admission to the First Cultivation University is a sign of extraordinary talent. Being able to enter early is your privilege. Now listen carefully to a set of statistics. The classroom was filled only with the instructor's resonant, stern voice. Even a pin drop could be heard. According to statistics from the Transcendent Administration Bureau, out of China's 1.4 billion population, as many as 300 million have awakened talents. The awakening rate is as high as 20, and other countries follow suit. The awakened population is primarily composed of adolescents, mostly between the ages of 14 and 28, exhibiting a normal distribution with a peak in the middle and tapering at both ends. Currently known talent grades range from EDCB, ASSS to SSS, 8 levels in total. Among these grades, A and below account for 97 of the total awakened population. However, even if only one awakens grade talents, that means 3 million out of China's 300 million awakened individuals. Even if the probability of awakening S grade is merely 0.01, China would still have at least 3 S grade individuals. Hearing this, the students' expressions visibly changed. Holy cow, a student muttered involuntarily. 5th row 6th from the right, 10 credits deducted. Come register after class. Such an unlucky fellow. Su Amin paused briefly. So don't think awakening and grade talent makes you impressive. Here you can scoop up grades by the handful, and even S grades are common. Some of you don't even have grade talents. Don't assume that early admission to the first cultivation university means you're set. Let me tell you, your nightmare has only just begun. The central theme of this university is one thing: competition and elimination. As you may know, the first cultivation university of China is open to the entire nation. Besides the 300 early admission students, the first round of nationwide enrollment is about to begin. The university is not a revolving door. I expect that out of your 300 plus cohort, only half will remain after a month. Now I officially announce the first month's new student assessment. Almost every student held their breath. Heavenly Walk Art complete one cycle of refining essence into Qi within half an hour, generating 10 units of spiritual energy per cycle. This is a universal standard for all new students. Those who fail to meet it within a month will be directly eliminated and sent back where they came from. Although the university is divided into different academies, compatibility remains the primary criterion for evaluation. If you have any questions, raise your hand. A sparse 5 or 6 hands went up, including one from the first row that Zhang Sheng recognized. First row 6th from the left. Professor Su, hello. My name isn't Shinhu. My awakened talent is also S grade. I'd like to ask how I can determine if I've generated 10 spiritual energy units per cycle of refining essence into Qi. To test the spiritual energy generated from refining essence into Qi, just go to the training building. They have spiritual energy testers there. We set the spiritual energy generated from an ordinary person's first cycle as 1 unit. This information is in the freshman handbook. Didn't you read it? Su Anmin continued. Next time you ask a question already covered in school notices, 1 credit will be deducted. The students once again felt the severity of Professor Su. Zhang Sheng hadn't expected grade talent awakenings to number in the millions. This statistic was staggering, and the global figures would be even higher. But Professor Su never mentioned SS grade talents. There must be a reason for that. To Zhang Sheng's surprise, the first public lecture involved learning about firearms. In the first public lecture, Su Anmin primarily covered basic firearm knowledge and tactical theory. The university's core mission was to cultivate cultivators with top-tier combat capabilities to address unknown crises. Whether at the refining essence into Qi stage or the Qi C realm, cultivators were still mortal. Even a Qi C realm expert, if hit by a high-explosive grenade, would either die or be severely injured. Thus, learning firearms and tactics was essential. After over an hour of theoretical instruction, the students proceeded to the training hall for practical firearm exercises. Given the students' current physical fitness and mental agility, they grasped the basic theory after just 1 session. For more advanced weapon knowledge and tactical theory, students could access the campus network and study freely. After all, cultivation remained the top priority. Public lectures served more as an introduction. In the training room, Zhang Sheng loaded the bullet into the chamber. With a bang, the bullet struck the target. The announcement, 2 rings, echoed in his ear. Detected usable skill firearms shooting. Do you wish to learn? Learn. Skill firearms shooting beginner 110 bang. 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 Skill firearms shooting proficient 1100. Various shooting techniques flooded into Zhang Sheng's mind, and he instinctively adjusted his grip on the gun. Bang. 6 rings. Bang. Bang. 5 rings. 7 rings. His shooting accuracy improved markedly. With each bullet fired, Zhang Sheng's firearms skill rapidly advanced. Skill firearms shooting mastered 901,000. Zhang Sheng's hit rate had nearly reached 99, but he couldn't continue practicing today. The daily free quota of 200 rounds was exhausted. Further practice would require spending credits. Zhang Sheng was certainly unwilling to waste credits on this. After training, Zhang Sheng and Wu Xingyang eagerly headed to the cafeteria for a meal. Xinga, have you ever eaten spirit rice? Wu Xingyang asked. No, but I've had essence food pills. You beast. I've never even seen essence food pills. Come on, I heard our staple food is spirit rice. Too bad it's rationed. Each person gets only 10 kilograms free per day, exceeding that requires credits, Wu Xingyang lamented. The cafeteria lady didn't have a shaky hand, but the rice had to be weighed. Due to its high density akin to metal, 10 kilograms was only the size of an ordinary vegetable dish. Taking the first bite, to his surprise, the cooked spirit rice melted in his mouth, exceptionally sweet and fragrant, leaving his entire body warm and with a strong sense of fullness. As he ate the spirit rice, Zhang Sheng circulated the gluttonous devouring art to digest and absorb it. After finishing the meal and parting ways with Xingyang, Zhang Sheng didn't return to his apartment to cultivate, but headed to the planting base. The planting base was located in the suburbs 10 kilometers outside the school. With his current physique, running there took only about 10 minutes. Carrying 170 kilograms of golden spirit rice grains, 70 of which he had brought from China Agricultural University, Zhang Sheng took the campus shuttle bus between the two locations and soon arrived at the base. Next to it stood a tall building housing exclusive cultivation rooms assigned by the school. Passing by some farmland, Zhang Sheng saw various spirit plants he had never encountered before at different stages of growth. Some students were casting spells to promote plant growth. A spirit cloud 10 meters in diameter was particularly dazzling. Zhang Sheng recognized it as a mastered-level spring breeze and rain art. This showed that the first university truly had many talented individuals. Heroes from across the land were as numerous as minnows in a river. He himself was but an ordinary mortal. Upon arriving at a patch of vacant spirit field, Zhang Sheng opened his phone to confirm the location and verified it was his allocated plot. First, he cast a mastered-level thick earth art to enhance the field's earth energy, then distributed the 170 kilograms of grains across 2 mu of spirit field. This process took a full half hour. If only armed police officers could help. But that was just Zhang Sheng's fantasy. At the first university, he could only rely on himself. Then he began casting a transcendent-level spring breeze and rain art, slowly forming a spirit cloud 10 meters in diameter. Soon the irrigation of the 2 mu of golden spirit rice was complete. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention, Zhang Sheng refrained from casting a spring breeze and rain art covering 100 meters. He would only reveal that ability when others could do the same. Even so, his consumption was merely a fraction of others. On the 2 mu of land, Zhang Sheng planted a total of 8500 seeds. For now, all he could do was continuously irrigate and wait for them to mature in 3 days. As a member of the Spiritual Plant Academy, the school had assigned Zhang Sheng a private cultivation room in the building next to the base. This allowed students to cultivate spirit plants and practice cultivation simultaneously. The cultivation room was very simple: a bed, a cabinet, and a bathroom, no different from a hotel room. After completing one cycle of refining essence into qi, Zhang Sheng discovered that the 10 kilograms of spirit rice had been completely consumed. This 1 kilogram of spirit rice was equivalent to only 10 kilograms of ordinary food. Zhang Sheng was somewhat disappointed. Fortunately, due to its high density, he could consume a considerable amount in one sitting. He no longer had to eat and excrete simultaneously like before, a painful process of being a waste-producing machine. Alright, he still had free spell manuals to choose. Every enrolled student could select 3 spell manuals for free from the school's online mall. Opening the mall on his phone, he browsed the spell manual section. My God, so many. The mall's spell catalog contained hundreds of entries: Fireball, Art, Windblade, Art, Spiritual, Energy Shield. Zhang Sheng was dazzled. He wanted them all, but only 3 free slots were available. To learn more, he would have to spend credits. In truth, Zhang Sheng had already had an idea: alchemy. The mastered-level Heavenly Walk art required 100 kilograms of ordinary food or 10 kilograms of spirit rice or 10 essence food pills per cycle. The consumption was immense, and if he reached the transcendent level or its peak, the amount would be astronomical. With his SS grade talent of 1 certification, eternal certification, Zhang Sheng was determined to cultivate the Heavenly Walk art to perfection, achieving the strongest Qi realm. Searching for essence food pill, Zhang Sheng found the essence food pill formula, which was also categorized as a spell manual. He selected it, then chose a telekinesis art. He hadn't decided on the 3rd spell yet. Both selected spells were delivered directly to his phone as electronic texts. A warning accompanied them: strictly prohibited from sharing with other students. Violators will face expulsion. Moreover, the electronic texts must be memorized within a day. After expiry, they would become invalid, and relearning would require spending credits to purchase again. This was the school's customized phone. No one dared to share the files with other students. Such an act would be suicidal. In just half an hour, Zhang Sheng had fully memorized the energy circulation routes for the essence food pill formula and telekinesis art. No wonder mass industrial production of essence food pills was impossible. The refining process required essence extraction, which demanded focused concentration and the use of spiritual energy to extract the essence from spirit plants and condense it into pills. The raw materials for essence food pills were not fixed items like golden spirit rice and wood spirit potatoes were all suitable. As Zhang Sheng formed hand seals, spiritual energy coursed through his body along a specific pathway. Rise. The cup on the table slowly levitated. Spell telekinesis beginner 110. Marvelous. Too marvelous. Ineffably marvelous. Zhang Sheng released the spell and cast it anew. The hand seals and energy circulation of this spell were simple, yet it consumed a great deal of spiritual power. But compared to other students, spiritual power was the one thing Zhang Sheng had in abundance. After expending 10 points of spiritual power, his telekinesis skill reached the proficient level. The most significant change now was his ability to control the output of spiritual power. The minimum consumption per cast had been reduced to 110. Not only that, but the spell's effectiveness and casting speed had also improved. Without continuing to practice telekinesis, Zhang Sheng's immediate priority was still nurturing the golden spirit rice. So he resumed casting the spring rain transformation art, forming a miniature cloud of spiritual energy. The resulting spiritual rain was poured directly into the toilet. Cast, cast, cast without ceasing. Zhang Sheng wanted to know what effect the spring rain transformation art would have upon reaching perfected realm completion. Even a skill like running upon reaching perfected realm completion had the effect of improving physique and potential. Surely this spell would yield remarkable results too. Spell Spring Rain Transformation Art Perfected Realm 3210-510-0000. This was the spell Zhang Sheng had cultivated the longest, and it still had a considerable distance to go before reaching perfected realm completion. Only when his spiritual power was completely depleted did Zhang Sheng reluctantly resume cultivation. The last 200 essence nourishment pills had been consumed. With no other recourse, he could only continue cultivating the primordial chaos chi refining art. That evening, Zhang Sheng did not return to the dormitory, but slept directly in the base's cultivation chamber to tend to the golden spirit rice. Cultivating the primordial chaos chi refining art, casting spells to nurture the golden spirit rice, cultivating the spring rain transformation art. The next day, after attending the open class, Zhang Sheng returned to the planting base to cultivate and plant. Time flew in cultivation. 2 days had passed. Finally, technique primordial chaos chi refining proficient 7100. Spell Earth Essence Art Perfected Realm 124-510-0000. Technique Gluttonous Devouring Method Perfected Realm 125-1000000. Spell Spring Rain Transformation Art Perfected Realm Complete 1000010-0000. Both the Earth Essence Art and the Gluttonous Devouring Method upon reaching the Perfected Realm had undergone wondrous changes. Similar to the Spring Rain Transformation Art, the Earth Essence Art had further reduced casting consumption and increased the casting range. The Perfected Realm Gluttonous Devouring Method, meanwhile, had increased the Bodhi's digestive speed 100-fold, a truly astonishing effect. Yet what delighted Zhang Sheng the most was the Perfected Realm completion of the Spring Rain Transformation Art. No hand seals, no energy circulation required. The spell was cast instantaneously. With a single thought, the wind stirred and clouds formed. Although the range was still 100 meters for a single point of spiritual value, it could now be infused with far more spiritual power to form a much larger spiritual cloud. Unfortunately, he couldn't experiment at the moment, so he didn't yet know his limits. But the attribute of instantaneous casting was profoundly mysterious. Zhang Sheng speculated that other spells upon reaching perfected realm completion through the talent panel might possess the same effect. He would continue cultivating, the results would reveal themselves in time. The Earth Essence Art and the Gluttonous Devouring Method were both drawing closer to perfected realm completion. The Golden Spirit Rice, too, had reached its moment of maturity, with every ear of grain plump and golden. Each stalk bore at least 54 grains of Golden Spirit Rice, with the most abundant having 81. The 2 mu of Golden Spirit Rice had yielded a bountiful harvest. The 3 days of hard work had been well worth it. Zhang Sheng prepared to use a special electric hydraulic harvester to reap the Golden Spirit Rice, which was provided free of charge by the school. Hey, do you know who planted this? Why is the yield so high? Did they awaken a spiritual farmer talent? I don't know him, but he must be from our spiritual plant college. I've seen him a couple of times these past 2 days. He's exceptionally skilled with the spring rain transformation art. Several people, seeing Zhang Sheng approach, gathered around him. Buddy, need a hand harvesting. Only 2 credits, and he'll take care of both mu of spiritual rice for you. And he'll bag the grain and stack the straw neatly too. The young man who stepped forward was short, wiry, and had skin tanned a deep black. One who out recruiting clients again. I envy your talent. You can earn credits by helping others harvest. Zhang Sheng then realized that the young man before him was soliciting business. 2 credits. Not too many, but not too few. Zhang Sheng pondered, rather than wasting energy on cutting rice, it would be better to spend more time cultivating. The stalks of the Golden Spirit Rice were as hard as iron, making harvesting quite time-consuming and labor-intensive. If he planted more in the future, it would become an even greater hassle. Zhang Sheng checked on his phone. Having the school send workers to harvest would cost 2 credits per mu, while this student one who charged 1 credit per mu. Judging by his demeanor, his business in the vicinity seemed to be doing well. Zhang Sheng promptly nodded in agreement. Hello, one who. My name is Zhang Sheng. Let's exchange contact information. These 2 mu of golden spirit rice are yours to handle. No problem. Thanks for your patronage. Feel free to find me anytime you need help. Time to get to work. The wiry young man charged excitedly into the field, and 2 enormous scissors materialized in front of his hands. Snip, snip. With incredible speed, in the blink of an eye, large swaths of golden spirit rice fell to the ground. The steel-like stalks were like paper under his giant shears. What kind of spell was that? No, it was a talent. He hadn't seen him form any hand seals. But this talent was incredibly powerful. That one who is a student from the War God Academy. Those dual blades are incredibly sharp. He told me it's his awakens grade talent, peerless blades. A talkative student nearby explained to Zhang Sheng. For one who harvesting spiritual plants not only earned him credits, but also honed his talent. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the blink of an eye, in less than 5 minutes, the 2 mu of golden spirit rice had been transformed into a pile of grain and a pile of straw. Earning those 2 credits seemed rather easy. Zhang Sheng, those credits weren't easy to earn. Your yield per mu is 2 or 3 times that of others. It wore me out. You've worked hard, classmate. With that, Zhang Sheng transferred 2 credits to him via his phone. The school permitted legitimate credit transactions between students like this. Zhang Sheng quickly logged onto the campus network to submit the golden spirit rice planting task. In less than 3 minutes, a truck pulled up beside his spiritual field. 3 staff members in school uniforms got out. Hello, are you the student who just submitted the task? Please authenticate your identity. In truth, this was all for the sake of rigor. The planting base was covered with surveillance cameras. Hello, student. According to the smart systems tally, the total harvest of golden spirit rice is 12240 kilograms, and the number of stalks is 8500. This can be exchanged for 122.85 credits, totaling 207 credits. Would you like to exchange all of it, or just a portion? As a reminder, you have a storage allowance of 200 cubic meters at the school. You may also choose to store it. The golden spirit rice itself was worth 1 credit per 100 kilograms, while every 100 stalks were worth 1 credit. The stalks must have some important use, otherwise they wouldn't be priced so high. Let's do this exchange. 100 gene of the golden spirit rice and all the stalks. Store the remaining 2240 kilograms of golden spirit rice. His credits increased by 185, bringing his total to 283 credits. Now he could plant all 5 mu of land with golden spirit rice. He could even apply to the school for more spiritual fields. Zhang Sheng had already elevated the cultivation skill of golden spirit rice to the realm of perfection. The optimal number of golden spirit rice plants per mu of spirit field was around 6,000. Zhang Sheng replanted the 5 mu of land with seeds, consuming a total of 600 kilograms. He then promptly cast the earth essence art and the breeze and rain nourishment technique. However, what followed left Zhang Sheng utterly astonished. Pop, 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 pop. The golden spirit rice sprouted and broke through the soil at an inconceivable speed, twice as fast as before. At this rate, the golden spirit rice, which originally took 3 days to mature, might now be ready in just a day and a half. Could this be the power of the breeze and rain nourishment technique at its perfected stage? How marvelous! Yet prowess in farming could not be converted into combat strength. The immediate priority was to acquire a large quantity of essence nourishment pills. Zhang Sheng excitedly opened his phone and logged into the mall. Presumably, essence nourishment pills were available for purchase on the mall. Damn it! 1 credit per pill. Are you people from the Alchemy Academy trying to rob me? Well, it seems you're faster at robbing credits than I am. No, I have to refine them myself. With the talent of once certified, forever certified, I refuse to believe I can't learn. Returning to the academy, Zhang Sheng headed straight for the Spirit Plan Academy building, where specialized alchemy equipment was kept. Zhang Sheng, what brings you to the Spirit Plan Academy? Tian Xingxing emerged from an alchemy room, smiling as she addressed Zhang Sheng, though fatigue was evident on her face. What if I said I wanted to try my hand at alchemy? Would you believe me? Of course I would. Why wouldn't I? You're not the first. Many students have come to try their luck at alchemy. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to produce pills, but quite a few managed to blow up their cauldrons. In truth, Tian Xingxing was subtly advising Zhang Sheng not to waste his time. I'm just here to give it a shot. If I can't do it, so be it, Zhang Sheng said. Tian Xingxing sighed helplessly. Fine, I'll graciously enlighten you on the key points. The real spirit artifact cauldrons are extremely scarce. Only a few top-tier alchemy prodigies in our academy get to use them for refining first-grade pills. Even someone like me with a grade alchemy talent can only use these modern industrially crafted cauldrons. The spirit artifact cauldrons and high-grade alchemists are kept under the academy's protection. All the cauldrons in this building are modern products using electromagnetic technology. They feature manual temperature control, automated mechanical arms for ingredient addition, and automatic lid opening. Their overall shape is modeled after spirit artifact cauldrons. If the internal temperature or pressure becomes too high, there's a risk of explosion. The cauldron's monitoring system will sound an alarm. You must stop immediately, otherwise if it explodes, a large number of credits will be deducted. Boom. An explosion echoed. See, that's another stubborn fool who kept refining even after the alarm went off. Do they really think they're exceptionally gifted? There goes at least 10 credits. Tian Xingxing was already accustomed to such scenes. Zhang Sheng inwardly thanked his luck for meeting Tian Xingxing, otherwise he might have blown up a cauldron too. Although he now had 283 credits, he couldn't afford to squander them. Thank you, Xingxing. I'm truly envious of your alchemy talent. You must have a 100% success rate in pill refining. One essence nourishment pill can be exchanged for 1 credit. Accumulating credits must be so easy for you. Zhang Sheng said with admiration. It's not that easy. Tian Xingxing exclaimed with some agitation. Actually, you all have a misconception about our talent. Having alchemy talent doesn't mean a 100% success rate. It just means we learn faster and are less prone to blowing up cauldrons. With a lot of practice, we gradually get better. Moreover, alchemy consumes spiritual energy, and we still have to cultivate. We're not much better off than you. So it seemed the alchemy talent was akin to the once certified forever certified trait, but only confined to alchemy. That's still impressive. Thank you, Xingxing. They'll treat you to a meal sometime. Really, they'll hold you to that. You'd better keep your word, Tian Xingxing said cheerfully, her pretty face blooming like a peony. At the registration desk on the first floor, Zhang Sheng discovered that the cauldrons here were categorized into small, medium, and large sizes. Small ones were the most numerous, while large ones were the scarcest. A small cauldron had a volume of 1 cubic meter, while a large cauldron could hold 10 cubic meters. Zhang Sheng reserved a small cauldron. Renting one for a day cost only 1 credit, but blowing it up would incur a penalty of 10 credits. For a large cauldron, the penalty for an explosion was 100 credits. Entering the alchemy chamber, he saw a finely crafted cauldron in the center surrounded by a robotic arm, an intelligent auxiliary, loading cart, fire suppression equipment, monitoring devices, and so on. After familiarizing himself with the safety precautions, Zhang Sheng opened his phone and transferred 100 kilograms of golden spirit rice from his warehouse. Soon the Academy's intelligent transport vehicle delivered the required rice to the alchemy chamber. Next, he learned to operate the robotic arm and the cauldron's temperature control system. After simulating the alchemy steps in his mind several times, he officially began the refining process. He poured 9 kilograms of golden spirit rice into the cauldron at once and started heating it. At the opportune moment, Zhang Sheng formed hand seals, channeling his spiritual energy into the cauldron as a fine thread. The thread of spiritual energy wove through each grain of golden spirit rice, attempting to extract their inner essence. Unbeknownst to him, fine beads of sweat began to form on Zhang Sheng's forehead. Beep, beep. Warning, warning. Internal pressure is too high. Please stop immediately. Stop, stop, stop. Zhang Sheng hastily ceased power output, allowing the cauldron to rapidly cool down and depressurize. Otherwise, if the cauldron exploded, he would lose 10 credits. Undoubtedly, the alchemy attempt had failed, and his talent panel had not prompted him with the option to learn alchemy. The inside of the cauldron was pitch black. Fortunately, it had an automatic cleaning function. Still, there was a gain. Spell Essence Extraction Beginner 510. Although the pill had not been successfully refined, wasting 9 kilograms of golden spirit rice, in half an hour the talent panel had recognized the essence extraction process during the refinement as a spell. A spark of inspiration struck Zhang Sheng. Since essence extraction was a crucial step in refining essence nourishment pills, if he could first elevate this spell to the proficiency level, would it increase his success rate. Moreover, the essence extraction process was not complicated, allowing for rapid progression and mastery. Believing this to be highly plausible, Zhang Sheng began his second attempt at alchemy. He transformed his spiritual energy into threads that continuously wove through the golden spirit rice within the cauldron. Essence Extraction Beginner 610. Essence Extraction Beginner 710. Essence Extraction Proficient 121,000. This time Zhang Sheng did not strictly follow the pill formula. He kept the temperature very low, focusing primarily on practicing the essence extraction process. The result was predictable. The alchemy failed again, but essence extraction had reached the proficient level. He began his third formal attempt. Half an hour later, a fragrant aroma wafted from the cauldron, and Zhang Sheng's heart leaped with joy. As the mechanical arm lifted the lid, 9 black essence nourishment pills radiated heat. Success. Detected a usable skill. Refine essence nourishment pill. Do you wish to learn? Yes. Skill Refine Essence Nourishment Pill Beginner 910. 9 pills were successfully produced in a single attempt, increasing the skill's proficiency by 9 points, and it only took half an hour. Zhang Sheng recalled from the pill formula that a successful first attempt should take at least an hour, even for those with alchemy talent like Tian Xingxing. Yet he had succeeded in just half an hour on his first try. Not a single drop remained. Repeatedly casting the essence purification art drained Zhang Sheng's spiritual energy completely. Fortunately, the harvest was bountiful. He had achieved mastery in essence purification and also gained initial proficiency in refining the spirit food pill. Before returning to his apartment, Zhang Sheng first went to the cafeteria for a hearty meal, as he had yet to consume today's 10 kilograms of golden spirit rice. Then heading back to his apartment, he continued the process of refining essence into qi. The 9 spirit food pills he had obtained were still warm in his hands as he swallowed them all in one go. Afterward, he practiced a cycle of the Hunyuan qi refining art before collapsing onto his bed and falling into a deep slumber. The next morning, Zhang Sheng headed straight to the cultivation base to cast spells on the 5 acres of golden spirit rice, then rushed to the alchemy chamber to continue refining pills. For the first batch, Zhang Sheng deliberately focused on casting the essence purification art. Having achieved mastery, he could now control the amount of mana consumed with each purification. This method felt almost like cheating, much like when he had practiced the spring rain art. Zhang Sheng even went as far as casting essence purification on each individual grain of golden spirit rice. This batch of pills took him a full hour and a half to refine. Within the cauldron, no pills formed, instead it yielded a pile of black powder. But art essence purification transcendence 110-0000, huh? Essence purification has successfully reached the transcendent stage. Zhang Sheng began his second refining session, this time following the normal procedure. The transcendent stage of essence purification granted Zhang Sheng many new insights, enhancing the purification process several times over compared to the mastery stage. 10 minutes later, a batch of pills was complete, yielding 9 pills. Skill refining spirit food pill proficiency 80-100. The moment the pills formed, a flood of knowledge regarding the refinement of spirit food pills surged into Zhang Sheng's mind, bringing him many epiphanies. The spirit food pill itself was a rankless pill used by mortals to refine essence into qi as a substitute for spirit food. Common spirit food pills were classified into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade. The pills he had consumed earlier and those he had just refined were merely low-grade, each providing only 1 point of spiritual energy. With Zhang Sheng's mastery-level heavenly movement art, he needed to consume 10 at a time. However, after his skill reached proficiency, Zhang Sheng was confident he could refine mid-grade spirit food pills. 10 minutes later, another batch of pills was ready. This time, Zhang Sheng used 18 kilograms of golden spirit rice to refine 9 mid-grade spirit food pills, each providing 2 points of spiritual energy. Skill refining spirit food pill proficiency 17100. This. Zhang Sheng spotted a flaw. Refining 9 mid-grade pills only increased his proficiency by 9 points, whereas refining 18 low-grade pills at once would directly boost it by 18 points. 50 minutes later, Zhang Sheng had refined another 90 low-grade spirit food pills. Skill refining spirit food pill mastery 71,000. Zhang Sheng's refining ability had improved once more. This time he could refine 90 kilograms of golden spirit rice in a single batch, capable of producing high-grade spirit food pills. However, the speed had not increased. He could now also control the quality of the pills, able to produce high-grade spirit food pills containing 10 points of spiritual energy, 45 mid-grade pills, or 90 low-grade pills. To level up quickly, Zhang Sheng chose to refine low-grade spirit food pills once again. He remained in the alchemy chamber, consuming the pills to refine essence into qi whenever his spiritual energy ran low. Over 2 hours later, he had consumed more than 1,000 jin of golden spirit rice. In total, he had refined 1191 spirit food pills, of which 9 were mid-grade and the rest low-grade. Skill refining spirit food pill transcendence 8110000. Zhang Sheng's ability to refine spirit food pills had finally reached the transcendent stage. Yet he could no longer continue refining. The golden spirit rice in the warehouse was nearly depleted. Having reached transcendence, Zhang Sheng could refine up to 900 kilograms of golden spirit rice at most. The small 1 cubic foot cauldron was no longer sufficient. He needed a larger one. Moreover, Zhang Sheng's current spiritual energy was insufficient to support the refinement of 900 kilograms of golden spirit rice, requiring him to accumulate energy in advance. Awesome. These 1,000+ spirit food pills will sustain my cultivation for a long time. I can refine more whenever needed, and I can also exchange them for credits. Zhang Sheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Now I can cultivate in peace. Returning to the cultivation base, he watered the 5 acres of spirit fields with spiritual rain once more, then continued practicing the heavenly movement art in the training room. Unfortunately, a single cycle of the mastery-level heavenly movement art took half an hour, with the transcendent stage still far off. When hungry, he consumed spirit food pills. In his spare time, Zhang Sheng practiced the telekinesis art. One by one, the spirit food pills orbited and danced around Zhang Sheng under the control of his spell, offering a unique form of amusement. By evening, the 5 acres of golden spirit rice had yielded a bountiful harvest from 0 stalks, producing 4,320 kilograms of golden spirit rice. Zhang Sheng sent it all to the warehouse as he had no shortage of credits. Choosing not to plant more golden spirit rice, Zhang Sheng returned directly to his apartment to cultivate. Farming was far less efficient than alchemy for earning credits and cultivation resources. The skill gap between the two was immense, almost anyone could grow these spirit plants, albeit with varying efficiency. However, refining pills required a vastly higher threshold. Shinga, there's a public class tomorrow at 9 a.m. Let's go together. The teacher also asked us to pick a favorite cold weapon from the school warehouse in advance. Reading the message from Wu Xingyang, Zhang Sheng remembered there was a public class the next day on the use of cold weapons. The next day, Shinga, what have you been up to these past 2 days? You're nowhere to be seen. Wu Xingyang seemed to have gained some weight, his speech slightly slurred. Just farming. You can't fool me. I know you've been secretly grinding. Xingxing told me you went to refine pills. As he spoke, he leaned close to Zhang Sheng's ear and whispered, how'd it go? Did the cauldron explode? Damn you. Zhang Sheng reached out and gave him a loving smack. Whoa. Wu Xingyang yelped. How are you so strong? My ass is flattened. He quickly shielded his plump backside. Don't get mad. If the cauldron blew and you're short on credits, big bro can lend you some, Wu Xingyang said proudly. How did you earn your credits, kid? Zhang Sheng was puzzled. He himself was exceptionally gifted, but Xingyang was only a grade. Heh, earning credits is a breeze for me. You have no idea how popular I am now. The students from the War God Academy are all trying to curry favor with me. Simple 1 credit for treating a minor injury. So that was it. Zhang Sheng realized that the War God Academy had plenty of practical training and troublemakers who often got hurt, making the fat guy's business quite profitable. Look at this. Zhang Sheng pulled a handful of black pills from his pocket. Here, take them. Whoa. Spirit food pills. Shinga, you're incredible. Xingyang eagerly took them. These go for 1 credit each. Shinga, you're too generous. By the way, Shinga, isn't your talent seed breeding? Wu Xingyang asked, puzzled. Could it be? He seemed to have an epiphany. No way. Did you awaken a dual talent? Zhang Sheng was taken aback. There are dual talents. Seeing that Zhang Sheng wasn't faking it, there's a guy in our War God Academy who awakened a dual talent. 1 defensive, 1 offensive. He's practically invincible. And both talents are high grade, 1's grade, 1's grade. He's arrogant beyond belief. Zhang Sheng hadn't expected someone else to have a dual talent. If there was one, there could be more. It seemed no one should be underestimated. Oh Shinga, you've never mentioned your talent. Are you secretly some big boss? How could that be? My talent is too low grade. I'm embarrassed to bring it up. Succeeding in alchemy was partly luck. Seeing Zhang Sheng reluctant to elaborate, the fat man tactfully dropped the subject. At the first cultivation university, too many people deliberately concealed their true trump cards. Zhang Sheng selected a Tang sword while the fat man chose a greatsword. Both were forged from exceptionally resilient alloys. How about this? Isn't it cool, eh? The giant sword whirled in the fat man's hands as if it were a mere toy. In this open class, no one was late or noisy, and instructor Su was still teaching cold weapons. This time, however, Su Anmin had changed his attire, donning a form-fitting armored suit with twin swords crossed on his back. One must admit the outfit was truly striking. Class, we meet again. Last session, we covered basic firearms. Today I will guide you into the study of cold weapons. I know many of you look down on cold weapons. You picked a random fun weapon to come to my class. Su Anmin said coldly. Now I'll give you a chance to challenge me. The atmosphere in the room instantly heated up. Of course, I will completely seal my spiritual energy while you can use any means. Whether it's spells or talents. If anyone can defeat me, I will directly reward you with 100 credits, and all this month's assessments will be automatically passed. That was 1,000 credits. Although Zhang Sheng didn't care, the eyes of the other students gleamed with desire. Now, any questions? Instructor, is it Onionon or Manionon? Can we all attack together? A student asked. Su Anmin's forehead creased with a black line as he snapped, Onionon. Now who dares to challenge me? I've heard that some of you have awakened dual talents, and some even have SS-rank talents. China has invested enormous resources in nurturing you, and you cannot be a bunch of worthless failures. At these words, several people immediately stepped forward. Excellent, let's head to the training hall. The floor and walls of the training hall were made of special materials, serving as a regular training venue at the War God Academy. You 5 have great courage. Each of you gets 5 points. Who's first? Su Anmin's resounding voice echoed through the hall, his fierce battle intent swelling like his bulging muscles. The students formed a large circle, and at the center of the battle stage stood Su Anmin, now like a wild beast. Zhang Sheng sensed an extremely dangerous aura from him. Only later did he realize it was the killing intent cultivated through countless slaughters. War God Academy. Li Yuan requesting instructor Zhus guidance. A tall male student walked onto the stage, and then something incredible happened. The temperature in the training hall plummeted. Exhaled breath turned into icy mist, and a thin layer of frost formed on the stage. Su Anmin's entire body was covered in a thin sheet of ice. "Damn you, sneak attacked. You little scumbag," some students whispered in reproach. Seeing Su Anmin ensnared, a hint of a smile flashed across Li Yuan's face, but he dared not be careless, quickly forming hand seals. A fireball the size of a basketball rapidly materialized in his hands. Even Su Anmin would likely be injured if struck by that fireball. Yet the next second his pupils dilated several times. An overwhelming sense of suffocation drowned all his senses, and the fireball in his hands dissipated before fully forming. Out of the corner of his eye he saw his classmates' shocked and horrified expressions, their hands covering their mouths. Then the world spun, and he was slammed heavily to the ground. The ice was nowhere to be seen, replaced only by white mist melted by the heat. Li Yuan didn't understand how he had lost, but the students outside the stage saw it clearly. Just as Li Yuan was casting his spell, Su Anmin shattered the ice, turned into a blur, closed in on Li Yuan, grabbed him by the neck as he was still forming seals, and slammed him to the ground. Fortunately, after cultivation, everyone's physique was robust. An ordinary person would have met their end from such a blow. The entire battle lasted no more than a breath. A few seconds later, Li Yuan regained consciousness. "Li Yuan, right. Using your ice talent to restrict my movement at the start shows you have some ideas and courage. But you don't realize that using your unranked spiritual power to activate a talent against my Chi-Si realm physique is futile. Do you know why you lost?" Su Anmin questioned. "Instructor, it's because I gave you an opening while forming the hand seals. You're not too stupid." Then Su Anmin looked at the crowd. "You guys are too obsessed with spells, but you don't realize that against a real enemy, life and death can be decided in an instant. Do you think you have time to cast?" The first student was brave and thoughtful, but he didn't even qualify for me to draw my sword. "Who's next? Come up now." The second to step up was a student with a clone talent, but he couldn't even last a single exchange. His clone was shattered with one punch. The fourth was defeated in seconds. When the fifth stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere grew noticeably charged. The newcomer had eagle-like eyes, his yellow hair partially veiling his gay skin as white as jade, and a tall, slender figure like a pine. He certainly looked impressive. "Who's that yellow-haired guy?" Zhang Sheng quietly asked the fat man, but his voice caught the attention of a few nearby girls who shot him fierce looks. "He's the dual talent guy I told you about. See those girls? They're almost all his fanatical fans." Wu Xingyang messaged Zhang Sheng directly on WeChat. "You're Lin Xiaodian from the War God Academy. Dual talents, I know you. I wonder if you can make me draw my sword," Su Anmin said calmly, his voice devoid of any emotion. "Instructor Su, please guide me." As Lin Xiaodian bowed and finished speaking, he charged swiftly at Instructor Su. Zhang Sheng wondered where he found the courage. But Su Anmin's brow furrowed as he quickly drew his sword with his right hand. Clang! On the stage, only Instructor Zhus' sword was visible, yet the sound of metal clashing rang out, sparking tiny flashes of light. What was this? Zhang Sheng's eyes widened as he noticed Lin Xiaodian swinging something rapidly in his hands. An invisible weapon. Lin Xiaodian actually possessed an invisible weapon, seemingly also a sword. However, to Lin Xiaoshan's surprise, Instructor Su could sense his shadowless sword. Every strike was perfectly parried. In the end, he was still defeated. Their skills were too disparate. He couldn't block Instructor Zhus' attacks at all, and could only use his other shield talent to protect himself, but his spiritual power was quickly exhausted. A long sword pressed against his brow, his body trembled, a sign of overexerting his talent. "You're not bad, at least you forced me to use one sword. Rest well." Su Anmin's voice carried a hint of approval. Su Anmin turned and glared at the crowd. "This is your current level. Your combat ability is a mess. Worthless except for your talents. What use does the nation have for such failures? Soon, you will face and kill demonic beasts firsthand. On the battlefield, once your spiritual power is depleted, you can't use your talents. Oh, once your spiritual energy is gone, you can't cast spells. Oh, once your bullets run out, you can't use firearms. You must fight with your bodies. After class today, everyone choose a suitable combat manual based on your needs and practice hard. This Sunday, you will be arranged to visit the White-level secret realm. All students make preparations in advance." Hearing that they would visit a secret realm over the weekend, everyone grew exhilarated. Most had only ever glimpsed such realms through videos, and eagerly anticipated the upcoming excursion. Class ended, yet the majority of students remained in the training hall. "Brother Sheng, what martial art are you planning to learn?" Wu Xingyang asked, before Zhang Sheng could even reply. "Nothing seems quite suited for my greatsword. Yet Zhang Sheng was preoccupied with Master Su's words. If this were merely a routine visit, why emphasize preparation so pointedly? His tone carried hidden meaning. Turning to his portly friend, he said earnestly, Xingyang, find yourself a swift evasion technique. Striking well matters less than fleeing faster. Huh, that sounds downright cowardly. Fine, I'll follow your advice. After all, I'm no offensive type talent. Just thinking about participating in future Secret Realm expeditions gives me a headache. Secret Realm expeditions. Exactly. Within a month, our Divine Warrior Academy will join one, and it directly impacts our evaluations and resource allocations. Zhang Sheng felt no surprise. After all, the first Cultivation University was founded precisely to nurture elite cultivators, especially combat specialists. Currently, China's Secret Realm campaigns remain under military command, their flesh and blood shielding hundreds of millions of citizens. Zhang Sheng pulled out his phone and began sifting through martial manuals. China had acquired countless martial manuals from White-Tire's Secret Realms, categorized into evasion techniques, footwork, fist methods, palm methods, saber arts, sword arts, spear arts, and more. Zhang Sheng's criterion was simple: minimal movements, maximum efficiency. Evasion techniques varied little, so he selected the freely available dragon drifting evasion technique. Next came saber arts, and one title caught his eye: single strike saber art. Its description confirmed it: a single decisive cut. This is it. Zhang Sheng thrilled inwardly. His innate talent demanded such unadorned direct techniques. The manual was remarkably affordable, only 10 academic credits. Like most students, Zhang Sheng downloaded and began studying the manuals on site. Sitting cross-legged, he opened the files and rapidly committed both to memory. Then, following the manual's guidance, he started moving, feeling the flow of qi and blood within his body. Once, twice, 3 times. At last, skill detected: dragon drifting evasion technique. Learn. Having mastered it, Zhang Sheng immediately turned to single strike saber art, a burst technique channeling internal qi and blood. Yet with just one strike he achieved initial mastery. Exquisite. Utterly sublime. Zhang Sheng gripped his Tang saber and swung repeatedly in place. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Brother Sheng, what on earth are you doing? Wu Xingyang hurried over. Xingyang, can't you see I'm practicing saber art? Zhang Sheng replied, mid-swing blade cleaving forward. What saber art is practiced like that? Don't try to fool me. It's called single strike saber art. Look it up yourself. Zhang Sheng sighed helplessly. I knew it. You're pulling my leg. Who names a saber art single strike? Why not double strike or triple strike? Grumbling, Wu Xingyang searched the campus network. Whoa, Brother Sheng, it actually exists. I'm learning it too. It's a saber art. You wield a great sword. What good is that? Zhang Sheng was speechless. No problem. I'll swap at the armory. Wu Xingyang dashed out of the training hall elated. In the time they'd chatted, single strike saber art had already reached proficiency level. 1 minute later, mastery level. 10 minutes later, single strike saber art ascended to the realm of transcendence. Skill: single strike saber art, realm of transcendence 1100. A flood of profound insight surged through him. The saber moved as if an extension of his own limb. Any master of saber Tao observing his cuts would instantly sense an ineffable resonance. Single strike saber art could be further refined back in his apartment. But first he would deepen his practice of the dragon drifting evasion technique. Zhang Sheng left the training hall. Though spacious, it teemed with people, and he preferred not to draw attention during his cultivation. He headed straight for the athletics field instead. With his perfected running skill, he found mastering the dragon drifting evasion technique astonishingly effortless. Within half an hour, he attained the realm of transcendence in the technique. His innate talent proved exceptionally potent for martial cultivation. His body now moved as if he'd trained the dragon drifting evasion technique for years, requiring no conscious guidance of qi and blood. Each step, each pause flowed with natural grace. At that moment, Zhang Sheng realized when instructor Su Onmin defeated Li Yuan in the training hall, he'd employed some form of evasion technique, at least at the mastery level. Were he to face Su Onmin now, he could certainly hold his ground. He chose not to push the technique to its ultimate perfection. That would require half a day, while Sunday loomed 2 days away. Far more urgent matters awaited. Returning to the training hall, he spotted Wu Xingyang swinging a massive saber in place from afar. He's truly serious. Zhang Sheng didn't disturb him. Instead, he ascended to the 2nd floor to practice firearms. Last time, insufficient credits had prevented him from reaching the realm of transcendence in firearms proficiency. At 1 credit per 1,000 rounds, he purchased 2,000 rounds of automatic rifle ammunition. Soon, skill: firearms proficiency, realm of transcendence 99000. A transcendent mastery, where every shot struck true. He also unlocked the unique ability universal proficiency, wielding any other firearm automatically, granted mastery level competence. Such proficiency sufficed for all practical purposes. Clad in his alloy tang, saber Zhang Sheng returned to his dormitory. As a student of the Spirit Plant Academy, his failure to cultivate spirit plants on his allotted plot quickly drew the attention of Dean Yan. The dean issued a stern warning: unless spirit plants were sown promptly, academic credits would be deducted, or the Fivamu plot reclaimed by the university. Reapplication would thereafter incur credit costs. Zhang Sheng checked the fee: 10 credits per mu. He opted to return the entire plot. After all, spirit plants could always be purchased outright. Over recent days, Zhang Sheng had observed that the First Cultivation University harbored no shortage of cultivators devoted to farming. Students struggling to earn credits had flocked to the farming core, even driving down the price of golden spirit rice. Back in his dorm, Zhang Sheng resumed monotonous cultivation, ingesting essence-nourishing pills while endlessly refining essence into qi. When weariness set in, he resumed single-strike saber art. To ordinary eyes, his strikes now appeared only as fleeting afterimages, silent, yet devastatingly powerful. He resolved to perfect it. 3 grueling hours passed. Sweat soaked the floor, his skin flushed, deep crimson steam rising from his body. Even the room's temperature rose several degrees. 10,000 strikes. At last, perfection in the realm of transcendence. Skill: single strike saber art, perfect transcendence, 1.0 PS, blade, intent awakened. An ineffable sensation washed over him, a sudden luminous clarity. Instantly, Zhang Sheng swallowed an essence-nourishing pill to replenish his depleted qi and blood. He hadn't expected single-strike saber art at perfect transcendence to elevate him to the realm of blade intent. But more astonishing still, Zhang Sheng pressed 2 fingers together and a crimson aura of condensed force erupted from their tips. This was blade qi. At perfect transcendence, single-strike saber art transcended the physical blade. Anything could become a weapon. Yet this blade qi consumed his internal qi and blood. With his current reserves, he could unleash it only a few times, best reserved for life or death crises. Having acquired such a formidable trump card, Zhang Sheng felt unusually buoyant. After brief rest, he resumed refining essence into qi. On May 24, 2030, a weekend morning at 10 o'clock. On the playground, all 200-plus students of Zhang Sheng's senior class had assembled. A row of armored transport vehicles stood parked. Brother Sheng, this is quite a grand spectacle, like heading to a battlefield. Isn't it a bit much just for a visit to a white-level secret realm? Fatty whispered. Zhang Sheng frowned. Fatty, stay close to me when we enter the secret realm. Everyone listen up. Head to the warehouse immediately to collect combat suits and individual combat equipment. Assemble back here on the playground in 10 minutes. Anyone late will fail this week's assessment. Su Anmin barked, already fully geared. The countdown begins now. Seeing Fatty still dazed, Zhang Sheng grabbed him and dashed towards the warehouse. Hurry up. Stop daydreaming. The others reacted swiftly, sprinting at full speed, some even activating their speed talents. With formidable physiques and a running skill at the perfection stage, Zhang Sheng quickly left the crowd behind. Since registrations had been completed beforehand, the warehouse held custom-made combat suits for each student. In addition to the combat suit, each soldier's kit included a Type 191 automatic rifle, 120 rounds of ammunition, 5 high-explosive grenades, and a pistol, plus a tang saber. Zhang Sheng returned to the playground in under 5 minutes, coming in third, even though he had deliberately slowed his pace. Yet the early arrivals received no praise from the instructor. Su Anmin roared, "You fools! Talents are not meant to be squandered like this, especially with a battle looming, depleting your mental energy in advance. Are you trying to court death?" The 2 who arrived early had clearly used their talents, but Zhang Sheng was unfazed. He had merely jogged. Finally, just before the 10-minute mark, Wu Xingyang made it to the playground. "Fatty, you really need to lose weight. How else will you fight alongside the combat troops?" Zhang Sheng said helplessly. "I'd love to, but I gain weight just from drinking water." 186 present. The rest will all fail this week's assessment. As Su Anmin's words fell, the playground gates closed. For all the students, this assessment had come too abruptly, but they had no room to bargain. Relaxing one's cultivation leads to only one outcome: elimination. On the battlefield, the result is death. Students, don't forget, at the First Cultivation University, competition and elimination are the main themes. Su Anmin declared loudly. The beasts in the secret realm won't give you any leeway. Life and death hang in a single instant. The beasts in the secret realm we're visiting today haven't been completely wiped out, so there are still dangers. Everyone must be fully alert. Expressions varied among the group. Some excited, some grim, others like Zhang Sheng impassive. A convoy of over a dozen armored vehicles set off with the students toward their destination. 2 hours later, a white light portal appeared before them. It stood like a giant mirror-like white door materialized in the middle of the road, cordoned off from a distance with military personnel guarding the perimeter. Everyone get out and prepare. Mind the formation. Su Onmin approached the temporary post before the portal. Class 12, all present. Old Su, are you sure about this? Isn't it too dangerous? The officer at the post asked, apparently an acquaintance. Grey Wolf, this isn't for us to worry about. Everything is done according to higher directives. Besides, with you and me here, their lives aren't at risk. Directives? Or was it your suggestion to the higher-ups? I haven't heard of any other class having such a visit. Grey Wolf, how many soldiers have we sacrificed to secure the resources for their training? China is beset with crises. We don't have time to let them grow up safely. Don't you understand me either? If there are casualties, you'll bear full responsibility. You won't be held accountable. You? Can you really bear it? Grey Wolf fumed. Old battalion commander, I hope you can truly keep them safe, or else. Led by Su Onmin and the other officer, the students filed into the white light portal. Zhang Sheng felt a flash of white light before his eyes, and the scenery around him changed instantly. His body felt lighter, every cell seeming to rejoice. Such dense spiritual energy. The concentration here was several times that of Earth. The world before him was a barren Gobi desert littered with strangely shaped rocks. Behind the group was the light portal connecting the two worlds. Everyone remained silent, a basic rule of entering a secret realm. Some were curious, others tense. They advanced in a tactical formation, their footsteps light. As they moved, they carefully observed their surroundings. Something was wrong. Extremely, utterly wrong. A storm of alarm surged within Zhang Sheng's heart. After the combat personnel killed most of the beasts in a secret realm, they would dispatch a large workforce to fully exploit the realm's resources within 7 days. Then, before the 7-day cataclysm, they would slay the last beast. But the environment before him showed no signs of battle or exploitation. It was clearly a brand new, white-level secret realm. This is madness. Absolute madness. This wasn't a visit to a secret realm, it was a live combat exercise. Zhang Sheng noticed a few students' faces change. Clearly, he wasn't the only sharp one. Zhang Sheng quietly tightened his grip on his rifle. The secret realm was vast. The squad marched for several kilometers without seeing a single beast, only sparse, strange lotuses blooming among the rocks, likely some kind of spiritual plant. Without the instructor's command, no one dared act on their own. A single misstep could lead to expulsion. As they walked, the rocks grew more numerous, but something felt off about them. Zhang Sheng couldn't quite pinpoint it. They were just too smooth and round. The sky here was different from Earth's. There wasn't a single cloud, and it was bright, yet sunless, the source of light, unknown. Suddenly Zhang Sheng thought he saw perhaps an illusion, a grayish-white rock beside him shift slightly. A beast! Run, someone shouted. Breaking formation, he sprinted back. Zhang Sheng recognized him as in Xinhu, the one with the truth-seeking eye. He had detected the beast that even Su Onmin had missed. He moved with incredible speed, showing no desire to fight. But in the next moment, Zhang Sheng understood why. A rustling sound arose around them. One by one, grayish-white stones, the size of chickens, detached from the surrounding rock formations. The stones that tumbled to the ground extended 8 pale, sharp claws. It's a beast. Prepare for battle, Su Onmin shouted. But faced with the sudden swarm of gray rock spiders, some panicked, colliding with classmates or tripping as they retreated. The rock spiders were astonishingly fast, quickly closing in on the group. There were over 100 of them, and their numbers were still growing. In an instant, gunfire erupted. The students who reacted in time opened fire with their rifles on the rapidly approaching spiders. Battalion commander, were in trouble. These beasts don't emit any aura at all. Grey Wolf said, swiftly killing the spiders that drew near. This caught Su Onmin off guard. To ensure realism, this white-level secret realm had been sealed immediately upon discovery, and even they were entering it for the first time. He hadn't expected the beasts here to be different from previous ones, capable of perfectly concealing their aura. If not for Shinhu's early detection, the situation would have been far worse. However, one student, startled, jerked his hands, and a bullet struck a classmate in the calf. A scream rang out. Zhang Sheng turned to see Tian Xingxing on the ground, struggling to bandage his leg. The leg wasn't armored, and blood stained the black combat suit. Several rock spiders were about to pounce. At that moment, a familiar figure approached her. It was Wu Xingyang. A plume of cyan green mist drifted from his palm, enveloping the wound on Tian Xingxing. It was the Scrade healing talent, Wind of Cure. This guy, even when he couldn't take care of himself, he still worried about others. Zhang Sheng felt a wave of helplessness. Seeing several stone spiders encircling the two, Zhang Sheng hastily turned back and rushed toward them, redirecting his gun barrel and firing rapid shots. 1 bullet per spider. Each round struck the stone spiders' eyes, piercing through their relatively fragile orbs and entering the brain to kill them. The power of a firearm at the transcendent realm was terrifying. Come, they'll carry you. Zhang Sheng said swiftly, but without waiting for Tian Xingxing's consent, he lifted her onto his back and ran. Xingyang, you still have the mind to care for others. Flee, Zhang Sheng urged. After killing a stone spider, a white jade token dropped, and Zhang Sheng picked it up on the fly. Besides the jade token, other items occasionally dropped, such as a stone or a piece of wood. Still, jade tokens were the main loot. The drop rate for these stone spiders was extremely low. On average, one had to kill dozens to get a single drop. Most people's marksmanship was mediocre, and the stone spider's shells were hard, often requiring several shots to kill one. Soon some ran out of ammunition, but the number of stone spiders only grew. This was trouble. Even the path they had come from was blocked by a horde of stone spiders. Boom. A loud explosion, the sound of a high explosive grenade. Everyone form a circle face outward and fight back with melee weapons. Su Anmin commanded. Seeing that everyone's ammunition was nearly spent while the number of stone spiders kept increasing, if this continued, the entire group of over 100 might be annihilated. Battalion commander, if this goes on well, all die. Someone needs to break through the encirclement and call for help. Your talent is the most suitable, Grey Wolf said urgently. The outer ring of students used weapons to fend off the stone spiders' attacks, while those on the inside began forming hand seals, casting spells to strike the spiders approaching from afar. Su Anmin's face was grim. Had he truly been wrong? His own life or death was insignificant, but if over 100 students perished here, he would be the sinner of all Huaxia. Wait for me to return. If anyone falls today, Su will surely join them in death. His tall figure vanished into thin air, reappearing outside the stone spider's encirclement. One of the abilities of the S-grade talent, Space Mastery, instant teleportation. He had teleported 100 meters in one go, but the pallor of Su Anmin's face showed the heavy price it exacted. Someone had gone for reinforcements, but the group was still in danger, and whether they could hold out until help arrived was uncertain. Rotate between the outer and inner members. Grey Wolf commanded. After Su Anmin left, he took over as the leader. Those who had studied tactical theory naturally understood his intent. I can't take this anymore. I don't want to die. I never should have come to this damned first cultivation university. Someone overwhelmed by mental strain curled up in the center of the circle, clutching their head and refusing to move. What a waste. But Grey Wolf had expected this. Without rigorous selection, such outcomes were inevitable. People with talent, but no will to fight. Though numerous, these gray stone spiders were only at the chi refining stage. Classmates, their weak spots are the eyes and abdomen. And Xinhu reminded. Over 100 people unleashed their talents and abilities. Zhang Sheng noticed a girl holding a sinister, terrifying doll, repeatedly stabbing it with a needle. With each stab, a stone spider in front of her writhed and died, emitting black smoke. Such a bizarre talent. Not only that, but Zhang Sheng also spotted a student who manifested several sword-like phantoms above his head. These flying sword projections weaved swiftly around, reaping the lives of stone spiders. What talent was that? Meanwhile, Wu Xingyang and 2 other healers were in the inner circle, using their talents to treat the wounded, but their faces were growing pale, clearly signs of mental exhaustion. After emptying his gun, Zhang Sheng discarded his firearms, drew his tang saber, and joined the outer battlefield. One slash. I slash. His body moved like a swimming dragon, each stroke reaping a gray stone spider. Time ticked by. The spider horde seemed endless, and the situation grew ever more perilous. Everyone's spiritual power and mental energy were nearly depleted, forcing them to rely on sheer physical strength and weapons. Though no one had died, injuries were mounting. Hold on, everyone. Stay alive. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Fighting at the front line, even the battle-hardened Grey Wolf was utterly exhausted. Old battalion commander, you'd better come back soon, or you might not see me again, Grey Wolf said with a bitter smile. Just then a faint tremor came from the ground, and a gray line appeared on the distant horizon, approaching the group. It's a snake. A giant snake. And Xinhu exclaimed in terror. Zhang Sheng couldn't help but marvel at how useful his eyes were. The giant snake closed in with incredible speed, larger than a forest python, its body covered in gray-white rock-like scales. Its triangular head flicked a dark purple tongue, and its blue eyes seemed to scrutinize its prey. Grey Wolf's face turned ashen. Like the stone spiders, this demon snake emitted no aura, making it impossible to gauge its strength before it struck. But given its massive size, this snake was surely formidable. The snake lashed its tail. Stone spiders in its path were shattered into pieces, and the massive tail swept toward the outer students. With the force of that blow, anyone hit would be either dead or severely wounded. At the critical moment, Grey Wolf roared, his muscles swelling instantly, his body tripling in size. He lunged forward in a bow stance, using his body to firmly block the strike. Upon impact, Grey Wolf coughed up blood, and his body returned to normal. He gasped. This snake is nearly at the first level of the Chi-C realm. Everyone run. Nearly at the first level of the Chi-C realm. How could such a powerful beast exist in a white-grade secret realm? Though no one knew why, there was no time to ponder. As the battle erupted, the demon snake's formidable aura radiated, and the stone spiders quickly retreated, slowly withdrawing from the fight. But the snake before them was enough to kill everyone. As the snake twisted its body and attacked again, Lin Xiaoyan, with a pained expression, pulled out a narrow yellow slip of paper and infused it with spiritual power. The paper flew before the group, transforming into a golden shield that blocked the giant snake. Boom! A deafening sound. The golden shield withstood the snake's deadly strike, but developed cracks. This was a Vajra talisman that Lin Xiaoyan had exchanged from the school for 300 credits on his family's advice. It was merely a first-grade low-tier talisman, yet it cost a staggering 300 credits. Zhang Sheng looked at the snake before him, then at the Tang saber in his hand, and wondered, could he deal with this giant serpent using his saber aura? The situation had reached a life-or-death juncture. With his transcendent realm dragon roaming technique, he could be cautious and perhaps survive until rescue arrived, but Wu Xingyang and Tian Xingxing might die before his eyes. He seemed to envision their deaths. No, I won't accept it. I will never accept them dying before me. Over 3 years of daily companionship, Zhang Sheng had long regarded Fatty as his closest friend. Gritting his teeth, his face twisted with ferocity, he charged at the demon snake with his saber alone. His body transformed into a swimming dragon, evading the snake's gaze. Who was that? Has he gone mad? Brother Shen, come back. Wu Xingyang shouted in anguish, tears wetting the corners of his eyes. Zhang Sheng's drifting dragon step had reached its peak, allowing him to evade the serpent's gaze with agile movements. He circulated the blood and qi throughout his entire body. Open! With a slash that had reached the pinnacle of mastery, Zhang Sheng grasped the intent of the cleaving blade. His blood and qi coalesced into a crimson blade aura clinging to the edge of the sword. Slash! Zhang Sheng mustered all his strength to strike at the giant serpent. Crack! The Tang sword, coated in blade aura, was razor-sharp, cleaving through the tough scales and embedding itself into the serpent's flesh. Stung by the pain, the giant serpent writhed, swiftly seeking out the insect that was Zhang Sheng. Their eyes met. Though the attack was effective, Zhang Sheng had now drawn the full attention of the demon serpent. The serpent coiled its body, seemingly gathering power. Not good. Zhang Sheng quickly grabbed a handful of pebbles from the ground and hurled them at the demon serpent, but the effect was clearly poor. The massive serpent head lunged toward Zhang Sheng. He hastily employed his movement technique to dodge, only to find his escape route blocked by the serpent's tail. Trapped between two fronts. Was escape impossible today? Since there was no retreat, he would carve a path through. Zhang Sheng gripped his sword with both hands, his gaze resolute, channeling all the power of his blood and qi into a dense dark red blade aura. One slash. Demon serpent, today it's either you or me. Zhang Sheng chose not to defend. There was no chance to flee, only to charge forward with this ultimate strike. The serpent tail was about to strike, and if it hit, Zhang Sheng would almost certainly perish. In that instant between life and death, fragments of his past flashed by. If only he hadn't wasted time on farming, and had instead mastered more spells to their fullest, he might not have ended up in such dire straits. Brother Sheng. Wu Xingyang's pale face was streaked with tears. At this critical moment of life and death, the dark red Tang sword cleaved into the demon serpent's skull, but the alloy blade shattered. The serpent tail was about to hit Zhang Sheng. In the nick of time, a spherical shield perfectly protected him. Yet his Tang sword was now broken, its blade lodged in the serpent's skull. Suddenly, the giant serpent opened its massive maw to bite Zhang Sheng. Crack, crack, crack. The shield on Zhang Sheng was buckling under the strain, about to be shattered by the serpent's bite. With a flash of inspiration, Zhang Sheng pulled 5 high-explosive grenades from his belt and pulled the pin simultaneously. As the shield broke, he hurled all 5 grenades with all his might into the serpent's gaping blood-red maw. At the same time, he pushed off the serpent's tail with his feet, leaping backward with all his strength toward the back of the head. Boom! A thunderous roar. The 5 high-explosive grenades detonated simultaneously inside the serpent's mouth. For a moment, flesh and blood flew everywhere. With a resounding crash, the massive serpent body collapsed to the ground. The head was completely gone, scattered into fragments of gore. A jade-white tablet shimmered on the ground. Zhang Sheng casually pocketed it and swallowed several essence-nourishing pills. From the start of the battle to its end, only a few breaths had passed. Brother Sheng, are you all right? The chubby guy and the limping Tian Xingxing rushed over while the other students stared in shock at the scene before them. This man, usually unremarkable in a crowd, had profoundly shaken their souls with his battle against the demon serpent that day. Many years later, they would still often recall the youth who charged at the serpent with his blade. Zhang Sheng looked toward the blonde among the crowd and gave a slight smile. Brother, thank you for the shield. I will repay this debt one day. Pale-faced Lin Xiaodian also smiled faintly, saying, it was the least I could do. Without you we couldn't have defeated the serpent. Before he could finish, the blonde's vision went dark and he collapsed. The shield he had given Zhang Sheng had drained the last of his mental energy, causing him to fall unconscious from exhaustion. At that moment, a roar echoed in everyone's ears as hundreds of fully armed soldiers arrived on combat motorcycles. Reinforcements had finally come. Who is Grey Wolf? I am. The severely injured Grey Wolf struggled to rise, supported by two classmates. Unmoved by Grey Wolf's condition, the leading soldier said coldly, this is utter nonsense. We'll take over now. Withdraw from the secret realm as soon as possible. Zhang Sheng noticed that Su Anmin was not among the reinforcements. The group of students, some injured, some unconscious, others pale-faced, relied on their basic physical resilience. With the threat of demon beasts gone, they quickly left the secret realm. Back at the school, several students immediately applied for withdrawal after this ordeal. Returning to his apartment, Zhang Sheng rested for half a day before recovering his blood and his complexion regaining its rosy hue. Upon inquiry, he learned that Su Anmin, in his haste to call for aid, had continuously used teleportation, causing severe mental strain. He remained unconscious even now. This was an extremely serious teaching accident. Su Anmin was immediately dismissed from the school's teaching team and sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. Meanwhile, Zhang Sheng became a celebrity within the class. The school took this incident very seriously. They meticulously questioned everyone about the events in the secret realm and analyzed all the footage from Grey Wolf's recorder. After Zhang Sheng and the others left the secret realm, the military completed the subjugation of the demon beasts, within ultimately classifying this white-grade secret realm as Y-top. Analysis of Grey Wolf's footage revealed that the demon serpent's strength was extremely close to the first layer of the Qi stage. The next day, Zhang Sheng noticed that some people had vanished from the class group chat. He learned that students who had performed poorly in the secret realm had been expelled by the school. Those expelled included those with unstable minds, those who had accidentally injured teammates, and even students who had stolen other spoils of battle. After waking, Su Anmin received a suspension from the school. However, the accident in the secret realm made the school realize that great trees do not grow in greenhouses, and future teaching would focus more on practical combat. While cultivating in his apartment, Zhang Sheng's phone suddenly buzzed with an unfamiliar message. Zhang Sheng, congratulations on qualifying to participate in the white-grade secret realm subjugation. I'm right outside your apartment building. After sending the message, Hou glanced at Yin Shuili beside him. Do you think this kid might not know who I am? That's quite possible. This guy has been almost constantly cultivating since arriving at number 1. Zhang Sheng stared at the message on his phone. He truly didn't know who Hou was, until he saw a message from Dean Yin, realizing that both Dean Yin and the Dean of the War God Academy were downstairs at his apartment. He hurried down. Hello, Dean Yin. Hello, Dean Ho, Zhang Sheng said respectfully. You're a fine young man. We've seen your performance in the secret realm. I happened to meet Dean Yin, so I thought I'd ask, would you like to join our War God Academy? This? Zhang Sheng looked toward Dean Yin. Go ahead. The War God Academy needs you more. Farming doesn't lack for one person. There are places that need you more, said Yin Shuili. Dean Ho, Dean Yin, thank you for your recognition. I am willing to join the War God Academy. After the battle yesterday, Zhang Sheng had come to understand that strength was everything. Moreover, the first cultivation academy had just been established, and the treatment across all academies was similar, except that the War God Academy had priority for participating in secret realm subjugations. In recognition of his performance, Zhang Sheng obtained the qualification to participate in white-grade secret realm subjugations. On his phone, he could now view newly appeared secret realms and sign up for their subjugation. Classmates like Shinhu and Lin Xiaodian also received white-grade secret realm subjugation qualifications. Besides this, Zhang Sheng was additionally awarded this month's excellence assessment and 10,000 school credits. Though Zhang Sheng could refine essence nourishing pills, this was still a substantial amount of credits. That evening, Tian Xingxing, bro, Sheng, wanna grab dinner together. I've called brother Xingyang too. Brother Xing, thank you. And Xingyang, so much today. Tian Xingxing beamed, lifting her wine glass. The clear liquor shimmered faintly under the light. Since beginning cultivation, everyone's ability to metabolize alcohol had increased several-fold. Today, alcohol offered only a mild stimulant effect, more akin to a flavored beverage than an intoxicant. Xingxing, no need for such formality, Wu Xingyang replied heartily, clinking his glass against the tabletop with a soft tap. From now on, it's settled. We'll rely on you, our alchemist, to watch over us. By the way, Xingxing, Zhang Sheng set his glass down and asked curiously, why are spirit artifact cauldrons used by alchemists so extraordinarily precious? A single one costs 10 to 20,000 academic credits. Can't the Spirit Forging Academy produce them? Ah, you mean that? Tian Xingxing blinked, then grew solemn. That's a spirit artifact, Brother Shang. According to records unearthed from ancient realms, ordinary cultivators cannot forge spirit artifacts until they transcend into the divine breath realm. Forging demands spirit flame and an astonishingly high level of spiritual awareness. The Spirit Forging Academy today is little more than a ceremonial relic. With a delicate flick of her fingers, a bright yellow flame, soft yet radiant, leapt into existence above her fingertip, burning steadily and radiating gentle warmth. Brother Sheng, behold, this is my alchemical talent, yellow flame, she explained. Alas, my spiritual awareness remains insufficient to sustain it for prolonged alchemy. The same constraint applies to spirit forging talent. Zhang Sheng gazed thoughtfully at the dancing yellow flame. Thus, spirit artifacts were finite. Each forged, each sold diminished the total count irrevocably. No wonder their price soared. Tian Xingxing extinguished the flame and withdrew 2 unadorned wooden boxes from her satchel, sliding them forward. These are my refined, grade downward essence nourishment pills. Gifts for you both, elder brothers. If you develop an interest in alchemy, Brother Shang, begin with Compendium of Alchemical Fundamentals. Zhang Sheng accepted without hesitation, expressing his gratitude before tucking the boxes away. Back in his quiet, slightly desolate apartment, Zhang Sheng immediately ordered the ebook Compendium of Alchemical Fundamentals for 10 academic credits via the university portal. As the luminous screen unfolded before him and pages turned, he grasped, for the first time, the vast, profound depth of the alchemical Tao. The essence nourishment pills he could produce were merely loadier, rudimentary concoctions. Pills were conventionally ranked as grade downward, grade mid, grade upper, and grade transcendent. Higher grades conferred stronger effects and carried progressively less pill toxicity. Grade transcendent pills were exceedingly rare, utterly toxin-free, and immune to tolerance buildup. Alchemists commonly employed specialized alchemical techniques. The compendium listed several, such as jade folding hands for herb preparation and harmonizing technique for balancing medicinal properties, though only names appeared with no substantive instruction. Common alchemical methods included water-based refinement and fire-based refinement. Rarer still were spirit body refinement and the legendary heaven and earth force refinement. The text also referenced common cultivation and healing pills for realms like Qi-Si, divine breath, and true embryo. Yet again, only names were given, no formulas disclosed. Closing the ebook, Zhang Sheng finally comprehended the immense, uncharted expanse of the cultivation world stretching far beyond his horizon. He walked to the window and gazed upward. 2 moons hung motionless in the night sky, one silver-white, one serene blue, their cool, silent light falling upon him like a quiet reminder of his own insignificance. Though the currently accessible yellow-rank realms harbored no beast stronger than the Qi-Si realm, every scrap of intelligence emerging from those realms carried an urgent warning: higher-rank realms might erupt at any moment, and far more terrifying beasts could already be lurking in the shadows. Humanity was racing against time, a brutal imposed trial upon Earth itself. Strength must outpace the opening of realms. Should the 7-day calamity erupt, unleashing an unstoppable tide of monstrous beasts, humanity's fate would be annihilation. Zhang Sheng retrieved 2 white jade tokens from his spatial storage, both spoils from the realm. One was ordinary in texture, taken from a stone spider, the other smooth and lustrous as mutton fat jade, came from a demon serpent. By decree, all realm spoils belonged solely to their slayer. Neither school nor government intervened. He pressed the ordinary token to his forehead. Instantly, a torrent of information flooded his consciousness. For Phantom Fist, a fierce, overwhelming martial art. This method of transmission was extraordinary, knowledge imprinted directly onto the mind's deepest layers. Next, he placed the lustrous token against his brow. Concealment technique, a true spell. Once cultivated, it masked one's presence entirely. Its Kiflo pathways were strikingly elegant and minimal. Zhang Sheng instantly recalled the demon serpents and stone spiders in the realm, utterly scentless, lifeless as stone. Mastering this technique was non-negotiable. It served equally well for evasion or ambush. He swiftly searched the university portal for both techniques. If either proved newly registered, he'd earn academic credit rewards. For Phantom Fist was already cataloged, but the search for concealment technique made Zhang Sheng's pulse quicken. It was absent from the school store entirely. This meant the concealment technique in his possession was almost certainly the first ever recovered from that realm. The university offered 2 contribution options for new spells: outright purchase for 1,000 academic credits, or revenue sharing, granting Zhang Sheng 10% of every future purchase credit. Either option required formal relinquishment of personal teaching rights. After brief deliberation, he chose revenue sharing. He had no immediate need for the lump sum credit. That very night, leveraging his innate aptitude, Zhang Sheng advanced concealment technique to the mastery tier, an astonishing pace even he found surprising. He paused there, refraining from forcing further breakthroughs. Pushing beyond mastery demanded exponentially increasing time and diminishing returns. Lying in bed, scenes from the realm battle replayed involuntarily in his mind. His companion's talents, though distinctive, remained hampered by weak spiritual awareness, rendering them largely ineffective in combat. Most spells required intricate hand seals and incantations cumbersome in the split-second flux of battle. To rapidly enhance combat prowess, martial arts offered one path, or mastering a spell like Spring Breeze Nourishing Rain technique to perfected transcendence, enabling instantaneous casting. Wait. Zhang Sheng shot upright in bed, activated his personal terminal, and typed talismans into the university portal's search bar. Results appeared: Swift Step Talisman 300 credits, Vital Recovery Talisman 500 credits, Adamantine Talisman 300 credits. The very Adamantine Talisman Lin Xiaodian had used. Possessing such talismans would dramatically increase survivability. Lin Xiaoyan's Adamantine Talisman had withstood the Demon Serpent's fatal strike. Its intervention had literally saved a life. Yet at 300 credits per talisman, the cost was steep. Perhaps he could attempt crafting them himself. The idea crystallized, and he acted immediately. First, he purchased Talismanic Fundamentals for 10 credits, then, after stealing himself, bought Detailed Manual for Adamantine Talisman Crafting for 100 credits. After downloading and reviewing, Zhang Sheng realized he'd grossly underestimated talisman crafting. Materials alone required talisman paper, talisman brush, and spirit ink. The process itself comprised 3 precise stages: inscription, spirit infusion, and sealing. Low-grade talisman paper was inexpensive, mass-produced by the school using stocks of golden spirit rice, and brushes were similarly affordable. But spirit ink demanded either demon beast blood or specially refined artificial spirit fluid. Demon beast blood commanded exorbitant prices. Artificial spirit fluid was nowhere to be found. Zhang Sheng committed decisively. 100 credits secured 1,000 sheets of paper and 10 basic brushes. Another 400 credits bought 2 liters of pungent crimson beast blood from an unknown Qi Sea realm creature. Its aroma is strangely sweet and metallic. Materials assembled, he began. Uncapping the small vial, a sharp iron-rich scent mingled with cloying sweetness filled the air. He smoothed a sheet of paper, dipped his brush deep into the viscous dark red blood, held his breath, and, with unwavering focus, traced the first stroke of the complex adamantine sigil guided by memory of the manual. Brush danced like dragon and serpent, fluid seamless, complete. Crimson patterns coiled across the paper, deceptively perfect. Yet when Zhang Sheng carefully channeled a thread of qi into it, hiss, the paper crumbled instantly into a pile of black ash scattering across the desk. Failure. On the second sheet, a fractional hesitation in the brushstroke. Pop. The paper shattered. On the third, a half-millimeter deviation at the pattern's terminus. Boom. Reduced it to dust. Failure. He couldn't pinpoint whether the flaw lay in stroke precision, timing, or the force of qi infusion. Dozens of attempts followed, each ending identically: instantaneous disintegration at the moment of spirit infusion. A fine layer of black ash soon coated the desktop. Prolonged concentration and relentless failure left bloodshot veins spidering across his eyes and beads of sweat glistening at his temples. Damn it. He slammed the brush onto the table. No wonder nearly no one at school relied on talismans in combat. They were nothing short of a bottomless pit. At that moment, Zhang Sheng's pupils constricted as a familiar line of text silently appeared on his talent panel. Detected: a learnable skill, drawing Vajra runes. Do you wish to learn? Learn. Without hesitation. Drawing Vajra runes. Zhang Sheng immediately recalled his previous experience refining the essence nourishing pill. Though his first alchemy attempt failed, he had unexpectedly comprehended the qi refining skill. Forging a Vajra talisman required 3 steps: drawing the rune, infusing it with spiritual energy, and sealing it. A flash of inspiration struck Zhang Sheng. Why not first elevate the rune-drawing step to a higher level? He decisively halted the infusion, took a fresh talisman paper, and once again focused solely on drawing the rune. Skill: drawing Vajra talisman rune beginner 210. Skill: drawing Vajra talisman rune beginner 310. As the brush tip glided, the panel notifications flickered continuously, and the skill level quietly climbed. Skill: drawing Vajra talisman rune proficient 1100. Skill: drawing Vajra talisman rune proficient 2100. As the skill stepped into the proficient realm, the time Zhang Sheng took to draw a single rune astonishingly shrank from 5 minutes to 2.5. Next, he immediately set to work infusing spiritual energy into the drawn runes. Rip. The talisman paper tore. Failure. Rip. Another one ruined. Failure had become the norm, yet Zhang Sheng's expression remained unchanged. It wasn't until he began infusing spiritual energy into that proficient grade rune that the talent panel finally lit up again, detected a learnable skill. Infusing Vajra Talisman rune with spiritual energy. Do you wish to learn? Zhang Sheng followed the same method and quickly mastered the final step, sealing the spiritual energy. When the 200th plus piece of talisman paper turned to ashes, there finally lay quietly in Zhang Sheng's palm a complete Vajra Talisman. Success, he exclaimed inwardly. Even with the support of the talent system, forging talismans was this arduous. One could only imagine the extreme difficulty for ordinary people without special talents. Zhang Sheng gazed at the refreshed talent panel, his excitement beyond words. Skill forging Vajra Talisman beginner 110 half a day had passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Sheng sat in meditation, circulating the heavenly walk art, refining the essence nourishing pill to replenish his depleted spiritual energy before diving back into talisman forging. Although the Vajra Talisman was merely a first-grade low-quality item, Zhang Sheng's cultivation focus had long leaned towards refining essence into qi with the heavenly walk art, and he had not delved deeply into the primordial chaos qi refining art, resulting in limited dantian capacity. Every time he drew several dozen talismans, his spiritual energy would run out, forcing him to stop and consume an essence-nourishing pill to replenish. The cycle repeated endlessly. The next morning, Zhang Sheng packed away the over 300 Vajra talismans he had painstakingly made and collapsed into sleep. By now, his drawing speed was far superior to before, and the quality of the talismans he produced far exceeded those sold in the school market. Skill Forging Vajra Talisman Mastery 311-1000. The life and death struggles within the secret realm had made Zhang Sheng acutely aware possessing spiritual energy alone was useless without effective means to deploy it. He immediately decided to prioritize pushing the telekinetic art to the perfection realm. Considering the hidden dangers of pill toxicity, he sold all the low-grade essence-nourishing pills he had previously refined to the school. Afterwards, he headed straight to the Alchemy Academy, reserved a mid-level alchemy chamber, requisitioned the stock of golden spirit rice, and activated a medium-sized cauldron with a 6 cubic meter capacity, fully dedicating himself to refining top-grade essence-nourishing pills. 100 kilograms of golden spirit rice ultimately condensed into a single top-grade essence-nourishing pill containing 100 points of spiritual energy, enough to support 10 complete cycles of refining essence into qi using the mastery-level heavenly walk art. Alchemy circulating the heavenly walk art, arduous training in the telekinetic art. Zhang Sheng immersed himself in this cycle, finding it not tedious, but rather fulfilling thanks to the constantly rising proficiency numbers on his talent panel. The next day, the third public lecture, Basics of Secret Realm Survival, began. The instructor was a new female teacher with a stern expression who particularly emphasized the upcoming assessment content. The slide changed, revealing shocking images across the globe. White and yellow secret realms were spawning incessantly. Some countries unable to clear the secret realms in time had experienced the 7-day catastrophe. The descended demonic beasts preyed on humans, causing tragic casualties. The bestiary of demonic beasts, compiled jointly by China and other nations, was updated in real time, detailing the characteristics of known demonic beasts and methods to counter them. Books such as Secret Realm Environment and Weapon Matching and Tactical Coordination between Squads and Main Forces were all listed as compulsory reading. 3 days later, there would be a strict written examination. The total score was 100, with a passing line as high as 90 points. Failing meant a direct deduction of 200 credits. The rigor of the assessment was astounding. More critically, the school required students in each class to form teams of no more than 7 people and register for a subjugation mission in a white-level secret realm, which would serve as the second week's weekly assessment. Mandatory participation. We must participate in the secret realm subjugation. The moment this order was issued, the classroom erupted in uproar. The shadow of their recent secret realm experience still loomed large. Many classmates turned pale, and some, overwhelmed by fear, trembled uncontrollably. Yet this was the law of survival at the first cultivation university. Beep beep, a message popped up. Want to team up? Interested? The cinder blondie Lin Xiaotian. Zhang Xing naturally agreed, sure. But I want to bring Wu Xingyang, he has a healing talent, you know. No problem. I've also invited in Xinhu. The four quickly created a group chat. With a tap of his finger, Lin Xiaotian changed the group name to Guardians of the Mortal Realm. Zhang Sheng thought of his other 2 roommates, wondering how they were faring. But for them, perhaps staying away from this dangerous secret realm subjugation was a blessing. Although he and Fatty didn't have a high opinion of Xinhu, there was no deep-seated hatred between them. More importantly, the other's danger perception talent was indeed invaluable. If he hadn't identified the demonic spider disguised as a rock last time, the consequences would have been dire. Before registering, the primary task was to formulate a battle plan. The four quickly shared their opinions in the group chat. 2 days later, June 3, 2030. At the school's helicopter platform, Zhang Sheng and his 3 companions stood solemnly fully armed. Their weapon configurations were distinctive. Wu Xingyang carried a rocket launcher on his shoulder and a semi-automatic rifle at his waist. Lin Xiaodian wielded dual submachine guns exuding a sharp aura. Zhang Sheng and Inshin's primary weapons were both semi-automatic sniper rifles. My talent enhances my sniping accuracy. Why are you using this too? Inshin asked, puzzled. Zhang Sheng smirked, a hint of confident sharpness in his eyes. Through diligent practice, my marksmanship has already reached a transcendent level. How about a contest to see who kills more demonic beasts? You're on. Inshin, backed by his talent, was unafraid. In addition to his sniper rifle, Zhang Sheng also carried several high-explosive grenade smoke bombs and 12 gleaming alloy throwing knives purchased from the school store. Thinking of how he had arduously cultivated the telekinetic art to the perfection realm in recent days, Zhang Sheng's heart burned with excitement. No need for hand seals or incantations. With the mere circulation of spiritual energy, the thought of telekinesis could be unleashed in an instant. The roar of the helicopter's rotors was deafening as it carried the four straight towards the white-level secret realm designated Hub A-0186. As the helicopter landed, several teams had already gathered at the entrance of the secret realm. Many of them were fellow schoolmates. Besides Zhang Sheng's class, this secret realm subjugation was for all participants truly their first real combat experience. Facing the slightly nervous group of over 100 students were more than 200 armed police officers with resolute expressions, their rifles loaded and ready. They would be the safety net for this mission. Brother Sheng, with the soldiers here, I feel much more at ease. Fatty Wu Xingyang couldn't hide his excitement. This is the only time, Zhang Sheng reminded him. From now on, we'll have to rely on ourselves. Here too for each of you. He pulled out several talismans and distributed them to the 3. This, a Vajra talisman costing 300 credits each. The 3 were utterly shocked by the talismans in their hands. Zhang Sheng did not reveal that he had made them himself, calmly saying, I earned quite a few credits from the last mission. For safety, I bought a few in advance. Keep them safe. Stepping through the white light gate, the secret realm designated Hub A-0186 was a forested mountain region. The secret realm spanned merely a dozen kilometers in circumference, its boundaries clearly marked by a shimmering light membrane far smaller than the Gobi secret realm he had previously encountered. Shinga demon beasts. Wu Xingyang exclaimed excitedly. Everyone had already spotted several demon beasts in the woods resembling wild boars, but larger in size. A short horn atop their heads gleamed with metallic luster, and the spiritual energy emanating from their bodies was palpable, distinct from the demon spiders of the Gobi secret realm. Attention all squads, this is a small white-grade secret realm, hazard level 1 low. Squads are free to act, commanded the armed police commanding officer. Level 1 low was the lowest official hazard rating for secret realms. Drones had already transmitted scan map data to the smart terminals of Zhang Sheng and his team. These are horned wild boars, Zhang Sheng recalled from the beast bestiary. They were equivalent to the refining Qi realm. With caution, they posed little danger. Let's head northwest. And Shinhu suggested, his eyes flickering with violet light. Bang! Bang! Their sniper rifles struck the horned wild boar's weak points from hundreds of meters away, felling them instantly. Lin Xiaoshan's submachine gun proved less effective, forcing him into close combat. With his shadowless sword and shield defense, he easily dispatched several horned wild boars in succession. Fatty launched a rocket at a dense cluster of boars, then discarded the launcher and switched to a rifle. With over 300 people, the dozen-kilometer-wide secret realm held only a modest number of demon beasts. The secret realm contained only one species, the horned wild boar. A white jade token materialized beside a slain boar, and Zhang Sheng pocketed it. Time ticked by. As the boars neared extinction, Zhang Sheng hurled a flying dagger. Art of object control. With a mere thought, the dagger transformed into a streak of silver light. It pierced a horned wild boar's neck. The beast struggled, its eyes dimmed, and it collapsed. Zhang Sheng was startled by the sight. At the mastery realm, the art of object control allowed the dagger to move as freely as his own arm within a certain range. He could command the dagger to fly as he wished, swift and devastatingly powerful. He controlled it across the battlefield, its range extending fully 300 meters. Beyond 300 meters, the dagger became unwieldy. It wove through the fray, swiftly reaping boars. Some fighters locked in close combat found their foes suddenly fallen. The dagger was small and fast. Aside from a few keen-sensed individuals, no one noticed Zhang Sheng's art of object control at work. Among them was Inshinhu, who stared at Zhang Sheng in disbelief. Zhang Sheng raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence. An hour later, only one horned wild boar remained alive in the secret realm. It had been deliberately spared by the armed police and was now confined in a special alloy cage. If this boar were killed, the secret realm would shatter and everyone would be teleported back to the entrance. The resources within would be wasted. By containing this last beast, the logistics team could safely harvest all materials from the secret realm. Every demon beast corpse, every plant, even every stone. Anything that could be taken out would be removed. The logistics department would sort and process these resources, many of which would be sent to Chinese research institutions. The final beast would be slain just before the 7-day deadline. As the group exited the secret realm, the logistics team entered swiftly with mining equipment, their numbers even exceeding the combat force. The first formal secret realm subjugation mission was complete. Zhang Sheng's clothes were not even soiled. "Xinga, I never expected it to be so smooth. Ew, I couldn't sleep last night from nerves," Fatty said lightly. And Xinhu cast a deep glance at Zhang Sheng, but said nothing about competing in beast kills. "Let's go back to school." Having effortlessly completed the white-grade secret realm mission, the gloom of the past few days lifted. The first Cultivation University Unified Admissions exam begins. Early admission students must also participate in certain tests. Those who fail will be sent back. Zhang Sheng read the notice on the campus website. For fairness, early admission students were required to undergo speed, agility, and strength tests. Talent would not be reassessed. Zhang Sheng completed the tests that same day. "Xinga, what's going on with you? You're insanely strong." Wu Xingyang stood in the training hall lobby, stunned by the rankings. First place, Zhang Sheng, speed 15. 2 milliseconds, Trun 3. 8 seconds, punch force 1,641 kilograms. These scores far surpassed pre-cataclysm records, but for a cultivator, they were still far from the Qi realm. "Xinga, your talent isn't really just body fortification, is it? We all have the same 24 hours. How do you train?" Wu Xingyang marveled. "Body fortification. Yeah, right." And Xinhu, who had just finished his tests, muttered under his breath, recalling the image of Zhang Sheng controlling the flying dagger. Could it be a telekinetic talent or a dual talent? Come on, just cultivate diligently. Zhang Sheng pulled Wu Xingyang out of the training hall. Most early admission students had completed the 3 tests. Back in his apartment, Zhang Sheng pondered his next steps. He had planned to continue subjugating white-grade secret realms, but he realized his current strength rendered them useless for training. Especially his mastery-level art of object control, which could slay refining killable demon beasts like slaughtering chickens. Should he apply to join yellow-grade secret realm subjugations? That was the question. For now, cultivation was paramount. Zhang Sheng headed to the alchemy chamber to resume his previous training regimen. Since the world changed in early May, he had never stopped cultivating the heavenly movement art. However, even at the proficiency level, the heavenly movement art took half an hour to complete one cycle of refining qi. Switching techniques was impossible, as it was the only known method for refining qi. He summoned his talent panel. Technique: Heavenly Movement Art, Proficiency 682-1000. It took nearly half an hour to complete one cycle, refining 10 points of spiritual energy. Reaching mastery would take at least half a month. He could endure another half month. Most of his classmates could now refine 10 spiritual points per cycle, finishing the heavenly movement art and shifting to the primordial chaos refining qi to expand their qi si. Outside the school, ordinary people who could only refine 2 points per cycle prematurely switched to the primordial chaos refining qi, a clearly unwise choice. But Zhang Sheng calculated that refining 10 points per cycle and practicing the primordial chaos refining qi to the first layer of the qi si required 999 cycles to condense one dragon's qi, storing 9990 spiritual points in the dantian. At the 9th layer of the qi si, with 9 dragons qi, the dantian could hold 89910 spiritual points. If the heavenly movement art were only at the beginner level, refining 2 points per cycle, the qi si's capacity at full circle would be only 1/5 17982 points. A 4-fold difference in spiritual energy would inevitably lead to an even greater gap in combat power. Zhang Sheng was determined to push the heavenly movement art to mastery, or even its peak. If he could refine 100 spiritual points per cycle, the time spent now would be well worth it. Zhang Sheng had long understood the perilous nature of the yellow-grade secret realm. He had never disclosed his plan to venture into the yellow-grade secret realm to anyone unwilling to worry his friends or have them accompany him into danger. The yellow-grade secret realm could well be called a death realm. Almost every expedition resulted in casualties. Yet if no one were sent to conquer it, the descent of demonic beasts upon the mortal world would inevitably lead to far graver consequences. Further preparations were still needed. While Zhang Sheng was cultivating as usual in the alchemy chamber, the United Nations General Assembly passed a resolution. A universal trading currency for cultivators was born. That was the spirit pearl, a semi-artificial spiritual artifact. Zhang Sheng stared in shock at the official announcement from Huaxiao and the revealed method for crafting spirit pearls. In appearance, the spirit pearl was a colorless, transparent bead the size of a marble. Its base could be crafted from various spiritual materials, such as the branches of the red leaf clustered flower tree or the stalks of golden spirit rice. The red leaf clustered flower tree was also a spiritual plant from the secret realm, now successfully transplanted to Earth. Most importantly, governments could first produce the embryo of a spirit pearl using modern industrial processes. Then a cultivator would infuse their own spiritual energy into it. And finally, a sealing operation would yield a complete spirit pearl. The spirit pearl had many uses, the most crucial being its ability to replenish a cultivator's Dantian spiritual energy. The replenishment speed was at least twice that of normal cultivation. If the pearl was pre-infused with one's own spiritual energy, the recovery rate could reach an astonishing tenfold. Moreover, spirit pearls could be used in conjunction with spirit-gathering arrays to accelerate cultivation. Nations across the globe unanimously agreed to adopt spirit pearls as currency for exchanging resources. The method for refining spirit pearls was made public. That very evening, every student at the first cultivation university received 100 spirit pearl embryos. This industrially producible item could be manufactured in massive quantities by Huaxiao with ease, and the process for creating the embryos was exceptionally simple. Furthermore, the school's original credit system was abolished. Existing credits were converted into first-grade low-quality spirit pearls at an exchange rate of 10-to-1. The change to a universal currency heralded a seismic shift in the world. The credit system had only been enforced within the first cultivation university, but the transition to spirit pearls meant integration with the outside world. As Zhang Sheng had anticipated, Huaxiao announced the establishment of a unified national trading platform for cultivation resources, the 10,000 Treasures Network. The platform resembled traditional shopping sites like Taobao or JD.com, except that conventional goods were replaced with cultivation resources and traditional currency with spirit pearls. All citizens of Huaxia could trade cultivation resources on the 10,000 Treasures Network. The platform's emergence sent shockwaves through the nation. The Huaxiao authorities began distributing large quantities of spirit pearl embryos to the public free of charge. As long as one possessed spirit pearls, they could exchange for desired resources on the network a vast array of martial arts cultivation techniques, spells, talismans, pills, formation discs, and more. From this moment, cultivation civilization truly began its rapid development on Earth. The reason spirit pearls could serve as a trading currency lay in the spiritual energy they contained. If infused with one's own energy, it could be absorbed at 10 times the speed, allowing for swift recovery during battles with demonic beasts, potentially life-saving in critical moments. Even if the energy belonged to another, it could still be absorbed at least at twice the normal rate, greatly enhancing spiritual energy recovery. This was immensely useful whether in combat or while practicing spells. Beyond this, over 2,000 universities across Huaxia began emulating the first cultivation university, establishing distinct academies, such as the War God Academy and the Artifact Refining Academy. Holding the spirit pearl embryo in his hand, Zhang Sheng guided his internal spiritual energy into it. Soon he had infused 10 points of spiritual energy and completed the sealing process. The originally transparent embryo transformed into a faint milky white finished spirit pearl. Skill Spirit Pearl Sealing Beginner 110. Zhang Sheng shook his head. Creating a finished spirit pearl was no easy feat. At the proficient level of refining essence in a chi, it took half an hour to refine 10 points of spiritual energy, enough to produce just one pearl. Others practicing the Hunyuan refining chi method were even slower, requiring a long time to craft a single spirit pearl. Yet even if only for self-preservation in times of danger, everyone would surely be willing to make them. Zhang Sheng stopped after consecutively crafting 10 spirit pearls for reserve. These 10 pearls were stored separately for future combat use. Now Zhang Sheng's previous 8,000 plus credits had been converted into over 800 spirit pearls in his account. Thinking of his parents, he hurriedly dialed their number. "Dad, just accept them. Your son is exceptionally gifted. I have more spirit pearls than I can use. Don't waste your time making them, you and Mom. Buy whatever you want on the 10,000 Treasures Network. Let me know when the spirit pearls in your account run low. Also be sure to sign for the package I sent you at the Security Bureau. It's full of treasures. Don't rush to practice Hunyuan refining chi. Focus on refining essence into chi first. I have plenty of essence-nourishing pills." Old Zhang couldn't win against his son and sent over his account details. Upon seeing the sudden addition of 700 spirit pearls, he murmured to himself, "Our boy has made it." Zhang Sheng sent 10 Vajra talismans and some top-grade essence-nourishing pills home via the Security Bureau's Cultivation Resource Delivery Channel. Returning to his dormitory, he used all his remaining spirit pearls to purchase materials for drawing Vajra talismans. Alternating between refining essence into chi and drawing talismans, Zhang Sheng produced a full 1,000 Vajra talismans in 2 days. Combined with his previous stock, he now had over 1,200 Vajra talismans on hand. His skill in crafting Vajra talismans had reached the mastery level. He could draw one in under a minute. A young man carrying a large bag of Vajra talismans arrived at the school warehouse. "Student Zhang Sheng, did you draw all these Vajra talismans?" a middle-aged man asked. Zhang Sheng hadn't expected that selling talismans would attract the attention of the school's warehouse supervisor. "Yes, can I sell these Vajra talismans to the school?" Zhang Sheng inquired. "Of course. You can sell as many talismans as you have to the school, and the quality of these is excellent. I can offer you 35 spirit pearls each." The supervisor smiled. Before this, he had specially tested the power of the talismans Zhang Sheng brought, only to find their defensive capability nearly double that of those submitted by the Talisman Academy. "Student Zhang Sheng, my name is Ma Qingming. You can call me Supervisor Ma. I believe we'll have many opportunities to work together in the future." The refined man in a suit extended his right hand. Zhang Sheng was surprised that the warehouse supervisor of the First Cultivation University would be so courteous to him. As the cradle for nurturing Waxia's top combat strength, the school's warehouse was directly linked to the 10,000 Treasures network. More precisely, the school mall and credit system were the precursors to the network. The initial pricing of various cultivation resources on the 10,000 Treasures network was based on the First Cultivation University's credit valuation. "Thank you, Supervisor Ma. Just call me Xiao Zhang," Zhang Sheng said respectfully. The 1,000 Vajra talismans sold for 35,000 spirit pearls. At last he could afford a splurge. Ever since Zhang Sheng had mastered the art of object manipulation to perfection, he had coveted the spirit flying knives in the marketplace. Now all those spirit artifacts had been consolidated into the Universal Treasures network. Zhang Sheng spent 17,500 spirit pearls to purchase 5 spirit flying knives and 1 spirit tangdao in one go. After placing the order online, he brought the 5 flying knives and the tangdao back to his apartment directly from the school warehouse. Alloy flying knives would be damaged when facing Qi realm demonic beasts with even slightly stronger defenses. Spirit artifacts, however, were far more resilient and could be enhanced by infusing them with spiritual energy to increase their power. Zhang Sheng also spent 1 spirit pearl to purchase a copy of the Spirit Eye technique. Since there was no way to restrict the private dissemination of cultivation techniques, all kinds of secret manuals were sold exceptionally cheaply on the Universal Treasures network. Zhang Sheng had long coveted the ability of the Tranquil Guardian. Although he could not possess its innate talent, if he cultivated this art to the pinnacle of perfection, achieving instantaneous casting its effect should be no less formidable. In addition, Zhang Sheng downloaded a set of close combat martial arts called the Cascade Waveblade. Although the single-strike saber technique was effective, it had obvious drawbacks. Its attack patterns were monotonous, lacked parrying and counterattacks, and was unsuitable for prolonged or group combat. The Cascade Waveblade perfectly compensated for these shortcomings. Time passed imperceptibly in cultivation, and 7 days flew by in an instant. Zhang Sheng successfully cultivated the Spirit Eye technique to the pinnacle of perfection. He could cast it instantaneously and even maintain its activation without being detected by others, while the spiritual energy consumption was nearly negligible. Under the Spirit Eye, the distribution and fluctuations of spiritual energy were laid bare. He wondered if he could now see through the secret realm's demonic spider from before. The Cascade Waveblade was also cultivated to perfection. Upon reaching the pinnacle of perfection, Zhang Sheng comprehended the Cascade Blade intent. Each stroke followed in relentless succession, forming an impenetrable defense, with waves mounting upon waves, accumulating an overwhelming force. It was time to set out. Zhang Sheng opened the campus network and submitted, Zhang Sheng applying to participate in the Yellow Grade Secret Realm Expedition. "Are you ready?" Zhang Sheng looked at the message sent by Dean Ho. As the Dean of the War God Academy, the first application for a Yellow Grade Secret Realm Expedition naturally required his approval. "Dean, I am ready," Zhang Sheng sent back. A few seconds later, Ho Wu replied, "Make sure you come back alive." Right after Zhang Sheng completed his application, Ho Wu in his office opened a notebook and wrote down the number 121 Zhang Sheng. Before him, there were already 120 names. This was the order of students applying for the Yellow Grade Secret Realm Expedition, but some names had already been crossed out with a stark red mark. Then Zhang Sheng received a document, a suicide note. This was something every applicant for a Yellow Grade Secret Realm had to prepare. A suicide note served as a final account for the family and friends who cared about them, and also made them aware of the dangers of this journey. A single lapse in vigilance could cost one's life, and even with utmost caution, a stroke of bad luck could leave one dead in the jaws of a demonic beast. Zhang thought for a long time, but did not know how to begin writing. The pen felt extraordinarily heavy, every word he left behind seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. For even a moment, he felt the urge to retreat and withdraw his application for the yellow-grade Secret Realm expedition. But then he thought of the stronger secret realms that might appear in the future. If he could not even protect his own family and friends, what meaning would there be? Zhang thought of his parents. He thought of Fatty Li Bin and son Jia. He thought of the graceful classmate Xiao Tian. He thought of Professor Liu, who had helped him. He even thought of his ex-girlfriend who had deceived and betrayed him. Zhang never considered himself a selfless or great person. On the contrary, he was selfish, introverted, and averse to trouble. If he had not awakened the talent of eternal verification, he would probably have been content to be a slacker, spending his summers with fatty sneaking glances at the pretty legs of female classmates. But alas, he had awakened the SS-grade talent of eternal verification. There were some things he had to do. If his family and friends died in the mouths of demonic beasts, he could never forgive himself, even in the afterlife. Zhang picked up his pen first. I have never been inferior to anyone. Even if the world is destroyed, I won't die. But if by some only in a trillion chance I do kick the bucket. Mom, Dad, you've both cultivated immortality and are young again. Hurry up and have 8 or 10 kids to take care of you in your old age, so I can rest easy down below. Your unfilial son, Zhang. The suicide note was very short, but Zhang felt it was sufficient. After writing the suicide note, Zhang still felt the journey was too dangerous. So he drew over 100 Vajra talismans, bought an expensive spirit inner armor, 20 healing talismans for treating injuries, and 20 speed talismans for acceleration. The nearest yellow-grade Secret Realm expedition mission was not inside the Secret Realm itself, but outside it. Zhang accepted it. The incident began when a yellow-grade Secret Realm in Myanmar was not eradicated within 7 days and descended into the mortal world. Now sporadic demonic beasts had begun to cross the China-Myanmar border into Yunnan province, and the situation was extremely critical. On the morning of June 11, 2030, Zhang told no one. He participated in the cleanup operation as an independent cultivator, taking a military transport plane from the capital directly to the Yunnan border. At any time, the military welcomed independent cultivators to join yellow-grade Secret Realm expeditions, but with a few requirements. They bore full responsibility for their own lives, and they had to wear the military's smart terminal to receive and report all kinds of information. In case of danger, they could request military rescue, but whether they would be saved depended on the situation, as the military always prioritized its own missions. They had freedom of action, but were not allowed to interfere with military missions. When necessary, they had to obey military orders. Those who behaved poorly could even be banned from subsequent yellow-grade Secret Realm expeditions. Zhang did not hide his identity. When the battle-hardened soldiers learned that Zhang was from the #1 high school, they were quite enthusiastic and actively explained to him the precautions for fighting Chi-Si realm demonic beasts. The transport plane landed on a runway amidst the mountains and forests. The map already showed that they were near northern Myanmar. Zhang's smart terminal displayed the area he was to clear, a jungle southwest of the border in Myanmar. Due to the extremely complex terrain of the dense jungle, even drones found it difficult to detect demonic beasts hiding in the undergrowth. Zhang and the other soldiers could only proceed on foot, clearing the area section by section, at best equipped with a few small silent drones. Those cunning demonic beasts would vanish without a trace the moment they heard the sound of helicopters or large drones. Zhang, on the other hand, traveled light. Tall shrubs completely blocked Zhang's line of sight, but fortunately the smart terminal on his arm continued to function normally. The weather in June was hot and humid, especially in this dense jungle. The ground underfoot was wet and muddy, but fortunately Zhang's perfected dragon-like movement technique made it easy to move quietly. He advanced for several kilometers, but the further he went, the stranger he felt. He could not quite explain this strangeness. Zhang kept his spirit eye technique activated at all times, yet he detected no fluctuations of spiritual energy. The smart terminal on his arm suddenly vibrated slightly. It was a group inquiry from the expedition commander asking if anyone had found anything unusual. Zhang's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly realized what that strange, unsettling feeling was. Silence. It was far too quiet. At this time of year, the jungle should have been filled with the chirping of insects and the croaking of frogs, but now the surrounding environment was eerily silent. There was not even a single mosquito or ant, nor could he see their corpses. This was undoubtedly extremely abnormal. Zhang immediately became alert, focusing all his attention on his surroundings, and reported the situation to the commander. In fact, he was not the only one to notice. But aside from the abnormal stillness of the jungle, no one had found anything else. Silence and the jungle were in such a contradictory pairing, particularly in such a hot and humid environment. After walking for several miles, Zhang Sheng finally sensed a trace of murky spiritual energy fluctuations. Is it finally coming? Zhang Sheng focused all his attention. A faint thread of spiritual energy emanated from a low mountain, but as Zhang Sheng approached, he discovered something unusual. A sealed cave entrance. The emitted spiritual energy was appallingly low. If it weren't for Zhang Sheng's mastery of the spiritual eye technique, he would have never discovered this hidden entrance. It is likely that there are no formidable demonic beasts within the cave, probably weak entities even in the stage of refining essence into qi. A dark flying dagger shot out from the bindings on Zhang Sheng's legs. In an instant it shattered the cave entrance into pieces. Dust flew within the cave, but as the dust began to settle, numerous pairs of emerald green eyes pierced through the mist. To Zhang Sheng's eyes, the cave was no longer a den of lambs awaiting slaughter. The thick, murky spiritual energy felt almost tangible. Zhang Sheng quickly retreated, summoning the remaining 4 flying daggers to his front, where they spun rapidly around him under his control. It's a Qi-Si realm. There are definitely Qi-Si realm demonic beasts, and not just one. Zhang Sheng realized he was in serious trouble as these beasts emerged from the cave. With emerald green eyes and dark gray fur, the demonic beasts were comparable in size to American gray wolves. Moonshadow demon wolves ranked 324 among Qi-Si realm demonic beasts in the bestiary. One of the Moonshadow demon wolves was clearly larger than the others, sporting silver-white fur shaped like a third eye on its forehead, indicating it was the wolf king of this small pack. There were a total of 11 demon wolves, 3 of which were in the Qi-Si realm, with the wolf king being the strongest. The remaining ones were very close to the Qi-Si realm. Zhang Sheng was puzzled as to why these demon wolves would hide in such a cramped cave and restrain their spiritual energy fluctuations. It felt as if they were avoiding some enemy. There was no time for contemplation. The Wolf King fixed its fierce gaze on Zhang Sheng, as if locking onto its prey, making Zhang Sheng's hair stand on end. After the Wolf King signaled, the other 2 Qi-Si realm demon wolves flanked Zhang Sheng from the left and right. Zhang Sheng realized that Qi-Si realm demonic beasts possessed considerable intelligence. Using grenades or similar means to effectively harm them during a raid in a secret realm would be incredibly difficult. A yellow talisman flew out from Zhang Sheng's backpack, transforming into 2 beams of light that attached to his legs. Speed talisman. Zhang Sheng transformed into a swimming dragon, darting swiftly through the forest. Even the 3 Qi-Si realm demonic beasts above him found it hard to complete their encirclement momentarily. Take out the smaller ones first. Several flying daggers launched an attack, simultaneously targeting the demon wolf, refining essence into qi in the left rear. As if sensing Zhang Sheng's intentions, the Qi-Si realm demon wolf leading the left flank spat out a column of black water, knocking down Zhang Sheng's flying daggers. However, Zhang Sheng was already aware that Qi-Si realm demonic beasts typically employed spells. The black water of the Moonshadow demon wolf was documented in the bestiary, so he was prepared. The 5 fallen flying daggers regrouped, attacking the demon wolves again. 3 targeted the forelimbs of the Qi-Si realm demon wolf, while the other 2 dealt with the smaller demon wolves. In an instant, the bodies of 2 small demon wolves were severed. Woo! A mighty wolf howl resounded from directly behind. It was the Wolf King. The remaining demon wolves responded immediately to the howl, their auras, except for the Wolf King's, increasing by 10%. This is trouble. This is the Wolf King's special ability, Resonance. The consumption of spiritual energy was escalating. Zhang Sheng focused on the demon wolf to his right rear, and the 5 flying daggers struck out again. This time, the Qi-Si realm demon wolf on the right was clearly on guard, positioning its body in front of the smaller demon wolves, not releasing the black water column, but preparing to pounce on Zhang Sheng's flying daggers. But it had underestimated him. Facing such intelligent Qi-Si realm demon wolves, how could Zhang Sheng use the same tactic? The 5 flying daggers aligned in a straight line under his control. Each flying dagger spun rapidly, resembling a drill bit. The first rotating flying dagger pierced through the demon wolf's forepaw, followed swiftly by the others, which punctured the demon wolf's tough skull. The Qi-Si realm demon wolf was slain. The remaining 2 small demon wolves, now without their Qi-Si realm companion, were swiftly dispatched as well. However, utilizing the spiritual flying daggers in such a manner took a significant toll on Zhang Sheng. Seeing this, the remaining demon wolves quickly regrouped. There were still 4 small demon wolves and 2 Qi-Si realm ones, and the situation remained critical. The thought of such powerful demon wolves hiding in a cave to avoid danger sent a shiver through Zhang Sheng. He had to resolve this quickly. As another yellow talisman flew out, an invisible circular barrier formed around Zhang Sheng. Meanwhile, Zhang Sheng withdrew a black spiritual weapon tang sword from behind. Come on, let me feel the power of the Qi-Si realm. As the blood energy within him surged, a blade aura erupted from the black tang, sword resembling a brilliant red flame. Seeing Zhang Sheng stop, the two Qi realm demon wolves charged forward, one in front and one behind, while the four small demon wolves slowly retreated. Just as the Qi realm demon wolves lunged at Zhang Sheng, he summoned another diamond talisman. At the same time, four flying daggers shot towards the four small demon wolves. By the time the two Qi realm demon wolves realized Zhang Sheng's intention, it was already too late. They couldn't comprehend why this ant-like human would not choose to defend against a pincer attack, or did he not fear death? Until their fangs collided with an invisible barrier. A low-grade diamond talisman, indeed a low-grade diamond talisman for the Qi realm. Even though Zhang Sheng's skill had reached perfection and the talisman he drew was the finest among low-grade ones, it ultimately could not withstand the pincer attack from the two Qi realm demonic beasts. Moreover, the Wolf King was close to the second layer of the Qi realm. The diamond talisman shattered with a sound. Fortunately, Zhang Sheng had anticipated this. The second diamond talisman had already activated, forming another layer of shield to block the Wolf King's attack. Meanwhile, the four small demon wolves around him had already been dispatched by the flying daggers. Seeing that the second diamond talisman was about to break, Zhang Sheng retreated while activating another speed talisman. The previous speed talisman had already expired. At this moment, Zhang Sheng could only rely on his blood energy to use the blade aura to battle the two demon wolves while simultaneously controlling the flying daggers to attack, frantically searching for flaws. However, Zhang Sheng had primarily trained in the Tianqing technique and rarely practiced the Hunyuan Qi refinement, resulting in his Qi Dantian being like an undeveloped wasteland with very little capacity for spiritual energy, which was nearly depleted at this moment. He could no longer sustain the drill-like flying dagger technique. Zhang Sheng could only continuously summon diamond talismans while consuming blood energy to slash with his sword. The red blade aura continuously inflicted wounds on the two demon wolves, and the consecutive wave slashes were building up momentum. Layer upon layer, the accumulated force was overwhelming. The Black Tang sword steadily gathered power amidst the relentless attacks, awaiting the moment of its final explosion. A dark red blade aura detached from the Tang sword, cleaving the bodies of the two demon wolves in half. However, at this moment, Zhang Sheng was not only out of spiritual energy, but also completely drained of blood energy. Holding the sword in one hand, he stuck it into the ground for support, quickly taking out a high-grade essence-replenishing pill and swallowing it. The perfected flesh-eating technique activated automatically, restoring his blood energy, while he took out a spirit orb to rapidly absorb spiritual energy. Simultaneously, Zhang Sheng urgently reported the battle to the command of this operation via his smart terminal and uploaded the location and recorded video of the demonic beasts. Soon a military helicopter would arrive to transport these corpses back to the country. Upon returning, if Zhang Sheng wanted these spoils of war, he would have to pay for their transportation. If he didn't want to pay, he could sell them directly to the Huaxia government. What a pity. It seemed that some special rule governed these beasts. Once they descended from the secret realm onto Earth, killing them yielded no drops, leaving only their corpses behind. In a sense, it was a tremendous waste. After a brief rest, Zhang Sheng continued southward, spotting a Burmese village several kilometers ahead. The Shadow Moon Wolf's behavior of hiding in a cave and restraining its spiritual energy made him uneasy. The thick, bloody scent from the corpses might also attract more powerful beasts. While absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit pearls, he hastened toward the village. Upon arriving, Zhang Sheng had fully restored his spiritual energy. The village was small, with about a dozen households. An eerie silence reigned. Though filled with signs of life, not a single sound could be heard. Approaching a farmhouse, he saw two corpses lying in the stable. Zhang Sheng immediately summoned his flying daggers and a talisman, watching his surroundings warily. The two corpses were shriveled, their skin ashen, their eyes bulging, a horrifying sight. A wave of nausea churned in Zhang Sheng's stomach. Yet no obvious wounds were found on the bodies except for a small dark hole on their necks. This was clearly unrelated to the Shadow Moon Wolf. It must be another type of beast. Zhang Sheng uploaded everything he saw to the Operations General Command via his smart terminal. Then he activated his spiritual eye technique to scan the area, detecting an extremely faint trace of spiritual energy in a nearby house. Drawing closer, he heard a weak breath. Opening the door, a young man lay curled on the ground, his mouth struggling to open, but producing no sound. His skin was dark red, his eyes white and blind. Yet what horrified Zhang Sheng most was his swollen abdomen. The faint, filthy spiritual energy emanated from within. The distended belly quivered slightly, as if something was gestating inside. Zhang Sheng had already formed a conjecture about the man. Every second of life was immense agony. He had been parasitized by some beast beyond even divine salvation. A flying dagger sliced across the man's neck. As his heart ceased beating, his corpse rapidly turned into a desiccated husk before the naked eye. With a pop, the belly split open. A buzzing sound erupted as fist-sized blood-red mosquitoes swarmed out from the torn abdomen. Their mouthparts were like chopsticks. What kind of beast was this? Over 100 such mosquitoes flew out from the man's belly. These were beasts not recorded in any bestiary and rare insect-type ones at that. Zhang Sheng activated his Vajra talisman while unleashing his spirit-flying daggers. Countless mouthparts struck the shield formed by the Vajra talisman, producing a constant clatter. 5 flying daggers flashed swiftly, piercing through the bodies of the blood mosquitoes without resistance. These blood mosquitoes were not strong, merely at the chi refining stage. A low hum grew into a loud drone, filling Zhang Sheng's ears and intensifying. He cast his gaze out the window. Like a sudden downpour, the southern sky was a sea of crimson. Like a rain of blood, he swiftly deployed 2 yellow talismans, Vajra talisman and speed talisman. Flee! Zhang Sheng activated the speed talisman while executing the wandering dragon technique to its fullest, sprinting northward. Behind him was an endless swarm of crimson blood mosquitoes. It was a flood of blood, a closing death. Once entangled by these bloodthirsty mosquitoes, even a Chi Sea realm cultivator would surely die. Zhang Sheng now understood why the shadow moon wolf had hidden earlier. How many humans and livestock must have been devoured for such a multitude of blood mosquitoes to breed? While running, Zhang Sheng transmitted the scene behind him via his smart terminal to the supreme commander of this yellow-grade secret realm expedition. A reply came swiftly. All personnel of this China-Myanmar border yellow-grade secret realm expedition are to prepare for evacuation. Evacuate at maximum speed. Zhang Sheng used his speed talismans as if they cost nothing, activating one after another. By the end, even the spiritual energy within him to activate talismans was completely exhausted. The 10 low-grade first-tier spirit pearls, which he had pre-filled with his own spiritual energy, had long been depleted. He finally reached the safety point indicated on his smart terminal at the border. Rows of armored vehicles lined up with numerous drones hovering in the sky. Zhang Sheng had put about a kilometer between himself and the blood mosquito swarm, but the swarm was still advancing toward China's border. Brother, leave this to us. A soldier saluted Zhang Sheng, who returned the salute before boarding a vehicle to leave. Suddenly, the roar of gunfire erupted. Through the rearview mirror, Zhang Sheng saw streaks of fire sweeping through the crimson swarm. The swarm, as if startled, retreated southward. Zhang Sheng let out a long sigh and activated the heavenly movement art to refine a spirit-nourishing pill. Young man, are you injured? The driver asked. Uncle, I'm not hurt. I'm just fast, Zhang Sheng replied with a bitter smile. You're a true young hero. These are hard times. You youngsters are our hope. Don't be reckless. If you can't run, no one will blame you. The driver was a logistics staff member from the stationed army, clearly a retired soldier. Uncle, if these beasts enter China, the consequences would be disastrous. It's a pity I'm still too weak. Sensing the disappointment in Zhang Sheng's voice, he said, don't worry, we old-timers are still here. If you feel weak, just cultivate diligently. Uncle, just drop me off at the town. Zhang Sheng noticed the driver hadn't stopped. Young man, aren't you going back to school? They'll take you to the high-speed rail station. I need to pick someone up along the way. The uncle chuckled. Uncle, how did you know I'm a student? Though Zhang Sheng's attire clearly marked him as a freelance cultivator in the expedition, it didn't necessarily mean he was a student. In the rearview mirror, Zhang Sheng noticed the driver's lips curl slightly, though his sunglasses obscured any finer expression. Zhang Sheng channeled spiritual energy into his eyes to scrutinize the driver again. Yet there was no spiritual fluctuation from him. As if sensing Zhang Sheng's gaze, the uncle said with a smile, don't bother looking, I'm just an ordinary person. My child is also a college student. You both share a similar aura. Despite this, Zhang Sheng remained uneasy, always feeling there was something odd about the uncle. Following the normal route, the uncle dropped Zhang Sheng at the high-speed rail station, where he met the person he was picking up. It was a girl with skin as white as jade, her hair tied in a ponytail, clad in black attire that fluttered in the wind, exuding an ethereal yet cold beauty. Her slender frame carried a 6-foot silver sword on her back. Though the sword's spiritual energy was restrained, Zhang Sheng knew it was a spirit weapon on par with his own Tang saber. Seeing Zhang Sheng get out of the car, the girl immediately frowned and said, hey, you old rascal. I asked you to pick me up, and you're making extra money on the side. Qinghe, don't be rude. This is a hero fresh from the battlefield. The girl's eyes sparkled as she rushed to Zhang Sheng and asked, really? Are there many mosquito beasts over there? Are they strong? Are there a lot? Zhang Sheng, puzzled by her excitement, said flatly, there are many mosquito beasts. They love to suck blood, can parasitize humans, and are extremely dangerous. The girl gave Zhang Sheng a deep look, a flicker of spiritual light in her eyes, as if she had discovered something, then sneered, I know. Your spiritual energy value isn't even 300, yet you dare to join a yellow-grade secret realm expedition. Of course it's dangerous for you. She added, impatiently glancing at the Tang saber at his waist with a hint of disdain. You're just there to gild your resume, aren't you? Has your blade ever tasted blood? At these words, the driver's face immediately changed. Qinghe, what nonsense are you talking? Apologize to him right now. Uncle Qian, I've seen plenty of people like him, relying on family connections, neglecting cultivation, and coming to the front lines just for show. They're a disgrace to our kind. Why should I be polite to him? Look at his clothes. Not even a single tear, and he dares to claim he joined the secret realm expedition. Now that the mosquito beasts have erupted, he runs away immediately. Disgusting, the girl said irritably. Zhang Sheng ignored her rudeness and said to the driver, Uncle, we'll be going now. Thank you for the ride. Seeing Zhang Sheng disregard her, the girl's anger flared. How dare this gilded second generation ignore me? She drew the silver sword from her back. Hearing the blade unsheathe, Zhang Sheng quickly stepped back 2 paces while drawing his Tang saber, a blood-red blade aura coating its edge. Clang. Sword and saber clashed. The girl's silver sword was sent flying instantly. At the same time, 5 flying daggers shot out. In an instant, they controlled the girl's vital points, her brow, throat, and dantian, with the spirit daggers just a hair's breadth from her skin. Move again, and you die? Zhang Sheng said sternly. Under the latest Chinese regulations, Zhang Sheng was acting in self-defense, and even killing her would be lawful. The girl's forehead beaded with sweat, her face pale with terror. She was momentarily speechless. Wait! The driver shouted loudly, and station security personnel gathered around. Qinghe apologized to him immediately. If this is reported, your ranking will be at risk. The girl, frightened, tears streaming from her eyes, stammered, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Drop your weapon now. Red laser sights were aimed at Zhang Sheng's forehead. Station guards. Zhang Sheng sheathed his Tang saber, and the flying daggers returned to their holsters. The girl, recovering from her shock, still heaved with unsteady breaths. Young man, give me your account. Qinghe is willing to compensate you satisfactorily. No need. Zhang Sheng gave the girl named Qinghe a long, cold look and said, Fool. You. The girl was furious, but dared not meet his gaze. She hadn't expected that someone with such weak spiritual energy could wield such powerful talent. Was it telekinesis? She realized she had truly misjudged him. He was no gilded rich kid, but an extremely formidable cultivator. With the matter clarified and Zhang Sheng not pursuing it, he had no time to waste. He boarded the high-speed train, while the girl, after paying a security fine, headed toward the border with the driver. Uncle Qian, if I had released little gold just now, I could have taken that guy down. The girl fumed. Qinghe, haven't you lost enough face? Don't forget you're at the first level of the Qi realm, and he's not even there, yet you still lost. Do you want to lose your ranking resources? Do you know how many people are eyeing your position? If the dean finds out about this, what do you think he'll think of you? Qinghe, on the battlefield, you must understand that even with an SS-rank talent, you can still get hurt, still die. Uncle Qian said in a low voice. Uncle Qian, I know I was wrong. This time, I'll let little gold see if it can advance by preying on those mosquito beasts. I won't go deep. Sigh. If only someone could refine spirit food pills, but we only have Schwer as a top alchemist, and she's busy making chi-gathering pills and can't keep up. The girl muttered. Zhao Shue's ranking is above yours. Don't think about spirit food pills, focus on improving your cultivation level first. I know, Uncle Qian. Eat more little gold and grow quickly. A giant frog the size of a water buffalo lashed out its tongue dozens of meters long like a cannonball, striking down one bloodthirsty demon mosquito after another and retracting them into its mouth. Beneath the demon mosquitoes lay hundreds of slaughtered domestic pigs. Though numerous, the bloodthirsty demon mosquitoes lacked intelligence, driven only by the instinct to feed. These pigs were bait prepared by the border guards, attracting a swarm of demon mosquitoes. Their numbers kept increasing. Before long, the giant frog's belly swelled into a ball, while the girl beside it looked utterly disheartened. Qinghe, no luck? Asked Uncle Qian beside her. Alas, although these mosquito beasts are fresh, their grade is still too low. Little gold can only fill its stomach by eating such trash. Qinghe, hurry back and cultivate. Your contracted beast can be nurtured slowly. Moreover, your contracted beast is already at the first layer of the Qi realm. Your top priority now is to elevate your own strength to the second layer. Don't forget that other sequences have already reached at least the second layer by taking chi-gathering pills. Uncle Qian said earnestly. Uncle Qian, can you not report today's incident at the high-speed rail station to the dean? The girl asked guiltily. She thought about her treatment as a sequence member. If she were truly expelled, losing face would be trivial, but losing the school's resource support would be a major blow. Don't let it happen again. Uncle Qian said helplessly. As the number of bloodthirsty demon mosquitoes increased, the sky grew dense with them like a rain of blood. Qinghe pulled back. They're about to close the net. The pigs, drained of blood by the mosquito beasts, let out agonizing, tearing screams. Hundreds of special tanks were parked within several hundred meters, their bodies emblazoned with flame insignias. These were special combat equipment, flamethrower tanks. Additionally, numerous laser-emitting vehicles were already in position. At the command, torrents of fire spewed from the pipes, directly targeting the bloodthirsty demon mosquitoes scrambling for food. The power of these flame tanks was several times greater than an ordinary cultivator's fireball technique, and with a single press, no hand seals were needed. Under the flames, the mosquito beasts were reduced to ashes. Even if the mosquitoes discovered the soldiers inside the tanks, they couldn't penetrate the dozens of centimeters thick bulletproof armor with their fist-sized bodies. A large number of laser weapons using visual smart tracking achieved excellent killing effects. For China's current technology, dealing with these bloodthirsty demon mosquitoes was a trivial task. The real problem was eradicating them entirely. The best method the Chinese military could devise was to continuously set traps to kill the demon mosquitoes. A single mosquito flying out of a secret realm could plunge a small nation into crisis, even facing annihilation. What about the future? At this moment, Zhang Sheng was reflecting on the high-speed train back to school. He had been too arrogant. Even with the perfected telekinesis skill, his Dantian could only hold a few hundred points of spiritual energy, offering almost no endurance. He had been too impatient. Besides, external tools were ultimately external. Although talismans were useful, they required a casting process. In the life-and-death heat of battle, the act of casting was a glaring flaw. Back at school, Zhang Sheng received notification of the completion of his yellow-grade secret realm subjugation mission, along with over 3,000 spirit pearls, partly a reward from the Moon Shadow Demon Wolf, and partly a bonus for crucial communication. In the intermediate alchemy room, Zhang Sheng refined top-grade essence nourishing pills while fully cultivating the heavenly movement art to transform essence into qi. One top-grade essence nourishing pill could support 10 cycles of essence satoki transformation. This time he would not emerge from seclusion until he had cultivated the heavenly movement art to the perfected realm. Zhang Sheng had to start cultivating the chaos qi refining art, otherwise his Dantian was too small for sustained combat. The proficient level heavenly movement art transformed 10 units of qi per cycle. Regardless of how many units the perfected version transformed per cycle, Zhang Sheng had no intention of cultivating it to completion. Perfected completion required 100,000 cycles of essence satoki transformation. Who knew how long that would take? By then, others might have already reached the peak of the Qi realm while he was still refining essence. Zhang Sheng could not afford to wait. After several days of continuous cultivation, on the morning of June 17, 2030, his talent panel finally changed. Art Heavenly Movement Art Perfected 1100. Finally, he had achieved the perfected realm. Surprise. An immense surprise. 100 units of Qi per cycle. Not only that, but this art can operate on its own without active control, turning on and off at will, offering endless wonders. This way I can continue cultivating the heavenly movement art, while also practicing other arts and spells, Zhang Sheng mused. However, Zhang Sheng discovered a problem. His top-grade essence nourishing pills were no longer effective. The proficient level heavenly movement art took half an hour per cycle, while the perfected version took only 10 minutes, but the consumption increased tenfold. Now, one top-grade essence nourishing pill could only support one cycle of essence satoki transformation. Forget it. Zhang Sheng temporarily deactivated the automatic operation of the heavenly movement art. His priority now was to cultivate the chaos qi refining art to expand his qi si Dantian. A miraculous scene occurred as Zhang Sheng activated the chaos qi refining art. A wisp of vast spiritual energy like a small dragon coursed through his body. In terms of spiritual value, it amounted to 100 points. Upon completing one minor cycle, Zhang Sheng's body absorbed an equivalent wisp of spiritual energy from the surroundings. Zhang Sheng's Dantian expanded by a third in one go, increasing its total spiritual energy capacity from 300 points to 400 points. This was the effect of the perfected heavenly movement art. When cultivating the chaos qi refining art, Zhang Sheng's cultivation speed was at least 10 times that of an ordinary cultivator. Sharpening the axe does not delay the cutting of wood. It was not a waste of time to spend so long cultivating the heavenly movement art. However, the proficient level chaos qi refining art required 2 hours per cycle, which was far too lengthy. Thus, he had no time to practice spells. One hurdle after another. How frustrating. Zhang Sheng logged into the 10,000 Treasures network, hoping to find something that could enhance his efficiency. Zhang Sheng recalled his conversation with Tian Xingxing's grade and above alchemists at the school used spiritual artifact cauldrons to refine first-grade pills. Surely the 10,000 Treasures network had them. And indeed it did. Qi-gathering pill first-grade pill greatly accelerates a cultivator's minor cycle speed, contains abundant spiritual energy, a common cultivation pill for the Qi realm. Zhang Sheng remembered a brief introduction to this pill in the general knowledge of pills. Quantity in stock 0. Although there was a page, none were for sale. Below it a line read, if you obtain Qi-gathering pills from secret realms, the authorities are willing to buy them at a high price. Please contact customer service for details. It seemed the first cultivation university was not selling Qi-gathering pills, and demand far exceeded supply. The more this was the case, the more Zhang Sheng became intrigued by these pills. With his talents blessing, Zhang Sheng was confident he could refine Qi-gathering pills. He immediately purchased the pill formula. At least a decade-old spiritual plant, a spiritual artifact, cauldron, and alchemical fire were required. To refine a first-grade pill, these 3 were essential. He could buy the first 2, but the key was the last, alchemical fire. Though he lacked an alchemist's talent, Zhang Sheng thought of an alternative. He formed hand seals, circulating spiritual energy through his spleen and lungs, and a fist-sized fireball slowly formed in his palm. Spell Fireball Technique Beginner 110. Zhang Sheng returned to the alchemy chamber. Unable to continue cultivating the Hundun Lianqi art while practicing the fireball technique, he had no choice but to persist in refining top-tier essence nourishment pills using the spiritual energy generated from refining essence into Qi to cultivate the fireball technique. Soon the fireball technique reached proficiency. Zhang Sheng could now control the size of the fireball, just like his previous spells. By releasing small fireballs, he cheated his way to increasing the technique's mastery. By the next day, Zhang Sheng had finally cultivated this spell to the perfection realm. Spell Fireball Technique Perfection Realm. A flood of casting techniques surged into Zhang Sheng's mind. His understanding of this spell had reached an astonishing level. Not only did he no longer need to form hand seals, achieving instant spellcasting, but he could also freely control the form and size of the flames, no longer limited to fireballs. Finally, I can try to refine the Qi-gathering pill. Zhang Sheng fell into a deep sleep directly in the alchemy chamber, waking only 3 hours later. Zhang Sheng began his next operation, earning spirit coins. Although he had saved around 20,000 spirit coins, it was far from enough to purchase a spirit artifact cauldron. On the Wanbao network, only 3 spirit artifact cauldrons were for sale, each priced at no less than 50,000 spirit coins, several times the cost of ordinary spirit artifacts. After a day and night of hard work, Zhang Sheng finally drew 2,000 Vajra talismans. To grow stronger, he had maximized every moment of his time. The 2,000 Vajra talismans sold for a total of 70,000 spirit coins. Place the order. In the office of the First Cultivation University. What? You say someone bought the Mystic Fire Alchemy Cauldron. Who? Have you investigated thoroughly? Dean Yin, the buyer, is no other than a student from the War God Academy, named Zhang Sheng, who successfully participated in a yellow-grade secret realm expedition. Oh, interesting. Send me his information. Ma Qingming promptly forwarded Zhang Sheng's dossier to the middle-aged man seated in the main seat. So it's him. I thought it was just a namesake. He has quite a talent for cultivating golden spirit rice. Sold thousands of Vajra talismans, thousands of essence nourishment pills. Purchased several spirit artifact flying knives, suspected of awakening telekinetic talent, and now he wants to buy a spirit artifact cauldron. Reading the file's description of Zhang Sheng, the middle-aged man's expression grew increasingly intrigued. Then he saw Zhang Sheng's talent column, grade talent body strengthening. Who is this kid trying to fool? Is it an awakened talent? Or an innate cultivation talent? Xiaoma, what do you think? Dean Yin, perhaps it's both. Haven't we discovered talents who possess innate cultivation abilities without any awakened talent? Now the key issue is how to arrange this student. Dean Yin let out a long sigh. Arrange. Back then, since he performed well in the Stone Serpent secret realm, I recommended him to the War God Academy. Now he's no longer a member of our Spirit Plant Academy. Moreover, even if he awakened an SS-grade talent, the Spirit Convergence Array plate can only support 9 people at most. That is 9 slots, and there's no room for him. A few days ago, an SS-grade talent awakener was discovered in Yanjing. We could only offer minimal protection, but they couldn't enter the sequence. Zhang Sheng is no exception. But one thing raised his information confidentiality level to SS grade. I'll report this to the principal. Dean Yin closed his eyes in contemplation. Then I'll deliver the cauldron to him normally. Now I'm wondering whether to release the spirit plants needed for refining the spirit convergence pill into the market. Perhaps he's trying to refine the spirit convergence pill, Ma Qingming asked. No. Currently our spirit plants are barely enough for Xiao Shui to refine the spirit convergence pill. Once the ingredients for the spirit convergence pill are released, others with ulterior motives might buy them before Zhang Sheng can. As for Zhang Sheng himself, let nature take its course. Don't offer excessive help on the surface, Dean Yin added. I understand. After spending a fortune, Zhang Sheng successfully obtained the mystic fire alchemy cauldron. The cauldron's exterior was about 40 centimeters in diameter, a black gold hue engraved with several flame patterns. So this is a spirit artifact cauldron. As a thread of spiritual energy flowed into the cauldron, Zhang Sheng instantly felt a connection to the vessel before him. He hadn't expected the spirit artifact cauldron to contain a hidden world. Externally, it was only 40 centimeters, but inside it measured over 10 cubic meters. Now he could attempt to refine the Qi-gathering pill. Spirit Harmony Grass 10-year 0 in stock. Crimson Sunflower 10-year 0 in stock. Zhang Sheng stared at the Wanbao network page, feeling a lump in his chest. You've got to be kidding me. I wanted to refine the Qi-gathering pill, overcame the most expensive cauldron and the toughest flame, only to be thwarted by the unexpected shortage of spirit materials. So what was all my effort for these past 2 days? Zhang Sheng collapsed onto his bed, opening his phone to search for other first-grade pills on the Wanbao network. Holding on to a faint hope, Zhang Sheng wondered if there were any other pills that could accelerate his cultivation of the Handan Lianqi art. Wishful thinking. There were only a few types of first-grade pills, most of which were healing pills on sale. Though valuable, they weren't what Zhang Sheng urgently needed. Wait. Zhang Sheng spotted a familiar term. Spirit Nourishment Pill, Only one character different from the Essence Nourishment Pill. Could it be? Refining essence into Qi converts the Bodhis essence into spiritual energy. To cultivate the Tianqing art to the perfection realm, Zhang Sheng needed to digest and absorb a vast amount of spiritual essence. Now the spiritual essence provided by the Essence Nourishment Pill could no longer satisfy his cultivation needs. But what about the Spirit Nourishment Pill? Zhang Sheng opened its description and felt a surge of joy, realizing his guess was correct. The Spirit Nourishment Pill was a first-grade pill that provided the essence of the flesh, nourishing blood and Qi and strengthening the physique. It was commonly used by those in long-term seclusion or for feeding low-grade spirit beasts. It was essentially an upgraded version of the Essence Nourishment Pill. Compared to the ungraded Essence Nourishment Pill, the Spirit Nourishment Pill's effects would surely far surpass it. Zhang Sheng hesitated about whether to try refining the Spirit Nourishment Pill. Better check the recipe first. He spent 100 spirit coins to purchase the Spirit Nourishment Pill's formula. The recipe was surprisingly simple. Like other first-grade pills, it required a spirit artifact, cauldron, and alchemical flame, but the raw materials were extremely versatile. Any non-toxic first-grade spirit plant or first-grade beast meat could be used. Ever since Zhang Sheng cultivated the Tianqing art to the perfection realm, allowing it to circulate automatically, he had developed new ideas for enhancing sustained combat power. First, cultivate the Handan Lianqi art to expand the Dantian. Second, continuously consume top-tier essence nourishment pills using autonomous essence satoki refinement to restore spiritual energy without interruption, strengthening sustained combat capability. His body was like an engine running automatically, and the essence nourishment pill, providing flesh and blood essence, served as the fuel. However, the top-tier essence nourishment pill could no longer effectively support the engine's operation. The first-grade spirit nourishment pill perfectly filled this gap. This way, the engine could keep working, converting the pill into a continuous stream of spiritual energy. Of course, this was just theory. Everything depended on the results after refining the spirit nourishment pill. Zhang Sheng purchased 9 kilograms of first-grade, low-grade frozen beast meat, costing 18 spirit coins. As for why he didn't use first-grade spirit plants, it was because first-grade spirit plants were equivalent to Qi realm spirit plants at least 10 years old. Currently, China had cultivated few first-grade spirit plants, and their prices were 10 times higher than beast meat. Meanwhile, Qi realm beasts could be found in every yellow-grade secret realm, and most were large with high meat yield. Before refining the spirit food pill, Zhang Sheng first used the alchemy furnace and the flames from the fireball technique to refine a batch of essence food pills. 9 pills were formed, each of the highest grade. This proved that using the instantaneous flame of the fireball technique as a substitute for alchemical fire was feasible. Following the steps recorded in the pill formula, Zhang Sheng began refining the spirit food pill. Half an hour later, Zhang Sheng stared in shock at the 9 black pills within the furnace. A learnable skill has been detected. Refined spirit food pill. Do you wish to learn? Zhang Sheng was genuinely astonished. Whether it was due to his transcendent-level essence refinement or his foundational experience in refining top-grade essence food pills, his first batch of spirit food pills had succeeded. Skill: refined spirit food pill beginner 910. Zhang Sheng picked up a pill and carefully examined its medicinal potency with the spirit eye technique. The medicinal power flowing within resembled a viscous liquid. A single first-grade low-quality spirit food pill contained medicinal potency equivalent to a top-grade essence food pill. Considering that low-quality pills contained significant pill toxicity, Zhang Sheng refrained from immediate consumption. Since the spirit food pill shared the same properties as the essence food pill, he could apply the same refining approach. A large shipment of frozen beast meat was delivered to the alchemy chamber. Anticipating frequent alchemy sessions and even cultivation within the chamber, Zhang Sheng rented this intermediate alchemy room from the academy for an entire year. It cost less than 1,000 spirit pearls. Zhang Sheng had expected resistance from the academy regarding his rental, yet everything proceeded smoothly. Even his absence from several public lectures went unnoticed by the instructors. In reality, after successfully participating in a yellow-grade secret realm assessment, Zhang Sheng was exempted from these lectures. The Academy's management of powerful individuals seemed remarkably lax. Sheng Yu actually joined the yellow-grade secret realm expedition without telling us. Are you that ruthless? Zhang Sheng was still wondering how Fatty knew about his participation in the yellow-grade secret realm expedition when the latter revealed it himself. The dean released the list of first-year students from the First Cultivation University who have already participated in yellow-grade secret realm expeditions. There are already several hundred of them. Even the regular enrollment students have started joining the white-grade expeditions. After successfully participating in a yellow-grade secret realm expedition, we're exempt from public lectures. But some students have died in the secret realms. In the class group chat, people were leaving for various reasons. Zhang Sheng hadn't expected casualties, though he understood that sacrifice was a grim reality. Sheng, I want to go back to Huaxia Agricultural University. Seeing Wu Xingyang's final message, Zhang Sheng was momentarily at a loss for words. Sheng, do you remember Li Yuan from our class who had this great ice talent? He died in the yellow-grade secret realm. Not even his body was found. Only a locator and tattered combat suit were recovered from within a beast's excrement. Sheng, I know your talent must be incredibly strong, but I'm just a healer with inscrayed talent. I don't want to fight. I truly don't. Even in my dreams, I see myself torn apart by beasts and my parents' grief-stricken faces. Everyone had their own choices, and Zhang Sheng knew he had no right to persuade Wu Xingyang to continue fighting. He replied, Xingyang, it's fine. Leave the task of saving the world to me. But don't forget to cultivate diligently and ask the professors to grow more spiritual herbs for refining Kigathering pills. You can always reach out to me for anything. And when you return to Huaxia Agricultural University, remember to say hello to Sun Jie and Li Bin for me. I miss them. Unlike the First Cultivation University's goal of cultivating China's strongest combatants, Huaxia Agricultural University specialized in nurturing high-value spiritual plants, a completely different focus. The division of labor was different, but both were profoundly meaningful. Wu Xingyang's departure was not an isolated case. It happened frequently at the First Cultivation University. After bidding farewell to Xingyang, Zhang Sheng resumed refining spirit food pills. By the second batch, he had already reached proficiency. To maximize skill progression, he chose to produce 18 low-quality pills instead of 9 mid-grade ones. Soon after 6 batches, Zhang Sheng advanced his skill to mastery. He could now refine 90 gene of beast meat in one go, producing 9 high-grade spirit food pills. Even at the proficient level, Zhang Sheng could control the quality of the pills formed. This time, he chose to produce 90 first-grade low-quality spirit food pills. Thus, Zhang Sheng needed only 1 batch of low-quality pills to gain 90 skill points. The next morning, skill refined spirit food pill transcendent 600. After a cumulative 19 batches, Zhang Sheng's skill in refining spirit food pills finally reached the transcendent level, allowing him to produce 9 top-grade spirit food pills per batch. Zhang Sheng fell into a deep sleep within the alchemy chamber. Upon waking, he purchased another 900 kilograms of first-grade frozen beast meat and began refining again. 5 minutes later, 9 golden pills the size of longan fruits appeared before him. Although the refining speed was half that of the transcendent level essence food pill, the spirit food pill was a first-grade pill, so Zhang Sheng found it unsurprising. Originally, first-grade low-quality spirit food pills were black. Zhang Sheng hadn't expected the top-grade version to be golden, with the medicinal power fully contained within the pill. Yet Zhang Sheng knew that this single first-grade top-quality spirit food pill contained an unimaginably vast essence, 100 times that of an essence food pill. Zhang Sheng picked up a top-quality spirit food pill and swallowed it directly. A surge of heat spread through his body, and under the effect of the devouring art, it transformed into flesh and blood essence, fueling the autonomous circulation of the Skywalk art. A single top-grade essence food pill could sustain 100 cycles of essence refinement within Zhang Sheng's body. He was ecstatic. My hypothesis is entirely feasible. With 1 cycle of essence refinement, my Dantian recovers 100 units of spiritual power. By swallowing 1 top-quality spirit food pill, I essentially have a spiritual power bank with a capacity of 10,000 units. Though this power bank only charges 100 units every 10 minutes, at least I won't have to worry about running out of spiritual power when practicing spells. Zhang Sheng pressed on refining 8 more batches of top-quality spirit food pills, producing a total of 90 pills, more than enough for a long time. After storing away the 89 gleaming top-quality spirit food pills, Zhang Sheng found himself troubled by the sight of over 1,000 low-quality ones before him. He intended to sell them, but didn't know the right price. Since there was no market for this pill, and no one else refined it, he considered that a low-quality spirit pearl contained 10 units of spiritual power, while one low-quality spirit food pill could refine 100 units. After consulting warehouse supervisor Ma Qingming, Zhang Sheng finally set the price at 50 spirit pearls per low-quality spirit food pill and sent the pills to the Academy's warehouse. The review and shipping were handled by the Academy. In the office of the Spiritual Plan Academy Dean, what? Qingming, are you saying that Zhang Sheng wants to sell over 1,000 spirit food pills at once? What's he refining that stuff for? Never mind. Though the spirit food pill isn't difficult, it's still a first-grade pill showing that the kid has alchemy talent. Don't let anyone know who refined these pills. If anyone asks, just say they're from the Spiritual Plan Academy. Understood. A voice prompt suddenly sounded from Qian Zhang's phone. Wanbao Net reminds you the spirit food pill you have been following is now on the shelves. He quickly opened Wanbao Net and was astonished to find that the spirit food pill was indeed listed. As the dedicated collaborator for Qinghe, Qian Zhang's job was to fully assist Lung King's growth. Having awakened an SS-level talent, Qinghe became the 9th sequence, a key training target of Huaxia, granted exclusive access to the only first-tier top-tier spirit gathering formation and the allocation of Kigathering pills. However, to rapidly convert her talent into combat power, she needed another pill, the spirit food pill. This pill was not for her own use, but to nurture her contracted spirit beast. Unfortunately, no one was willing to refine such an obscure pill. Qian Zhang could only set a listing reminder out of slim hope. To his surprise, someone listed the pills so soon. He immediately spent all his spirit pearls to purchase over 100 spirit food pills. Qian Zhang thought his spirit pearls would clean out the listed spirit food pills, but he found that even after exhausting his savings, there were still pills left. Qinghe, someone has listed spirit food pills on Wanbao Net, and they're extremely cheap. Grab them quickly. At that moment, in a secret chamber deep beneath the First Cultivation University. Though deep underground, the chamber was brightly lit and spacious. At the center of the chamber lay a massive array plate 1 meter in diameter, surrounded by thousands of spirit pearls, exactly 999, if one counted carefully. The central array plate continuously absorbed the spirit energy from the pearls, forming 9 dragon-like pillars of qi that surged toward 9 meditation cushions at the array's periphery. On the cushions, except for one vacant spot, 8 young figures sat with eyes closed in cultivation, each with a cultivation level above the Qi Si realm's first layer. At that moment, Lung Qinghe, cultivating on the cushion, felt her smart terminal vibrate. Seeing Qian Zhang's message, she was overjoyed and immediately opened Wanbao Net to place orders. Little gold, little leopard, you can finally level up quickly. Meanwhile, Zhang Sheng suddenly noticed a significant increase in his account. His items were snapped up as soon as they were listed. Are spirit food pills really that popular? Could someone else have also mastered the heavenly movement art to perfection? Zhang Sheng would never have guessed that someone would buy spirit food pills to nurture contract beasts, as common knowledge held that beasts in secret realms were savage and untamable and capable of being domesticated and driven only by the instinct to hunt humans. With the boost from the top-grade spirit food pill, Zhang Sheng felt an endless flow of spiritual power within him. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy generated from refining essence into qi was internal and could not be used to cultivate the primordial chaos qi art. To cultivate the primordial chaos qi art, one must seek external spiritual energy to expand the dantian and elevate one's realm. The spiritual energy from refining essence into qi could only restore, not expand the dantian. To expand it and raise his realm, Zhang Sheng had to diligently practice the primordial chaos qi art. Uncle Qian, didn't Dean Yin say no one refines spirit food pills? Where did these come from? Qinghe voiced her doubt. She also wondered if, after using up these pills, Wanbao Net would continue to list more. If possible, she would prefer to communicate directly with the alchemist who refined them. Qinghe, don't bother inquiring about the alchemist. It's classified as SS level, same as your level. For now, all we know is it's related to the Spirit Plan Academy, Uncle Qian replied. Does that mean Huaxia has another SS level alchemist? Uncle Qian, do you think this person might replace my position? Qinghe was shocked. Without Huaxia's support, nurturing her contracted spirit beast would be exceedingly difficult. The sudden emergence of an SS-level alchemist would inevitably threaten her current status. How could she not worry? As if reading her mind, Uncle Qian said, Qinghe, your top priority now is to cultivate diligently. When necessary, participate in the yellow-grade secret realm expedition to prove your value. As for this SS-level alchemist, don't worry too much. We already have Zhao Shui as a top-tier alchemist. Dean Yin likely has other plans for this one. Qing has seated on the cushion, took a deep breath to calm her emotions, and resumed cultivation. Under the dual effects of the 9-pole spirit gathering array and the Kigathering pills, she could complete a minor circulation in just a few minutes. The other's finding speed was no slower than hers. Zhang Sheng devised a new cultivation plan. Apart from the necessary 2 to 3 hours of rest each day, he would spend half his time cultivating the primordial chaos qi, art to elevate his realm. The remaining time was devoted to various spells. Now he had the capital to freely practice spells without worrying about exhausting his spiritual power. From his earlier battle with the mosquito beast, Zhang Sheng realized that while talismans were useful, they still required a casting process. On the battlefield where changes occurred in an instant, a single misstep could mean death. Talismans, though convenient, were far inferior to instant cast spells and lacked the deep understanding needed for flexible combat. For comprehensive development, Zhang Sheng first aimed to master the concealment art he had previously practiced to perfection. If he had possessed a perfected concealment art last time, he might not have been discovered by the mosquito beast horde. Zhang Sheng also purchased a defensive spell spirit shield. When cast, it formed a spiritual energy barrier similar to a Vajra talisman, but its strength and duration depended on mastery of the spell and spiritual power. In addition to Spirit Shield, he bought a healing spell Revitalize, which could treat injuries but was extremely difficult to master. In the following days, Zhang Sheng cultivated both the primordial chaos qi art and his spells. Within 2 days, by cheating his way through spellcasting frequency, he quickly brought the concealment art and Spirit Shield to perfection. With perfected concealment art, spells became instant cast, completely concealing his aura, leaving no trace of spiritual fluctuation, as if he were an ordinary mortal. Moreover, casting it cost no spiritual power. The perfected Spirit Shield also had endless uses with instant cast as a basic feature. From being able to cast only one shield, Zhang Sheng could now cast multiple shields, control their size at will, and even apply them to others. With greatly enhanced personal safety, Zhang Sheng even kept a layer of Spirit Shield on his body at all times to guard against surprise attacks from unknown beasts. Combined with the perfected concealment art, others could not detect the shield on his body. As for Revitalize, though complex to train, Zhang Sheng found a shortcut. Zhang Sheng used flying knives to repeatedly make small wounds on himself to master the healing spell Revitalize to perfection. He spent twice the time needed for Spirit Shield and endured immense pain. Late that night, Zhang Sheng completed 100,000 self-inflicted cuts. 100,000 cuts, 100,000 healings. Such extreme training would have been impossible without the top-grade spirit food pill to replenish his energy. Spell Revitalize perfected 1-0. With perfected Revitalize, spells were instant cast, rapidly healing injuries and neutralizing most toxins, a spell of endless utility. In the early morning of June 23, 2030, Zhang Sheng felt the vigorous spiritual energy surging within his dantian, reaching an astonishing 2500 points. In just 2 days of cultivating the Hunyuan breathing technique, his Qi Ci had expanded several-fold. Would you like to join me in the Yellow-tier Secret Realm expedition? Zhang Sheng looked at the message from Lin Xiaotian and naturally had no reason to refuse. Having mastered the 3 spells, Concealment Art, Spirit Shield, and Recovery, to their utmost perfection, Zhang Sheng intended to learn new techniques. However, Lin Xiaotian's invitation arrived just in time, offering a chance to test his combat prowess. Besides Lin Xiaotian, and Xinhu was also invited, just like last time. His talent, the truth-seeking eye, proved remarkably useful. Have you been practicing a spell to conceal your aura? And Xinhu frowned. What puzzled him was that even with his innate talent, he still couldn't discern Zhang Sheng's true spiritual energy. He grew increasingly wary of Zhang Sheng. Although he couldn't see through other strength talents, either they never caused him nausea or dizziness. Yet now even the spiritual aura emanating from Zhang Sheng remained an enigma, utterly bizarre. And Xinhu even began to doubt if his own S-rank talent was a sham. Xinhu, there are several aura concealing techniques. Nothing unusual about that. What matters is the peculiarity of this expedition's secret realm, Lin Xiaotian emphasized. Lin Xiaotian had previously ventured into Yellow-tier secret realms alone twice. This time he invited both Zhang Sheng and Xinhu, because this particular Yellow-tier realm was far from ordinary. And Xinhu refrained from revealing that even his talent failed to detect Zhang Sheng's spiritual energy, a revelation that would have astonished Lin Xiaotian. Xiaotian, are you saying this is a brand new secret realm? Zhang Sheng asked. Lin Xiaotian replied gravely, of course. It only appeared yesterday. The first reconnaissance team suffered heavy losses with 99 of their drones destroyed. Yet they managed to retrieve invaluable footage. They encountered entirely new beasts, formidable flying avian creatures. You both understand what this means. Zhang Sheng knew well that new beast species meant new loot upon their defeat. Possibly new spirit weapons or technique jade slips. Thus, despite the extreme danger, this expedition holds immense opportunity. We were lucky to secure a spot as top students from our academy. Word has it that this yellow-tier realm spans dozens of kilometers. Aside from official teams, only 500 slots are open. Due to the realm's high danger, first-time participants in yellow-tier expeditions are restricted. This time Zhang Sheng traveled light, leaving behind conventional firearms. He brought only his spirit flying knives, a tang saber, a few spirit nourishment pills, and dozens of talismans. Though he might not use the talismans, he kept them as backups. Activating them required almost no spiritual energy. The setup mirrored his previous expedition, except now he formed a trio with the other two. Elsewhere, Qinghe, must you join this yellow-tier realm expedition? Uncle Qian helped the young girl just out of school into the car. Uncle Qian, this realm has flying beasts. I'm in dire need of one for a contract. If I succeed, my strength will skyrocket, and I might climb a few ranks in the sequence, no longer at risk of being pushed out. The girl stroked the leopard print cat on her chest. Besides, if danger strikes, little leopard, you'll kill them for me, won't you? Meow, came the reply as if answering her hopes. Let's go. Flying beasts fight differently. Even with your giant belly frog and wind-hearing leopard, both Qi realm contracted beasts, you mustn't be careless. Moreover, recent surveys show that newly emerged yellow-tier realms are expanding and the beasts within are growing stronger. Still petting the cat in her arms, she replied casually, I know. Isn't the official team here too? A single missile, and even a peak Qi realm beast would fall. Zhang Sheng and his companions boarded a transport plane from the campus and soon arrived at the yellow-tier realm's location, right in the center of a bustling street. A massive yellow light gate stood like a two-sided mirror, over 10 meters tall and several meters wide, enough for armored vehicles and modern weaponry to pass through. This time they drove directly into the realm inside an armored vehicle. It was Zhang Sheng's first formal entry into a yellow-tier realm. His previous expedition had been completed externally. The realm's size dwarfed Y-tier realms by over tenfold, spanning dozens of kilometers. The presence of Qi realm beasts was unmistakable. Potent spiritual energy shone like a beacon in the darkness. Upon entering, Zhang Sheng sensed the powerful aura of formidable beasts amid the dense spiritual energy in the air. Let's move, both of you. They had agreed beforehand to break away from the official team and hunt beasts on their own. As they disembarked, Zhang Sheng spotted a familiar figure. A girl in a black form-fitting outfit, a sword strapped to her back, accompanied by a fully armed older man, the driver from before. Indeed, they were no ordinary folks. The girl's immense spiritual energy suggested a Dantian storage of over 10,000 points, likely at the second layer of the Qi realm. Zhang Sheng marveled at how anyone could cultivate so swiftly. With his full body aura concealment and position at the rear of the convoy, the girl failed to notice him. The realm featured typical forested hills, making traversal easy. Beasts. Flying beasts. And Shen's eyes glowed blue as he stared at the distant sky. Dozens of birds sped toward them. Zhang Sheng spotted them too. The flying beasts arrived in an instant. Through his spiritual vision, Zhang Sheng clearly saw their forms: jet black feathers with a metallic sheen, falcon-like shapes, and bodies the size of ostriches. Two larger beasts exuded auras at the peak of the first Qi layer. The trio instantly formed a combat formation. Zhang Sheng and Lin Xiaotian stood at the front, while Shenhu formed hand seals behind them, preparing a spell. The giant falcon's dove in an instant, and a spherical shield materialized around Zhang Sheng. Simultaneously, the 5 spirit flying knives strapped to his leg shot forth, tracing perfect arcs of death through the air. Having maintained his aura concealment before casting, the 2 leading Qi realm falcons didn't target Zhang Sheng first. Instead, they lunged at Shenhu and Lin Xiaotian, their claws like divine weapons. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Sheng directed his knives at the weaker falcons below the Qi realm. Empowered by his formidable spiritual energy, the 5 knives cut through them effortlessly. In moments, over a dozen falcons were decapitated. Blood sprayed, forming a crimson mist above. Yet at the same time, one Qi realm beast's claw tore through Lin Xiaotian's innate shield. And Shen's fireball missed the approaching beast but forced it to retreat. Both beasts failed in their assault. Zhang Sheng expected the 2 Qi realm beasts to unite against him after he killed the lesser ones, but he was wrong. The failed attackers continued their onslaught against the duo. The falcons moved with ghostly agility. Witnessing this, Lin and Lin were terrified. They hadn't realized that a Qi realm flying beast could be so formidable, over a dozen times more dangerous than common land beasts. 2 colossal falcon beasts rapidly flapped their wings, which were as tough as refined iron. A volley of invisible blades tore through space, hurtling directly at Lin and his companion. Zhang Sheng instantly detected the spiritual energy-infused blades in the air. With a flick of his fingers, a spiritual energy shield materialized around Lin Xiaodian and in Xinhu. The invisible blades crashed against the shield with a sharp, resounding clang. No time to explain. Run, Zhang Sheng shouted. Simultaneously, he activated a divine speed talisman, which dissolved into a wisp of spiritual energy that merged into his legs. Lin and his companion did the same. The trio fled back along the path they came at breakneck speed. A similar scene was unfolding for other teams that had entered the secret realm. However, Zhang Sheng and his two companions relying on their legs were no match for the falcon beasts renowned for their speed. Even with the divine speed talismans, which were of ordinary quality, it was like trying to put out a blazing cartload of firewood with a cup of water. Brothers were done for this time. This expedition into the secret realm was my idea. They'll hold the rear, while I stall the beasts. You two escape the secret realm quickly. Lin Xiaodian roared. Go. He halted, and a ring of innate shields formed around him. This guy. Zhang Sheng saw that the second wave of invisible blades from the giant falcon's wings was about to strike Lin Xiaodian. But how could Lin, who was only at the mid-stage of the Qi realm's first layer, possibly withstand it? So he pressed a few divine speed and Vajra talismans into Shen's hand and urged, you go first. I have other methods. Staying will only make you a burden. And Shen, who glanced at the two men, nodded and quickly departed. He didn't know what other tricks Zhang Sheng had up his sleeve, but he knew that staying meant certain death. Why did you come back? Lin Xiaodian demanded angrily. The invisible blade struck the spiritual shield Zhang Sheng had cast on the yellow-haired one, but didn't breach Lin Xiaoshan's own innate shield. What is this? Lin Xiaoshan's face showed disbelief. The first time he thought Zhang Sheng had used a Vajra talisman on him, but this time he hadn't seen Zhang Sheng activate any talisman. What kind of technique was this? Zhang Sheng had no time to explain. He unleashed 5 spirit artifact flying knives, all aimed at the giant falcon's vital points, its neck, eyes, wing roots, and even its rear. The flying knives clashed against the giant falcon in midair, sparking violently. Zhang Sheng realized that the falcon's body was as hard as refined iron. Even the neck and eyes were difficult to penetrate. Seeing Zhang Sheng control the flying knives in a duel with the twin falcons, Lin Xiaodian quickly formed hand seals. A silver bolt of lightning shot from his fingertips and struck one of the giant falcons. Zhang Sheng didn't know what spell the yellow-haired one had cast, but the hit caused the falcon in the air to freeze for a brief moment. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Sheng directed a flying knife straight into the falcon's rear. The knife, once inside, spun like a drill, wreaking havoc within the beast's body before finally bursting through its belly. With a thunderous crash, the falcon fell dead. After taking down one, the other falcon didn't last a single breath under the combined attack of Zhang Sheng and his companion, becoming a corpse as well. The corpses of the two giant falcons dropped special items, a yellow jade token and a strange round bead. We'll divide these 2 items once we get back. Zhang Sheng pocketed them. Zhang Sheng, thank you for saving my life, the yellow-haired one gasped. The spoil should all be yours. I believe Xinhu won't object. Though his spiritual energy and mental strength weren't greatly depleted, the yellow-haired one looked exhausted, his shirt soaked with cold sweat. When they were losing to the giant falcons, he had already prepared himself for sacrifice. We'll talk about the spoils when we get back. You saved my life once, so say no more. He'll escort you back, Zhang Sheng said calmly. He realized his strength had already surpassed the others, making him unsuitable for team battles. In truth, even alone, he was confident he could handle the 2 giant falcons. However, looking out for his 2 teammates and casting shields for them rapidly drained his own spiritual energy. Ever since consuming the supreme-grade spirit food pill, as long as Zhang Sheng's dantian wasn't full, the heavenly movement art would activate on its own, restoring his spiritual energy. By the time Zhang Sheng escorted the yellow-haired one to the entrance of the secret realm, his spiritual energy had fully recovered. Aren't you coming back? The yellow-haired one asked. My spiritual energy is abundant. I can still fight, Zhang Sheng replied calmly. All right, the other said, thinking of the technique Zhang Sheng had displayed in battle, and said no more. Don't worry, I'll keep your secret. As Zhang Sheng ventured deeper into the secret realm, his smart terminal suddenly vibrated. It was an emergency distress signal. Suspecting it might be a Qi realm giant falcon, Zhang Sheng rushed toward the signal's location, activating a divine speed talisman. He sprinted for several kilometers. What met his eyes was a hellish scene. Dozens of warriors lay in pools of blood. Most of their wounds were penetrating injuries. Not far away, a fierce battle was raging. A young woman in a red bodysuit, now dyed crimson with blood, was fighting alongside a massive oxidized frog and a tiger-like beast against an enormous demon falcon. The spiritual energy of the giant frog and the tiger was as pure as a human's, but the combined spiritual energy fluctuations of the three were still no match for the terrifying, filthy spiritual energy emanating from the giant falcon. By Zhang Sheng's estimation, this demon falcon was at the late stage of the Qi realm. The situation was dire. The giant frog and tiger were severely wounded, and the young woman wielding a silver sword had a horrific gash on her back with flesh and blood clearly visible. A few of the fallen warriors still showed faint signs of life. Zhang Sheng quickly cast a revitalization spell on them. Whether they lived or died was now up to fate. Then Zhang Sheng's figure transformed into a swimming dragon as he dashed toward the young woman. As he drew closer, he noticed a familiar figure lying beside her. Uncle. Uncle's body was covered in penetrating wounds. He had already stopped breathing, clearly a victim of the giant falcon's magic. Facing the demon falcon's swooping claws, the young woman in despair raised her twin swords to meet the giant eagle. At that moment, she recalled all the teachings and admonitions of Qian Jiang. If only she had trained more diligently, Uncle Qian might not have died because of her. Tears dripped from the corners of her eyes as she let out a battle cry and swung her swords at the giant eagle. At the critical moment, Zhang Sheng pointed a finger, and his spiritual energy formed 2 layers of shields that tightly enveloped the young woman. The first shield shattered under the claws, but the second held firm against the giant eagle's attack. Zhang Sheng simultaneously cast the revitalization spell. The wound on the young woman's back visibly began to scab over. At the same time, 5 flying knives transformed into 5 flashes of light hurtling toward the giant falcon. The young woman seized the chance to catch her breath and realized her rescuer was Zhang Sheng, whom she had seen at the station. Thank you. Can you heal Xiao Jin and Xiao Bao? They're my contracted spirit beasts, not monsters. The young woman pleaded in a low voice. Looking at her swollen, tear-filled eyes, Zhang Sheng said nothing, but produced 2 revitalization talismans to heal the 2 contracted beasts. Zhang Sheng's Dantian could only hold 2,500 units of spiritual energy, so whenever possible, he preferred to use talismans. This was the first time Zhang Sheng had learned that such a talent for controlling beasts existed. Then Zhang Sheng saw the young woman take out a few pills and feed them to the 2 injured beasts. Weren't those the low-grade spirit food pills he had sold? Suddenly, the 2 beasts transformed into streaks of white light and vanished, entering the young woman's body. What's this? They're my contracted beasts. I've taken them back into the contract space so they can recover faster. Crack. One of Zhang Sheng's 5 flying knives developed a fracture. His spiritual energy was depleting rapidly. Meanwhile, reinforcement teams began to arrive. The arriving warriors launched dozens of portable anti-air missiles, but the giant falcon beast was incredibly fast. Only a few actually hit their mark. The air defense missiles clashed against the demon beast's wings with a thunderous roar. Yet in Zhang Sheng's eyes, the aura of this beast had not diminished by much. Fortunately, the arriving soldiers launched a second, third, and fourth volley of air defense missiles. The giant falcon demon beast, reeling from the missile impacts, gave Zhang Sheng an opening to strike with his spirit artifact flying daggers. Zhang Sheng repeated the tactic. The remaining 4 spirit artifact flying daggers transformed into high-speed rotating drills boring into the giant eagle's rear. They wreaked havoc, destroying the organs within the giant eagle's body. Soon the giant falcon demon beast plummeted to the ground, dead beyond any doubt. The flying daggers burst out from its abdomen. Beside the giant eagle lay a fallen yellow jade token. Though Zhang Sheng knew this token must be extremely precious, he could not take it for himself. He immediately handed the jade token to the secret realm commander who had arrived to provide support. Your name is Zhang Sheng. Thank you for your aid to the soldiers. The information within this jade token will be copied and sent to your smart terminal later. Any other gains will be settled after this secret realm subjugation concludes. The 2 saluted each other and then went their separate ways. With the crisis resolved, Zhang Sheng used all the dozens of recovery talismans he had left to save the soldiers who were on the brink of death. Although sacrifices were expected in a yellow-grade secret realm subjugation, the losses this time were far too severe. Zhang Sheng said nothing, quietly helping the young girl gather Uncle Qian's remains. Afterward, they left the secret realm together. What's your name? Imlung Qinghe, you can call me Qinghe. Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng did not say much. They were merely passing acquaintances. Thank you. You're welcome. Not knowing how to comfort her, and wishing to avoid any further connection, he set off alone on his journey back to school. Less than half a day later, this dangerous yellow-grade secret realm was completely subjugated. The strongest demon beasts were 2 giant falcons at the late Qi stage, whose true name, Wind Falcon, was learned from the jade token obtained. They were a ferocious type of demon beast skilled in flight. This yellow-grade secret realm subjugation resulted in heavy losses, with a death rate of 20% and an overall casualty rate of 60%. Many of the fallen were veterans who had participated in numerous battles and even a dozen alumni from the top university had perished, a truly grievous loss. Back at school, Zhang Sheng took a shower, laid down on the bed in his apartment, and replied to his parents' inquiries. Ever since Zhang Sheng had transferred several thousand spirit pearls to his parents' account, they had suspected his activities even though he kept silent. His father had even secretly visited him at Huaxia Agricultural University, ultimately failing to keep the secret. Now Zhang Sheng received messages from his parents every day. Son, you're my only child. Don't get involved in those secret realm subjugations. If you must participate, stay at the back of the formation. Or just drop out and come home to farm with me. Seeing his parents' constant concern, the weight of the secret realm battle eased somewhat. At least what he was doing had meaning. If these demon beasts from the secret realms were allowed to descend into the real world, countless families would be torn apart. Searching Wanbao net, Zhang Sheng learned what the orb dropped by the wind falcon was. Called the Qi pill, it was a medicine that forcibly broke through cultivation realms. Taking it would instantly advance one from refining Qi to the first layer of Qi. However, after consumption, one's cultivation could never improve further. A few days before the yellow-grade secret realm's appearance, some people had taken this pill. Zhang Sheng recalled his first public course teacher Su Anmin, who had taken this very pill. Despite possessing an incredibly terrifying spatial talent, it had sealed his path of cultivation. Truly a pity. Zhang Sheng and his two companions certainly would not take this pill, and now almost no one did. So he listed it for sale on Wanbao net. The other yellow jade token recorded a spell wind blade. Zhang Sheng made 2 copies and sent one each to Lin Xiaodian and in Xinhu. Beyond these, as a reward for assisting the military, the bodies of the 2 Qi stage wind falcons were converted into spirit pearls and credited to Zhang Sheng's account. But Zhang Sheng did not lack spirit pearls. What mattered most to him was the jade token dropped by the late Qi stage wind falcon they had ultimately defeated. Zhang Sheng received a message from the commander. It contained a spell never seen before, flying art. As one of the main fighters against this wind falcon, Zhang Sheng obtained this spell for free. Flight. What a dream for so many. Zhang Sheng had learned from a jade token recording common cultivation knowledge that only cultivators who had reached the divine sense stage and awakened their spiritual sense could soar through the skies. He never expected a first-tier spell that allowed Qi stage cultivators to fly to exist. When this spell appeared on Wanbao net, it caused an uproar. Its price was merely a single spirit pearl. Now, with demon beasts in yellow-grade secret realms growing ever stronger, China chose not to hoard knowledge, but to follow the path of a strong populace making a strong nation. After this battle, Zhang Sheng realized that although his methods had improved significantly, he still had many obvious weaknesses. His cultivation level was too low. Going forward, he needed to focus on the primordial chaos Qi refining art to expand his dantian. He had initially planned to enhance his speed, but now he had a better option, flying art. Zhang Sheng circulated the spiritual energy within his body according to the spell's manual while forming hand seals. A pair of spiritual energy wings slowly took shape on his back. Spell flying art beginner 110. Though he could achieve brief flight in combat by using telekinesis to control his shoes, it was hardly practical. Flying art was entirely different. It felt as if he had a pair of flexible wings controllable like a natural limb. With the wings forming and dissipating, Zhang Sheng increased the proficiency of this spell on his talent panel at an astonishing rate. He soon reached the mastery stage, though advancing from mastery to grand mastery would require some effort. Time passed in cultivation. 2 days later. Spell flying art, grand mastery. With a single thought, a pair of invisible spiritual energy wings appeared on Zhang Sheng's back, and he leaped from the ground. To avoid drawing unwanted attention, Zhang Sheng deliberately left the school and went to the suburbs. The invisible wings, over 10 meters long, instantly unfurled, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. With a bang, Zhang Sheng's body shot into the sky like a cannonball. 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 30,000 meters. Zhang Sheng reveled in the thrill of flight. This is amazing. Even the clouds were beneath his feet, and in the distance he could see the curve of the earth. But 30,000 meters was the limit of his flight. With thin oxygen and freezing temperatures, Zhang Sheng's body could barely endure. Back on the ground, he kept savoring the experience of flying. In the future, when facing powerful demon beasts, he could fight while retreating. What could they do to him? Zhang Sheng estimated his top speed was nearing the speed of sound, but the consumption of spiritual energy was also astonishing. Good morning, Dean Ho. Zhang Sheng unexpectedly encountered the dean of the War God Academy at the school gate, accompanied by a young man wearing glasses. Although nearsightedness had vanished with cultivation, the young man clearly retained the habit of wearing spectacles. Suddenly, Zhang Sheng felt a soul-crushing pressure, and his eternal proof talent panel manifested before him. What was happening? Several layers of spiritual shields instantly formed around Zhang Sheng as his body transformed into a swimming dragon retreating swiftly. Zhang Sheng, don't be alarmed. Dean Hou quickly interjected. The soul-crushing pressure vanished immediately, and Zhang Sheng's eyes locked onto the young man behind the dean. Zhang Sheng was certain that the soul-crushing pressure he had felt emanated from that bespectacled youth. Without lowering his shields, he asked, Dean, what is the meaning of this? Dean Hou smiled faintly. It was merely a small test. Rest assured it won't harm you. Let's talk inside. Let's go. Zhang Sheng was deeply displeased. Had they not been at the gates of the first cultivation university, and in the presence of the war god academies, Dean, his flying dagger, would have already pierced the bespectacled youth's skull for daring to use his talent against him. Upon arriving at the dean's office, Dean Hou produced an exquisite jade bottle and handed it to Zhang Sheng. Inside are 9 top-grade qi condensation pills, a reward for your contributions during the last secret realm expedition, including the rescue of Lung Qinghe. Dean Hou stated solemnly. Qi condensation pills. And top-grade at that. Zhang Sheng hadn't expected anyone within the school to be capable of refining top-grade qi condensation pills. As for the test, just now it was to determine your talent level. I never imagined that the War God Academy harbored an SS-rank talent awakener. Truly a blessing for our Huaxia. Dean Hou smiled. Zhang Sheng's expression shifted drastically. Having never heard of an SS-rank talent awakener in Huaxia, he had been careful to conceal his own talent, never expecting to catch the school's attention. Was it due to his performance in the secret realm? As if reading Zhang Sheng's thoughts, Hou said, while SS-rank talent is rare, it is not as scarce as you imagine. Other nations have SS-rank awakeners, so it stands to reason that Huaxia does as well. However, all information regarding SS-rank is classified as top secret beyond the reach of ordinary people. The student beside me is an SS-rank talent awakener. Zhang Sheng turned his gaze to the bespectacled youth who approached and extended his hand, saying, My apologies, classmate. I am Lu Zhua. Currently, the only method to confirm whether someone possesses SS-rank talent in Huaxia is through my ability soul domination. Anyone who can withstand my soul domination without losing consciousness is undoubtedly an SS-rank talent. Of course, even if one faints, there is no harm done. A good sleep suffices. He added in a low voice. Also, I was merely following the dean's orders. You can't hold it against me, Zhang Sheng. Dean Hou, thank you for your understanding. I am indeed an SS-rank talent. Zhang Sheng said helplessly. Huh. Don't fret, boy. Confirming your SS-rank talent is a good thing. Certain privileges on the Wanbao network will be unlocked for you. Whether participating in secret realm expeditions or purchasing cultivation resources, you will enjoy invisible benefits. Your file will be classified as top secret. Since you've been deliberately hiding your talent, I won't pry further. For now, just continue your cultivation at school as you see fit. You may go now. Lu Zhua was standing by, seemed to want to speak, but held back. Zhang Sheng had been mentally fabricating a story about his talent, but the dean didn't press further and instead offered special treatment. Leaving the office, Zhang Sheng quickly opened his Wanbao network page, which had changed from red to blue. He searched for qi condensation pills, but they were still unavailable, as were the 10-year-old spiritual herbs needed to refine them. Alas, what good is this special treatment if it doesn't include qi condensation pills? Back in the office, Xiao Lu, aren't you curious why I didn't induct Zhang Sheng into the sequence, or even let him know of its existence? Hou asked. The dean must have his reasons for not disclosing it. It's likely a matter of resources. Lu Zhua replied. Lu Zhua said, the 9-pole spirit gathering array can only support 9 individuals. If I were to induct Zhang Sheng as sequence 10, now what purpose would it serve? Moreover, his cultivation progress lags far behind. For now, we must let him develop on his own while focusing on nurturing the 9 of you. Lu Zhua bowed. I will live up to the dean's expectations and Huaxia's hopes. You may go. In his apartment, Zhang Sheng looked at the top-grade qi condensation pills in his hand and consumed one directly. He then began cultivating the Hunyuan qi refinement art. The potent medicinal energy stimulated the meridians throughout his body, accelerating the flow of spiritual energy several times over. The pill acted like a catalyst. In just 6 minutes, Zhang Sheng completed a minor cycle, doubling his cultivation speed compared to without the pill. After an hour, the medicinal effect waned. A single top-grade qi condensation pill yielded such astonishing results. Yet, even top-grade qi condensation pills carried traces of pill toxicity. Resisting the urge to take another, Zhang Sheng began contemplating his next cultivation plan. Having experienced the incredible potency of the top-grade qi condensation pill, Zhang Sheng was unwilling to continue the slow, steady cultivation of the Hunyuan qi refinement art. At a rate of 1 cycle every half hour, he might not even reach the peak of the qi si realm in a year. Without pills, I'll refine them myself. Without herbs, I'll grow them myself. A slow start leads to a fast finish. As long as I can refine supreme-grade chi condensation pills, the time spent growing herbs will be well worth it. During the Secret Realm expedition, the logistics teams had not only harvested the demon beast's spiritual plants and materials within the realm, they had even transported the realm's soil using countless dump trucks to bring it out and lay it down for spiritual fields. It had been proven that the soil from the Secret Realm was indeed more suitable for growing spiritual plants and had a stronger growth-enhancing effect. Zhang Sheng placed an order on the Wanbao network, purchasing 50 mu of spiritual fields at the school's plantation base, all laid with Secret Realm soil, at a price of 10,000 spirit pearls. Upon payment, Zhang Sheng discovered he had a 20% discount, paying only 8,000 spirit pearls. This must be one of the benefits the dean had mentioned. Thanks to his gains from the Giant Falcon Secret Realm and his previous savings, Zhang Sheng's account now held over 100,000 spirit pearls, more than sufficient. According to the pill formula, refining chi condensation pills required 3 types of spiritual herbs: spirit harmony grass, azure blood mushroom, and crimson sunflower. These herbs were not uncommon, but they were all 1-year-old plants. To refine chi condensation pills, they needed to surpass their natural growth limit and reach 10 years of age. Cultivating a naturally 1-year-old herb to a 10-year maturity required exceptional spiritual farming talent, which was why these precious 10-year-old herbs never entered the market. Armed with his eternal proof talent, Zhang Sheng had already devised his cultivation plan. 10-year-old spiritual herbs would be a breeze to obtain. Watching his classmates laboring in the spirit field, Zhang Sheng never imagined he would return to the school's cultivation base. He had just reserved a cultivation room in a nearby building, and the seeds he purchased from Wanbao Net had arrived precisely on time. The seeds of 3 types of spirit herbs, 1,300 of each, cost several thousand spirit pearls. 4 spirit herb seeds. This price was quite steep. This amount was meticulously calculated by Zhang Sheng. He intended to use his talent of 1 certification, eternal mastery, to elevate the cultivation skills of these 3 spirit herbs to the realm of perfection. 1,110 plants were the theoretical minimum requirement, but considering the unavoidable losses and accidents during spirit herb cultivation, he purchased extra as insurance. With a subtle movement of his fingertips, Zhang Sheng cast the telekinesis art, deftly scattering the seeds evenly into the soil. The fine seeds fell, not even covering a single mu of spirit field. The next moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. A massive spirit cloud, hundreds of meters in diameter, silently gathered and took shape above the spirit field. The thick cloud layer perfectly covered the entire field. This was Zhang Sheng's perfected spring breeze and rain art. A gentle drizzle of spirit rain fell, and the seeds beneath the soil seemed to be infused with surging vitality, breaking through the earth and sprouting tender verdant shoots. Following this, the perfected thick earth art activated its invisible force, drawing the earth's energy from deep within the ground, continuously nourishing the soil and enhancing its fertility. The process of accelerating the growth of spirit herbs did not require Zhang Sheng to maintain the spell continuously. At his perfected realm, he only needed to cast a few spells at intervals. Referencing the experiences of others online in cultivating these 3 herbs, Zhang Sheng set the intervals for casting spells, then stepped back to contemplate the cultivation of new techniques. He had offensive techniques like the fireball art and telekinesis art, and movement techniques like the wandering dragon body art and flight art, but he acutely realized he lacked effective control methods. If he had mastered a control-type technique back, then dealing with that cunning wind falcon would not have been so passive. He deftly opened Wanbao Net, his divine sense sweeping through the dazzling array of techniques, specifically filtering for control abilities. Wooden prison forms a tough wooden vine cage to trap the enemy after casting. In a verdant environment, it can additionally mobilize surrounding plants to assist, drastically reducing mana consumption and doubling power. This technique was a formidable tool in lush wooded areas. Purchased. Electric shock summons a swift, small lightning bolt after casting powerful, but with considerable mana consumption. This move, Zhang Sheng instantly recalled Lin Xiaoshan's stunning strike in the Secret Realm. If not for that electric shock paralyzing the Wind Falcon, he might not have succeeded so easily. Purchased. Subsequently, he also selected Water Bind and Freeze. These 2 techniques were most effective in aquatic environments, but even in waterless areas they could condense water from thin air at the cost of mana, making them very practical control measures. Having acquired the desired techniques, Zhang Sheng paused his cultivation of Hunyuan Qi refinement and instead focused on dual tasking, tending to the spirit field while diligently practicing his new control techniques. To create the optimal cultivation environment, he deliberately left the campus and arrived at a wide river on the outskirts. The riverbank was lush with vegetation, an ideal spot for practicing wooden prison. The rushing river provided a perfect testing ground for Water Bind and Freeze. His heavenly movement art circulated on its own, continuously refining essence into chi and replenishing his mana. The consumption from cultivating techniques was entirely within the mana generation range of the heavenly movement art, allowing him to practice relentlessly without distraction. The next afternoon skill cultivate spirit harmony grasp perfection 127100000. The information on his talent panel flickered. Zhang Sheng's mind stirred. The 3 types of spirit herbs in the field had all fully matured. The cultivation skills for the 3 spirit herbs simultaneously leaped to the realm of perfection. A vast sea of experienced techniques and insights regarding these 3 herbs flooded into his mind like a torrent. No matter how many times he experienced it, this feeling of knowledge being directly imprinted onto the soul was intoxicating. Of course, these herbs had only matured for a year, far from the precious 10-year mark. Moreover, in the eyes of Zhang Sheng, a newly ascended master of perfection-level cultivation, this batch of quick-grown herbs had inherently weak foundations and limited potential, with almost no chance of reaching 10 years. Their greatest value at this moment was to help Zhang Sheng perfect his skills and provide the seeds needed for the next round of cultivation. Returning to the spirit field, Zhang Sheng effortlessly used the telekinesis art. An invisible force swept across the field precisely and gently harvesting the mature herbs along with their seeds. The number of seeds harvested was 10 times the amount originally sown. Yet even these were far from enough to fill his 50 mu of spirit field. Without hesitation, Zhang Sheng placed another order for tens of thousands of seeds, determined to plant the entire field with these 3 herbs. The seed ratio strictly followed the requirements of the chi-gathering pill formula, ensuring no shortage of any particular herb. In just a day and a half, Zhang Sheng completed the acceleration to 1 year. He estimated that to accelerate them to 10 years would require about half a month of continuous casting. Under the control of his perfected telekinesis art, the seeding efficiency was astonishing. Before long, the 50 mu of spirit field were densely planted with the newly purchased seeds. That very night, just past midnight, a blue light gate suddenly opened over the United States, instantly igniting a global sensation. This light gate, 50 meters tall and 20 meters wide, shimmered with cerulean ripples, its presence glaringly conspicuous under the high-resolution satellites of China. The new blue light gate was more than 4 times the volume of the previous yellow gate. It heralded that following the arrival of the celestial star and the emergence of the yellow-level secret realm, Earth had encountered an even higher-tier unknown secret realm. Based on experience with the yellow-level secret realm, this new one was temporarily named the blue-level secret realm. An invisible pressure loomed over the globe. The beasts within were likely unimaginably powerful. The blue-level secret realm had appeared in the bustling downtown area of Los Angeles. Images and videos related to it swept across the global internet like a tsunami. Panic spread like a plague. The Chi-Si realm beasts within the yellow-level secret realm had already strained humanity's resources. How were they to deal with this newly appeared blue-level secret realm? If the powerful beasts from the secret realm descended upon Earth, what a horrifying disaster that would be. In video clips circulating online, some could even be seen kneeling in the distance, frantically kowtowing and praying to the cerulean light gate, the footage shaking violently. Inside the deep underground hall of China's first cultivation university, Dean Ho was watching high-definition video footage urgently transmitted from the United States alongside 9 sequence powerhouses, deep within the Pentagon in the United States. Fuck, why did this damn blue-level secret realm have to appear in the great United States of America? Why not in that damn China? A bearded officer slammed the table in rage. Sir, no need to worry. We have Lord Roddy. A subordinate immediately responded. At the mention of Roddy, the rage on the officer's face was instantly replaced by a trace of awe. That man with the terrifying, devouring talent. Given enough time to grow and sufficient nourishment, the unification of the globe by the United States was not an empty talk. How is the progress on the supplements for Roddy? The officer asked in a low voice. Reporting, sir. Lord Roddy has recently devoured 2 S-level talent awakeners and needs time to digest and absorb. He cannot continue for now. Additionally, Lord Roddy indicated that if he could be provided with an SS-level talent awakener to devour, his growth rate would increase significantly. Absolutely impossible. The officer categorically refused. S-level is the limit. Every SS level is a pillar of the nation. Make him drop this notion. Yes, sir. Understood. Countries around the world were urgently discussing countermeasures, even sending joint exploration requests to the United States for the blue-level secret realm. However, these requests were all firmly rejected by the U.S. federal government. The next day, June 27, 2030, a second blue light gate silently opened above Earth. Location, New Delhi, the capital of India. Almost simultaneously, the European awakener with the SS-level talent Divine Fortune Teller issued a prophecy to the world. The great unspeakable existence has revealed to me since the celestial descent. The white-level secret realm appeared 7 days later, the yellow-level secret realm emerged. 14 days after the yellow-level secret realm, the blue-level secret realm was born. From this day forth, a blue-level secret realm gate will be born on Earth each day. This process will continue for a full 343 days, 497 until an even stronger secret realm descends. The blue-level secret realm gate does not close in 7 days. Its duration is 14 days. If the beasts within the secret realm are not eradicated within 14 days, they will break through the gate and descend upon the mortal world. The words of a European diviner spread like wildfire across the internet, gaining near universal acceptance. Yet the conclusion would only be verified 6 days later. If the American blue-tier secret realm shattered and beasts descended upon the United States, the diviner's prophecy would naturally crumble. Zhang Sheng stared at the news on Douyin shocked, but resolved to focus on cultivation for now, taking things one step at a time. In the past 2 or 3 days, he had cultivated his wooden prison to its perfected state. With instant spellcasting within 100 meters, one or several wooden cages could materialize out of thin air. If plants were present, utilizing them for casting would multiply the control range and greatly reduce spiritual energy consumption. The spiritual herbs in the spirit field had all completed their transformation, becoming 2-year-old plants. On the 3rd day, Earth's 3rd blue-tier secret realm appeared on the western plateau of Huaxia. Huaxiao immediately dispatched teams to layer defenses around the realm. So far, everything unfolded as the European diviner had predicted. A blue-tier secret realm descended each day. Yet no one could foresee whether the 7-day calamity would erupt. In the underground hall of Huaxia's first cultivation university, the atmosphere was heavy. Songxian, are you ready? Dean Hou asked solemnly. A burly young man with short hair clad in spiritual armor rose from a meditation cushion and laughed heartily. If not me, then who? A youth from the 3rd cushion stood simultaneously and said, Xian Ge, how about I go with you? My sword is still sharp. Yidong, I can scout the blue-tier secret realm alone. There must be divine breath realm beasts inside, and my greatsword is itching for battle. And besides, a figure identical to the burly youth stepped out from his body. I never said I only had 1 SS-level talent. 2 identical burly youths declared with confidence. Even Dean Hou and the other 8 prodigies stared at the man in shock. They only knew that Song Xian, ranked first among the prodigies, had awakened the top SS-level talent, all meridians open, granting him cultivation speed over 10 times that of an ordinary person. Song Xian, you've given us an incredible surprise. Hou exclaimed excitedly. Huaxiao raised us with the best resources. This is what I should do. He'll send a clone to scout the blue-tier secret realm and face the divine breath realm beasts. Even if it perishes, I can just cultivate another one. No one had expected that Song Xian's second talent was also SS level, a rare clone talent. Song Xian, the top prodigy, dispatched a clone to the blue-tier secret realm, while his main body remained in the spirit-gathering formation to continue cultivation. Hou and the other prodigies stayed awaiting news from the clone. Meanwhile, news from the Ascend Kingdom shocked the globe. The Ascend Kingdom announced the conquest of a blue-tier secret realm. This made everyone realize that the kingdom might have birthed an extraordinarily powerful cultivator. Yet what puzzled Huaxiao was that according to satellite images, the blue-tier secret realm in the Ascend Kingdom had not vanished, but was sealed with thousands of cubic meters of concrete shaped into a monument. That evening, Song Xian's tattered clone returned to the underground hall, its spiritual armor gone. Song Xian, what's the situation inside the secret realm? Dean Hou asked anxiously. Can't beat them. Absolutely can't. Those divine breath realm beasts are ridiculously strong. They shredded my armor in no time. To bring back the video data, I even threw away my greatsword. This guy? Everyone marveled at Song Xian's formidable strength, able to escape from divine breath realm beasts. Dean, the video data is in this drone. Song Xian handed the drone to Hou. Song Xian, you did well. How strong are the divine breath realm beasts exactly? Extremely strong. With my Qi Si realm 6th layer cultivation, I couldn't kill them. If you encounter a divine breath realm beast, there's only one thing to do: run. At this, Song Xian shed his usual arrogance and became exceptionally serious. But if I cultivate to the Qi Si realm 9th layer, no, just 8th, the 3 strongest divine breath realm beasts inside won't stand a chance against me. Song Xian grinned broadly. The others were long accustomed to his eccentric personality. For the strong, such quirks were tolerated. The drone Song Xian brought into the secret realm was Huaxia's most advanced product, specially designed for realm exploration. Silent and swift. According to the drone's measurements, the blue-tier secret realm was astonishingly vast, spanning hundreds of kilometers, with numerous Qi Si realm beasts, and at least 3 divine breath realm ones. Completing the conquest within 7 days was utterly impossible. Everyone before us are the secret realms of the US and Ascend Kingdom. If a calamity erupts, they will be first. As for the Asen Kingdom's claim of conquest, its credibility is low. If these two realms truly cause beasts to descend on Earth at the end of the seventh day, Dinho's voice grew heavy. We'll have no choice but to drop nuclear bombs into the secret realm. Though it may bring unpredictable consequences compared to a horde of powerful beasts descending upon the world, we have no other option. On the fourth day, the fifth day, the sixth day, each day a new blue-tier secret realm appeared on Earth, one on almost every continent. The seventh day ended. In the early hours of the eighth day, the American blue-tier secret realm, which had captured global attention, remained uneventful. The diviner's words had proven true. If the blue-tier secret realm in Los Angeles had not been conquered beforehand, August 14th, 2030 would have been the day divine breath realm beasts descended upon the world. What do we do? Just cultivate well. Zhang Sheng, seated on a meditation cushion, opened his eyes. A spark of lightning flickered at his fingertip without any hand seal. The millions watching the live broadcast of the American blue-tier secret realm's portal all breathed a sigh of relief. Song Xian, can you make it in 40 days? Dinho, who never smoked, lit a cigarette with clumsy movements. The youth on the cushion smiled and said 30 days is enough. The other prodigies were thrilled as well. The ninth-ranked Lung Qinghe gazed at the burly youth in the first seat like a love-struck fan. As fellow prodigies, they knew how far behind this man they had fallen. Even Lin Yidong, the third-ranked prodigy, also at Qi Si Realm's sixth layer, had less than a tenth of Song Xian's spiritual energy. The tree desires stillness, but the wind will not cease. All kinds of negative sentiments fermented in people's hearts, with many believing that the 49th day would mark humanity's doom, thus indulging their darkest desires. Murder cases worldwide mushroomed overnight. Huaxiao was no exception. Are you ready? Ho Wu asked. Got it. Song Xian, clad in a golden suit of armor and bearing a massive sword on his back, replied. He patted Lin Yidong on the shoulder. Don't be nervous. It's just a live stream. Lin Yidong, however, seemed not to hear him. His expression stiff, he said, Dean, perhaps it's better to let Lu Zhua handle this. Such a public occasion is not for me. The other Lung Qinghe was brimming with excitement. She had changed into a seductive outfit and applied a touch of makeup. Rest assured, aside from Song Xian, both you and Qinghe will wear masks during the appearance. An SS-level awakener cannot be revealed so lightly. Song Xian alone is enough. Yidong, remember to unleash your 10,000 swords, returning to one sect with all your might. It looks particularly imposing. Song Xian laughed. Take flight. A nationwide live-streamed speech was about to begin. Spiritual energy wings sprouted from the backs of the three, and they soared into the sky. Let's go. Let that small hill be the backdrop for the live stream. Lung Qinghe and Lin Yidong, wearing their masks, flew together to the venue. All major media outlets across Huaxiao were prepared to broadcast this event to the nation. As the dedicated livestream drone finished its calibration, the aerial broadcast officially began. Greetings to the audience nationwide. I am the strongest of the First Cultivation University, Song Xian. I am also the strongest in Huaxiao, and perhaps the most powerful person on Earth today. The two behind me, along with myself, are Huaxia's SS-level talent awakeners. The moment these words were spoken, bullet comments exploded across every livestream room. The strongest on Earth. What an outrageous boast. Was this truly an official Huaxiao broadcast? Could this be some kind of mistake? Song Xian flashed his signature smile, his mouth stretching into an exaggerated arc, revealing almost all of his teeth. He laughed heartily. I, Song Xian, vow to annihilate Huaxia's blue-level secret realm within 30 days. Any who doubt me, come to the First Cultivation University in 30 days and ask my sword. With a single hand, Song Xian drew the massive sword from his back and suddenly slashed horizontally toward the distant mountain. He roared. Chop! Within the livestream, the camera switched to a wide angle. A golden sword aura hundreds of meters long erupted from Song Xian's greatsword. Boom! The sword aura passed through trees, rocks, and everything in its path, leaving only clean, severed edges. A deafening crash echoed through the livestream as the distant mountain peak was cleanly sliced off. A billowing cloud of dust rose. Countless question marks flooded the livestream, exclamations of disbelief at this superhuman feat. Behind Song Xian, Lin Yidong and Lung Qinghe felt a cold sweat trickle down their backs. In that instant, they had sensed the crushing weight of death. Had they been struck, they would have surely perished. Both at the Qi Si stage, both SS level. Was the gap in their strength truly as vast as the distance between clouds and mud? But boss, why aren't you following the script? Lin Yidong was speechless. Wasn't there supposed to be a rousing, impassioned speech? Zhang Sheng was also watching the livestream. Is this the level that can be achieved now, eh? Even just by watching the livestream, Zhang Sheng could deduce that this Song Xian must possess an astonishing amount of spiritual energy, within his dantian perhaps even having broken through to the divine breath stage. On screen, Song Xian hoisted his great sword onto his shoulder and continued with a smile. Everyone rest assured. Huaxiao has us. Let all the nations of the world see. Secret realm beasts are their nightmare, but for Huaxia's cultivators, they are resources. Sword God, your turn. Lin Yidong masked was taken aback. What did he mean by my turn? And when did he ever get the nickname Sword God? Left with no choice, Lin Yidong pressed his index and middle fingers together and pointed them at the sky. In the camera's view, thousands of sword silhouettes materialized in the sky, while upon closer inspection, each sword was unique. Sword, come, Lin Yidong bellowed. Tens of thousands of phantom flying swords danced around the three, filling the entire livestream frame before soaring into the heavens. He dared not imitate Song Xian by attacking the distant mountain, lest he expose his own limitations. Though the three had not adhered to the script, they still stirred the hearts of the countless millions watching the broadcast. So powerful. Both ordinary cultivators and elite students trained by academies were stunned by the simple demonstration of might in the livestream. Are they even human? That was the most common exclamation in the livestream. Some suspected it was a special effect. A curious streamer soon found the mountain peak that Song Xian had cleaved during the broadcast. The severed top, smooth as a mirror, still retained residual warmth. The incident continued to stir discussion, and people flocked to that mountain peak to take photos. Now no one doubted Huaxia's capability to conquer the blue-level secret realm. The rate of violent crimes in Huaxiao plummeted, a remarkably effective outcome. The first cultivation university of Huaxiao still harbored these three SS-level talent awakeners. Zhang Sheng had suspected as much ever since he last saw Lu Zhua. Let others be as strong as they wish, Zhang Sheng believed his own achievements would not necessarily pale in comparison. The spiritual rain formed by the spring breeze and rain art irrigated the spirit herbs, causing them all to advance to the 3-year growth stage. On the other side of the Pacific Ocean, a white man lounging on a sofa was watching Song Xian's livestream video. 3 SS-level talent awakeners. What a tempting sight. Alexander Rodi licked his lips as if eyeing a delicious meal. Sir, the commander said we can't touch the domestic SS levels, but he never said we can't go after the foreign ones. The blonde woman in his arms caressed his chest. Darling, are you trying to send me to my death? Rodi slapped the woman's shapely rear. A soft moan escaped her lips. Given Huaxia's style, Song Xian's true strength was undoubtedly even greater than what he displayed in the broadcast. Although Rodi's own talent was formidable, facing Song Xian now would mean certain death. But we can leave Huaxiao aside for now. Let's make a move on the A3 kingdom. I hear they have over 20 SS levels. Rodi examined the confidential documents sent by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Cultivation knows no time. 7 days passed. Zhang Sheng stood suspended above a great river. A water dragon leaped up, swirling around him as if alive. The water dragon halted before Zhang Sheng, then instantly transformed into countless ice crystals, forming an ice sculpture. Waterbind. Freeze. Done. Following the wooden prison and electric shock spells, waterbind and freeze had also been cultivated to their perfect consummate state. Meanwhile, observing the progress of the spirit harmony grass, blood essence mushroom, and crimson sunflower, he knew that the 10-year spirit herbs were finally ready. For the 50 mu of 10-year spirit herbs, Zhang Sheng had waited a full 15 days to prepare for refining the qi-gathering pills. Uncertain of exactly how many qi-gathering pills he would need, Zhang Sheng had planted nearly 300,000 spirit herbs across 50 mu of spiritual fields. That should be enough. Time to start the furnace and refine the pills. Zhang Sheng returned to the alchemy room he had previously rented and took out his profound fire alchemy furnace. Unlike the essence food pills and spirit food pills, the ingredients for qi-gathering pills were fixed per batch, and the number of pills produced was also fixed. Either the batch failed, or it succeeded in producing exactly 9 pills. Perhaps because he had already refined a perfect grade first-tier pill, the spirit food pill, Zhang Sheng succeeded in his very first batch of qi-gathering pills. Skill: refined qi-gathering pill beginner, 910. Zhang Sheng didn't expect his first batch of qi-gathering pills to succeed. Let's continue. As the second batch of qi-gathering pills emerged from the furnace, a notification appeared. Skill: qi-gathering pill, refining proficiency, 8,100. Although he couldn't deliberately add ingredients to produce inferior pills, like when refining spirit food pills, refining one batch every half hour still allowed for steady skill progression. With the third batch, Zhang Sheng successfully refined 9 first-grade, mid-quality qi-gathering pills. By the afternoon, his alchemy proficiency reached the adept level, enabling him to produce high-quality qi-gathering pills. The refining time was also halved, allowing him to produce a batch every 15 minutes. Even with high-quality qi-gathering pills in hand, Zhang Sheng had no intention of consuming them, Instead, he decided to put all the refined pills up for sale. Last time, due to his inexperience in selling, he had sold a first-grade low-quality spirit food pill for a mere 50 spirit pearls, a decision he later deemed a monumental loss, given it was still a first-grade pill. This time, Zhang Sheng listed first-grade low-quality chi-gathering pills at 100 spirit pearls each, mid-quality at 200 spirit pearls each, and high-quality at 1,000 spirit pearls each. Take it or leave it. After all, his was the only listing of chi-gathering pills on the Wanbao marketplace. In fact, Zhang Sheng even felt he might be underselling them. Thanks to a previous large-scale transaction of spirit pearls, Zhang Sheng had already received a personal store from Wanbao marketplace, allowing him to list items directly for sale, though earlier he still had to send them to the school warehouse for confirmation. Wanbao marketplace would deduct a 1% transaction fee and a 1% personal income tax from each sale. Little did Zhang Sheng know this move had already alarmed the deans of both the War God Academy and the Spirit Plant Academy. Is this the high-quality chi-gathering pill Zhang Sheng intends to sell? Dean Yin asked, holding the pill Ma Chengming had handed him. Dean, I've already tested one low-quality pill, and its potency matches Zhao Shue's previous batch. Ma Chengming exclaimed excitedly. Excellent. Truly excellent. This means Zhang Sheng's talent is surely capable of refining high-quality pills. Quick, snap up all the pills Zhang Sheng has listed. Yin Shuili urged immediately. Rest assured, Dean. The moment he listed them, I used my authority to acquire all his pills. Good. Just then the office door burst open. Old Yin, is what you said true? Ho Wu strode quickly to the desk. Take a look at this pill. Ho Wu took the pill Yin Shuili handed him. The medicinal potency is pure, warm, and smooth as jade. This is indeed a high-quality chi-gathering pill. Dean Yin, it seems we need to have a serious talk with him. Dean Ho Xiao Shui has neglected her cultivation to refine high-quality chi-gathering pills for the other 8. Relying on her alone is still too difficult. If Zhang Sheng joins, the two of them can refine the pills together, and Song Xian can advance to a higher realm sooner. But the 9-pole spirit gathering array can only accommodate 9 cultivators. If we include Zhang Sheng in the sequence, how should we arrange his compensation? Dean Ho, I've already thought of a solution. I just contacted Xiao Shui. Since she spends most of her time refining pills rather than cultivating in the array, she's willing to allocate half her time to Zhang Sheng each day. This way they can take turns using the array and refining pills. That's a reasonable solution. Now it all depends on Zhang Sheng's response. In the alchemy chamber, Zhang Sheng's smart terminal vibrated. He had clearly set it to Donut disturb mode. Having reached the adept level in refining chi-gathering pills, Zhang Sheng could now produce a batch every 15 minutes. He finished the batch he was working on before checking the message. It was from Dean Yan of the Spirit Plant Academy. He hurried to Dean Yan's office, only to find Dean Ho Wu of the War God Academy also present. Greetings, Dean Yan. Greetings, Dean Ho. I apologize for the delay. I was in the middle of refining a batch of pills, Zhang Sheng said respectfully. No matter, Zhang Sheng. The reason we called you here today is that Dean Ho and I have an important matter to discuss with you, Dean Yan stated solemnly. Join the sequence. The Spirit Gathering Array. Dean Yan explained the entire sequence training plan and the benefits of the 9-pole Spirit Gathering Array to Zhang Sheng. Only then did Zhang Sheng learn about the existence of the sequence, the elite truly nurtured by Waxia's top cultivation university. Dean Ho, Dean Yan, I Zhang Sheng am willing to join the sequence. However, I cannot simply spend all my time refining chi-gathering pills for other sequence members. So I have one condition. Zhang Sheng stated firmly, but without arrogance. He had no intention of becoming a mere alchemy tool upon joining the sequence. Oh, let's hear it, Ho Wu said. Dean Yan's arrangement is for me and that student Zhao Shui to each use the array for 12 hours daily. My proposal is this: for every 12 hours I use the Spirit Gathering Array, I will provide 9 high-quality chi-gathering pills. Dean Ho can decide how to distribute those 9 pills. You little rascal. Ho Wu chuckled. 9 is too few. Even a high-quality pill only accelerates 10 minor circulation cycles. How about 18? I can't go any lower. This is the Spirit Gathering Array. Fine, 18 it is. Zhang Sheng had originally expected to offer more, and 9 was merely a starting point for negotiation with Dean Ho. 18 high-quality chi-gathering pills, which took only half an hour to refine in exchange for 12 hours of Spirit Gathering Array use. What a tremendous bargain. Thus, Zhang Sheng became the 10th member of the Huaxia Sequence Project. Under Dean Ho Wu's guidance, Zhang Sheng arrived at the deep underground cultivation hall. The central platform appeared to be the Spirit Gathering Array disc, surrounded by densely packed spirit pearls supplying spiritual energy to the array. The spiritual energy converged on the 9 men and women seated around it. Zhang Sheng sensed immense spiritual power within each of them, one of whom was Song Xian, the person who had wielded the giant sword in the livestream. Through his spiritual eye technique, Song Xian's dense spiritual energy blazed like a scorching fire, far surpassing even the combined power of the other 8. Apart from Song Xian, Zhang Sheng spotted a familiar figure. I think her name is Lung Qinghe. I didn't expect her to be a sequence member too. Her demeanor seems much colder now, probably because of the heavy burden of that elder's death. As Ho Wu arrived, the cultivators rose together. Everyone, today you will welcome a new partner. Sequence number 10, Zhang Sheng. Like Xiao Shui, he is capable of refining top-grade pills. Zhang Sheng Im Song Xian, sequence number 1. On behalf of the Huaxia sequence, I welcome you. Song Xian applauded. Lu Zhi was sequence number 2. Zhang Sheng, we've met before. I knew you would join us one day. The speaker was the same person who had accompanied Dean Yan to test Zhang Sheng's awakening level, still wearing glasses and exuding an air of scholarly mischief. Lin Yidong, sequence number 3. Lin Yidong's expression was stiff, his social anxiety evident. Lin Jin, sequence number 4, specializing in spear techniques. Im, sequence number 5. My name is Wang Yu. I noticed you were staring at our beauty Lung Qinghe just now. Could it be love at first sight? A handsome young man approached Zhang Sheng. In an instant, his form shifted, dramatically transforming into Lung Qing's likeness. Zhang Sheng, how do I look? He asked playfully. Isn't it pretty? Wang Yu. The real Lung Qinghe snapped. So is it pretty or not? The voice was exceptionally sweet and adorable. Zhang Sheng looked at the playful Lung Qinghe before him, then at the genuinely angry Lung Qinghe, and couldn't help but frown. Wang Yu, stop fooling around. Change back immediately. Dean Ho said helplessly. Wang Yu, who had transformed into Lung Qinghe, reverted to his original appearance and returned to his meditation cushion to cultivate. It must have been a transformation-type talent, for even Zhang Sheng, with his perfected spiritual eye technique, could not distinguish between Wang Yu in disguise and the real Lung Qinghe. Subsequently, Zhang Sheng was introduced to Huang Yang VI in the sequence and Tai Fan VII. Hello, my name is Xiao Shui. I am the 8th in the sequence. With a fiery head of red curls, lips as blazing as flames, and a tall statuesque figure, she was nearly as tall as Zhang Sheng, who stood at 1.8 meters. Zhang Sheng had never imagined that the legendary top-tier alchemist would be such a stunning beauty with a sizzling physique. How about I cultivate in the spirit gathering array during the day and you take the night shift? No problem. For Zhang Sheng, day and night had become indistinguishable. As for Lung Qinghe, the 9th in the sequence, she merely nodded in acknowledgement, as the two were already acquainted. Sister Qinghe, so you two know each other? Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Sheng quickly realized that Wang Yu was undoubtedly a chatterbox. Zhang Sheng, since I'm about to go refine pills, you can cultivate in my spot for now. Without waiting for Zhang Sheng's response, Xiao Shui departed from the hall. Brother, how about it? Isn't our beauty, Xiao Shui, smoking hot? If you beg me in private, I'll show you her form. Wang Yu whispered. Lung Qinghe shot him a glare. Wang Yu, you bastard, I've already recorded what you said. I'll make sure Sister Shui burns every last hair off your body with her 9 revolutions, true flame. I'll turn you into a roasted chicken. Wang Yu quickly clapped his hand over his mouth. Xiao Shui's meditation cushion still retained her warmth and a faint pleasant fragrance. Zhang Sheng immediately activated the Hunyuan breathing technique and began cultivating. A vast surge of spiritual energy flooded into his body like a tidal wave. The speed of his minor cycle circulation was 5 times faster than before. Zhang Sheng, who had previously needed half an hour to complete 1 cycle, now finished 1 in just 6 minutes. As Zhang Sheng began cultivating, the others immediately sensed something amiss. The consumption rate of the spirit pearls on the array plate had skyrocketed. Noticing the gazes fixed upon him, Zhang Sheng asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Zhang Sheng, how many spirits have you refined in your heavenly movement art? Song Xian inquired. Zhang Sheng then realized how exaggerated his rate of absorbing spiritual energy was. However, with the spirit pearls being consumed so quickly, he had no way to conceal it. I'm quite suited to cultivating the heavenly movement art. I've refined 100 spirits. No way. Do you also possess the talent of 100 meridians being open? Lu Zhuo exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Yu promptly said, Brother Xian, I thought you were the only freak, but now we have another one. Zhang Sheng, do you also have dual talents? And do you also have the 100 meridian open talent like Brother Xian? Zhang Sheng only then realized that aside from himself, the strongest here, Song Xian, could also achieve the refinement of 100 spirits solely due to his 100 meridian open talent. No, you're mistaken. I've merely been cultivating the heavenly movement art for an extremely long time and have consumed a large number of spirit food pills. That's how I reached the realm of refining 100 spirits. I don't have the 100 meridian open talent. Zhang Sheng said calmly. That makes sense. Otherwise your cultivation level wouldn't be so low. But now everything is worth it. Once you reach perfection in the Qi-Si realm, your strength will undoubtedly far surpass those of the same level. Song Xian remarked. Zhang Sheng cultivated for 12 hours straight, completing 120 minor cycles. His Qi Dantian expanded from a small pond to a large lake, increasing his spiritual energy storage capacity by 1200 points. Leaving the underground hall, Zhang returned to the alchemy chamber to continue refining Qi-gathering pills. Each batch took 15 minutes, yielding 9 top-grade pills. He handed all the refined top-grade Qi-gathering pills to Dean Ho. In effect, Zhang was spending 18 top-grade Qi-gathering pills daily to rent the spirit-gathering array for 12 hours. Any surplus pills he gave to Dean Ho would be deducted from future usage fees. 3 days passed. On the morning of July 21st, Zhang finally refined his first batch of premium Qi-gathering pills. Skill Refined Qi-gathering Pill Transcendent 15100. In just 10 minutes, 9 jade-like premium Qi-gathering pills emerged from the furnace. Zhang immediately swallowed one and activated the Hunyuan breathing technique. Like a catalyst, it quintupled the speed of his spiritual energy circulation, an effect identical to that of a top-grade Qi-gathering pill. However, Zhang knew that this premium pill was not only free of pill toxins, but also possessed a medicinal potency 10 times greater than a top-grade pill capable of sustaining 100 minor cycles. According to Zhang calculations, he would need only 90 premium Qi-gathering pills to reach perfection in the Qi realm. However, he had an overwhelming abundance of spirit herbs, enough to refine not just 90 but 9,000 pills from his 50 acres of herbs and more. To prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, Zhang focused solely on refining premium Qi-gathering pills before his shift change with Zhao Shui. In total, he refined 208 premium Qi-gathering pills. Returning to the underground cultivation hall, Zhang took a premium Qi-gathering pill and then cultivated using the spirit-gathering array, combining both to see how much he could boost his cultivation speed. In just 3 minutes, he completed a minor cycle, adding a wisp of spiritual energy to his Qi Dantian. Marvelous. Utterly marvelous. His cultivation speed had increased again, now 10 times faster than without any external aids. Zhang's Qi Dantian could now accommodate 555 wisps of spiritual energy, equivalent to 55500 points, almost matching the Qi Layer 6 level of an average student at the first cultivation university. Yet for Zhang, he was still only at Qi Layer 1. To cultivate another 444 wisps of spiritual energy, his Dantian would hold 999 wisps, allowing him to condense 1 dragon of spiritual energy. Only then would Zhang advance to Qi Layer 2. In the days that followed, Zhang ceased refining Qi-gathering pills. Whether using the spirit-gathering array or not, he continuously cultivated the Hunyuan breathing technique to elevate his cultivation realm. 2 days later, Zhang abruptly opened his eyes while seated on his meditation cushion, staring at the talent panel visible only to him. Unbeknownst to him, the Hunyuan breathing technique had reached the transcendent realm. Indeed, though he had not yet entered Qi Layer 2, he had practiced the Hunyuan breathing technique multiple times before even reaching the transcendent realm of the heavenly movement art. Now he had already completed over 1,000 minor cycles. Technique Hunyuan breathing technique transcendent 110. Zhang discovered this because this very technique had begun to circulate on its own. Just like the heavenly movement art, he no longer needed to control the spiritual energy within his body. It automatically followed the technique's meridian pathway. Marvelous. This was truly marvelous. Indescribably marvelous. Zhang gazed at his talent panel. There were 3 techniques listed. Technique Devouring Method Transcendent 374510. Technique Heavenly Movement Art Transcendent 16000. And the newly transcendent Hunyuan breathing technique. All 3 techniques shared a common trait with conscious control. They could operate autonomously, and he could actively enable or disable this ability. Zhang gained a profound understanding of his talent. When refining pills, a transcendent skill allowed him to produce premium pills. In contrast, spells required perfected transcendence for instant casting, accompanied by a significant increase in power and a drastic reduction in spiritual energy consumption. As for the effects of reaching perfected transcendence in pill refinement and techniques, both remained unknown. Achieving perfected transcendence in either was exceedingly difficult and impossible to accomplish in a short time. Zhang slowly rose from the meditation cushion at the center of the cold metal floor in the underground cultivation hall, where fine dust particles drifted within the beams of the overhead energy lamps. Zhang, why have you stopped cultivating? Wang Ye's voice carried a hint of surprise, echoing faintly through the empty hall. No need, Zhang replied, the corners of his lips lifting into a calm and confident smile. I'm going out for some fresh air. Within him, the Hunyuan refining Qi heart method circulated like a precision perpetual motion machine, amplified by the overwhelming medicinal power of a supreme grade Qi pill. His cultivation speed was now 5 times the usual rate. Precious cultivation time had unexpectedly freed up. What's happened? Why so cheerful? Wang Yu muttered under his breath, watching Zhang Sheng's retreating figure heading toward the alloy door. The night wind brushed against his face, carrying the lingering warmth and clamor of the city, still stifling and hot. Zhang Sheng looked up. The deep night sky stretched like a vast canopy. Beside the radiant silvery moon hung the colossal azure-glowing planet, Tianqi, clearly visible, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure and mystery. Perhaps when I reach the divine breath realm, I can truly set foot on Tianqi, he murmured to himself. Tapping the wrist terminal lightly, the virtual light screen of Wanbao Net unfurled before him. A first-grade low-quality flying dagger could no longer keep pace with the ferocity of latest-stage Qi realm beasts. During the last battle against that vicious Fengsuan, one of his 5 daggers had been destroyed. The permissions were open, but the resource library held only 2 solitary first-grade mid-quality flying daggers. It seems he'll have to restock from a yellow-grade secret realm. Zhang Sheng's gaze sharpened as he instantly recalled Song Xian's chillingly massive greatsword and Lin Jin's flame-wreathed spear. First-grade high quality. Indeed, such items rarely flow into the market. If I want them, I must slay the beasts myself. With his decision made, Zhang Sheng wasted no time in using his sequence authority to apply for a yellow-grade secret realm subjugation. Invisible spiritual energy instantly coalesced behind him, extending into a pair of massive radiant wings. He lightly pushed off the ground and shot into the sky like an arrow from a bow. Above the night sky, he gazed down upon the earth. Below, countless white specks of light flowed like a river of stars, the pulse of human civilization stubbornly flickering in the darkness. The wings vibrated, tearing through the air currents. Before long, the edge of a rainforest appeared in his view, where a colossal earthen yellow light gate stood upon the ground. Zhang Sheng folded his wings and descended like a meteor toward the light gate. Sir, the official subjugation is scheduled for tomorrow morning. A guard in standard armor immediately stepped forward to block him, his tone strictly official. Verify my identity. Zhang Sheng's voice was calm and unruffled. The guard dared not delay, quickly raising an identification scanner toward Zhang Sheng's face. When the screen displayed the crimson sequence authority marker and a string of encrypted data, the soldier's expression shifted. He immediately straightened, striking his chest with a fist in salute. Apologies, Commander. You wish to enter now? Inside it's night. Very dangerous. No matter. Zhang Sheng's gaze swept over the light gate. Yes, Commander. Please proceed. The guard stepped aside, activating the passage permissions. Possessing the Spirit Eye technique at its perfected state, the boundary between day and night had long since blurred in his sight. As he stepped through the light gate, humid, stifling air mixed with the rich scent of decaying vegetation enveloped him. Before him stood towering tropical trees that blotted out the sky, with gnarled vines hanging like giant pythons and a thick, soft layer of fallen leaves underfoot. This was a living, breathing, primeval world. Without pausing, Zhang Sheng unfurled his pale golden wings, once more lifting himself from the ground, bursting through the dense canopy and hovering high above. His Spirit Eye technique at its perfected realm operated at full capacity, his vision instantly piercing through layers of foliage and darkness. Within a radius of tens of kilometers, the rainforest's secret realm transformed in his eyes into a vast map of spiritual energy meridians, countless points of light, bright and dim, scattered like stars. The unique, bloodthirsty, and violent tainted spiritual energy emitted by the demonic beasts blazed like bonfires in the pitch-black night, glaring and unmistakable. This time you are not just bonfires, you are my prey. A cold, sharp smile curled at the corner of Zhang Sheng's mouth. With over 90,000 units of surging spiritual energy coursing through his Qi, he stood at the peak of the first layer of the Qi realm, wielding power comparable to the Qi pinnacle. Coupled with perfected spells, even a Qi pinnacle beast was no more than a lamb to the slaughter. With a fierce beat of his wings, Zhang Sheng transformed into a pale golden streak, racing toward the core region where the tainted spiritual energy burned most intensely. At the heart of the rainforest, an unexpected, deathly still pool of black water appeared. The water was viscous as ink, exuding a nauseating stench. Something lurking beneath. Perfect, a gift for you. Zhang Sheng hovered above the pool, joining the fingers of his right hand like a sword and thrusting them skyward. Scorching fire attribute spiritual energy converged wildly, condensing into a massive fireball several meters in diameter. Its crimson glow illuminated the dark water below, the terrifying heat distorting the air and sending wisps of white steam rising from the pool's surface. Go! The fireball plummeted like a falling meteor, crashing into the center of the black pool. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the rainforest's silence. The moment the blazing flames met the icy dark water, a violent clash of energy erupted, sending a colossal mushroom cloud of water vapor and searing steam hurtling hundreds of meters into the sky, with scalding droplets raining down like a storm. Hiss! Through the rolling white mist, a pair of ice-blue vertical-pupiled eyes brimming with venomous malice locked onto the figure high above. 7 enormous serpents, each as thick as a water barrel and covered in scales gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, raised their heads, their icy tongues flickering. So it's a nest of blackwater serpents. Pity only one is barely worth noting. Zhang Sheng's gaze swept over them, instantly discerning that among the 7, only one exuded the aura of latest stage Qi Si, while the rest were at early or mid-stage waterbind. With a mere thought, Zhang Sheng commanded the abundant water tribute spiritual energy to manipulate the black water of the pool. 7 thick black water pillars as mighty as dragons shot up from the pool, carrying bone-chilling cold and immense binding force, precisely entangling and constricting the 7 great serpents. No matter how wildly they thrashed and struggled, their sturdy scales scraping against the black water with harsh screeches, they could not break free in the slightest. Is that all? Zhang Sheng's tone carried a hint of disappointment. Freeze. Crackle. The piercing cold power of ice spread down the black water pillars. The 7 ferocious serpents, along with the pillars binding them, were frozen solid before their eyes, transforming in an instant into 7 massive lifelike ice sculptures in various poses, glistening with a cold sheen under the moonlight. Swish, swish, swish. Several cold flashes streaked by as spiritual flying daggers precisely struck the joint weak points of the ice sculptures. Crash. The solid ice, along with the frozen snake bodies within, shattered, instantly crumbling into countless fragments scattered around the black pool's edge. Zhang Sheng waved his arm lightly, and an invisible force swept up the items dropped from the slain latest stage Qi Si black serpent, an ancient yellow jade token, a piece of metallic iron essence gleaming with a metallic luster, and a jet-black flying dagger with a blade flowing with cold, sharp edge. First-grade high quality. Zhang Sheng grasped the flying dagger. It was cool to the touch, and spiritual energy flowed through it without obstruction. The blade emitted a faint hum, and a sharp aura emanated from it. A lucky start. The secret realm was limited in scope, and Zhang Sheng soon located and slew another latest stage Qi Si beast, a mountainous, iron-armored bull. As for the other beasts in the realm, he did not exterminate them all, leaving some spoils for tomorrow's subjugation team. Stepping out of the secret realm's light gate, the night breeze brushed against him. Zhang Sheng now had a clearer understanding of his combat capabilities. Perfected spells are like instinct. The consumption is negligible, yet the power is doubled, and what's more terrifying is the instant activation. It seems it's time to master several more perfected spells to handle different environments with ease. Just as he was about to take flight, his wrist terminal suddenly vibrated with an encrypted message from Dean Ho Wu. Is it starting? Zhang Sheng's eyes narrowed, his wings cutting through the night sky as he swiftly turned back. The underground cultivation chamber was thick with tension. Dean Ho Wu, not only the helmsman of the War God Academy, but also the core director of the cultivation sequence plan, surveyed the 10 prodigies before him and spoke solemnly. The Chinese military can wait no longer. They have decided to officially launch a probing subjugation of the China Blue-Grade secret realm tomorrow. As his words fell, the expressions of the 10 sequence members shifted in various ways. Some pupils contracted, knuckles whitening as they clenched, others drew a deep breath, their gazes sharp as blades. A few remained calm, as if they had anticipated this. Students. Ho Wu's voice was authoritative. You all know the terrible sacrifices China's warriors have made to obtain the core resources needed to sustain this spirit-gathering array. Facing pressing enemies, we cannot afford to wait for everything to be perfect. Tomorrow will be a probing attack led by the military. They will deploy China's most advanced modern weapons and the most elite supernatural units, attempting to shake the foundations of the blue-grade secret realm with the power of modern civilization, hunting the divine breath realm beasts entrenched within. What? Modern weapons against divine breath realm beasts? Someone couldn't help but exclaim, disbelief written across their face. What, you think it's impossible? Ho Wu's gaze was like lightning, sweeping over the group with a hint of scrutiny. Thus, the military's requirement for you sequence members is voluntary participation. In tomorrow's battle, you 10 sequence members may decide for yourselves whether to join this first probing subjugation of the blue-grade secret realm. He shifted his tone, becoming stern. However, on the day of the final battle, all of you must participate, and your performance in that decisive battle will be strictly evaluated. Those who fail, Ho Wu's voice turned icy, will have their sequence status revoked. Do not forget there are candidates with SS grade talents waiting. The cold pronouncement struck like a hammer on everyone's heart. The cultivation chamber fell into a deathly silence, the air seemingly frozen. The resources and privileged status that came with the sequence. No one was willing to relinquish this heavy honor and power. After a brief silence, Song Xian was the first to speak, his voice steady and calm. "Dean, I will send my clone to participate in this operation." Ho Wu's eyes flashed with sharp light. "Good. What are your current chances?" "In an unknown fight killing an early-stage Divine Breath Realm beast, I have a 70% chance. If surrounded by 3 or more." Song Xian paused. "I can only ensure a safe retreat." Everyone seemed accustomed to Song Xian's mysterious and unpredictable clone ability. "Good. If you can cooperate with the military tomorrow to successfully slay a Divine Breath Realm beast, that will be a great achievement. If it becomes untenable, prioritize self-preservation. No need to force it." Ho Wu nodded, then turned his gaze elsewhere. "Dean, this humble monk is also willing to go." Tai Fan pressed his palms together and bowed slightly. Before entering China's top cultivation university, he had been a martial monk in the ancient Shaolin temple, his expression serene and gaze clear. Ho Wu looked at Tai Fan's skin faintly glimmering with a pale golden luster and nodded. "Your indestructible diamond talent should ensure your self-defense. Be careful." "Dean, I'm here too." Lin Jin, wielding a spiritual artifact spear, walked steadily to Ho Wu's side, his expression calm, yet his gaze as resolute as a rock. Ho Wu scanned the crowd and nodded, asking anyone else. Zhang Sheng looked around before finally meeting Ho Wu's gaze and replied seriously, "Dean, count me in." Upon hearing this, except for Song Xian, Lu Zhuo, and Lung Qinghe, the faces of the other members showed a hint of astonishment. "All right, I trust in your strength, but do be cautious." Ho Wu raised his hand, and the smart terminal flickered briefly as documents were instantly distributed to all the members' terminals. "This is the three-dimensional map of the secret realm and information on known beasts with a focus on those 3 powerful monsters at the Divine Breath level. And the military's combat plan, I want it ingrained in your minds." He added, "Song Xian, your avatar, will lead the team." Ho Wu's tone suddenly grew serious. "In critical moments, even if your avatar is destroyed, you must protect them at all costs." "Understood," Song Xian replied promptly. Back at the apartment, Zhang Sheng immediately immersed himself in the data sent by Dean Ho. The yellow-level secret realm spanning hundreds of miles resembled an independent small world. Towering mountains rose abruptly, winding rivers flowed incessantly, and deep forests stretched endlessly. The data indicated that there were no less than 1,000 beasts at the Qi-Si level, with 3 terrifying Divine Breath level monsters lurking within. However, what made Zhang Sheng's pupils contract was the military's combat plan itself. The next day, July 24th, at 9 a.m., Song Xian and his team of 4 landed deep within the Qinghai Tibet Plateau in front of the secret realm entrance that emanated a bluish glow. The sight before them instantly ignited Zhang Sheng's blood. The shock stemmed first from the towering blue portal standing between heaven and earth. Over 50 meters tall, more than 20 meters wide, with swirling energy, it was a magnificent sight. But what stirred their spirits even more was the torrent of steel displayed before the portal. A wide runway stretching several kilometers was already laid out with hundreds of attack drones lying in wait, like ready hawks silently poised, their small missiles glinting with a cold metallic sheen beneath their wings. Dozens of armored vehicles were lined up, each packed like a hive with suicide drones, each carrying deadly explosives. Zhang Sheng did a quick scan and noted that the number of suicide drones definitely exceeded 3,000. Although he had already known this from the combat plan the night before, witnessing this forest of steel and gunpowder firsthand still sent Zhang Sheng's heart racing. These unmanned devices were equipped with the most advanced artificial intelligence, capable of autonomously seeking targets, planning paths, and striking accurately, without satellite or communication support, even deep within the secret realm. The map of the secret realm had long been uploaded into their core systems. "Everyone." Song Xian's voice came through the earpiece, clear and powerful. "According to the military's highest orders, our mission today is to eradicate all flying beasts within the secret realm, excluding those at the Divine Breath level. If we encounter them, retreat immediately." He continued, "The suicide drone swarm will create openings and buy us time, so we must act swiftly." "Understood." The 3 responded in unison. Buzz. The first batch of drones roared to life, transforming into beams of light as they charged into the bluish portal. China's first official offensive against the blue-level secret realm was about to commence. Zhang Sheng held his breath and focused, staring intently at the countdown on his smart terminal. Almost the moment the drone swarm disappeared, the ground forces suddenly sprang into action. Anti-aircraft combat vehicles and suicide drone launchers roared forward. Immediately after, dozens of short-range ballistic missile launchers raised their heads, and multi-barreled rocket launchers emitted a low rumble As they readied their weapons, the barrels of the vehicle-mounted howitzers reflecting cold light. This was merely the first wave, with each type of equipment numbering in the dozens, and a second and third wave poised to follow. In the past, the entrances to white-level and yellow-level secret realms were narrow, and these steel behemoths had no place to unleash their might, but now they could finally showcase their prowess. Time's up. Move out. Behind Zhang Sheng, a pair of wings formed purely from spiritual energy unfurled instantly, emitting a faint hum. Under the slightly astonished gazes of Song Xian and the others, he shot forward like lightning, the first to dash towards the portal. Song Xian's hand gestures flew, almost leaving an afterimage, and in the blink of an eye his spell was cast, but he was ultimately half a step slower than Zhang Sheng. Lin Jin and Tai Fan were left far behind. This kid, how can he cast spells so quickly? A flash of suspicion crossed Song Xian's mind. Wait, he seems to not have cast a spell at all. Before the thought was complete, the four had already entered the portal, one after another, the intense atmosphere of battle rushing towards them. Upon entering the secret realm, the rich and almost tangible spiritual energy surged into their limbs, bringing a shiver of exhilarating comfort. But the stimulation to their nerves was far from over. Boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed like continuous thunder within the secret realm. Dozens of ballistic missiles tore through the sky, trailing long tails of smoke, while a dense barrage of rockets blanketed the ground like the scythe of death. Zhang Sheng witnessed with his own eyes as a Qi-level beast radiating a powerful aura was torn to pieces by a screaming missile. In the blaze and shockwaves, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Hiss! Had he not seen it with his own eyes, Zhang Sheng would have found it hard to believe that these steel constructs devoid of any spiritual energy could inflict such terrifying damage on the beasts. The lower-tier beasts fell in droves under the suicide drone's charge, completely powerless to resist. Start from the west and sweep the flying beasts in a clockwise direction. Maintain formation. Song Xian's voice rang out again in the specially designed combat suit's earpiece. Leveraging star flash technology, communication remained clear within the secret realm. The four quickly spread out, maintaining a distance of about 2 kilometers between them, advancing like a giant net. Zhang Sheng felt a bit helpless as Song Xian and the others' flying speed was far below his own, only around 150 kilometers per hour, less than a quarter of his maximum speed. He had to slow down to match the team. They flew along the designated path, scanning with their divine senses, and any flying beast they encountered was to be killed without mercy. Caw! A flock of demon magpies resembling sparrows in shape, but the size of ostriches, were drawn in by the spiritual energy fluctuations of the four, descending like a dark cloud, shrieking as they charged. Numbering in the thousands, among them were a dozen that emitted the oppressive aura of Qi-level beasts. Kill! Song Xian shouted, his giant sword erupting in brilliant golden light, sweeping out. Several solidified golden sword energies howled through the magpie flock, and wherever they passed, the demon magpies exploded, blood mists spreading, feathers falling like rain. Zhang Sheng pointed forward with his fingers like a sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 streaks of cold light shot out from the belt at his side. Those were 7 flying daggers, as fast as lightning striking true. In the blink of an eye, the 7 daggers transformed into deadly silver threads, piercing through one demon magpie after another. Even the Qi-level magpies were not spared. At the same time, using the object control technique, valuable materials from the demon magpies were pulled up by an invisible force, accurately depositing them into the storage backpack on his back. He didn't even need to make any extra movements. The death net woven by the daggers slaughtered all the nearby magpies. Lin Jin, like a war god, transformed his spear into a swimming dragon. The spear was released like lightning, precise and ruthless, each thrust piercing through a demon magpie's head, sometimes even skewering 2 or 3 at once. Amidst the flurry of spear shadows, blood flowers sprayed. Tai Fan's combat style was even more wild. He wore fierce claw gloves and swung his fists like pounding giant drums. The sounds of metal clashing echoed continuously, his skin glimmering with a metallic, dark golden sheen. He withstood the demon magpies' pecking claws unscathed. A few heavy punches containing immense force brought down Qi-level magpies, their bones shattered, cries of despair falling to the ground. The name of the sequence was truly fitting, each possessing their unique skills. Zhang Sheng's exceptional object control technique also secretly astonished the other 3. Zhang Sheng. Impressive. Lin Jin's genuine admiration came through the headset. In just over a minute, this airspace was cleared. 80% of the demon magpies fell to Zhang Sheng's dagger storm and Song Xian's magnificent sword energy. Go to the next location, Song Xian commanded. The 4 continued to advance, with towering mountains rising below them. Many of the beasts' nests in the mountains had clearly just suffered missile bombardment, with charred earth everywhere and smoke still lingering. Caw! A sharp, piercing eagle cry suddenly rang out, filled with furious wrath. Dozens of large eagle-like beasts tore through the clouds, surging towards them with incredible speed, carrying with them a scorching aura. Flame eagles. A vicious bird ranked 5th in the Chi-C level beast compendium. Covered in fiery red feathers, their bodies were more than twice the size of ordinary wind hawks born to wield the power of fire. Among these 30 or so flame eagles, several bore gruesome wounds from missile explosions, their blood staining their feathers, adding to their ferocity. "We're in trouble." Song Xian's voice turned grave. "Brothers, be quick and decisive. These 30 Chi-C level flame eagles are manageable, but we must be wary of the appearance of divine breath level monsters." Zhang Sheng and the others felt a chill in their hearts. These flame eagles were incredibly fast, and if they were entangled, the divine breath level beasts would arrive in an instant, and the consequences would be dire. Zhang Sheng swept his fingers across the 6 spirit flying knives at his waist, finding them more convenient there than strapped to his leg. The frost-patterned blades refracted a fine iridescent light under the sun. Song Xian's command crackled through the earpiece. "Lin Jin flank left. Tai Fan hold the center. Zhang Sheng free hunt." Before the words faded, 37 blazing fire hawks closed in. These molten-patterned raptors with wingspans of over 10 feet spat fireballs the size of basketballs from their sharp beaks. "Left." Song Xian roared, his heavy sword mountain cleaver descending with a cyan radiance. The sword's air-ending cry overpowered the hawk screeches. 3 beasts at the Chi-C late stage were cleaved in 2. Their blood evaporated before it could touch the ground. The young swordsman advanced over sparks of magma, his sweeping greatsword creating a cyclone that shredded the scattered fireballs. Zhang Sheng was not far behind. Luring 3 latest-stage Chi-C blazing fire hawks away, he waved his hand commanding the surrounding trees and vines. Wood prison. Thick vines instantly ensnared the 3 demon hawks. But fire overcomes wood, the hawks' flames ignited the prison. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Sheng only needed that moment of restraint. 6 flying knives turned into 6 afterimages, piercing the eyes of the 3 demon hawks. Their agonized cries echoed for miles. Zhang Sheng growled, "Lin Jin." A spear tore through the clouds as Lin Jin, becoming one with his weapon, transformed into a cyan beam that precisely pierced the 3 marked latest-stage blazing fire hawks. Tai Fan, gifted with an indestructible body, remained unscathed even while taking the hawks' attacks directly. Though this was their first time cooperating, all were sharp-witted and quickly formed a seamless synergy. As the last blazing fire hawk fell, the 4 finally ended the battle. "These feathered fiends are a nuisance. This humble monk shall send them all to the western paradise." Tai Fan clasped his hands together, blood staining his knuckle dusters. The moment he finished, a chill of dread ran down Zhang Sheng's spine. He swept his gaze around. A powerful spiritual energy fluctuation surged from the northeast. Worse, another equally formidable presence appeared from the southwest. "Flee! They're divine sense beasts!" Song Xian shouted. Their battle with the hawks had drawn too much attention. The 4 frantically activated their spiritual energy wings. After 2 intense fights, Zhang Sheng's spiritual vision saw that the spiritual energy fluctuations of Tai Fan and Lin Jin had plummeted. A silverback gray wolf and a green-scaled jiao. Encountering 2 divine sense beasts at once was the worst possible luck. How could their flight speed match that of divine sense beasts, even those not adept at flying? In an instant, the 2 beasts closed in. The 3-meter-long giant wolf and the fully scaled azure jiao exuded not only immense spiritual power, but also a soul-crushing pressure. Though Zhang Sheng's spiritual energy now exceeded 100,000, surpassing a typical Chi-C perfection, his spiritual eyes saw that these 2 divine sense beasts possessed at least 300,000 units each. "Find a chance to escape. They'll hold them off with this clone," Song Xian commanded. Sacrificing this clone was the only option now. Song Xian raised his greatsword, igniting all his spiritual energy. Like a bonfire in the night, he drew the attention of both divine sense beasts. The other 3 flew with all their might toward the secret realm's exit. But 3 black dots appeared ahead. No, latest-stage Chi-C wind falcons. Zhang Sheng knew their terrifying speed. If they were entangled by these falcons, all 3 would surely die. Though powerful, Song Xian could not hold off 2 divine sense beasts for long. Once his clone was defeated and they were pinned by the falcons, death was certain. "He'll hold the falcons. You 2 flee first, or we all die. Let at least one survive," Zhang Sheng urged. Lin Jin and Tai Fan, no indecisive men, fled toward the exit. "Brother Zhang Sheng, I swear your parents will be mine from now on." Lin Jin's voice came through the earpiece. Seeing the 3 escape into the distance. 100,000 volts. 3 bolts of lightning materialized around Zhang Sheng, instantly striking the 3 pouncing latest-stage Chi-C wind falcons. With a series of loud bangs, the invisible wind blades launched by the falcons were perfectly blocked by Zhang Sheng's spiritual shield. Not even the first layer of his shield was breached. To be safe, Zhang Sheng had layered 5 shields. Perhaps it was overkill. Struck by a perfected stage lightning spell, the 3 falcons were paralyzed. 3 massive fireballs followed in unison. In an instant, the 3 latest-stage Qi wind falcons were reduced to ash. With his teammates gone, Zhang Sheng no longer needed to hide his strength. Under his perfected stage spells, the battle ended in a flash. A tremendous explosion echoed from the other side. As the blast subsided, Song Xian's clone's aura vanished, while the energy of one divine sense beast plummeted. Zhang Sheng guessed that Song Xian's clone had self-destructed, gravely wounding one beast. His guess proved correct, as only one divine sense beast pursued him. The green-scale Jiao. Zhang Sheng immediately activated his spiritual energy wings, unleashing explosive speed. A sonic boom cloud remained in his wake as he broke the sound barrier, instantly widening the gap with the Jiao. Zhang Sheng realized the green-scale Jiao was slower than his perfected stage flight technique. Perhaps because it was an aquatic beast, flight was not its forte even at the divine sense realm. A divine sense wind falcon would have been a different story. Maybe I can fight it. Changing his mind about fleeing, Zhang Sheng flew toward a vast marshland. He landed directly on the marsh. This was his carefully chosen battlefield, tailored to his spells. As the green-scale Jiao approached, its crimson eyes fixed on him. A doubt crept into Zhang Sheng's mind. These beasts were supposed to be living beings. He could understand that Qi beasts lacked intelligence, but why did these divine sense beasts with their developed spiritual sense show no reason? Only a primal instinct to hunt humans. This was too strange. Before he could ponder further, the beast was upon him. Zhang Sheng pressed 2 fingers together. In a thought, lightning burst from the void, striking the demon Jiao. The spell that could stun a Qi beast only halted the divine sense Jiao for a second. But that second was enough. Wood prison. Waterbind. 2 spells were cast in succession. The marsh's plants formed a spirit wood prison, wrapping the Jiao like a dumpling. The marsh water commanded by the waterbind coalesced into a sphere that seeped into the prison's gaps, tightly binding the 30-foot-long green-scale Jiao. But the Jiao's immense strength threatened to burst the prison. 100,000 volts. Zhang Sheng cast his lightning spell again. The electricity coursed through the waterbind, its effect surprisingly devastating. The Jiao, seemingly grievously wounded, struggled far less. Zhang Sheng roared, "Freeze!" The waterbind around the Jiao instantly turned to ice. Combined with the wood prison, the green-scale Jiao was now a frozen sphere several meters in diameter. However, the azure-scaled flood dragon within the cage was not so easily slain. As it thrashed relentlessly, Zhang Sheng's spiritual energy was being rapidly depleted. Zhang Sheng let it struggle without further incantations. Within the ice sculpture, the flood dragon's maw spewed black flames, swiftly melting the ice that entrapped it. Just as the azure-scaled flood dragon was about to break free, Zhang Sheng gave a sinister smile. "Let you taste the torment of ice and fire." After a brief lightning control, 4 colossal fireballs, each 10 meters in diameter, struck the demon flood dragon from 4 directions. Let the flames burn even fiercer. Zhang Sheng cast a wooden cage spell, trapping the azure-scaled flood dragon once more. Wood fueled the fire, igniting a raging inferno. The azure-scaled flood dragon roared in agony, but Zhang Sheng's continuous control gave it no chance to counterattack. Moreover, his sole top-grade first-tier flying dagger kept probing for the demon flood dragon's weak points. Truly a divine sense realm beast, Zhang Sheng had exhausted nearly all his means, yet he struggled to slay it. Its azure scales were like spiritual artifacts, its entire defense rivaling a peak first-tier spiritual artifact. Its health pool was appallingly vast. Zhang Sheng used telekinesis to control his only top-grade first-tier flying dagger, aiming for the beast's eyes and the vital spot 7 inches below its head, but all attempts failed to breach its defense. "I've got it." A sudden inspiration struck Zhang Sheng. The flying dagger changed course, darting toward the flood dragon's excretory opening at the tail. He maximized his spiritual energy output, setting the dagger spinning at high speed like a drill, while simultaneously casting a lightning spell, attaching a bolt of electricity to the blade. Whoosh! The demon flood dragon felt a sharp pain at its rear. At that moment, it displayed an almost human expression of agony. "Finally got in." Zhang Sheng immediately directed the dagger to wreak havoc inside the azure-scaled flood dragon's body. Though its scales were like spiritual artifacts, its internal organs remained mortal flesh. The mighty divine sense realm beast was now no more than a lamb to the slaughter. As the dagger shredded the flood dragon's heart, its massive body ceased its struggle. A blue jade token flew out from the corpse. Zhang Sheng waved his arm, and the token landed in his palm. It shimmered with radiant colors heavy as gold and emitted a dense blue glow. This might be the world's first blue jade token. Zhang Sheng was eager to learn the techniques and spells it contained. The Divine Sense Realm beast was a treasure trove in itself, but without its divine sense pressure, other beasts began to approach the marsh. Sensing his dwindling spiritual energy, Zhang Sheng knew he couldn't take the carcass. He chose a spot, cast a freezing spell to encase the demon flood dragon's body in ice, and sank it into the swamp for later retrieval. After consecutive battles, Zhang Sheng was uncertain if he could safely leave the secret realm. He fully activated his perfected concealment technique and flew toward a small mountain. 6 flying daggers shot out simultaneously, forming a spinning silver wheel like a tunnel-boring machine, carving out a cave dwelling in mere breaths. Zhang Sheng entered and dug deeper downward. He kept digging until he reached an underground river, then sealed all the tunnels he had created before letting out a long sigh. The underground river was dark and eerie, but with his spiritual vision, every detail was crystal clear. First, restore his spiritual energy. Zhang Sheng circulated his cultivation technique to recover while examining his gains. The dense spiritual energy within the secret realm allowed for rapid recovery, even faster than using spirit pearls outside. His tactical backpack was small. Zhang Sheng kept only the spoils from the Qi realm beast he had slain. The most precious was undoubtedly the blue jade token dropped by the azure-scaled flood dragon. Zhang Sheng took the token and pressed it to his forehead. Instantly, a surge of ownerless divine sense flooded his mind. Dizziness. He nearly vomited. In disbelief, Zhang Sheng sorted through the torrent of information flooding his mind. Unlike the yellow jade token, this one contained not only vast data, but also divine sense information. The 9 Tribulations secret scripture, a path of evolution forged through destruction. In the primordial epic, ancient sages observed the birth and death of all things in heaven and earth, realizing the truth that life's evolution has no fixed form. This technique uses the human body as a furnace, all beings as fuel, and genes as a ladder, achieving a leap in life's hierarchy, a supreme method for body refinement. As all the information poured into Zhang Sheng's mind, the blue jade token crumbled to ash. The 9 Tribulations secret scripture, a supreme method for body refinement. For a moment, Zhang Sheng was dazed. When was the primordial epic? And what level of technique was the 9 Tribulations secret scripture? Everything was shrouded in unknown mystery. The information contained in this technique was astonishingly vast. As Zhang Sheng organized it, he found that according to the outline, there were 9 cultivation realms. Yet only the methods for the foundation establishment, Qi and divine sense realms, were present in his mind. The other 6 realms were missing. Zhang Sheng shook his head, realizing his greed. Even if the subsequent methods existed, they would likely burst his brain. He hadn't expected that the divine sense realm token would involve divine sense, making it impossible to record in writing. Thus, Zhang Sheng couldn't transcribe this technique for others. He now understood that what people called jade tokens were actually technique jade slips. Jade slips themselves were a special kind of spiritual artifact, one of the few items capable of containing a cultivator's divine sense. If one wished to pass on a divine sense realm technique aside from possessing divine sense, they would need to master the technique to at least a proficient level and project the divine sense containing the technique content into a blank jade slip. Both refining jade tokens and imprinting techniques required at least a divine sense realm cultivator. This meant techniques and spells of the divine sense realm could not be widely disseminated. Zhang Sheng quickly realized, doesn't that mean every divine sense realm beast in the secret realm is a precious resource? Now that a new blue-level secret realm appears globally every day, I wonder if anyone else knows this, but I must act quickly. Divine sense realm beasts are not just beasts, they are also the threshold to the divine sense realm. Without a written method, the only way to obtain a divine sense realm technique now is by slaying such beasts. But how many can challenge a divine sense realm beast while still in the Qi realm? Zhang Sheng recalled another divine sense realm beast, the silver-backed gray wolf. Severely wounded by the self-destruction of Song Xian's clone, that silver-backed gray wolf might present a good opportunity. Moreover, Zhang Sheng had already memorized its spiritual energy signature. On the other side, what? You encountered the wind falcon again. Song Xian looked at the 2 disheartened individuals. It's all my fault. If I had gone with you in person, this might not have happened. In the underground training hall, everyone wore grim expressions. Song Xian, Lin Jin Tai Fan, why are only you back? Where's Zhang Sheng? Yan Shuili asked anxiously. Lin Jin recounted everything that had happened in the secret realm in detail. We didn't witness Zhang Sheng's fall with our own eyes. The military's battle has concluded, and they are dispatching stealth drones to search for traces of Zhang Sheng. Dean Ho, this mission's failure is my fault. I request to lead a team with my true body to bring Zhang Sheng back. Alive or dead, we must find him. Impossible. From the moment you entered the first cultivation university, you were destined to walk alongside death. This is our war against the demonic beasts, and sacrifice itself is an integral part of war. From now on, prepare for the decisive battle in 5 days to conquer the secret realm in one fell swoop. Hou rejected Song Xian's proposal. Everyone's expressions were solemn, but as sequences, this was what they had to face. Comrades might fall, and one day they themselves might perish in battle. At that moment, within the underground river of the blue-level secret realm, as his spiritual power gradually recovered, Zhang Sheng sensed an anomaly in its flow. It seemed to be converging toward a certain location. With his spiritual eyes, he followed the direction where the spiritual energy gathered. The convergence point lay beneath the river's surface. Detecting no tainted spiritual energy from demonic beasts, Zhang Sheng leaped into the icy waters. Zhang Sheng continued swimming toward the gathering point, only to emerge once more from the water, entering a hidden cavern. Within the cavern, the spiritual energy was so dense it felt almost tangible. The circulation speed of Zhang Sheng's Hunyuan Qi refinement technique had doubled on its own. The surrounding spiritual energy all converged toward a stalactite at the cave's ceiling beneath, which lay a naturally formed bowl-like structure. Inside the bowl-like structure was a milky white liquid. In Zhang Sheng's eyes, this liquid was the very embodiment of spiritual energy. Could it be spirit milk? For the Secret Realm expedition, Zhang Sheng had long downloaded the Spiritual Materials Compendium and Beast Illustration from the Wanbao network, all of which were recorded within yellow-level jade slips. Judging by the concentration of spiritual energy, this small pool of spirit milk was 1,000-year vintage. A single drop contained approximately 100,000 units of spiritual power, a miraculous elixir capable of instantly replenishing one's spiritual energy. Zhang Sheng took out a jade bottle meant for storing pills and collected all 100 or so drops of spirit milk. After fully restoring his spiritual power, he retraced his path back to the surface. By then it was already the next day. The secret realm was eerily quiet now, likely because the military's first probing assault had already concluded. Just then a question suddenly echoed through Zhang Sheng's earpiece. Is Zhang Sheng of the First Cultivation University still alive? Please reply immediately. The voice came from a rescue drone via Starflash communication. Zhang Sheng pressed the reply button on his earpiece. Zhang Sheng is safe. No need for extraction. I'll find my own way out. Dozens of kilometers away, the small drone relayed the message to the secret realm's entrance, where a designated person carried the information beyond the realm. In his office, Yin Shuili paced back and forth, sleepless for an entire night. He had no idea how to explain Zhang Sheng's supposed death to his old friend at Huaxia Agricultural University. How could he tell old Lu that the talented student he had sent over had fallen in less than 2 months? Even more unbearable was the thought of facing Zhang Sheng's parents. According to his file, Zhang Sheng was their only child. Staring at the farewell letter the youth had left behind, tears rolled down Yin's wayless eyes. At that moment, he wished he had been the one to sacrifice himself in the secret realm. Just then his phone rang. Zhang Sheng suppressed his aura and soared into the sky, activating his spiritual eyes to their fullest extent. He needed to locate the severely wounded silverback azure wolf. Now was the perfect time to strike. Zhang Sheng flew through the secret realm for a full half-hour, deliberately avoiding some flying demonic beasts, until he finally detected the silverback azure wolf's presence on a high mountain. Though its aura had somewhat recovered, it was still gravely wounded. Even in its weakened state, the silverback azure wolf was ultimately a divine breath realm beast, and no other creatures dared approach its vicinity. A golden opportunity for Zhang Sheng. Concealing his aura, Zhang Sheng halted before the high mountain, facing the cave hidden within the cliff where the wolf lurked. Fireball art. Several massive fireballs shot into the cave mouth. Roar. A pained howl shook the rocks loose from the cave entrance. A giant wolf, its body charred, burst forth from the cavern. Its savage gaze glared at Zhang Sheng in the air. A horrific wound stretched from its brow down its neck and across its chest, likely inflicted by Song Xian. One of its forelegs was reduced to a cracked, splintered bone, bearing the remnants of an explosion. Wooden prison. Vines sprouted from the void, about to ensnare the beast when silver blades shot from its maw. The azure wolf's innate technique. Moon cutter. Zhang Sheng twisted and turned, leaving afterimages in the air. The crescent-shaped silver slashes tracked him like homing missiles. Ninefold spirit shield. Pop, 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 pop. 9 spiritual shields materialized around Zhang Sheng in an instant. This was a strategy he had devised after mastering the spirit shield art to its peak, specifically for dealing with divine breath realm beasts. Several moon cutters struck, shattering 5 layers of shields. The silverback azure wolf's second-tier innate technique was terrifyingly powerful. Zhang Sheng immediately unleashed a lightning spell, and 4 top-grade first-tier flying knives transformed into rainbow beams hurtling toward the beast. 3 of the knives were spoils from Zhang Sheng's kills of blaze hawks and wind falcons. The 4 blades turned into flying drills burrowing into the wolf's body through its wounds. At that moment, the outcome was sealed. Moments later, Zhang Sheng obtained another blue jade token, his grip unconsciously tightening around it. As for the wolf's corpse, he froze it into an ice sculpture with a freezing spell, casually buried it on the mountain, and marked the spot before flying toward the secret realm's light gate. Within Waxia's blue-level secret realm, there were 3 divine breath realm beasts. Zhang Sheng had already dealt with 2, leaving only the mountain-shaking ape. Even though Zhang Sheng was confident he could slay the mountain-shaking ape alone, he chose not to. Although Huaxia had long established that whoever killed a beast in the secret realm owned the spoils, he still needed to leave some scraps for the other sequences. 2 blue jade slips were already sufficient. The top priority now was to bring back the secrets of the blue jade slips. Huaxia had to act swiftly, and they needed to find a way to claim a share of the blue-level secret realms in other nations. Arriving at the light gate, Zhang Sheng gazed up at the 50-metertal radiant portal and couldn't help but sigh in awe. Fortunately, the secret realm's beasts lacked intelligence. Otherwise, if the 3 divine breath realm beasts had led a horde of lower-tier creatures to guard the entrance, humanity on Earth would have faced an insurmountable challenge in conquering the realm. The moment he stepped out of the secret realm, Zhang Sheng felt a momentary discomfort at the thin spiritual energy in the air. However, ever since the first white-level secret realm appeared, Earth's spiritual energy density had been steadily increasing. With the emergence of blue-level secret realms, white-level ones had completely vanished. Now only yellow-level realms continued to appear alongside a new blue-level realm, descending each day. 30 days had passed since the first blue-level secret realm appeared in the United States, and 30 such realms had emerged worldwide, scattered across different locations. Back at the school, Zhang Sheng, I can't believe you made it back. As he stepped off the elevator, he saw Zhao Shui rushing toward him. Wait, it's that guy Wang Yu again. In the hall, another Zhao Shui was smiling at him. Zhang Sheng, I'm glad you're back. Brother, thank you. Lin Jin actually walked up and gave Zhang Sheng a big hug. Good to have you alive. Zhang Sheng, welcome back. Dean Yin and Dean Ho spoke in unison. All 10 sequences and both deans were present. Seeing everyone's excitement, Zhang Sheng felt a pang of guilt. He had planned from the start to keep the spoils for himself. Today I have something extremely important to tell you all, Zhang Sheng said earnestly. He recounted how he had obtained the blue jade slip after slaying the divine breath realm beast. What? You killed the silverback azure wolf and the azure-scaled Jiao? Song Xian exclaimed in shock. That meant Zhang Sheng's true strength was on par with his own. In truth, Song Xian, blessed with the 100 meridian talent, possessed nearly 3 times the spiritual energy of Zhang Sheng and was close to reaching the Qi-Si realm's peak, even surpassing the secret realm's strongest divine breath beast, the mountain-shaking ape. Song Xian's weakness lay in his spellcasting. With his spells, 10 units of spiritual power yielded only 10 units of effect. But Zhang Sheng, with his peak-level mastery, could achieve 10 units of effect from a single unit of power. Doesn't that mean that the techniques and spells of the Divine Breath Realm cannot be widely disseminated, making Divine Breath Realm demon beasts a precious resource? Luge would gently adjusted his glasses. Exactly. Unfortunately, China currently only has 1 blue-level secret realm. I will report this directly to the higher-ups. Perhaps we may need to go abroad. Ho Wu quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The government and military will handle the diplomatic negotiations. Ho Wu was not only the dean of the War God Academy, but also the vice principal of the First Cultivation University. The principal, a military bigwig, had yet to be met by Zhang Sheng and the others. Dean Ho, since only 1 mountain-shaking ape remains in the secret realm, why not launch a full assault and complete the secret realm subjugation? Song Xian proposed. He'll be attending a meeting soon, and we can likely act by tomorrow. For now, learn multiple languages as quickly as possible. Earlier, Myanmar and Cambodia have already requested our aid, so you might need to go abroad soon. With that, the 2 deans quickly departed. The Chinese High Command soon convened a meeting to discuss the matter while liaising with foreign diplomats stationed in China. Brother Xing, you're full of hidden talents. With such prowess, you'll have to protect us well from now on. Wang Yu, a male, mimicked the girl's coquettish tone. Zhang Sheng suspected that Wang Yu's prolonged shape-shifting into a female had altered his sexual orientation. Regardless, it's good to have you back. Song Xian patted Zhang Sheng on the shoulder. Tai Fan, standing nearby, frowned and said, Zhang Sheng, you are not being sincere. Lin Jin quickly interjected. How can you say that? Brother Sheng was the one who ensured our retreat. If he hadn't hidden his strength, we'd all be dead. Baldy, you're out of line. Tai Fan retorted angrily. I'm not bald. I've only just left the monastery and my hair hasn't grown back yet. How, you've left the monastery, yet you still call yourself a humble monk? I haven't gotten used to it yet. Though Tai Fan was somewhat angry, everyone tactfully avoided mentioning the spoils from the two Divine Breath Realm demon beasts. Zhang Sheng generously gifted the locations of the two demon beast carcasses to the group. The next day, July 27th, in the morning, Song Xian's true form led the team, with all 10 sequence members mobilized to launch the final assault on China's first blue-level secret realm. Earlier, under the bombardment of modern military weapons, suicide drones, ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and the like, 90% of the Foundation Establishment Realm demon beasts within the secret realm had perished, along with 60 to 70% of the Chi-Si realm beasts. The group flew directly to the mountain-shaking ape's lair. Song Xian, leave this ape to you, while handle the other Chi-Si realm beasts, Zhang Sheng said. Song Xian understood Zhang Sheng's intent. He was voluntarily relinquishing the spoils of this Divine Breath Realm beast. Thanks, brother. The other sequence members, lacking the strength to solo a Divine Breath Realm beast, had no objections. Before even seeing the ape, Zhang Sheng spotted a murky spiritual energy in the distant sky, nearly twice as dense as that of the azure-scaled serpent. If the azure-scaled serpent was at the first layer of the Divine Breath Realm, then this mountain-shaking ape was likely at the second layer. Arriving at the valley housing the ape's tribe, they beheld a colossal creature standing 7 zhang tall. The battle erupted in an instant. Zhang Sheng didn't know when Song Xian had retrieved his greatsword, but the true form of Song Xian wielding the blade charged straight at the mountain-shaking ape. Unexpectedly, Song Xian dared to confront it heat-in. His body radiated immense heat, and his skin turned bronze. Was this a body-tempering technique? Zhang Sheng recalled that there were no body-tempering techniques on the myriad treasures net. Clearly many were hoarding rare cultivation jade slips. The mountain-shaking ape beat its chest with both fists, conjuring a black metallic armor that covered its entire body. Zhang Sheng controlled his flying blades to harvest the other Chi-Si realm ape demons. Brother Xian, need help? Asked Zhao Shui, her hair a fiery red. Though powerful, Song Xian couldn't immediately break through the ape's innate spell-formed armor. Come, Shui, use your ninefold true flame to aid my strike. Zhao Shui pointed both fingers at the giant ape, and a massive crimson dragon of fire shot from her fingertips. The ape's black armor, upon meeting the crimson ninefold true flame, began to melt like oil meeting fire. Zhao Shui's SS-rank talent, the ninefold true flame, was not only alchemical fire, but also true fire capable of igniting spiritual energy. Thanks, Shui. Seizing the opportunity, Song Xian surged forward, driving his greatsword straight at the giant ape's heart. The battle between Song Xian and the mountain-shaking ape lasted a full half-hour. The carcass yielded a blue jade token, which Song Xian pocketed. Zhang Sheng and the others had also cleared the surrounding Chi-Si realm beasts. Brothers, split the ape's corpse among yourselves. I'll forego my share, Song Xian said excitedly. The subsequent operations within the secret realm were straightforward. Apart from Zhang Sheng's group, other cultivators also joined the subjugation. In just half a day, they eliminated all Chi-Si realm demon beasts within the secret realm. Only a few Foundation Establishment realm beasts were left caged. The logistics teams then took over. A fleet of excavators and transport vehicles entered the secret realm to relocate various resources. Demon beast carcasses, spiritual materials, spiritual plants. Even the soil within the secret realm was to be extracted as much as possible. It was estimated that the secret realm would manifest in the mortal world in 49 days. Although the Chi-Si and Divine Breath realm beasts had been eliminated, and even if a few stray Foundation Establishment beasts emerged, they posed little threat. The secret realm would vanish simultaneously. All internal resources had to be moved to the mortal world as quickly as possible to avoid tremendous waste. With only 12 days remaining before this Chinese secret realm disappeared, the logistics teams were operating at full throttle to extract as many resources as possible. After the secret realm subjugation, Zhang Sheng didn't return to school, but went directly to visit his parents. Since he had only been trapped in the secret realm for a day, the school hadn't informed his parents of his supposed death. Now his parents had moved into a military family compound under layered protection, ensuring their safety, and no longer needed to work. This was one of the privileges granted to a sequence member. Dad, I'm back. Shengli, you've grown up. His mother reached to stroke his head, but paused. Mom, Dad, feel free to use the cultivation resources I gave you. There's really no need to hoard them. Zhang Sheng was surprised they had been reluctant to use the top-grade chi-gathering pills he provided. Perhaps due to their constitution or talent, despite the top-grade spiritual food pills Zhang Sheng supplied his parents couldn't break through to the transformation realm in the heavenly movement art, managing only a Tenchi refinement. Thus they began cultivating the mixed origin chi refining art. Sheng, these pills are so precious. I don't want them to be bought with your danger. Your father and I have no need for such rare top-grade pills. Zhang Sheng understood his parents' concerns. He produced a large bottle of pills. Mom, look. I refined these pills myself. I'm a top-tier alchemist, I don't need to go to dangerous battlefields only to refine pills. You too can use these with peace of mind. But don't tell anyone about this, Mom and Dad. It's a state secret, Zhang Sheng said seriously. His parents quickly nodded. Since moving into this compound, they underwent confidentiality training almost daily and naturally understood the gravity of the matter. Seeing that Zhang Sheng still had hundreds of top-grade qi-gathering pills, they finally felt at ease and began taking them. Moonslash. Zhang Sheng organized the influx of information as the blue jade slip in his hand crumbled into dust. After leaving home, he returned to the school's alchemy chamber to cultivate. This blue jade slip was the spoils from slaying the silverback gray wolf. A second-order spell. Thinking of the Moonslash the demon wolf had used, Zhang Sheng could hardly wait to master it. What a pity. Though the second-order spell is excellent, it requires divine sense and cannot be executed without reaching the spirit breath realm. Isn't this making things difficult for me, Zhang Sheng? He decided to first cultivate the 9 calamities secret scripture. Gazing at the foundation establishment cultivation content, cold sweat trickled down his back. Self-mutilation. Was there no mistake? Foundation establishment cultivation required the flesh to undergo 9 cycles of death and rebirth, unlocking genetic shackles to elevate the level of life. With the talent panel, he was confident he could manage it. During cultivation, external force was needed to forcibly destroy the flesh, then the technique was cycled to reshape it, refining and absorbing heavenly treasures and miraculous elixirs that replenished the essence of life. The threshold for this body-refining technique was truly high. The process of destruction and rebirth was a narrow escape from death, and treasures to replenish the essence of flesh and blood were hard to find. As expected of the 9 calamities secret scripture. Wait. Replenishing the essence of the human body. Isn't my spirit food pill exactly what replenishes the essence of flesh and blood? A stroke of inspiration struck Zhang Sheng as he swallowed a top-grade spirit food pill. Then he controlled a spirit artifact flying blade to cut his own skin while cycling the 9 calamities secret scripture. The wounded skin began to heal with the circulation of the 9 calamities secret scripture, and the speed of refining essence into qi seemed to increase by a fraction. A line of text appeared on the talent panel. Detected a cultivable technique. 9 calamities secret scripture foundation establishment chapter. Do you wish to learn? Learn. Must learn. As Zhang Sheng had guessed, he could now cheat his way to raising the proficiency of this technique. He planned to first grind it to the transcendent realm, then cultivate properly. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Technique 9 calamities secret scripture foundation establishment chapter beginner 110 marvelous. 2 marvelous. Absolutely ineffably marvelous. Now it's easy. Zhang Sheng stripped off his shirt, revealing a muscular torso, and controlled several flying blades to make small cuts across his skin. Though it stung a bit for the sake of his future path to invincibility, he endured. As the 9 calamities secret scripture cycled, every wound that appeared on Zhang Sheng's body was healed. The speed of refining essence in a qi with the Heavenwalk art has doubled. This technique could already cycle on its own, but it took 10 minutes per cycle. Now it was only 5 minutes. Could it be? Zhang Sheng realized it was due to the massive increase in consumption when the 9 calamities secret scripture repaired the body. This way he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. In less than half an hour. Technique 9 calamities secret scripture foundation establishment chapter transcendent realm 110,000. A wealth of techniques for cultivating the 9 calamities secret scripture flooded into Zhang Sheng's mind, as if he had trained in this body-refining art for years. It's time to begin cultivating the first death and rebirth. With the technique reaching the transcendent realm, Zhang Sheng was certain that spirit food pills could replenish the essence of the human body, and his flesh could withstand the first cycle. The only thing was enduring excruciating pain. But the path of cultivation lay before him. How could he, Zhang Sheng, retreat even half a step? He sat upright on a meditation cushion and swallowed several top-grade spirit food pills at once. Starting from his toes, Zhang Sheng cast a fireball technique, incinerating them. The pain was searing. Gritting his teeth, he cycled the 9 calamities secret scripture to repair the cells of his toes. Searing pain intertwined with the itching of cell regeneration. Veins bulged and cold sweat poured down. Yet this process could not be stopped. Once halted, he would have to start over from the beginning. Flames began to consume the entire foot, skin, flesh, and bone. Destruction and rebirth intertwined. Damn it! Zhang Sheng grabbed a spirit artifact flying blade and bit down on it hard. Only by biting the blade with all his might could he alleviate a fraction of the agony from self-mutilation, sweat streaming like rain. Though his understanding of the technique had reached the transcendent realm, the pain could only be truly comprehended through personal experience. After the feet came the calf's thighs. The destroyed cells grew back under the cycling of the 9 calamities secret scripture. The speed of the heaven walk art had increased by a staggering 9 times. In just 1 minute it could complete a full cycle, but instead of refining spiritual energy, it provided the essence of the human body to fuel cell regeneration. Next came the upper body, the 5 viscera and 6 organs. The destruction and rebirth of heart cells were painful, but the most dangerous was the brain. Zhang Sheng proceeded with extreme caution in destroying and regenerating brain cells. A single lapse could mean death. Fortunately, the technique had reached the transcendent realm. Zhang Sheng awoke on the ground feeling as if he were in a new world, an illusion born from heightened senses. After completing the destruction and rebirth of every cell in his body, Zhang Sheng finally lost consciousness. He slept for several hours. His senses of smell, sight, hearing, and touch had all greatly improved. Was this the feeling of a life-level leap? It had doubled. A comprehensive enhancement from the inside out. Flesh, organs, bones, meridians, internal defense, strength, agility, and endurance all improved. Though the basic life level had only doubled, the increase in combat power was several times greater. Zhang Sheng cut a wound on his palm again with a blade, and it healed at a visible rate. This time, he did not cycle the 9 calamities secret scripture or any healing spell. It was purely the instinctive reaction of his flesh. Moreover, with the reconstruction of his meridians, spiritual energy flowed within him as if on a grand highway. Not only did the recovery speed of spiritual energy increase, but the heaven walk art and the primordial chi refinement, both techniques that could cycle on their own, each completed a full cycle twice as fast. Even without cultivating the 9 calamities secret scripture, the heaven walk art's cycle time dropped from the original 10 minutes to 5, while the primordial chi refinement shortened from 6 minutes per cycle to 4. It turned out that the former cycling speed of these techniques was not their limit, but the limit of his body. Now with the leap in life level, he had shattered the shackles of the flesh itself. Amazing. The 9 calamities secret scripture is truly the supreme method for body refinement. This is only the first death and rebirth of foundation establishment. Completing 9 cycles of death and rebirth in the foundation establishment realm marks the end of the first calamity. How powerful would I become if I completed all 9 cycles? Zhang Sheng dared not even imagine. This 9 calamities secret scripture shattered all his previous understanding. The newly reborn body still needed time to adapt before the second cycle of death and rebirth. Before chaos divided, I was primordial eugenetic shackles served as steps. The divine Bodhis 9 calamities paved the path layer by layer, unveiling the chaotic womb. When the tribulations of creation are fulfilled, only then does one realize life is boundless. Zhang Sheng relit the furnace to refine pills. This time, however, he was concocting spiritual food pills. The 9 calamities secret manual, a body tempering technique, gave Zhang Sheng hope of cultivating the heavenly movement art to its perfect state. Perhaps it would even surpass 1 refinement and 100 spirits. To forge an even stronger foundation, he might need to rebuild his Qi realm. Zhang Sheng come to the underground hall for a meeting. A message from Dean Ho arrived on his smart terminal. In the underground hall, Zhang Sheng was the last to arrive. In truth, everyone else was already cultivating using the spirit gathering array. Now that Zhang Sheng's chaos Qi refinement could circulate on its own, and he was taking top-grade Qi gathering pills, he naturally had no use for the spirit gathering array. Everyone's here. I have good news. Dean, what good news? Zhang Yu asked excitedly. We have agreed to the pleas for help from Pakistan and Myanmar. We've decided to send personnel to assist them in subjugating their blue-grade secret realms. 2 secret realms. Are we going? Song Xian said. Exactly. Do you think we should mobilize the military? Therefore, only cultivation squads will be dispatched this time. Besides the 10 of you, our university and others will select some top-tier cultivators to join. Now you 10 must split into 2 teams. Song Xian and Zhang Sheng, each of you will lead a team. Any problems? Ho Wu said solemnly. No problem. Song Xian laughed. Zhang Sheng's strength is no less than mine, so he should be fine too. Don't you think so, classmate Zhang Sheng? Dean, thank you for your trust. I have no issues either, Zhang Sheng said calmly. All right. Now the 8 of you can choose your own team leaders. Trust between teammates on the battlefield is crucial. All this. Wang Yu was momentarily flustered, and the other prodigies exchanged uncertain glances. It seemed that no matter who they chose, they would offend the other, yet a choice was unavoidable. Everyone waited for someone else to decide first. Brother Xian, I'll stick with you. Zhao Shui stood behind Song Xian, and the Iron Fan monk silently followed suit. Brother Xian has so many people there, then he'll go with Brother Sheng. Brother Sheng, you can't reject me. Wang Yu hopped over to stand behind Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, he wouldn't have minded even if no one stood behind him, and if possible, he would have chosen to subjugate the blue-grade secret realm alone. Then Lin Jin silently moved to stand behind Zhang Sheng, and to his surprise Lung Qinghe also followed. All right. Then Song Xian Zhaoshui Lu Zhuo Lin Yidong Huang Yang and Tai Fan will go to Pakistan. Zhang Sheng Wang Yu Lung Qinghe and Lin Jin will head to Myanmar. The departure time is set for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll take a military transport plane from the capital airport. The relevant battle plans and other personnel arrangements will be sent to your combat terminals shortly. Also, your mission this time is to kill the Divine Breath Realm demon beasts. Whatever you obtain will be yours to keep. With that, Hou Wu left the hall. Zhang Sheng and his 3 companions created a small group chat and exchanged communication IDs to ensure real-time contact via star flash communication. Additionally, they needed to urgently learn the local language of Myanmar, which was a trivial task for them now. The next day, Zhang Sheng felt the surging spiritual power in his Qi Si Dantian. The automatic circulation of his technique was incredibly satisfying, allowing him to advance half a realm each day. He was now at the 4th layer of the Qi Si realm, with over 300,000 units of spiritual power forming a small lake within him. He glanced at the date July 30th. Only half a month remained before the demon beasts from the first blue-grade secret realm descended upon the world. Zhang Sheng and his team boarded the military plane on time. Here, one for each of you. Keep them safe. Zhang Sheng handed a white capsule to each of the 3. Brother Sheng, what is this? The spiritual energy is astonishing, Wang Yu exclaimed. Millennium Spirit Milk. I got it from a secret realm before. Brother Sheng, you're so lucky. This is a treasure recorded in the Spiritual Object Compendium. A single drop can replenish all the spiritual power in one's Dantian, Lin Jin, who had read the compendium, remarked. Thanks, Brother Sheng. Wang Yu carefully stored the capsule, and Lung Qinghe did the same. After returning from the last secret realm subjugation, Zhang Sheng had ordered custom-made empty capsules online, each one just the right size to hold a single drop of the spirit milk. A few hours later, the transport plane slowed down, descended, and opened its hatch. About 100 people formed hand seals and cast flight techniques, leaping directly out of the cabin. Everyone participating in this Myanmar secret realm subjugation was at least at the 1st layer of the Qi Si realm. The members were primarily students from the First Cultivation University, all elite cultivators of China. They were divided into about 10 teams. Although Zhang Sheng's 4-person squad was powerful, they still had to follow the orders of the military command group. Combat strength did not equate to tactical expertise. Maintain formation, stay alert. Only the voice of the subjugation regiment commander came through the earpiece. Something's wrong. Why is there so much tainted spiritual energy? After his physical enhancement, Zhang Sheng's spiritual eye had also been greatly improved. No spiritual energy fluctuation within a 20-kilometer radius could escape his perception. Probably from yellow-grade secret realms that haven't been cleared yet. In the distance, they could see a blue light gate on the ground similar in size to those in China. Thousands of Myanmar soldiers were stationed near the gate, but their equipment was worlds apart from China's. The troops were scattered and utterly undisciplined. The regiment commander of this subjugation force stepped forward to negotiate with the stationed Myanmar military while the others waited. Just then, Zhang Sheng's ears caught the buzzing of mosquito wings. He turned to look. Bloodthirsty demon mosquito. Though it was only a Foundation Establishment realm beast, it was indeed a bloodthirsty demon mosquito. He hadn't expected to see one here again. Individually weak, but in large numbers, they posed a significant threat to ordinary cultivators. These creatures bred quickly, could fly, and were nearly impossible to eradicate completely. But this demon mosquito was far too bold. After more than 10 minutes of negotiation, they were finally allowed to enter. Inside, the secret realm stretched an endless desert. Due to technological backwardness, Myanmar didn't even have a 3-dimensional map of the realm. They only knew that within its hundreds of square kilometers there existed a type of giant sandworm demon beast. Let's go. We're hunting the Divine Breath Realm beast. Zhang Sheng said. I'm with you, Brother Sheng. Brother Sheng, your flight technique doesn't even need hand seals. That's so cool. Wang Yu also manifested a pair of spiritual wings behind him without forming hand seals. Is that? Wang Yu, has your flight technique also reached the perfect state? Zhang Sheng asked in surprise. Guess. No, Wang. Yes, spiritual wings weren't solid enough. Zhang Sheng frowned. Brother Sheng, my talent isn't just about changing appearances. How else would it be SS rank? Wang Yu said proudly. So it was a talent. Imitation. Or replication. Let's move. Follow me. I've cultivated the spiritual eye technique. Zhang Sheng took the lead with the other 3 following behind. The endless yellow sands appeared calm on the surface, yet concealed hidden dangers beneath. Lin Jin remarked, those desert worms seem to be hiding beneath the yellow sand, which poses quite a challenge. Brother Sheng, isn't this too dangerous? Zhang Sheng, despite his refined spiritual eyes, could not see the beasts lurking deep in the sands. Should I use my summoned beast as bait? Lung Qinghe suggested softly. Zhang Sheng had already considered this, saying, "Your summoned beast is merely at the Qi realm and ultimately belongs to the beast category, thus lacking the allure for the worms compared to a human." The desire of the mystical beasts in this secret realm to devour humans seemed ingrained in their very genes. Zhang Sheng descended onto the yellow sands, shutting off his aura-concealing technique and releasing a powerful force of vitality. This powerful vitality from a human was akin to a delectable delicacy. It's coming. The rich, murky spiritual power unmistakably belonged to a being at the divine sense realm. It was unlikely that a Qi realm beast could compete for food with a divine sense being. Spirit shield activate. Instantly 9 layers of shields formed around Zhang Sheng. A gigantic mouth a meter in diameter and lined with hook-like fangs burst forth from the sands 5 meters behind him, followed by a body adorned with symmetrical insect legs. The creature, stretching over 10 meters long, swiftly enveloped Zhang Sheng along with his protective shields. Today we're having barbecued desert worms." Zhang Sheng sneered and snapped his fingers. A colossal fireball emerged from the void, completely engulfing the divine sense desert worm. The worm writhed in pain, attempting to flee. Unfortunately, it was already too late. 100,000 volts. Lightning struck from the void, hitting the gigantic desert worm. The three in the air, not yet recovering from the shock of Zhang Sheng's spell, immediately launched their attacks. Lung Qinghe summoned 3 beasts, each unleashing their innate spells against the worm. Lin Jin transformed into a spear, aiming for the worm's head, blood spraying wildly. Meanwhile, Wang Yu triumphantly cast a fireball, striking the struggling worm just like Zhang Sheng, without the need for intricate gestures. However, the size and power of this fireball were far inferior to Zhang Sheng's. At this moment, Zhang Sheng understood the extent of Wang Yu's talent, as he could replicate others' spells. It seemed that either her mental strength was insufficient or her innate abilities were limited, preventing her from perfectly replicating Zhang Sheng's spell. There were likely many restrictions in place. The worm was charred black, yet it was not so easily killed. Parts of its tail were already burrowing into the yellow sands. If it managed to escape, it would be impossible to kill it again in a short time. It would certainly heal underground, and who knows, by then the secret realm might last for 49 days, allowing the beast to directly descend into the world. Zhang Sheng continuously cast electric spells while controlling 4 flying knives to find the worm's weak points. The worm's flexible body wrapped around its injured head, with its tail disappearing into the sands. "It seems we'll have to burn it alive." Zhang Sheng thought of a way to conserve spiritual energy, realizing, "I still know too few spells. I need to study harder when I return." A wooden cage formed in the void along with electric spells to trap the worm, followed by a barrage of fireballs. With the other 3 continuously dealing damage, the worm soon ceased its struggles, and a strange fragrance wafted from its charred corpse. This time it dropped another blue jade slip, which Zhang Sheng stowed in his backpack. Regardless of whether it was a white secret realm or a yellow one, now it was a blue secret realm. In the early stages, killing powerful beasts not only had an extremely high drop rate, but also mostly yielded cultivation jade slips. "You all take these spiritual milk capsules. I have more." Zhang Sheng distributed 2 capsules to each person again. After this battle, everyone had consumed quite a bit of spiritual energy. Before setting off, Zhang Sheng had not anticipated that the Yellow Sand secret realm would feature such troublesome worm beasts, making it impossible to conserve spiritual energy using aquatic or green environments. "Brother Sheng, these capsules are truly effective. Just one fills me up," Wang Yu exclaimed excitedly. "Let's go." We continue. Due to the environment, Zhang Sheng was unaware of how many divine sense worms were hidden beneath the yellow sands, but killing one was already a success. After all, Huaxiao only promised to do its best with no guarantee of eliminating all divine sense beasts. Zhang Sheng and the others employed the same tactics and again killed 2 divine sense beasts, yet for over 2 hours they did not encounter another. "Retreat." The voice of the expedition team leader echoed through the earpiece. The other members of the expedition team had collectively slain 2 divine sense beasts, combined with the 3 killed by Zhang Sheng and his group, that made 5. Even if there were any that escaped, it wouldn't be many, thus fulfilling their obligations to the Myanmar military government. Qinghe Wang Yu Lin Jin, although Dean Ho said that the rewards from slaying divine sense beings in the secret realm are to be entirely allocated by the team leader, I will take all 3 of these jade slips. Simultaneously, 3 jars containing pills flew towards the 3 individuals under Zhang Sheng's control. The 3 hurriedly received them, and Lin Jin smiled, saying, "Brother Sheng, we all noticed that even without us you could still kill the beasts. You're being too polite." "Wow, Qi gathering pill. This is a top-grade Qi gathering pill." Wang Yu had already poured out a pill, exclaiming excitedly, "I've only seen Schwer refine a top-grade Qi gathering pill once. Brother Sheng, you are truly impressive." The three were all astonished. They had not expected Zhangsheng's alchemy skills to surpass Zhao Shui's. These 9 top-grade qi gathering pills are compensation for the jade slips and are enough for you all to elevate your cultivation realms. Of course, if you need more, I can help refine them whenever I have time, Zhangsheng said nonchalantly. Brother Sheng, could you refine some spiritual food pills for me? Xiao Jin and Xiao Bao need them. Lung Qinghe said, timidly, feeling a bit embarrassed as the low-grade spiritual food pills she had previously bought were completely consumed. Sure, refining a few batches of spiritual food pills wouldn't take long, and Zhangsheng needed them for his own cultivation as well. Brother Sheng, I love you. Wang Yu nearly jumped on his Zhangsheng. Let's go. The team leader is already urging us. Lin Jin hurriedly said. The team gradually gathered, but 3 members were missing. However, the moment everyone stepped out of the secret realm, an overwhelming stench of blood assaulted them. Prepare for battle, the team leader shouted loudly. The sky was a sea of red, and the entrance of the secret realm was filled with blood-drained corpses. It was a swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Spirit shield activate. The 4 of Zhangsheng simultaneously formed a layer of shields blocking the countless sharp beaks of the mosquito beasts. The benefit of instant spellcasting was now evident. Fly to higher ground, Zhangsheng commanded loudly. The 3 quickly formed hand seals to cast spells, while the others were not faring as well, caught in a chaotic melee. Though these mosquito beasts were only at the Foundation establishment realm, their numbers were in the tens of thousands. 100,000 volts. Zhangsheng unleashed an electric spell providing cover for the other team members, and the electrocuted mosquitoes turned to ashes in an instant. With a moment to breathe, the battle formation finally unfolded. These demon mosquitoes have actually formed a real threat. The attack of the demon mosquito swarm was not chaotic, but rather organized into distinct groups. They even know to divide and conquer. A swarm of demon mosquitoes specifically targeted a warrior with healing talents. Zhangsheng hurriedly cast a spiritual shield over this person, while simultaneously launching a fireball to block the mosquito's assault. These demon mosquitoes gave Zhangsheng a feeling completely different from the beasts within the secret realm. They possessed a certain degree of organization. Where there is organization, there must be a leader. Several kilometers away, a demon mosquito with spiritual energy at the late Qi stage shone like a bright moon among the stars. Found you. Go. The moment his spiritual eye located this late Qi stage demon mosquito, he pressed 2 fingers together, and his spirit weapon flying blade shot out simultaneously. A cold, icy gleam flashed through the night. But just as Zhangsheng thought the demon mosquito was doomed, its body dissolved into a cloud of blood mist and vanished without a trace. The flying blade struck empty air. Zhangsheng quickly flapped his wings and flew toward the mosquito's location, using his spiritual eye to survey the surroundings. He discovered the demon mosquito again, now over 10 kilometers away. Its aura had greatly diminished. A spatial technique. Beasts awaken their innate techniques upon reaching the Qi stage. Could this demon mosquito have awakened a spatial technique? At the same time, the entire swarm of demon mosquitoes went berserk, surging toward Zhangsheng, like a crimson flood, abandoning their attacks on others in an attempt to block his advance. Fireball art. 8 fireballs spun rapidly around Zhangsheng as the demon mosquito swarm rushed in like moths to a flame. Yet Zhangsheng's heart burned with anxiety. This Qi stage beast had actually developed intelligence. It must be killed or the consequences would be endless. Matter manipulation art. Full power. 16 flying blades were unleashed, ranging from low-grade to high-grade first-tier, forming a piercing drill as they spun at high speed. He should have learned a wind element technique earlier. Demon mosquito, you can't escape. Flight art. Maximum speed. Zhangsheng activated 3 layers of spiritual shields and even crashed directly through the blocking mosquitoes, staining the shields crimson with blood. With his extreme speed and spiritual eye, the demon mosquito had nowhere to flee even with its spatial technique. After 3 consecutive blood escapes, its aura grew weaker and weaker, the distance shorter and shorter, but it never managed to evade Zhangsheng's spiritual eye. A bolt of lightning struck the demon mosquito, freezing it in place, and then it turned to ash in the blaze of flames. With the death of the late Qi stage demon mosquito, the other Foundation establishment stage mosquitoes instantly fell into chaos, scattering in all directions. Yet Zhangsheng could not muster any joy. Boarding a Chinese military transport plane, he quickly reported his findings to the expedition team leader and Dean Ho. Beasts within the secret realm lacked intelligence. This was an undeniable truth for Foundation establishment Qi and even divine breath stages. But this Qi stage demon mosquito possessed intelligence and even knew how to employ simple tactics. In truth, this was not an isolated case. The national authorities had long been aware of this matter. When Qi stage beasts descended into the mortal world, they gradually developed intelligence. Foundation establishment stage beasts showed no obvious changes, but they too could grow. Once they broke through to the Qi stage, they would also gain intelligence. Though China was powerful, it could not reach everywhere. In some small countries, yellow-grade secret realms were not cleared in time, allowing the Qi stage beasts within to descend into the world. In some regions, these Qi stage beasts had even become a real menace, posing a tremendous threat to local residents and causing heavy casualties. Qi stage beasts had already triggered such massive disasters. The drained corpses of the Myanmar soldiers were a stark example. If the divine breath stage beasts within the secret realms were allowed to escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. Their intelligence would likely rival that of humans. How would humanity then assert itself? Zhang Sheng sank into deep thought. Is all of this a test aimed at humanity, or a game played by the gods? He dared not dwell on it, nor did he have the power to change it. For now, he could only grow stronger and follow his conscience. Back at the academy, Zhang Sheng refined several batches of supreme-grade spirit gathering pills for the three of them, along with King's spirit food pills. Soon after, Song Xian also led his team back safely. Ultimately, the secret of the divine breath stage beast was exposed by the United States, which accused China during a United Nations assembly of exploiting information asymmetry to plunder other nations' divine breath stage resources. China naturally ignored this accusation, but from then on, countries began to treasure blue-grade secret realms and refused to easily allow outsiders to interfere. Some nations even resorted to human wave tactics, sacrificing countless lives to exhaust the divine breath stage beasts, all for the sake of obtaining a single divine breath stage jade slip. Given the immense power of a Qi stage cultivator, a divine breath stage powerhouse was for some small countries no less important than a nuclear weapon. Amusingly, upon learning this news, the nation of India began dismantling their stone monument, the one they had built by encasing the blue light gate in thousands of cubic meters of concrete. This instantly became an international joke. India had earlier believed that this method could block beasts from descending through the secret realm, a truly foolish and self-deceiving act. That same day, a second blue-grade secret realm descended in China. Zhang Sheng had no intention of participating. Instead, he planned to focus on his cultivation. Swallowing a handful of spirit food pills, Zhang Sheng began the cultivation of the second cycle of life and death at the Body Refinement Foundation establishment stage. Though he had experienced it before, the searing pain still pierced straight into his soul. The word tribulation in the 9 tribulations scripture fully captured the difficulty of this body refining technique. Every cell in his body was destroyed in blazing flames, breaking through genetic shackles to achieve rebirth. This time, Zhang Sheng did not fall unconscious. Though he had mentally prepared for the changes in his body, he could barely contain his excitement. A comprehensive enhancement from the inside out. The circulation speed of the celestial movement art shortened to once every 3 minutes, while the mixed origin Qi cultivation completed 1 full cycle in just 2 minutes. At this rate, I could advance a realm in just a day and a half. And this was only the second cycle. If he completed all 9 cycles of life and death at the foundation establishment stage, Zhang Sheng absorbed the 3 jade slips he had obtained from killing the desert worm. The mixed origin celestial art, an advanced technique building upon mixed origin Qi cultivation. The baling art of refining, a top-tier refining technique created by an unknown entity named baling, centered around inscriptions. Sandblast burial, a second-tier technique centered on yellow sand. These 3 were all rare treasures. Any one of them would spark fierce competition among various forces if revealed. With the mixed origin celestial art, Zhang Sheng no longer had to worry about his cultivation path after reaching the divine breath stage, and it was perfectly aligned with the mixed origin Qi cultivation. Has Song Xian already stepped into the divine breath stage? Zhang Sheng looked at the message on his smart terminal, though he was not surprised. Before heading to Pakistan, Song Xian had already reached the peak of the Qi stage. To nurture this strongest cultivator with dual SS-rank talents, both the spirit gathering pills refined by Zhao Shui and those by Zhang Sheng were prioritized for him. Surprisingly, the second blue-grade secret realm to descend in China was not conquered by Song Xian's team, nor did the first University of Cultivation participate in the entire expedition. China activated another secretly trained team, joining forces with elites from other universities to complete this conquest. This was the answer given by Ho Wu. Technique Heaven's Walk Art Mastery 3922-110-0000. The Heaven's Walk art at the mastery level could now refine 100 spirits in a single cycle. It could operate autonomously, completing 1 cycle of essence refinement in 10 minutes. To finish 100,000 cycles would require at least a year. Yet this was before cultivating the 9 tribulations secret scripture. Now with his flesh having just undergone the second cycle of birth and death, each cycle could be completed in 3 minutes, granting Zhang Sheng hope of reaching the pinnacle of mastery in this technique within a short time. Out of the furnace, 9 supreme-grade spirit food pills flew into Zhang Sheng's hands. The intervals between cultivating the 9 tribulations secret scripture were perfect for refining spirit food pills. Half a day, the shortest interval between each cycle of fleshly birth and death. Zhang Sheng began torturing his body once more. The third cycle of fleshly birth and death was complete. The speed of essence refinement increased to 2 minutes, while the speed of qi refinement rose to 1 minute. Zhang Sheng continued refining spirit food pills and qi gathering pills. Half a day later, the fourth cycle of fleshly birth and death was complete. Essence refinement time shortened to 1 minute and qi refinement time to 36 seconds. At this moment, Zhang Sheng had already reached the pinnacle of the qi realm. Every 999 strands of spiritual energy within him formed a dragon of spiritual energy. 9 such dragons coiled within his qi dantian. Each strand of spiritual energy contained 100 points of spiritual power, and the 9 dragons held a total of 899100 points. This was identical to Song Xian's power when he had reached the pinnacle of the qi realm. Whenever Zhang Sheng wished, he could open the 3 palaces and step into the divine breath realm. But how could he? The Heaven's Walk art was on the verge of reaching its mastery peak. If he could achieve the refinement of 1,000 spirits in a single cycle, he would rebuild his qi realm. Australia. Upon receiving Ho Wu's notification, Zhang Sheng immediately ceased his cultivation and rushed to the underground training hall. Seeing Song Xian now in the divine breath realm for the first time, Zhang Sheng noticed no ostentatious fluctuation of spiritual energy. Instead, it was more restrained and difficult to detect. Unbeknownst to Zhang Sheng, cultivators in the divine breath realm, upon birthing their divine sense, could control their own spiritual energy fluctuations. Brother Xing, why do you never use the spirit gathering array for cultivation? Wang Yu asked in confusion. I've been busy refining pills for you all. Well, okay. To be so strong without using the spirit gathering array, I really don't know how you cultivate. Zhang Sheng constantly maintained a state of qi concealment. Apart from combat, they had no inkling of his cultivation level. Everyone's here. Let's get down to business. Ho Wu turned on the display on the wall. This is the Australian continent. So far, 2 blue-grade secret realms have descended here. They are marked by the red markers in the video. The Australian government plans to open one of these secret realms, which is yet to be cleared. All foreign cultivators may enter to hunt the beasts. Dean, why would Australia do this? Song Xian asked. Naturally, because they lack the strength, and this comes with conditions. Ho Wu played another video. In the footage, several giant wolf beasts rampaged through a city, slaughtering and devouring humans in a bloody, brutal, and horrifying scene. A large number of yellow-grade secret realms were not cleared in time, causing Australia to suffer repeated 7-day calamities with qi realm beasts descending into the world. The Australian government requires that every foreign cultivator wishing to enter the blue-grade secret realm must exchange the heads of qi realm beasts from within their territory. 2 qi realm beast heads for 1 entry permit, and there are only 3 days. The blue-grade secret realm will officially open in 3 days. 1 day has already passed, so we must act quickly. Dean'll set off right now. Song Xian said excitedly. No, you are one of only 2 divine breath realm powerhouses in China and the strongest. You must stay. Ho Wu said sternly. Can't you send a clone? Lu Zhua asked beside him. My clone cannot stray too far from my main body. Australia is too far from China. Song Xian said helplessly. Ho Wu turned to Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng, you are the only one who can lead the team to Australia. Of course it's your choice. This journey is fraught with danger and outside China. You may refuse. Zhang Sheng saw no reason to refuse. Dean, I am willing to go, Zhang Sheng said earnestly. I'm going too. Wang Yu raised both hands. Count me in. Lin Jin quickly added. In the end, those who decided to accompany Zhang Sheng were Wang Yu, Lin Jin, Lung Qinghe, and unexpectedly Lin Yidong. Zhang Sheng had long known that Lin Yidong had awakened an SS-grade talent, 10,000 swords returning to the origin, granting him extraordinary combat prowess. The 5 agreed to depart the next morning on a military transport plane. Soon it was the first day of August, less than half a month since the world's first blue-grade secret realm had appeared in the United States. As the transport plane neared the Australian continent, Zhang Sheng transformed into a bird and flew out of the cabin. Before heading to the secret realm, they had to hunt down qi realm beasts on the continent. Under the surveillance of his spiritual eye, the scenery of Australia was indeed vastly different from China's. On the grassland, a spider beast was devouring a kangaroo carcass. Brother Xing, the beasts in Australia are this rampant. No wonder they chose to open the blue-grade secret realm. If this continues, the country will be destroyed and Australia will become a beast paradise. Lin Jin's spear struck like a dragon, piercing through the spider beast. Brother Sheng, look. Wang Yu pointed toward the sea in terror. A massive marine beast over 10 meters long and covered in gray-white skeletal armor leaped out of the water. Its mouth held the carcass of some fish, seemingly a shark. Let's go. The rampant infestation of marine beasts was common knowledge, but the only choice was to stay away from the coastline. For now, the main focus remained on clearing secret realms, and the threat from the oceans had to be temporarily set aside. Everyone follow me. Let's kill 10 beasts first. The 5 of them flew at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. Whenever Zhang Sheng's spiritual eye detected a Qi realm beast, he would kill it and sever its head. The Australian government was indeed shrewd, using a blue-grade secret realm as bait to lure global experts into clearing the beasts within its borders. Otherwise, given the current situation on the Australian continent, destruction would be the only outcome. In less than 2 hours, Zhang Sheng and his companions had slain 10 Qi realm beasts. Following the coordinates on their smart terminals, the 5 flew to the location of Australia's blue-grade secret realm. From the air, they could see a massive, glowing portal no different from those in China. The portal was situated on the outskirts of a large Australian city with hundreds of experts from around the world gathered before it. Most of their auras were in the mid to late Qi realm, and there were even 2 in the divine breath realm. Sensing the spiritual energy emanating from the 2, Zhang Sheng found them far inferior to himself. They likely only reached the level of refining 10 spirits per cycle. Their total spiritual power was merely around 100,000. In short, these people posed no threat to him. However, one individual caught Zhang Sheng's attention, a person who bore 2 distinctly different types of spiritual energy. Zhang Sheng memorized this person's aura and appearance. Let's go. Well, hand over the beast heads to the guards. 10 Qi realm beast heads were exchanged for 5 entry permits from the guarding soldiers. Only those with entry permits would be allowed into the secret realm by these guards at the appointed time. As time passed, more and more experts gathered. Sheng, look, there are even black experts from Africa. Wang Yu whispered. Wang Yu, they might not necessarily be from Africa, they could be from France or the U.S. Lin Jin said. Xiao Linzi, I wasn't asking you. Don't butt in. Wang Yu shot him a glare. Oomph. Lin Jin is right. The world is full of talents, and with so many experts this time, once we enter the secret realm, we must not only be wary of beasts, but also guard against these foreigners striking from the shadows, Zhang Sheng said calmly. Understood, boss. Lin Jin wiped his spirit spear. Whoever dares to cross me, I'll skewer them. Yu Lung Qinghe made a disgusted face and stepped 2 paces away from Lin Jin. Just then a young man with brown hair and blue eyes, his skin a healthy wheat color, approached Zhang Sheng. Hello, are you experts from China? The newcomer spoke in English, but Zhang Sheng and his group had long mastered several major global languages and could communicate fluently. Hello, Zhang Sheng replied in Chinese. Great. M. Castro, a government counselor from Australia. I've always heard that China is teeming with experts, and I'm truly delighted to see you here. Allah must have heard my devout prayers and sent you to save the suffering souls in Australia. With your help, we can surely vanquish the demons in the secret realm. Get to the point. Don't waste our time, Zhang Sheng said impatiently. I apologize. I was wondering if Mr. Song Xian has come. The Australian glanced at all 5 of them. Zhang Sheng frowned. What if he has? What if he hasn't? What business do you have with him? Lin Jin and the other 3 instantly became vigilant. Don't misunderstand. I've heard that Song Xian is the strongest among you. If I could be fortunate enough to make his acquaintance, that would be wonderful. Leave. There's no answer you seek here, Zhang Sheng said coldly. The other 4 remained silent. From the moment this man approached, Zhang Sheng had been extremely wary. From a distance, Zhang Sheng had noticed 2 distinct spiritual energy auras on him. Up close, the discovery was even more striking. One large and one small. The smaller aura was located in his head, completely out of sync with the rest of his body. Strange. Truly strange. If not for the fact that the smaller spiritual energy wasn't turbid, Zhang Sheng would have suspected the man was being parasitized by some beast. Castro smiled and turned to leave. Only when he was far away inside a bar did his expression change. He approached a private booth where a tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed white man sat opposite him. Rody, those 5 are indeed experts from China, but I'm not sure if Song Xian will come today. So cautious. Rody swirled the red wine in his glass. But it doesn't matter anymore. Only those who survive are worthy of becoming part of me. Rody revealed a sinister grin. You have everything ready. Rody, the 20 big treasures are all in my talent space now. Afterwards, I hope you'll keep your promise and remove what's in my head. If I can't leave Australia alive, the time files I've set will be released to mainstream media worldwide, Rody. Then you'll become the enemy of the entire planet. In response, Rody reached out with a large hand. He grabbed Castro by the neck and lifted him off the ground. "Little Castro, you dare threaten me? I have 10,000 ways to make your life a living hell." Watching Castro struggle in pain, Rhodey finally let go with a sneer. "Relax. Once this is done, it'll naturally remove the spirit worm from your brain." Castro had no choice but to trust Rhodey, though he had indeed left a backup plan. August 2nd, 1230, time's up. Let's go in. Zhang Sheng and his 4 companions spread their spiritual wings and flew into the secret realm together. Not every cultivator had mastered flight. Zhang Sheng noticed that at least half couldn't fly, a stark contrast to back home. In China, flight techniques were widespread, greatly enhancing efficiency in all actions. Once inside the secret realm, Zhang Sheng and the others could hardly believe their eyes. It was breathtakingly beautiful, an endless prairie, a sea of colorful flowers in full bloom. But the flowers and grass on this plain were extraordinarily tall, with thick stems generally reaching 2 to 3 meters in height. At that moment, Zhang Sheng felt as if he were the invader. Yet once the time limit passed, beasts would descend upon the mortal world, and only one side could survive. Facing these mindless beasts, Zhang Sheng couldn't spare an ounce of pity. "Sheng, why can't we see any beasts?" Wang Ye's eyes were wide open as they flew, but he hadn't spotted a single beast. The 5 of them flew for over 100 kilometers without encountering any. Could those Aussies have already killed the divine sense realm beast? Lin Jin swept his spear and raged. "If those Aussie pigs dare to fool us, I'll skin them alive when we get out. I'm landing. Stay in the air and be ready to support me at any moment." Zhang Sheng's spiritual eyes also saw no beasts, which was highly unusual. Perhaps this prairie was similar to the Yellow Sand secret realm. But the moment Zhang Sheng's feet touched the ground, a sudden chill ran down his spine and his hair stood on end. Spirit shield rise. Some force seemed to pierce through the shield, striking directly at his soul. The world spun around him, and the surrounding giant flowers and grass seemed to sprout terrifying human faces. Some had no nose, others only a giant eyeball, and some had gaping maws. Fireball. The surrounding flora burned away in roaring flames spreading outward. Yet from the perspective of the 4 in the sky, the flowers and grass had never changed. They were simply set ablaze by Zhang Sheng without warning. But after the ashes settled, everyone spotted the true beasts hidden within the flower sea. Hundreds of gray moths. These moths had been hiding among the roots of the plants, their spiritual energy so well converged they nearly merged with the flora. A piercing high-pitched screech came from all directions. Zhang Sheng once again felt a soul-crushing pressure, and the world spun dizzily. Damn it! What kind of talent technique is this? Even the 4 in the sky were nearly affected, their flight unstable. Just as they were about to descend and support Zhang Sheng, he stopped them. "Fly higher," Zhang Sheng shouted into the earpiece. Then dozens of lightning bolts radiated outward from him in an instant. 100,000 volts. Under the perfected lightning technique, the Foundation Establishment realm moth beasts were instantly reduced to ashes, while those at the Qi Si realm were all paralyzed. The reason he had told the others to fly higher was to avoid accidentally electrocuting his teammates. With the moth's screeching silenced, Zhang Sheng quickly flew up into the sky. That was reckless. Zhang Sheng thought to himself. These damn demon moths. Their innate spell could ignore spiritual energy shields and strike directly at the soul. If Zhang Sheng hadn't reached the peak of the Qi Si realm, bolstering his mental fortitude, that last attack would have hit him. An ordinary cultivator would have been torn to shreds by the demon moths by now. Go! Zhang Sheng's eyes sharpened as he pressed 2 fingers together like a sword. 6 first-grade high-rank spirit weapon flying knives instantly transformed into 6 blazing rays that tore through the air, precisely piercing several late-stage Qi Si realm demon moths below that had been paralyzed by the soul attack. "Brother Sheng, what the hell are these giant fluttering moths? Their cries are bone-chilling." Wang Yu roared as he hurled a fireball spell at the moth swarm on the ground. Thanks to his replication talent, he had become a low-tier copy of Zhang Sheng. "Stay back," Zhang Sheng shouted gravely, his face solemn. "These demon moth's attacks can pierce the soul. Getting hit is dangerous." He waved his hand again, unleashing a torrential fireball spell that incinerated vast patches of bizarre giant flora and the gray demon moths lurking within them. Yet the secret realm's grassland stretched endlessly, making such clumsy hunting methods a drop in the ocean. Those Aussie pigs definitely had ulterior motives. At this rate, we won't be hunting divine breath realm beasts. We'll end up as their prey. Lin Jin cursed in frustration. Zhang Sheng couldn't think of a better plan either, so he chose the crudest approach, forcing them out. "Everyone prepare for battle. The show begins." A cold smirk curled at the corner of Zhang Sheng's mouth as he raised his right hand, extending his thumb and index finger in a pistol-like gesture. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Blazing fireballs compressed to their limit shot from his fingertip like cannon shells, tearing through the air with sharp whistles and slamming into the vast earth, leaving scorched craters. Simultaneously, he deliberately lifted part of his aura concealment technique, and a pure potent surge of spiritual energy radiated outward like a lighthouse in the night. The scorching fireballs kept startling the dormant demon moths from their burrows. These bizarre creatures had no attraction to flames, but they swarmed toward Zhang Sheng's powerful spiritual energy, as if drawn by an irresistible lure. Buzz! Screech! In an instant, countless gray demon moths burst from the ground, their wing beats and soul-piercing shrieks weaving a symphony of death as they surged skyward like a dark cloud. Amid the gray insect cloud, a dark brown shadow moved far faster than the others, its body larger and exuding a dread-inducing pressure. A divine breath realm beast finally showed itself. Zhang Sheng and his 4 companions didn't hesitate, immediately fleeing into the distance. Keep your distance. Don't let them get close. Zhang Sheng's command rang clear even in the gale, luring the moths above ground. Half the plan was already a success. Though these demon moths could fly, they were far slower than Zhang Sheng and his team. The group moved at high speed, raining long-range spells down on the swarm behind them. Lightning strike. Zhang Sheng's fingertip flashed with electric light, and a thick silver bolt of lightning tore through the air, targeting the astonishingly fast divine breath realm demon moth. He had to immobilize it. Meanwhile, his 4 teammates unleashed their full power, their spells weaving a net of light that steadily culled the Qi realm demon moths. Thankfully, these beasts lack intelligence. Zhang Sheng felt slightly relieved. Otherwise, such a simple kiting tactic would never work. The fierce battle soon drew the attention of other cultivators. Stay alert. Watch out for other teams. Zhang Sheng immediately warned his companions. The figures flitting in the distance were mostly top-tier combatants from various nations. Recognizing them as Chinese cultivators, most paused briefly before moving on, while a few lingered in the shadows, their gazes flickering as they watched. Seeing the low-rank demon moths mostly cleared, Zhang Sheng redirected all his firepower at the lone divine breath realm moth. Even he couldn't withstand the simultaneous soul impact of the Qi realm swarm. The scattered spirit weapons, materials, and jade slips on the ground were quickly collected by his 4 teammates. Now the divine breath realm demon moth stood alone. Under Zhang Sheng's paralyzing lightning strike and the violent barrage of fireball spell, the divine breath realm moth's defenses crumbled. With a mournful cry, it exploded into a cloud of black ash, leaving behind a single flickering blue jade slip. He activated his telekinesis, and the jade slip flew toward him. Then a sudden change occurred. Just as the jade slip was mid-flight, a blurry shadow materialized like a ghost, snatched it with precision, and vanished again as if it had never been. Damn it! Looking for trouble in the latrine, courting death. Though the figure appeared only for a fleeting moment, Zhang Sheng's spiritual eye, honed through the 4th cycle of life and death, had locked onto that unique spiritual energy signature. His gaze swept like lightning, instantly spotting a black-clad man reappearing over 10 kilometers away. Foolish Chinese, you've just paved the way for me. Hand it over. Song Xiaoji, one of Korea's 3 SS-rank powerhouses blessed with rare spatial talent, found stealing spoils as easy as reaching into his pocket. This catchphrase was his trademark. A cold smile played on Zhang Sheng's lips. Tracking bloodthirsty demon mosquitoes was child's play now. With his vision enhanced several-fold, a mere spatial flicker couldn't escape his lock. Whoosh! The invisible wings of spiritual energy behind him vibrated at high speed. A torrent of qi erupted. Boom! The air compressed and exploded, leaving a sonic boom cloud in Zhang Sheng's wake as he appeared like a teleport at Song Xiaoji's former position. Song Xiaoji flickered again in terror, only to find in despair that the death-dealing figure still clung to his vision like a relentless shadow. Monster! Where the hell did this monster come from? How can he be so fast? Song Xiaoji fled in panic toward his teammates, his soul nearly fleeing his body. Brothers, stop him. He's trying to kill me. Zhang Sheng's figure, wrapped in icy killing intent, landed with a crash before the hastily regrouping, for his gaze indifferent, as if looking at ants. Little mouse, why stop running? His voice was calm, yet laced with bone-chilling cold. Hand over the jade slip, and I might consider letting you die quickly. Just 4 latest-stage Qi realm nobodies with a total spiritual energy of less than 100,000. A Chinese, huh? Quite the big mouth. Song Xiaoji, emboldened by his teammates' presence, shot back. The jade slip belongs to whoever holds it. Want to fight? Korea isn't afraid of you. Zhang Sheng tilted his head slightly, his tone carrying a strange regret. TSK. If I'd known you were Korean dogs, I wouldn't have wasted my breath. The 4 were stunned. 100,000 volts. Before the words faded, several blinding white electric serpents erupted from the void without warning. The raging current instantly coursed through their bodies, pinning them in place, paralyzed. Then came 4 fireball spells refined to their peak, radiating terrifying heat. After all their fellow beings, Zhang Sheng sighed softly as he watched the 4 massive fireballs rise before him. I just couldn't bear to let them suffer too much. I'm far too merciful. The flames dissipated, leaving only a few spirit weapons and the recovered blue jade slip lying quietly in a thick bed of ash. Zhang Sheng raised his hand, and the jade slip landed steadily in his palm. Dare to steal what I fought for. You deserve to die, he said coldly. Lung Qinghe and the others arrived just in time to witness the annihilation. Brother Xing, won't this spark an international incident? Lin Yidong frowned with concern. Zhang Sheng's gaze swept over the quickly retreating onlookers in the distance, his voice resolute. Times have changed long ago. If we don't make an example today, every Tom, Dick, and Harry will try to walk all over us tomorrow. The watching cultivators, having witnessed the battle, and especially Zhang Sheng's thunderous killing methods, were terrified and fled the area as fast as they could, fearing they'd catch the attention of this god of death. Soon many teams began copying Zhang Sheng's tactics to lure and kill the demon moths. Let's move to the next area. Zhang Sheng and his team turned into streaks of light, flying deeper into the secret realm. Yet in an unnoticed shadow, Castro glanced at the crimson numbers flashing on his wristwatch, expressionlessly retrieving a grotesque half-human-tall metal construct from his storage gear and carefully burying it deep in the damp soil. He moved mechanically and precisely, repeating the burial process at intervals. 1, 2, 3. A full 20 terrifying metal giants were buried deep like seeds of death in the vibrant yet perilous secret realm. Cultivators in the secret realm, remember when you go to hell that it was America's Alexander Roddy who sent you. Castro muttered, then traced a standard cross over his chest. May the Lord forgive my sins. After the final ritual, he unhesitatingly pressed the cold countdown button on the detonator. On the screen, the vivid red zero began to tick down. Having done this, Castro, as if shedding a massive burden or fleeing from demons, raced toward the secret realm's light gate without looking back. Outside the light gate, Alexander Roddy stood with his hands behind his back, as if admiring the view. Done? Roddy asked without turning around. Castro burst through the light gate, panting heavily, a mix of relief and fear in his eyes. Roddy, the nukes will detonate simultaneously in 30 seconds. You need to keep your promise and remove the spirit worm from my brain. Castro never imagined that merely accepting a drink from a stranger at a bar would plunge him into such an abyss of no return. His life, like a marionette, was firmly clutched in another's grasp. His talent was the spatial-type space satchel. Knowing full well it was a meticulously laid trap, he could only obey mechanically to survive, using his talent to deliver the nuclear warheads brought by the man deep into the secret realm. Good, come here. Roddy's voice was flat, yet laced with chill. He'll remove the spirit worm for you now. Castro clenched his jaw, every step feeling like treading on knife's edge as he arduously approached Roddy. Roddy's large hand with its prominent knuckles covered Castro's head. Don't resist, or you'll startle the spirit worm, and even God won't save you. Before the words faded, a cold and tyrannical force like an invisible ice spike viciously stabbed into Castro's brain. Oh! The excruciating pain from the depths of his soul tore a miserable scream from Castro. What are you doing? Stop! Stop it! Relax, dizziness is normal. Roddy's voice held a hint of mockery. Roddy, if you dare kill me, the secrets of your talent and all your filthy deeds will be exposed to the world. You'll become the enemy of the entire world. Castro roared amidst the searing pain. Little Castro, you're adorably naive. Roddy chuckled, deeply greed flickering in his eyes. A spatial talent as rare as yours, how could I bear to let it go? Once I've gathered enough top-tier talents, what does it matter if the whole world stands against me? A wild grin curled his lips, his voice brimming with arrogant madness. On this planet, who else is worthy of being my opponent? Now let me first savor this appetizer of yours. An SS-grade spatial talent, just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Roddy extended his scarlet tongue, slowly licking his lips. In an instant, a silvery gray mist-like energy violently extracted from Castro's 7 orifices, writhing like a living serpent, deeply inhaled by Roddy. Roddy closed his eyes, an expression of utter rapture on his face, as if savoring a supreme delicacy. Burp. He let out a satisfied burp, rubbed his stomach, his tone lazy and sated. As expected of SS grade, just one is a bit filling. Seems I'll need a day to digest before I can feed again. The light in Castro's eyes extinguished completely. His body crumpled to the ground, pupils dilated, mouth hanging slack. A pale worm with a sharp mouthpart at its front crawled slowly out of his mouth, slithering back into Roddy's open palm. The worm was utterly pale, its slender body covered in slime, its conical mouthpart gleaming with a chilling light. Little darling, you've grown so fast after eating a human brain. Roddy gently teased the worm with his fingertip, his tone affectionate. Go back to your mother's side and rest. The white worm flickered and vanished, stored away in Roddy's beast-taming space. This beast-taming talent was merely one of the many he had devoured and plundered. Time is up. Alexander Roddy's gaze locked onto the entrance of his secret realm. Inside the realm, the last divine breath realm beast before Zhang Sheng and his 4 companions let out a dying wail amidst the raging thunder. Easy, don't be afraid. It'll be over soon. Zhang Sheng's expression was stern. He pointed one hand to the sky, crackling arcs of electricity dancing on his fingertip as several thick bolts of lightning took shape within the low, rumbling thunderclouds. Wang Yu, replicate that for me. You got it, Xingge. Wang Yu approached, eyes slightly closed, his spiritual energy surging. He raised his hand, mimicking Zhang Sheng's posture, and several miniaturized silver electric serpents crackled to life in his palm. Xingge, your talent is incredible. It's practically made for battle. Wang Yu's voice was brimming with excitement. Lin Jin, watching their seamless coordination, had envy in his eyes. You two are a perfect match. One casts spells instantly, the other replicates them instantly. This firepower coverage is simply amazing. Yet before his words faded, boom. Without warning, a world-annihilating white light erupted. The radiance was so intense, so pure, it instantly devoured the entire secret realm. Vision was utterly stripped away, leaving only an endless retina-searing whiteness. Defense. Zhang Sheng's roar was heart-wrenching amidst the deafening thunder. Ninefold spirit shield rise. Almost instinctively, 9 radiant shields layered up from around Zhang Sheng, encasing him like a fortress. Simultaneously, his hands moved swiftly, and the same 9-fold spirit shields shimmered precisely, enveloping each of his teammates. Boom rumble. 20 nuclear warheads detonated simultaneously within the sealed secret realm, only 300 kilometers in diameter. 20 mushroom clouds representing absolute destruction swelled, rose, and merged into a sea of death that filled heaven and earth. A scene of apocalypse. The blinding white light instantly robbed everyone of their sight. Following it was unimaginable heat and a shockwave of unparalleled ferocity. Like countless invisible colossal hammers, they swept across the entire realm with devastating force. Cultivators closer to the epicenter didn't even have time to scream before being vaporized into nothingness in the thousands-degree heat. The endless verdant grasslands were torn apart like paper by the shockwave, rolled up and turned to scorched earth. Countless remains of humans and beasts were hurled into the air, colliding and shattering to dust in the destructive energy currents. Zhang Sheng's pupils contracted as he watched the 9-fold spirit shield before him shatter like fragile glass the instant it met the shockwave. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. 6 layers dissolved into motes of light in an instant. Hold on. He roared, his internal energy pouring out wildly as another 9 layers of fresh shields coalesced instantly. The shields of the other 4 teammates also flickered violently, 6 layers shattering. Shields rise again. Zhang Sheng's eyes were bloodshot. Ignoring his own consumption, he forcibly channeled his energy again, casting 9-fold spirit shields for his 4 teammates anew. Yet this was merely the beginning of the nightmare. The scorching high-pressure shockwave like an unending tsunami crashed against them, wave after wave. The shields flickered on in desperation, only to be mercilessly crushed in the next instant. Broken generated, broken again, generated again. An endless cycle. Each break was accompanied by the muffled sounds of his teammates' bones cracking and spurts of fresh blood. Despite Zhang Sheng's shield's desperate protection, the 4 still endured a terrifying backlash. Their organs felt displaced, bones on the verge of shattering, their auras rapidly waning, now severely injured. Wang Yu, who had replicated Zhang Sheng's 9-fold spirit shield, was slightly better off. The other 3 had faint auras, their lives hanging in the balance. Zhang Sheng didn't know what had happened in the realm. This cataclysmic scene surpassed his understanding. He only knew that the rapidly depleting energy within him was like an hourglass counting down their lives. At this rate, everyone was doomed. Gritting his teeth, he braved the violent energy currents, painstakingly moving towards the nearest person, Wang Yu. If they combined their strength to sustain the shields, they might hold out a little longer. Finally reaching Wang Yu, Zhang Sheng was stunned. Wang Yu's features had changed under intense pain and failing mental strength. The disguise dissolved, revealing a face he had never seen. A head of neat jet-black short hair was soaked with sweat plastered to her pale forehead. Beneath her previously taut combat suit, the contours of a feminine full chest rose and fell sharply with rapid breaths. Her brows were furrowed in pain, a small, slightly baby-faced fair face stained with blood and dust. Xingge. Wang Yu's voice was weak and hoarse, carrying a strange, clear beauty. This is what I look like. Don't waste any more energy on me. Cough, cough. Before she could finish, she coughed up another mouthful of blood, staining her chest. Zhang Sheng's heart shook violently. At this moment, he couldn't care about the gender disguise. He steadied the swaying Wang Yu, his right hand pointing swiftly as the verdant green light of a life-giving healing art enveloped her body. At the same time, his left hand produced 2 milky white capsules rich with spiritual energy, and he unhesitatingly fed them to Wang Yu. Swallow them. He himself quickly swallowed 3. The pure spiritual milk instantly surged like a torrent, refilling his nearly depleted energy. In that moment of recovery, heaven and earth spun. Space twisted violently. Zhang Sheng's vision blurred, and the immense roar and searing heat vanished, abruptly replaced by the cool air of the outside world. He found himself holding Wang Yu, standing outside the secret realm, right where the huge luminous gate had been. But now that gate to hell had vanished completely. Not far away, the figures of Lin Jin, Lin Yidong, and Lung Qinghe tumbled out battered. Help! Help! Lin Jin let out a weak, raspy cry like a broken bellows. His whole body was charred, black skin split open, barely recognizable as human. Zhang Sheng suppressed his own surging blood. He waved his hands, and 3 beams of life-giving healing art green light precisely landed on the 3. Lin Yidong and Lung Qinghe were completely unconscious, their auras as faint as a candle in the wind, but thankfully still breathing. Zhang Sheng quickly stepped forward, stuffing spiritual milk capsules into their mouths, while the light of the healing art shone continuously, like a life-giving rain. Under the powerful restorative spells and medicine, the horrific wounds on the 3 began to visibly stop bleeding and scab over. Lin Yidong and Lung Qinghe spat out several mouthfuls of black blood mixed with internal organ fragments. They finally regained consciousness, struggling to sit up, but only managing to collapse weakly. They forced themselves into a cross-legged position, channeling the faint remnants of their energy to regulate their breathing, their faces still deathly pale. Zhang Sheng understood now. That cataclysmic explosion, the familiar white light of destruction and shockwave, could only be the legendary forbidden weapon, nuclear bombs. The only explanation for their survival was that the beasts within the realm had been completely annihilated in the nuclear blast. Such ruthlessness, such an audacious scheme. Who was it who dared to defy universal condemnation and use nuclear bombs to massacre the elites of various nations within the secret realm? His sharp gaze swept across the square. The originally empty square now held beside them a massive charred and cracked object like the remains of a scorched giant turtle. A humanoid figure, blackened like charcoal, was painfully crawling out from the broken turtle shell, letting out weak groans. Help me. Zhang Sheng frowned slightly and casually tossed a healing art green light over. But the next second his attention was riveted by a tall white man standing perfectly unharmed and composed in the center of the square. A hint of playful amusement even lingered on the man's face. Clap, clap, clap. Sharp applause echoed eerily across the silent square, carrying a chilling admiration. Quite unexpected, Roddy's voice was low but clearly reached everyone's ears. To have 7 survivors from a feast of 20 nuclear warheads, more than I imagined. Good, very good. Zhang Sheng's eyes instantly sharpened like blades. His internal energy surged into motion, and 9 layers of solid emerald green spirit shields lit up layer by layer on his body, forming a tight defense. The nukes in the secret realm. It was you. Zhang Sheng's voice was icy, every word laden with deadly intent. A Chinese. Interesting. Roddy sized up Zhang Sheng with keen interest, as if admiring a rare specimen. I didn't expect that besides that Songxian, China had a tough nut like you. As for those wastes who died inside, Roddy shrugged, his tone as dismissive as if discussing trash. They didn't deserve to live anyway. They were just wasting precious cultivation resources. The world should be thanking me. Only awakened ones with top-tier talents like you. He spread his arms, a look of near-sacred fervor on his face. Are worthy of being devoured by me, merging with me to achieve my supreme glory. Bastard. You devil. The turtle man Zhang Sheng had just saved raised his head with effort, fury on his charred face, black smoke still wisping from his mouth as he spoke. Who the hell are you? I will report your crimes to the United Nations. You will face judgment. Judgment? Roddy laughed as if hearing the funniest joke. He looked down at the ragged group on the ground, his gaze arrogant. You 7 are worthy of remembering my name. Listen carefully. He lifted his chin slightly, enunciating each word, his voice like a proclamation. Alexander Roddy. From the great United States of America. When you get to God or King Yin, don't forget to mention my name, and let them know who sent you down. A cruel, sinister grin spread across his lips. Swish, swish. 2 streams of crimson, intensely condensed high-energy lasers radiating an aura of destruction shot abruptly from his eyes, targeting Zhang Sheng. Thud, thud, thud. The lasers slammed into the spirit shields before Zhang Sheng. The emerald shields trembled violently, emitting a strained hum, and the outermost 3 layers shattered, dissolving into motes of light. A flicker of surprise crossed Roddy's eyes, followed by even keener interest. This Chinese man was indeed the greatest threat. The restrained yet immense aura about him was far from ordinary. A defensive talent. That's exactly what I need. A cold, sinister smile curled at the corner of Roddy's mouth. So this is how you survive the Secret Realm's explosion, isn't it? Let's see how long you can hold out. Before his words faded, scorching flames suddenly surged and coalesced in his palm. A ferocious fire dragon roared, tearing through the air as it lunged straight at Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng's pupils contracted sharply. The laser just now was undoubtedly a talent in this flame. Could it be that he can also cast spells instantaneously? No, he mentioned devouring earlier. A chill crawled up Zhang Sheng's spine. Is he devouring others' talents? This thought set off alarm bells in his mind. Capable of devouring others' talents. This man's danger level had undoubtedly reached its peak. How many talents had he devoured? No one knew. Boom. The rampaging fire dragon savagely shredded several layers of stacked energy shields, and a wave of scorching heat surged forth. But Zhang Sheng was not one to sit idly by. 100,000 volts. Crack. Lightning sprang from the void. Dazzling blue-white arcs exploded into existence the instant the thought crossed his mind, striking Roddy with no delay. Yet Roddy stood there as if nothing had happened, not even a flicker of his clothes. Instead, Roddy's heart shuddered. The passive talent of state compensation within him, that invisible S-grade barrier, had been fully triggered and exhausted by this sudden lightning strike. Is it a twin talent? Zhang Sheng wondered in astonishment. No. Seeing the lightning fail, Zhang Sheng did not hesitate. His psychic power surged wildly. 6 first-grade top-tier flying knives gleaming with cold light shot forward, as if pulled by invisible threads, letting out sharp whistling sounds as they aimed straight for Roddy's vital points. However, as the knives entered the 3-meter radius around Roddy, they seemed to plunge into an extremely viscous gel. Their speed plummeted and their trajectories twisted. At least 3 talents. Zhang Sheng had no doubt now. This white man must possess the terrifying ability to devour talents. But, although the opponent's spiritual energy fluctuation far exceeded that of an ordinary person, it was only about twice the norm. Both were at the perfected Qi-Si realm, yet Zhang Sheng's spiritual energy was over 4 times more abundant. I don't believe you have endless mental energy. Talents consumed mental energy while spells consumed spiritual energy. Since I can't break your turtle shell quickly, let's see who runs out first, your mental energy or my spiritual energy. Fire come! Zhang Sheng let out a low shout. The sky twisted abruptly, and several massive fireballs like small meteors condensed out of thin air and crashed down with a thunderous roar. Wooden prison. Waterbind. Freeze. Crackle. Thick, gnarled, dark green vines burst through the ground, instantly entangling Roddy and his shield into a massive cocoon. At the same time, icy cold water surged from nowhere, wrapping around him. The biting chill spread madly, and a thick layer of white frost formed on the surface of the vines. The ecstasy on Roddy's face froze instantly, transforming into terror. What the hell is this guy? Instant spells. Their power even surpasses the S-grade talent I devoured. And his spiritual energy seems bottomless. Who in their right mind uses spells like scattering beans? The passive state compensation was completely depleted. Roddy's talent flames surged wildly, barely burning a large hole through the wooden prison, but the freezing water had already coiled around him, clashing violently with the scorching fire. Hiss! A piercing sound of vaporization rang out, and vast clouds of white steam instantly filled the air. But the mist had no effect on either of them. Zhang Sheng's spiritual eye technique had reached perfection, while Roddy had devoured and scrayed visual talent, granting him vision as sharp as an eagle's. Damn it! Continuously activating his talents, Roddy felt stabbing pains in his sea of consciousness. His mental energy was running low. Meanwhile, that monster opposite him still had spiritual energy, surging like an ocean. What the hell is this bastard's talent? As the two fought fiercely, the black man nearby had already retreated to a distance and slipped away. Damn it! Roddy's heart seethed with fury. He thought possessing multiple S-grade and S-grade talents would make him invincible, only to run into a freak like Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng keenly caught a hint of hesitation in his opponent. Running low on mental energy. 100,000 volts. Crack. Deadly lightning tore through the air again. It seemed ready to engulf Roddy. Buzz. Several pale, writhing flesh worms exuding a nauseating aura appeared abruptly above Roddy's head. The lightning swept over, and the flesh worms instantly turned into charred ash. I have to kill him today. Zhang Sheng's eyes blazed with murderous intent, not just to avenge Qinghe and the others. Once this devourer continues to grow, he'll become a catastrophic threat. Fortunately, this fool is arrogant enough. He stirred his will again. The 6 flying knives hummed. Grouped in threes, they spun at high speed, forming two gleaming spiral drills. With a piercing shriek, they stabbed fiercely at the twisted defensive field around Roddy. "They'll let you off today, but it'll come back for your talent." Roddy roared with a bluster that belied his fear. Before his words faded, his figure vanished, as if erased by a rubber. When he reappeared, he was already 30 kilometers away. But in Zhang Sheng's spiritual perception, he was as conspicuous as a bonfire in the dead of night. Spiritual wings shattered the speed limit. This was Roddy's life-saving trump card, devoured from an SS grade, awakened from the land of Asen, and his greatest reliance for hunting powerful foes. Yet now his soul fled in terror. Because behind him a figure tearing through the sky was closing in at a terrifying speed. It was Zhang Sheng. 4 life leaps had granted his physique the ultimate speed of breaking 3 times the speed of sound. The 30-kilometer teleport had nearly drained Roddy's remaining mental energy. Fighting off dizziness, he gritted his teeth and cast a flight spell, desperately fleeing toward the sea. In less than 30 seconds, Zhang Sheng had reached the spot where Roddy had flashed. By then, Roddy had only wobbled a few kilometers away. The death-dealing figure loomed closer and closer. Hiss! A hideous 4-winged venomous centipede burst from Roddy's spirit beast space, blocking Zhang Sheng's path. Its mandibles opened and closed, releasing toxic mist. A spirit beast. At that moment, Roddy had only one thought: flee. A flash of cold light. Zhang Sheng's flying knife turned into a streak of light too fast for the eye to follow. The peak Chi-Si realm 4-winged venomous centipede didn't even have time to scream before being sliced into a rain of shredded flesh and blood in midair. Zhang Sheng's speed surged again. Like a human missile, he broke the sound barrier. Seeing this, Roddy's face twisted to an extreme, and he let out a pain-filled howl unlike any human sound. A pair of dark red, scaly, fleshy wings burst through his clothes from behind, tearing open. Combined with wildly flapping spiritual energy wings, his speed suddenly skyrocketed, momentarily matching Zhang Sheng's. But his face was contorted, clearly enduring inhuman agony. When he saw the boundless blue below, a flicker of ecstasy at surviving a catastrophe flashed in Roddy's eyes. "Let's see you chase me now." Whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged headfirst into the surging sea. The moment he hit the water, his body twisted and deformed grotesquely, transforming in the blink of an eye into an unremarkable sea fish shooting like an arrow into the dark depths. Boom, boom. Several violent lightning bolts struck the sea surface, blasting towering columns of water into the air. Electric serpents danced wildly across the waves, but they could not penetrate the depths. Damn it. Zhang Sheng hovered in midair, staring at the rapidly fading ripples. He punched the air in fury, producing a dull sonic boom. Rage threatened to sear through his chest. Once in the deep sea, Roddy's aura vanished like a stone dropped into the ocean. Zhang Sheng had never set foot in the ocean, had no experience in underwater combat, and was worried about the safety of Wang Yu and the others. Helpless, he could only watch his enemy flee into the unknown abyss. Bastard. He cursed under his breath, suppressed his boundless fury, and turned into a streak of light, speeding back. Lin Jin and the other 2 had severe internal injuries and had fallen unconscious again. Wang Ye's condition was also precarious. Returning to the square, Zhang Sheng immediately cast the resurgence art at full power, enveloping his wounded companions in a soft green glow. It was a long time before the Huan nation's transport plane arrived, picking them up and flying them away from this battlefield. At this moment, in the underground training hall of the First Cultivation University, the originally 10 members from Wuxia sequence have now dwindled to only 7. Each person's face bore a grim expression, the atmosphere heavy enough to draw water. Lin Jin, Leng Qinghe, and Lin Yidong were all unconscious due to severe injuries and were receiving treatment. However, even with practitioners possessing healing talents, the situation remained dire. In addition to the practitioners from various countries, about 430 from Australia entered the secret realm, but only Zhang Sheng and 4 others, along with a French black cultivator, survived. Such a significant loss is unimaginable. Each of them possessed considerable talent. This is not merely a loss for the country, but a loss for the earth, a colossal loss for all humanity. Just as Zhang Sheng was battling Roddy, multiple international social media platforms suddenly released a shocking video message. As soon as this information was released, it exploded across the internet. By the time you see this message, I must have already died. This is a sorrowful matter, but it is also my just deserts. However, I do not want those who have harmed me to go unpunished. Thus, I choose to inform everyone in this manner. No matter the insults I face, I am already dead. Feel free to curse as you please. I only hope that you do not take out your anger on my family or my country. They are innocent. I am an Australian congressman, Castro. A cultivator from the United States named Alexander Roddy threatened me with his life, sending 20 nuclear bombs with a timer into Australia's open secret realm. He attempted to wipe out the elite cultivators of various countries in one fell swoop. I truly fear for my life, though I had no choice. If I did not act this way, death was my only fate. Most importantly, Roddy is an awakened being with an SS-level devouring talent. He can absorb the talents of others. In his plan, even if someone could survive the 20 nuclear bombs, they would certainly be left in a desperate state possessing extraordinary talents. His other goal is to devour the survivors after the nuclear explosion, thus strengthening himself. Alexander Roddy, he is a madman. A complete lunatic. He wants to devour all the top awakened talents in the world. He must be dealt with sooner rather than later, or the consequences will be endless. By the end, Castro in the video became increasingly hysterical. He knew full well that the crazy Roddy would never let him off easily, but his instinct for survival made him hope for a miracle. He also understood that if this video were seen by the world, it would mean he had not escaped Roddy's clutches. He felt anger, hatred, yet was powerless, only able to hope someone would stop Roddy and slay him. Even in the face of death, he found some comfort. This video spread rapidly across the global internet, while in the United States, they claimed it was an AI-generated video and refused to acknowledge it. However, the truth cannot be hidden. News of the nearly total annihilation of the cultivators involved in the secret realm reached every corner of the world. Russia even declared that if the United States did not hand over Roddy, and if any SS-level awakened beings from Russia died at Roddy's hands, they would use nuclear weapons to cleanse the United States. In response, the United States stated that Roddy was already missing and they were powerless. If they had found Roddy immediately, he would have been brought to an international court for trial. In response, the practitioners from various countries merely regarded the United States statements as nonsense, yet they had no means to counter it. Due to the nuclear deterrence aimed at Russia, the United States also issued a related statement. The number of nuclear weapons secretly produced by the United States, including small nuclear bombs, exceeds 8,000. Nuclear states should not act rashly. If the United States were to suffer a nuclear attack, the entire world would accompany them to the grave. Such a vast number is enough to plow the earth several times over. In Huaxiao's capital, at the First Cultivation University, a massive screen in the underground hall displayed the complete process of Zhang Sheng battling the overwhelming Roddy. This included Roddy's actions of self-detonation designed to trap global practitioners, as well as his awakened devouring talent. What shocked everyone was, throughout the entire event, the last layer of shield on Zhang Sheng had never been breached. Zhang Sheng's intelligent terminal recorded the entire process from his entry into the secret realm until Roddy escaped. Following this incident, all countries pointed their fingers at the Australian and American governments. First, who exactly orchestrated this tragedy? Who provided the 20 nuclear bombs? As for whether the Australian government was an accomplice, it was no longer important. They faced exorbitant compensation they could not afford. Having already suffered from the beast disaster, Australia simply gave up, claiming they could not afford to compensate even a single spirit pearl, nor could they afford to lose any lives. Australia has abundant mineral resources, and Huaxiao proposed that Australia use its mineral resources as compensation, a suggestion that was quickly met with unanimous approval. Australia stated that it too was a victim and demanded that the United States must take responsibility, handing over Alexander Roddy while also paying hefty compensation. At this time, another survivor from this conspiracy also spoke out publicly. He was a French cultivator who had quietly escaped from the Australian continent during the battle between Zhang Sheng and Roddy. Devouring talent. Zhang Sheng, I will now hand over the video for higher authorities to handle. Ho Wu opened his intelligent terminal and began to operate. These videos will be edited and sent to various governments, Ho Wu quickly stated. The reason for the editing was simple: Zhang Sheng's strength must not be revealed. Dean, if we let Alexander Roddy continue to devour other top awakened talents, there will be no one left to deal with this madman, Song Xian said hurriedly after watching the video. The other members of the sequence, besides being shocked by Roddy's devouring talent, were also amazed by Zhang Sheng's extraordinary combat power, which forced Roddy, who possessed multiple talents, to flee. Do not be hasty. You have seen this person's capabilities. He is capable of anything. It is not that easy to catch him. Now this person has become a public enemy. Future actions will undoubtedly be more cautious. This person possesses transformation abilities, and we still do not know how he devours others' talents. You must be careful and refrain from going abroad. If you encounter any unknown situations, immediately activate the alarm. Anyone could imagine the horror of the devouring talent and its nearly limitless potential. Roddy will become a nightmare for all awakened talents. Just as the Dean predicted with Huaxiao releasing video evidence, it was confirmed that Alexander Roddy was a key cultivator being trained by the United States. The video cut out Zhang Sheng's casting segments. Regarding Roddy's identity, the United States could not deny it, but they stated Roddy's actions were entirely personal and unrelated to the United States, also denying that the nuclear bombs came from them. In the current situation, the practitioners from various countries felt more helpless towards this matter. However, it served as a reminder for the world's top awakened talents to be cautious, not just of beast disasters, but also of Roddy. The enthusiasm for attacking other countries' secret realms has also diminished. Who can guarantee it is not a trap targeting their own country's practitioners? In an instant, panic spread among the people. 2 blue-tier secret realms appeared within Huaxiao, their divine sense realm, and Qi-Si realm demonic beasts, all slain. Only a few Foundation Establishment realm beasts were forcibly subdued, and large-scale transportation began. Roddy seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. Nations searched everywhere, and Huaxiao even deployed reconnaissance satellites, yet they remained unable to find him. Zhang Sheng returned to the rented alchemy chamber and began his cultivation. During the Australian secret realm expedition, Zhang Sheng had obtained only a single blue jade slip. As the jade slip crumbled to powder, a profound technique flooded into Zhang Sheng's mind. The mystic spider's web of thought, a technique for cultivating the power of the mind. Zhang Sheng had yet to enter the divine sense realm, so he could not cultivate his mental power. Everything would have to wait until he reached that stage. Still, joy filled his heart, for once he entered the divine sense realm, he would no longer need to worry about techniques. The urgent task was to complete the Foundation Establishment cultivation of the 9 Tribulations Secret Codex. The Foundation Establishment body must undergo 9 cycles of birth and death, elevating its life level 9-fold to reach perfection. Once he broke through to the divine sense realm, the Niwen Palace in Zhang Sheng's mind would open. If his physical body were then annihilated and the Niwen Palace destroyed, Zhang Sheng would surely die. Therefore, Zhang Sheng had to perfect his body refinement to the peak of Foundation Establishment before reaching the divine sense realm. Seated on a meditation cushion, Zhang Sheng held his breath and focused his mind, swallowing several spirit-nourishing pills at once. He cast Fireball technique to gradually destroy his own cells, while simultaneously circulating the 9 Tribulations Secret Codex to reconstruct them. With each such cycle of death and rebirth, Zhang Sheng doubled his foundational life level. The cultivation process was fraught with peril. However, Zhang Sheng possessed the talent of once proven, forever proven, and had already cultivated the 9 Tribulations Secret Codex, this ultimate body-refining technique, to its sublime realm. This allowed him to minimize risks during cultivation. The 5th cycle of death and rebirth was completed. The elevation of his life level brought Zhang Sheng comprehensive improvements, whether in his 5 senses, combat prowess, defensive capabilities, or the Bodhi's self-healing ability. Technique Heaven's Walk Codex, Sublime Realm 6524-310-0000. The Heaven's Walk Codex accelerated its autonomous circulation, completing 1 cycle of essence refinement in just 48 seconds. At this rate, he would soon perfect this technique to its sublime realm. Technique Primordial Qi Refining Sublime Realm 901-510-0000. The speed of primordial Qi refining increased further, taking only 30 seconds to complete a minor cycle. However, since Zhang Sheng had already reached the peak of the Qi-Si realm, this technique had ceased its operation. According to Zhang Sheng's plan, once he perfected the Heaven's Walk Codex to its sublime realm, he would rebuild his Qi-Si realm. During the period his body adapted, Zhang Sheng refined a large quantity of spirit-nourishing pills, as the consumption of such pills was now immense. Once his body had fully adapted, Zhang Sheng began cultivating the 6th cycle of death and rebirth. The 6th cycle was completed. The 7th cycle was completed. The 8th cycle was completed. The 9th cycle was completed. The 9 Tribulations Secret Codex Foundation Establishment was perfected. Zhang Sheng felt the surging power within him. His life level was now 10 times its original. Yet his overall enhancement was far more than 100-fold. This body-refining art was not mere physical training, but a leap in life level. At this moment, Zhang Sheng was confident he could slay a divine sense realm demonic beast with just his physical body. Zhang Sheng swallowed a spirit-nourishing pill and once again circulated the Heaven's Walk Codex. In the span of a single breath, he completed 1 cycle of essence refinement. 3 seconds. Next, as long as he had enough pills, Zhang Sheng could perfect this technique in just over a day. He could hardly wait to experience the effects of the Heaven's Walk Codex at its sublime perfection. He refined spirit-nourishing pills using the mysterious fire alchemy cauldron while consuming them. A single top-grade spirit-nourishing pill could support 100 cycles of essence refinement, meaning 1 pill was consumed every 300 seconds or 5 minutes. And Zhang Sheng needed only 15 minutes to refine a batch of 9 pills, which fully met his Bodhi's consumption rate. At that very moment, a strange event occurred across the globe. Zhang Sheng had no choice but to halt his cultivation and gather in the underground training hall. Talents disappearing, the crowd questioned. Ho's expression was grave. A large number of talent awakeners' talents vanished overnight. This isn't limited to Huaxiao, it's a global issue. And this phenomenon is still ongoing. Everyone was shocked, Zhang Sheng included. If his own talent were to disappear, the consequences were unimaginable. The path of cultivation would become 1,000 or 10,000 times harder. Could this be Rada's doing? Song Xian asked. As a supreme powerhouse with 2 SS-grade talents, he would be one of those who suffered most if his talents vanished. We cannot judge yet, but such a widespread phenomenon should not be a power that humans can wield. What is certain is that the current batch of people losing their talents are all A-grade talent awakeners, and A-grade talent awakeners are still losing their talents. According to speculation, once all A-grade talent awakeners have lost their talents, it is highly likely that grade talent awakeners will begin to lose theirs. Dean, is there any way to stop the talents from disappearing? Lu Zhui asked. That's a question I'd like the answer to as well. The dean replied helplessly. Although they knew that lower-grade talent awakeners were losing their talents, everything about talents remained a mystery. How they came to be and why they disappeared were both unknown. At that moment, Alexander Rodi, disguised among the crowd, was equally shocked. The disappearance of talents had nothing to do with him. Ever since he learned that his own talent might disappear, he had fallen into endless panic. No matter what, I must preserve my talent. If lower-grade talents disappear, then I will devour talents madly. Perhaps my SS-grade talent might even improve. He descended into complete madness, beginning to seek his prey at any cost. Back in the alchemy chamber, Zhang Sheng continued refining pills. The next day, Technique Heaven's Walk Codex, Sublime Realm Perfection, 1000010000000. Finally, perfection. Zhang Sheng swallowed a spirit-nourishing pill. In just 3 seconds, it was completely refined. 1 refinement, 10,000 spirits. Zhang Sheng could barely contain his excitement. Even his hand holding the pill bottle trembled slightly. He had broken through from refining 100 spirits to refining 10,000 spirits. I did it. I did it. Originally expecting a 10-fold improvement, which was already astonishing, he had actually achieved a 100-fold increase. Rebuilding the Qi Si. Step 1. Clear all spiritual power from the Dantian. Zhang Sheng left the alchemy chamber, unfolded his spiritual wings, and soared into the sky. 10,000 meters. 20,000 meters. 30,000 meters. Thunderbolt. Zhang Sheng roared softly, and countless lightning bolts burst from his body. This spell consumed spiritual power even faster than the fireball technique. He was as if engulfed in a sea of electric light. A bolt from the blue. On the ground, everyone naturally noticed the change in the sky. Some students even flew high into the sky to investigate. At the very center of the lightning, a human figure could faintly be seen. I am Zhang Sheng, cultivating a lightning technique. Please stay away. Zhang Sheng warned, his voice condensed into a thread that traveled several kilometers. Hearing Zhang Sheng's voice and seeing his face, the approaching students immediately replied, "So it's Senior Zhang Sheng. Sorry for the intrusion." The student bowed respectfully and flew back to the ground, informing others to avoid unnecessary panic. Zhang Sheng's internal spiritual power surged forth like a flood that had burst its banks, wildly pouring out. Nearly 900,000 points of spiritual energy transformed into violent electric serpents that tore through the heavens, shooting from his body and electrifying the surrounding air with crackling sounds. Until the last trace of spiritual energy was drained, his body felt empty inside. Deep within his Qi Si, 9 spiritual dragon phantoms, composed purely of energy, still coiled. They represented the foundation of his realm, but could offer no strength. At this moment, Zhang Sheng possessed the complete realm of Qi Si, yet he was spiritually depleted, within akin to a dried-up riverbed. Ugh! A tearing pain erupted from his dantian, yet Zhang Sheng gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. His will sharp as a blade struck towards the 9 phantoms. Shatter for me. A sound of invisible rupture reverberated within his body. The spiritual dragon phantoms cried out mournfully, shattering bit by bit and dissipating. The barriers of his realm collapsed with a resounding crash, and an overwhelming aura instantly wilted, as if a mountain had crumbled, plummeting from the majestic completion of the Qi Si realm to the valley of foundation establishment. The spiritual wings that had supported him at an altitude of 30,000 meters suddenly disintegrated into motes of fluorescence. The sensation of weightlessness seized him violently, and his body became an uncontrollable meteor, hurtling down towards the vast earth below. The fierce wind cut like a blade against his face. Heavenly movement technique, turn. Primordial Qi refining, activate. At the critical moment, Zhang Sheng swallowed a spiritual food pill and a Qi gathering pill hole. As the pills entered his abdomen, they transformed into a scalding torrent. He focused his mind, using himself as a furnace and the remaining vitality as a catalyst, striving to operate the small circulatory cycle of the Dantian Qi Si. Buzz! The air within a kilometer radius suddenly distorted and collapsed. A visible vortex composed solely of pure spiritual energy appeared out of thin air with Zhang Sheng at its center. A massive amount of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy seemed to be seized by an invisible giant hand, transforming into a roaring milky white torrent that madly poured into his thirsty Dantian Qi Sea. In just 1 minute, a complete small circulatory cycle was finished under extreme pressure. Within the Qi Sea Dantian, a strand of condensed tangible spiritual energy was born. It was incredibly robust. The energy fluctuations contained within it were even more magnificent than an entire spiritual dragon, painstakingly refined by an ordinary cultivator. This strand contained 10,000 points of spiritual energy. In the 9th layer of the Qi Sea realm, each layer required operating 999 small circulatory cycles to condense 999 strands of spiritual energy, which would then converge into a spiritual dragon that could shake the Dantian. 9 dragons gathered to achieve completion. However, Zhang Sheng keenly sensed something amiss. Something's wrong. The alarm bells rang loudly in his heart. Having undergone 9 transformations of life and death coupled with the potent effects of the top-tier Qi gathering pill, the maximum operating speed of the primordial Qi refining technique should have been 1 circulatory cycle every 3 seconds. It should not have dragged on for a full minute. The answer became clear in an instant. Spiritual energy concentration. It's this thin, watery, heavenly, and earthly spiritual energy. The current spiritual energy concentration on Earth simply could not support the terrifying demand of absorbing 10,000 points of spiritual energy every 3 seconds. In a flash of thought, Zhang Sheng forcibly urged the trace of spiritual energy that had just recovered. With a buzz, the somewhat ethereal spiritual wings reformed behind him, barely stabilizing his body before it plunged to a dangerous height. Secret realm. Only a secret realm can provide sufficient spiritual energy. With his eyes gleaming, Zhang Sheng's figure suddenly transformed into a dazzling rainbow of light, tearing through the air towards the first known blue-level secret realm within Huaxia. As soon as he passed through the energy barrier of the secret realm, the rich, almost palpable heavenly and earthly spiritual energy rushed towards him, penetrating his lungs as every pore of his body opened comfortably. The scene before him had utterly transformed since his last departure. On the wide road, a steel torrent composed of heavy trucks flowed endlessly, loaded with luminous spiritual plants and gleaming metallic ores. The Foundation establishment realm monsters that once dominated this place were now all imprisoned in specially made alloy cages, growling and roaring. Keeping them was essential for maintaining the existence of the secret realm. Once extinguished, the secret realm would dissipate. What surprised Zhang Sheng even more was that he saw a few familiar figures. Students from Huaxia Agricultural University were carefully gathering spiritual plants. Li Bin, Sun Jia, Fatty. Zhang Sheng fell before the three like a shooting star, the turbulent air causing the spiritual plants to sway. Brothers, long time no see. Having experienced numerous bloody battles, reuniting with old friends on the brink of life and death stirred warm ripples in his heart. Zhang Sheng. Sun Jia suddenly looked up, both startled and delighted. What the hell? You kid. Ever since you went to the first cultivation university, it's like you've vanished from the face of the earth. Where have you been cultivating? Brother Sheng. Li Bin's eyes sparkled as he leaned in and whispered, did you participate in the siege against the Divine Breath realm monsters? I heard that there are hidden talents at the first cultivation university. Beside them, Wu Xingyang chuckled innocently, not speaking, but his eyes were filled with concern. Of course. Zhang Sheng laughed boldly, trying to dispel the gloom in his heart. Your brother Sheng is destined to be an existence that pushes through the universe. Those Divine Breath realm monsters are nothing but mere chickens and dogs in my presence. Wow. Zhang Sheng, your bragging is even louder than mine. Sun Jia playfully punched him. If you're really that impressive, why don't you go to America and take down that madman named Roddy? Roddy. Zhang Sheng's smile instantly froze, his eyes turning cold and deep, suppressing a raging storm beneath his calm tone. I will personally take him down. Brothers, I have urgent matters to attend to. Let's meet again another day. Here, take this. He tossed a jade bottle that landed steadily in Wu Xingyang's hands, containing 10 perfectly rounded, richly patterned top-tier Qi gathering pills. Zhang Sheng did not look back as the spiritual wings behind him suddenly flared. Boom. The air exploded with a roar. His body instantly broke through 6 times the speed of sound, turning into a blurred shadow that tore through the spiritual energy clouds above the secret realm. His unmatched physical body withstood the extreme heat and shock generated from the fierce friction with the air, speeding towards the core of the secret realm where the spiritual energy was densest. Upon reaching the core, Zhang Sheng sat cross-legged in midair. The primordial Qi refining technique was pushed to an unprecedented extreme. Rumbling. A gigantic vortex of spiritual energy, 10 times larger than the outside world, formed madly beneath him. At the center of the vortex, a terrifying suction force pulled the dense, almost liquid-like spiritual energy from the secret realm, forming a milky white column of spiritual energy that continuously surged into his Dantian Chi Si. The primordial Chi refining technique finally revealed its terrifying true form. Every 3 seconds, a complete circulatory cycle was finished. Zhang Sheng seemed to transform into a black hole, greedily devouring the spiritual energy of the secret realm. This sitting lasted for a full 12 hours. Within the Dantian Chi Si, 9 giant dragons formed from pure spiritual energy with clear scales and claws roamed freely and roared in the boundless ocean of energy. 9th layer of the Chi Si realm completed. At this moment, the fully saturated sensation of spiritual energy pervaded his entire being, as if every cell was cheering. He could clearly sense that the total amount of spiritual energy his Chi Si could hold had reached a staggering 100 times that of his previous completion of the Chi Si realm. A full 89,991,000 points of spiritual energy. This was 1,000 times the spiritual energy reserve of an ordinary cultivator at the completion of the Chi Si realm. The disparity in total spiritual energy was nearly 1,000 times, and the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. The price, however, was that the spiritual energy concentration of the entire blue-level secret realm had been forcibly consumed by Zhang Sheng by 50%. A few cultivators practicing or on missions nearby saw the towering vortex of spiritual energy and the figure at its center resembling a deity. All were horrified, not daring to approach even a step, only able to stand in awe and watch. Breaking through the Chi Si and stepping into the final stage of divine breath was just in front of him. Yet Zhang Sheng knew the dangers involved, and for safety, he decided to return to his apartment at the First Cultivation University for final preparations. In the quiet room, the scent of sandalwood lingered. Zhang Sheng sat cross-legged, 5 hearts directed towards the heavens, eliminating all distractions, and his spirit sank into the Dantian. At this moment, the space within the Dantian felt boundless, as if it had become a world of its own. 9 colossal spiritual dragons surrounded by electric light stirred up tremendous waves within the Chi Si, swirling and dancing, their roars shaking the heavens. Fall. Zhang Sheng's will was like the decree of heaven. The 9 dragons seemed to hear the supreme command, and their massive bodies crashed down into the Chi Si. In an instant, the boundless ocean of spiritual energy violently churned and expanded. The forms of the dragons collapsed, transforming into the most primal and powerful source of spiritual energy, turning the entire Dantian into a surging ocean of spiritual energy. Rise. The primordial Chi refining technique was pushed to the utmost limit. Boom. A sun, pure and golden, radiating endless light and heat, erupted from the center of the ocean of spiritual energy. It soared upwards, golden light, a myriad, instantly filling the entire Dantian space, dyeing everything in pure gold. As the golden sun rose into the sky, the ocean of spiritual energy below visibly receded. Immediately after, boom, 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 one after another, rounds of equally dazzling golden suns leapt from the ocean of spiritual energy. The second round, the third round, up to the 9th round, when the last trace of the ocean of spiritual energy was also evaporated and absorbed, 9 golden suns hung high in the Dantian's void like 9 suns. The boundless ocean of spiritual energy had completely transformed into these 9 suns of ultimate yang. 9 dragons transforming into the sea, ascending to the 9 suns, the first step into the divine breath realm accomplished. But this was just the beginning. The 9 suns of spiritual energy burned fiercely within the Dantian, a mysterious force containing the power of life and death. The divine breath rose from the 9 suns. This divine breath, pure and scorching, moved along the spine's dragon vein, tailbone penetrating through layers of barriers, ascending rapidly, soaring straight towards the crown of his head. Niwen. Boom. A deafening sound reminiscent of the birth of the universe exploded deep within Zhang Sheng's soul. Deep within his brow, a mysterious space was forcefully breached by this immense divine breath. The Niwen Palace opened. Inside the palace, it was not empty, but filled with thick, liquid-like mist shimmering with starry lights. Zhang Sheng realized that this mist was the embodiment of his mental will, the dwelling place of the spirit in the human body. Having completed its mission, the 9 golden suns did not halt. They followed an arcane trajectory, descending from the Niwen into the throat's heavy building, ultimately sinking into the center of his chest, where the Jiuxin Palace resided. Jiuxin Palace opened. Within the palace gates, the scene was entirely different. A sea of blood red, teeming with terrifying life energy, radiated a scorching vitality. This was the vast life essence accumulated after Zhang Sheng experienced 9 transformations of life and death, the source of essence in the human body. The 9 suns finally returned to the Qi-Si Dantian hovering in the vast void. At that moment, the Qi-Si Dantian, illuminated by the 9 suns, was like an ocean of spiritual energy, the ultimate source of Qi in the human body. The Naiwen Palace, Jiuxin Palace, and Qi-Si Palace, the 3 palaces of life's origins, burst open. Essence, Qi, spirit, the 3 elements of the human body, perfectly connected at this moment, forming a mysterious whole that perpetually circulates. The 3 elements return to their places, the divine breath realm accomplished. Is this the divine sense? Even with his eyes tightly shut, the tea table behind him, the poster on the wall, and the ants with their antennae twitching at the roots of the balcony rosebush were all vividly imprinted in his mind. Zhang Sheng's brain felt as if it had automatically loaded a 360-degree panoramic image, and an ultra-high definition at that. The Naiwen Palace had opened, his spiritual power had materialized, and divine sense was born. Yet the range covered by his divine sense was a mere 10 meters. The mist within the Naiwen Palace was still too sparse, vastly inferior to the ocean of qi and blood in the Jiangxin Palace and the 9 golden suns in his Dantian. Finally, I can begin the cultivation of the divine sense stage. With the depth of my current spiritual energy, even a beast at the peak of the divine sense stage is likely far inferior. In his understanding of combat, Zhang Sheng always believed control was paramount. The mystic spider web weaving art, a technique for cultivating spiritual power, took precedence. Stronger spiritual power meant stronger divine sense, and a broader range for the divine sense to illuminate. Zhang Sheng organized this technique in his mind. Compared to the 9 calamities secret code, this technique for cultivating spiritual power was extremely simple and ordinary. The content was complete, and it had no particular threshold for cultivation. This technique required the cultivator to use their spiritual power to simulate a spider spinning silk, weaving a web of spiritual power within the sea of consciousness. This process of weaving was to be repeated unceasingly until the woven web of spiritual power was impenetrable, which was considered perfection. As Zhang Sheng activated the technique and formed the first strand of spiritual power into a spider's thread, then simply wove it, a line of text appeared on his talent panel. Detected an executable ability, Mystic Spider Web Weaving Art. Learning. Technique, Mystic Spider Web Weaving Art, Beginner 1100. It requires 100 castings just to reach a proficient level. Could it be because the grade of this technique is too high? Zhang Sheng muttered. He noticed that the moment he learned this technique, a portion of the mist in his sea of consciousness vanished. Compared to other talents, his own talent's consumption of spiritual power was limited to the instant of learning a new ability, granting it an unparalleled advantage. Zhang Sheng sat upright on a meditation cushion, his eyes tightly shut, his attention entirely focused within his Naiwen Palace. He condensed his spiritual power into spider silk, constantly weaving a web, then constantly unraveling it, repeating the process over and over. Technique, Mystic Spider Web Weaving Art, Beginner 2100. Technique, Mystic Spider Web Weaving Art, Beginner 3100. A familiar feeling returned. An hour later, Technique, Mystic Spider Web Weaving Art, Proficient 11,000. A flood of insights from cultivating this technique poured into Zhang Sheng's mind, instantly elevating his understanding of it several times over. Going from proficient to mastery required 1,000 times. It seemed the number of required cultivations had increased tenfold. Time in cultivation passes without notice. 2.5 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Zhang Sheng's life form had now undergone 9 leaps. His physical body was perfect, and without leakage, he no longer needed sleep. Technique, Mystic Spider Web Weaving Art, Transcendent Realm 1100. This technique had finally been cultivated to the Transcendent Realm. Advancing further to the perfection of the Transcendent Realm would be difficult. Time did not permit Zhang Sheng to do so. He could not rest easy until Luo Di was killed. Luo Di, with his devouring talent, hung over him like the sword of Damocles. Zhang Sheng once again sensed the mist within his Naiwen Palace. It was 100 times denser and 100 times greater in volume than before he cultivated the Mystic Spider Web Weaving Art. Divine sense expand. 10 meters. 100 meters. A kilometer. 10,000 meters. The scene of everything within a 10-kilometer radius was reflected in his mind. Wonderful. Too wonderful. Indescribably wonderful. The moment Zhang Sheng's divine sense entered the underground cultivation hall, it collided with another divine sense. Who is it? Song Xian, who was in the middle of cultivating, quickly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Whose divine sense is this so powerful and oppressive?" The other sequence members who were cultivating were startled by Song Xian. "Xiang, what's happening?" Zhao Shui quickly asked. "It's nothing. It's me, Zhang Sheng." Zhang Sheng transmitted his voice through his divine, sense the information entering everyone's ears. Great. Shinga, congratulations. We have another divine sense stage cultivator among us. Wang Yu said excitedly from his cushion. Just how strong is he? Noticing Zhang Sheng's power song, Xian lost all desire to cultivate. He even began to suspect that his own clone talent and the 100 Meridians talent were fake. From Zhang Sheng's battle with Luo Di, he understood that if it were him, while Luo Di couldn't kill him, with his numerous clones forcing Luo Di into a frantic retreat was highly unlikely. Zhang Sheng was incredibly strong, and now he was even stronger. Could it be that my own double SS grade talent is fake? Or is Zhang Sheng's talent grade above SS grade? Alas, no one would tell him the answer. Finishing his cultivation of the mystic spiderweb weaving art, Zhang Sheng opened his smart terminal. If Luo Di had devoured the talents of other awakened during this time, perhaps some information could be found on the internet. Apart from the preference for secrecy in China, SS-grade talent awakened abroad were almost all well-known figures. Some even used the fame of their SS-grade talents to host live-stream shopping events. South America's SS-grade talent awakened, Lucas, has been missing for 3 days. This incident caused a massive shockwave on the international internet. Lucas was hailed as the god of light by the people of South America. His talent was an SS-grade healing talent capable of fully regenerating even severed limbs in an instant and curing all kinds of cancer with ease. Lucas' reputation spread far and wide due to his talent. The mysterious disappearance of such a powerful awakened was highly likely related to Luo Di. Almost just a day later, Japan's SS-grade talent awakened, Miyamoto Saburo, was found dead by the seaside. Rumors circulated that a figure resembling Luo Di was seen at the scene. Miyamoto Saburo was the foremost of Japan's contemporary 10 ninja. According to official Japanese disclosures, the talent he awakened was SS-grade, the Tao of the Blade, a divine path. Wielding a long blade spirit weapon, his close combat abilities were unparalleled. Currently, 2 SS-grade talent awakened had been reported online, both likely having their talents devoured by Luo Di. There were probably many more unreported cases. At this very moment, thousands of kilometers away from China in the capital of the country of Sangua, New Delhi, Luo Di was devouring and absorbing the talent of an awakened. Damn it, you stupid Sangua guy. You clearly awakened in grade talent, but you boasted about it being SS grade. What a waste of my time. Luo Di felt he had been scammed. Who would have thought that the internet-famous SS grade awakened from Sangua was a fraud? An ordinary flame talent hyped up as the annihilating sacred flame. Now he would have to waste most of the day refining and absorbing it. My time is running out. Zhang Xing knew he had to act quickly. The weakness in his spiritual power was now compensated, and his divine sense's illumination range had reached 10 kilometers. Next were the combat spells. Aside from a host of first-tier spells, there were currently 2 second-tier spells available for learning: Moon Slash and Sandstorm Burial. Recalling his battle with the silverback gray wolf, the second-tier spell Moon Slash, which required no specific environment to be cast, was more suitable for various combat situations. Zhang Sheng soared into the sky, heading eastward. An endless ocean stretched before his eyes, yet sadly no ships were seen traversing its waters. People had no effective solution for the demonic beasts dwelling in the ocean, though fortunately incidents of oceanic beasts landing to attack humans were rare. Zhang Sheng plunged into the seawater, and his divine sense indeed detected several Foundation establishment demonic beasts. The 9 Calamities arcane scripture was truly formidable. Having merely perfected the Foundation establishment chapter allowed his body to move through the sea, as if on flat ground with almost no hindrance. Zhang Sheng continued swimming deeper into the sea, 100 meters, 200 meters, 1,000 meters. The deepest point of the seabed was merely 1,000 meters. Though the pressure was immense, it still imposed very little restriction on his current physique. After testing his ability to fight underwater, Zhang Sheng returned to the shore. His primary purpose for visiting the seaside this time was to cultivate 2 second-order spells. Zhang Sheng simultaneously operated the heart method formed hand seals and used his divine sense as a guide to engrave the moonblade. A single mistake in the heart method hand seals or divine sense would cause the spell to fail. First attempt failure, second attempt hand seals 2 slow failure, third attempt divine sense engraving error failure, fifth attempt heart method and hand seal rhythm misaligned failure. Failure. After a full 2 hours, finally a crescent-shaped silver blade slowly formed before Zhang Sheng. The silver crescent was only a meter long, yet it appeared almost tangible. It was hard to imagine this was merely a spell, outsiders would mistake it for a spirit artifact. Whenever Zhang Sheng cast a spell, spiritual energy within his dantian was consumed, and the perfected primordial chaos chi refining would activate on its own. Even without taking Kigathering pills, he could absorb surrounding spiritual energy at the rate of 1 minor cycle per minute, restoring his Danshan's spiritual power. Thus, Zhang Sheng had no need to worry about spiritual energy consumption or use spirit pearls for recovery. Spell Moon/Beginner 1100. Like the Mystic Spiderweb Binding Art, Moon/ required 100 repetitions to reach the proficient level. Achieving instantaneous spellcasting would take considerable effort. Fortunately, thanks to his bodily transformation, Zhang Sheng could perform both the heart method and hand seals with incredible speed, almost in the blink of an eye. One silver crescent after another was released by Zhang Sheng, flying into the distance until they dissipated. Half an hour later, Spell Moon/Proficient 11,000, a flood of insights surged into his mind. Zhang Sheng cast quickly, and a miniature moon blade 10 centimeters in diameter hovered before him. Great! Just like first-order spells, once Moon/ reaches the proficient level, not only does casting speed increase, but I can also control the spell's power. Now he could cheat his way to improvement, as forming a miniature moonblade was much faster. In just 1 hour, Moon/ had reached the mastery level. Casting speed increased further, and the power of a moonblade of the same scale multiplied fourfold. However, this was not what Zhang Sheng desired. What he wanted was to cultivate this spell to its perfected state, achieving instantaneous casting. To avoid attracting attention, Zhang Sheng flew high into the sky to practice. Once, when he had just stepped into the Qi realm, flying to 30,000 meters was his limit. Now Zhang Sheng had ascended to 50,000 meters without any difficulty. Since cultivating the 9 calamities arcane scripture, he no longer needed to breathe, and oxygen was no longer a necessity. It took a full 3 hours for Zhang Sheng to cultivate Moon/ to the mastery level, with casting occurring almost instantaneously. Yet he remained unsatisfied. In a duel between experts, an instant could mean the difference between life and death. To defeat Roddy, this second-order spell had to be perfected. This cultivation lasted 3 days. For 3 days, Zhang Sheng did not stop for even a second. Almost every second, he released Moon/ 3 times. 3 days, 259,200 seconds. 1 million Moon slashes. Spell Moon/ perfected 100. Several silver crescents materialized around Zhang Sheng, each engraved with patterns of the Azure Wolf. A total of 9 crescents, varying in size, the largest like a truck, the smallest like a pin. A thought summoned the crescent, and another thought sent it attacking. Zhang Sheng's resolute face reflected upon the silver blade. Zhang Sheng glanced at the time, August 11th, 2030 is 0104. Only 3 days remained until August 14th. From that day onward, demonic beasts from blue-level secret realms that had not been purged on Earth would descend into the real world. If a divine breath realm beast remained uneliminated and descended, the consequences would be dire. When a Qi realm beast descended, it would gain intelligence. For a divine breath realm beast, its intellect might rival that of humans. Combined with the threat of Roddy, the Earth would inevitably descend into chaos. It seemed there was no time to cultivate Sandstorm Burial. He must find and kill Roddy before August 14th to eliminate the threat once and for all. During these days of cultivation, Zhang Sheng had not only trained, but also devised tactics to deal with Roddy. The best way to lure Roddy out was to use himself as bait. Zhang Sheng flew back to the first cultivation university overnight. What? You want to face Roddy alone? Hearing Zhang Sheng's plan, Ho Wu could no longer sit still and stood up abruptly, continuing, Zhang Sheng, I know you are strong, but according to our intelligence, Roddy has recently devoured the talents of several top awakened beings. Do you know what that means, Oi? To deal with Roddy, you must bring Song Xian. Only with the two of you working together can I rest assured. Zhang Sheng knew his plan required the cooperation of the Chinese High Command, so he reluctantly accepted Dean Hao's suggestion. In the underground training hall, the 7 sequence members gathered once more. Previously, the other SSS awakened beings in China had formed a confidential second sequence team. Thus, even though 3 of the 10 sequence members had been lost, no replacements were made. During Zhang Sheng's cultivation, another blue-level secret realm had appeared in China, which Song Xian had led a team to purge. Without the need for overseas support, China's current top combat power was more than sufficient. Apart from Song Xian, Zhang Sheng noticed that all other sequence members had stepped into the divine breath realm. Brother Sheng, let's act together. That Roddy is truly terrifying. Zhao Shui approached Zhang Sheng and whispered, Zhao Shui, Dean, and everyone, please listen. In Roddy's eyes, devouring the talents of many might not compare to devouring mine alone. Therefore, I must use myself as bait to lure him out. Song Xian and all of you must not reveal yourselves, or Roddy will become cautious. If it's just me, given Roddy's style, even if he knows it's a trap, he won't be able to resist making a move. Zhang Sheng said calmly. So Dean Ho, I hope China can help create such an opportunity. Zhang Sheng stated earnestly. As for the concerns you have, Dean, I believe they are unfounded. Zhang Sheng deactivated his Kai concealment technique and released the effect of the 9 calamities arcane scripture that rendered his body flawless. The 9 golden suns within his dantian containing 90 million units of spiritual energy instantly erupted with a formidable aura. Everyone present was astounded by the powerful spiritual pressure emanating from Zhang Sheng. So Dean, are you at ease now? How did you manage to do this? Song Xian wondered if he was hallucinating. How could Zhang Sheng exhibit such overwhelming spiritual pressure? Could Zhang Sheng have already reached the pinnacle of the divine sense realm? Impossible. No one could possibly cultivate at such a staggering pace. Zhang Sheng retracted his spiritual pressure, aware that Ho Wu and the 7 prodigies, being at lower cultivation levels, could barely withstand its intensity. Ho Wu's face had turned somewhat pale. Zhang Sheng promptly cast a revitalization art on him. Ho Wu steadied his breath and said slowly, "You sly lad, are you trying to be the death of me? Since you're confident, then go ahead and do it." He waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Sheng's status had changed beyond recognition. In this new era, Ho Wu was nothing more than an old man with too many words. It was no longer his place to decide what should or should not be done. The world ultimately belonged to the young. He could offer counsel, but he should not make decisions for these pillars of the future. For the first time, the other 6 prodigies truly felt the chasm in power, even among those of the same divine sense realm. The disparity in strength was so immense. Zhang Sheng, how exactly do you cultivate? Song Xian couldn't help but ask. Others also gazed at him with eager anticipation. Zhang Sheng merely replied calmly, "All of this is the result of my diligent cultivation. I know you may not believe me, but that is the truth." Everyone wore an expression of utter disbelief. Some speculated that Zhang Sheng's power might be tied to his innate talent, but that was his gift alone. How could it benefit them? Zhang Sheng took the elevator to leave, awaiting news from Dean Ho. Though he had long transcended the need for food, he hadn't savored a proper meal in ages. He wondered if the Star self-service barbecue near the school was still open. No sooner had Zhang Sheng returned to his apartment than he received word from Dean Ho. Russia, Kirov. Zhang Sheng opened the map to locate the city. Deep within Russia's interior, in a city named Kirov, a blue-tier secret realm had recently descended. Due to its vast territory and sparse population, Russia lacked the resources to purge all the secret realms within its borders. Using nuclear weapons would destroy the realms, but yield nothing, a tremendous waste. Thus, Russia opened the rights to conquer this secret realm. Zhang Sheng, your mission to Kirov to clear the secret realm will be publicized across the entire network. This includes your appearance. Be prepared. You will receive no combat support for this operation. Stay vigilant. The bait was laid bare. It remained to be seen whether the enemy would take it. The blue-tier secret realm in Kirov would open at noon the following day. At that moment, in a highly classified and secure residential complex in China, Zhang Sheng's parents were watching television. Yuanfu, come quick. Isn't that our son? Zhang's mother exclaimed excitedly. It really is our son. Zhang Yuanfu stared at the China news broadcast. China will dispatch its strongest cultivator, Zhang Sheng, to conquer the blue-tier secret realm in Kirov, Russia. The news photo showed Zhang Sheng in battle armor, a side profile, with several spirit flying daggers circling him. His brows were sharp as blades, his eyes bright as stars, his expression resolute. This was China's first public revelation of its top powerhouse, sparking a global uproar. Some cheered while others jeered. Among the most indignant were those from Korea and India. Yuanfu, is Sheng going to fight demonic beasts? Zhang's mother asked anxiously. Yes, Sheng has grown up. He knows what to do and what not to do. Don't call him and add to his burden. Zhang Yuanfu quickly grasped his wife's hand, stopping her from calling their son. In the underground training hall, Dean Ho, Dean Yin, and the other 6 prodigies were present. This second-grade spirit flying dagger is the only one of its kind in China. I obtained it by slaying a demonic beast. Catched. Song Xian tossed a cerulean flying dagger. Thanks, brother. Zhang Sheng had been in need of a second-grade spirit flying dagger, and this one was acquired by Song Xian in another secret realm. Xian, go after I kill Roddy, he'll return it to you. No need. Flying daggers aren't much use to me. If you can get me a greatsword or a long blade spirit weapon instead. Song Xian chuckled. Sheng Gu, we await your triumphant return. May your martial path flourish. Ho Wu declared loudly. May your martial path flourish. May your martial path flourish. The crowd echoed in unison. Zhang Sheng transformed into a blur as he soared into the sky. A journey of nearly 8,000 kilometers would require considerable flight time. Elsewhere, a secret realm within Russia. Zhang Sheng. If it were inside China, I might have hesitated. But since you dare to leave your country, I have no reason to let you go. Even if it's a trap, so what? Watch me devour everything and escape unscathed. Flesh wings and ethereal energy wings sprouted from his back simultaneously, and Roddy's figure shattered the sound barrier, in an instant heading for Kirov, Russia. During his flight, Zhang Sheng attempted to alter his appearance. This was one of the abilities gained upon reaching perfection in the Foundation Establishment stage, the first stage of the Nine Tribulations mystic art. By slightly adjusting the spacing of his bones and the distribution of his muscles, his appearance changed entirely. The handsome youth instantly transformed into an ordinary middle-aged man. If Zhang Sheng did not reveal himself, and with his aura perfectly concealed, even Roddy would struggle to recognize him face to face. Flying at several times the speed of sound, Zhang Sheng reached Kirov, Russia, in under 3 hours. Thereafter, he flew at the speed of an ordinary divine sense realm cultivator. With several hours remaining before the secret realm opened, Zhang Sheng spent the time surveying the surroundings of Kirov. He prepared for the upcoming battle. Though his smart terminal had holographic maps, nothing beat a field inspection for uncovering finer details. One had to admit China had chosen an excellent location for the secret realm, deep within Russia, far from any coastline. It would be difficult for Roddy to escape by sea. As time ticked by around the blue-tier secret realm in Kirov, aside from the guarding Russian soldiers, cultivators had arrived to participate in the conquest. They came from all over the world, predominantly European cultivators. Zhang Sheng, in his middle-aged guise, continuously used his spiritual eye art to observe every arriving cultivator. Strange. Why is there no trace of Roddy's spiritual energy? Zhang Sheng was all too familiar with Roddy's spiritual aura. He had first sensed it on Costello, where the spiritual energy in his head matched what he later detected from Roddy. Now, under Zhang Sheng's perfected spiritual eye art, he could not find a trace of the man. Could it be that he truly didn't come? Zhang Sheng scanned the crowd again, but refrained from using his divine sense. Probing others with divine sense in a gathering of divine sense realm experts would surely provoke outrage. Zhang Sheng's gaze settled on a black man who, like Zhang Sheng, exuded no spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, the black man also noticed Zhang Sheng in his middle-aged disguise. The black man flashed a cold smile, moved his lips, and then made a throat-slitting gesture. Zhang Sheng read his lips. Found you. Well, so much for disguising myself. Among the cultivators gathered to purge the secret realm, only 2 could completely conceal their auras. And these 2 happened to possess respectively a perfected spiritual eye art and strength detection talent. In a single glance, Zhang Sheng and Roddy had discovered each other. Zhang Sheng's lips moved slightly as he condensed his voice into a thread, transmitting it to Roddy's ear. Roddy, I'm right here. I know you covet my talent. If you dare settle everything in the secret realm. The secret realm opened and Zhang Sheng was the first to soar into it. Luo Di, daring to show himself, was naturally unafraid of any schemes and followed closely behind, unleashing his divine sense. The environment within a kilometer radius was imprinted in his mind. To conceal the vastness of his spiritual perception, Zhang Sheng deliberately limited his probing range. So he did follow, didn't he? Zhang Sheng turned to look. Luo Di had sprouted 4 wings and was flying with astonishing speed. Before them lay layered peaks and towering mountains. Zhang Sheng, is this the burial ground you've chosen for yourself? Luo Di's voice came from behind. Zhang Sheng paid no heed, accelerating slightly as he flew deeper into the secret realm. Zhang Sheng, today, we'll see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Even if you've planted a nuclear bomb in this realm, it won't matter. With his multitude of top-tier talents, Luo Di was confident he could survive any environment. Not even a nuclear blast could harm him. This was why, despite knowing Zhang Sheng's appearance might be a trap, he still came. Now he was intensely curious about Zhang Sheng's talent. Was it instant spellcasting or something else? If it were instant spellcasting, that still wouldn't explain Zhang Sheng's incredibly profound spiritual energy. So he speculated that instant spellcasting was merely one effect of his talent. Thinking of soon devouring Zhang Sheng's talent, he couldn't help but lick his lips. Zhang Sheng flew 300 kilometers before stopping above a lake. Oh, why stop running? Zhang Sheng, I don't know where you found the courage to come after me, Luo Di sneered, especially now that the whole world knows I possess the ability to devour talents. Zhang Sheng turned to face Luo Di, his expression calm. He snapped his fingers with his right hand. Instantly, hundreds of lightning bolts erupted around Luo Di. Now that he had stepped into the divine breath realm, even a first-tier spell's power was magnified several times. Zhang Sheng, you fight dirty. Luo Di cursed. Damn it, this trick again. A gigantic lotus appeared around Luo Di. The lightning struck the lotus, but had no effect. Zhang Sheng, you didn't think the same move would work on me twice, did you? Luo Di formed hand seals, conjuring a massive fire serpent that opened its maw and lunged at Zhang Sheng. With a thought, a spiritual shield rose layer upon layer, 81 in total. Zhang Sheng frowned, only now confirming his suspicion as Luo Di cast the spell. The Luo Di before him hadn't changed his appearance, yet his spiritual energy aura was different from before, similar in some ways yet distinct. How strange. From a white man to a black man, constantly changing talents and spells. How did he manage it? Not only that, but the spiritual energy radiating from Luo Di was incredibly powerful, a full 5 million surpassing even Song Xian. So this person before him might not be Luo Di, or perhaps his physical body had undergone unknown changes. Crack, crack, crack. The spiritual shield shattered rapidly. The fire dragon Luo Di had summoned was likely a second-tier spell, yet its destructive speed still couldn't match the shield's regeneration rate. Damn it. Luo Di used his spiritual eye talent, but still couldn't see through Zhang Sheng's flawless body. In that case, try this. Enhanced laser. 2 blinding golden beams shot from Luo Di's eyes. This time, he simultaneously activated his SS-grade talent laser vision and SS-grade talent enhancement. Several top awakened ones had fallen to this very move. The 2 laser beams merged into one, instantly shattering Zhang Sheng's 81 layers of spiritual shield. The instant the shield broke, Zhang Sheng dodged as best he could, avoiding his heart, but the laser still pierced through his chest. Zhang Sheng, countless strong have died to this move. You'll be no exception. With mountains and water here, it's a fitting burial ground. But in Luo Di's eyes, the wound on Zhang Sheng's chest was healing at a visible rate. Impossible. Luo Di's eyes widened. Such astonishing regenerative speed. Was it a talent or a spell? The perfected foundation establishment stage of the 9 tribulations secret scripture had granted Zhang Sheng's body unparalleled recovery. Regrowing limbs was trivial, especially since he also possessed the perfected transformation level spell revitalization. The enhanced laser was only effective as a surprise attack. Now on guard, Zhang Sheng relied on his perfected transformation level flight spell to dart and weave through the air. Luo Di's laser eyes couldn't land a hit, only wasting his mental energy. With a thought, he summoned 81 layers of spiritual shield. Waterbind. Freeze. Dozens of water dragons rose from the lake below, surging toward Luo Di. They instantly enveloped Luo Di and his lotus, while he simultaneously cast a freezing spell, turning them into a solid ice sculpture. A black man sitting cross-legged in the center of a lotus. Zhang Sheng found the sight hard to stomach. Shatter. As the ice sculpture broke, Luo Di was nowhere inside. Die. Luo Di teleported behind Zhang Sheng and unleashed another enhanced laser. But his appearance was instantly detected by Zhang Sheng's divine sense. As Zhang Sheng moved, he conjured several wooden prisons outside the 81 shield layers. Spell, wooden prison. The wooden cage not only stood between Luo Di and Zhang Sheng, weakening the laser's power, but also bound Luo Di tightly. 100,000 volts. This time Luo Di didn't have time to activate his Lotus Protection talent, but his passive talent State Compensation activated. The lightning's power was absorbed by the State Compensation talent, giving Luo Di a moment to breathe. The Lotus Protection bloomed around him again. Damn it. This guy didn't have so many tricks last time. Luo Di was alarmed. Zhang Sheng, I admit you have some skill, but this is the end. Luo Di produced a spirit blade from somewhere. The moment he drew it, Zhang Sheng sensed a sharp, piercing aura emanating from him. It seemed that Miyamoto Saburo of Japan had indeed fallen to his hand. Luo Di swung the blade repeatedly, shredding the wooden prison into countless light fragments, then slashed toward Zhang Sheng. A rainbow beam shot from Zhang Sheng's waist. Tip to tip, the flying blade clashed violently with Luo Di's long blade, sparks flying as thunderous roars erupted. Cultivators watching from afar, drawn by the commotion, heard only the immense thunder. They could only see 2 lines of light colliding in the sky, one gold, one blue. The 2 lines colliding at high speed were dizzying to behold. Run! That was their first instinct. The shockwaves from a battle between 2 top powerhouses were beyond their ability to endure. Getting caught and killed by accident would be a tragedy more unjust than Does. Luo Di's spirit blade was clearly a second-tier artifact. The first-tier flying daggers were no match for it. Zhang Sheng could only control his soul's second-tier flying dagger to counter. But with the dual enhancement of his perfected transformation-level telekinesis spell and powerful divine sense, even Luo Di's talent of mastering the blade's Tao left him helpless against Zhang Sheng. Damn it! How can this guy's spiritual energy be so abundant? Despite the high-intensity battle, Zhang Sheng's spiritual energy showed no sign of waning. Luo Di was furious. In his last fight with Zhang Sheng, he had realized that his total spiritual energy was his weakness. To compensate for this flaw, he had suppressed his disgust, abandoned his original white body, and taken over a black man with a special physical talent. This black man's Qi Si and Dantian were naturally 9 times larger than an ordinary person's. Yet at this moment, he noticed several crescent-shaped spirit artifacts materializing around Zhang Sheng. The crescent blades were engraved with wolf patterns, radiating a silver, icy gleam. Moon slash. Several crescent blades streaked across the sky, hurtling straight toward Roddy. These moon blades seemed to have eyes of their own, No matter how Roddy moved, they relentlessly pursued him, leaving him no chance to escape. If they did not strike, they would never cease. This was one of the traits of this second-tier spell, within the range of divine since it was destined to hit its target. Roddy swung his blade to parry, but he could only sever one or two of the moon blades. Zhang Sheng cast the spell continuously, sending an endless stream of moon blades slicing toward Roddy. Roddy's soul nearly fled in terror. His skin instantly turned a golden hue. SSS-rank talent, indestructible golden body. The moon blades clashed against Roddy's golden form, sparks flying in all directions. Roddy's face twisted in agony. Zhang Sheng's moon blades varied in size. The larger ones carried immense force, while the smaller ones were swift and cunningly agile. The combination of the two made them impossible to defend against. By fully activating the indestructible golden body talent, he could prevent them from breaking through his defenses, yet the relentless massive impacts were unbearable. Roddy even felt as though his internal organs had been displaced. Before Zhang Sheng, Roddy was like a golden punching bag, utterly powerless to fight back. This was the complete opposite of what Roddy had anticipated. If this continued, his spiritual energy would be depleted and death would be certain. Within Zhang Sheng's Dantian 9 spiritual sun spun at high speed, releasing an immense spiritual pressure of nearly 90 million. How is this possible? How can anyone possess such formidable spiritual power? Roddy kept blinking in and out of sight. Countless bolts of lightning and moon blades materialized around Zhang Sheng. Lightning danced between the moon blades, weaving a net of death in brilliant silver. Thunder moon slash. Moon blades crackling with electricity converged to encircle and slay Roddy. This move alone cost Zhang Sheng 5 million units of spiritual energy, nearly equivalent to Roddy's entire reserve. If struck by this attack, Roddy would surely perish. Roddy pushed his instantaneous movement to its absolute limit. A single misstep would leave him utterly annihilated. Zhang Sheng, you don't think you've already secured victory, do you? Aren't you curious why I, at such a disadvantage, haven't used my blink to escape? Roddy sneered, his lips barely moving. Spirit sealing barrier. Zhang Sheng suddenly felt the world spin, and the scene before him shifted dramatically. His divine sense was confined within a cubic space 100 meters on each side. This was because the space Zhang Sheng now occupied was exactly that size. Zhang Sheng, I truly didn't want to resort to this move, but your spiritual power is simply too overwhelming. No previous cultivator could withstand even my enhanced laser. You are the first to experience my spirit sealing barrier divine ability. At this moment, within the entire space, only Zhang Sheng and Roddy remained. Zhang Sheng suspected he was no longer within the secret realm, but that Roddy had transported him to another dimension. Though Zhang Sheng could still sense the spiritual energy within his Dantian, he could not mobilize even a fraction of it. All spells had become completely ineffective. Noticed, have you? Don't bother, Zhang Sheng. Your vaunted spells cannot be cast within my barrier. Without your spells, you are nothing but a lamb awaiting slaughter. Zhang Sheng, though I have possessed this body and greatly increased my spiritual power, I was never confident in dealing with your spells. So I have been searching for a way to suppress spiritual power. Fortune favors the diligent. Among the billions of awakened on Earth, I finally found an SS-rank talent awakener with the innate array, spirit sealing array. Combined with the talent spatial barrier, I created this mighty ability which I call the divine ability, spirit sealing barrier. Roddy spoke as if introducing a masterpiece of his own. Zhang Sheng, once I absorb your talent, perhaps no one on Earth will be able to stop me. I will become the Emperor of Earth. The first person in history to rule the globe. Roddy exclaimed excitedly, paying no heed to Zhang Sheng within the barrier. Have you said enough? Zhang Sheng swallowed several spirit-nourishing pills and spoke calmly. At the same time, he held a second-tier spirit weapon, flying dagger. What? Still putting up a futile resistance? Roddy sneered coldly. His skin turned golden once more, and he charged at Zhang Sheng with his blade in both hands. Though he could not use spiritual power within the barrier, he could still activate his talents. With the talents of Blade Dao Transcendence and Indestructible Golden Body, he was already in an invincible position. Seeing this, Zhang Sheng immediately activated the Blood Sea Crimson Heart Palace, and the blood energy within his body surged like a mighty ocean. After experiencing 9 lives and 9 deaths, his blood energy was now 10,000 times stronger than before. Crimson aura swirled across his entire body, and the blood energy coalesced around the originally azure, flying dagger, almost tangible. It took on a hue of red and blue intermingled. Zhang Sheng transformed into a crimson dragon, charging heat-in to meet the enemy. Though startled by Zhang Sheng's transformation, Roddy was like an arrow already loosed from the bow. There was no turning back. The moment the long blade clashed with the flying dagger. Bang! Roddy felt as though he had slammed into an iron wall, his blood and chi churning violently. When he came to his senses, his body had already collided with the barrier's wall. Fortunately, the indestructible golden body saved him, otherwise that one blow would have been the end. You? What kind of monster are you? Roddy stammered, the hand holding his blade trembling uncontrollably. Having believed that restricting Zhang Sheng's spiritual power would guarantee victory, he never expected Zhang Sheng's physique to rival that of a humanoid beast. Zhang Sheng, I still have tricks up my sleeve. Roddy roared, his eyes bloodshot. Hundredfold gravity. Roddy unleashed yet another hidden trump card. The sudden weight pressed down on Zhang Sheng, nearly causing him to lose his footing, but his powerful physique quickly adapted after a brief adjustment. Roddy, you madman, just how many top-tier cultivators have you devoured? Zhang Sheng never expected the man before him to be so deranged. Yet recalling how he had used a nuclear bomb to massacre cultivators, it was no longer surprising. At this point, Roddy realized he was utterly incapable of defeating Zhang Sheng. The hundredfold gravity was merely a stalling tactic. However, even if he lifted the barrier and used instantaneous movement, without the sea, he would still face certain death. I only knew you were a master of spells with profound spiritual power, but I never imagined your physical body was this formidable. Roddy licked his lips. Roddy, I've let you live long enough. Zhang Sheng charged at Roddy, flying dagger in hand. Suddenly, a mass of gray mist flew out from Roddy's head. The mist appeared intangible, and Zhang Sheng could only watch helplessly as it entered his own mind. Zhang Sheng, your body is mine. I've grown tired of that black body. The gray mist dared to enter Zhang Sheng's Niwen palace. Zhang Sheng, once I possess this body of yours, I will walk the world in your form. I will use this body to devour all the top-tier talent awakened in China. At the critical moment of life and death, Roddy chose to unleash his final trump card, the SS-rank possession talent. Having devoured the talents of several top-tier awakened, he was confident that no one possessed a spiritual power greater than his own. However, no. Why is your Niwen palace so vast? Roddy's soul coalesced into a human form, revealing his original appearance. Having devoured a multitude of talents, his soul and spiritual power far surpassed those of other cultivators. But just as he searched for Zhang Sheng's soul to devour, he saw a pillar reaching the heavens dozens of meters in diameter within the Niwen palace. Looking further up, there was a spider formed of gray mist as massive as a mountain. With a gentle inhale from the spider, the gray mist comprising Roddy's soul flew into its mouth. Zhang Sheng, I knew you weren't human. Roddy's soul let out a despairing cry as it was drawn into the spider's gaping maw. Recovering his senses, Zhang Sheng was terrified. If not for cultivating the spider web mind concentration technique, Roddy might have succeeded in possessing him. Now that Roddy was dead, the ceiling barrier dissolved. Space shifted and Zhang Sheng found himself back in his original position. Roddy's corpse fell naturally toward the lake below. Zhang Sheng quickly cast the object control art, levitating the body and drawing it before him. Roddy's weapon, a spirit-grade long blade, also flew into Zhang Sheng's hand. Probing with his spiritual sense, he found no trace of life in the corpse, but he noticed a ring on its middle finger that seemed to be a special spirit artifact. The ring flew into Zhang Sheng's hand, and a fireball art incinerated Roddy's corpse. When Zhang Sheng attempted to inject his spiritual sense into the ring, he discovered a vast space within. The space was immense, spanning thousands of meters in circumference. So that was it. He had wondered where Roddy had produced that spirit-grade long blade. This ring must be a storage ring as recorded in cultivation common knowledge. Killing Roddy had yielded an unexpected windfall. The contents were not numerous, roughly 1,000,000 spirit pearls, over 100 first-grade spirit artifacts, 5 large oval bombs, and 2 blue jade slips. The most precious items were likely the 2 blue jade slips. With a thought, Zhang Sheng summoned them into his hands. These items occupied only a corner of the storage ring. As for the large oval bombs, they were probably nuclear warheads. They held no value for him, and would have to be handed over to the dean upon return. Even according to the cultivation common knowledge recorded in the jade slips, storage rings were extremely rare and far more valuable than spirit artifacts of the same grade. Zhang Sheng slipped the ring onto his index finger. To his surprise, it merged with his skin, invisible to anyone but himself. It seemed the ring had revealed its true form only after Roddy's death severed its attachment. Although Roddy was dead, Zhang Sheng clearly remembered that Roddy possessed the beast-taming talent. Throughout the battle, however, Roddy had not summoned a single tamed beast. Now that Roddy was dead, according to the experience of other awakened individuals with the beast-taming talent, once the master dies, even if their tamed beast survives, it becomes no different from an ordinary demon beast. What Zhang Sheng failed to realize was that Roddy understood that even a divine breath realm demon beast would be useless in his fight against Zhang Sheng. Moreover, his only divine breath realm spirit beast was a worm. So Roddy left the worm at the entrance of the secret realm. If Zhang Sheng escaped his grasp, the demon worm lying in ambush at the secret realm's entrance might catch him off guard. But Roddy had anticipated Zhang Sheng's escape, not his own death. At that moment, the demon worm at the secret realm's entrance sensed its master's death. The memories buried deep in its soul slowly surfaced, memories from before its civilization fell. That damn fool finally died. I'm free. The demon worm stretched its head. Roddy had merely devoured an S-grade beast taming talent awakened individual. Even when the master died, the tamed beast did not perish, instead it gained freedom. Without Roddy's restrictions, the divine breath realm demon beast quickly regained its proper consciousness. The memories deep within its soul were slowly being reactivated. This new civilization is called Earth, isn't it? Since that existence has given us a chance at rebirth, how could we give up? It twisted its body and spat out a white larva. The larva was minuscule like a sesame seed with transparent wings. It moved swiftly and silently without any trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. If examined under a magnifying glass, the larva's head would resemble a drill bit. The larva flew out of the ground and headed for the back of a secret realm guard's head. Its drill-like head bored directly into the guard's skull. While releasing paralytic toxins, the larva instantly took control of the guard's brain. In the civilization of demon beasts, this tiny creature bore a fearsome name, the mind parasite worm. And the true identity of the demon worm contracted by Roddy was the mind parasite worm empress. Having taken control of a secret realm guard, the mind parasite worm empress left through the underground. It still had much to do for the revival of the demon beast civilization. On Zhang Sheng's side, after dealing with Roddy, he naturally had no reason to spare the divine breath realm demon beasts in the secret realm. Under the illumination of his powerful spiritual sense, everything within a 10-kilometer radius was exposed. Flapping his spiritual wings, Zhang Sheng flew swiftly through the secret realm, acquiring 2 blue jade slips and a second-grade low-quality spirit spear, which he stored in his storage ring. The ordinary divine breath realm demon beasts in the secret realm had spiritual energy ranging only from 100,000 to 1 million. Lacking intelligence and with monotonous attack methods, they were no match for Zhang Sheng. As for Qi-Si realm beasts, he killed none. These Qi-Si realm creatures were of little use to him now. The moment he stepped out of the secret realm, Zhang Sheng's gaze fell upon one of the guards. Waterbind. Water materialized out of thin air, completely trapping the guard. Zhang Sheng's spiritual eyes detected a faint, turbid spiritual energy within the guard's head. Bastard, what are you doing? The other guards immediately surrounded him. Zhang Sheng said nothing, but forcibly invaded the guard's brain with his spiritual sense, determined to see what that turbid spiritual energy was. A worm. The mind parasite worm had grown to the size of a grain of rice. The moment it came into contact with Zhang Sheng's spiritual sense, the mind parasite worm empress thousands of miles away realized it had been exposed. Instantly, the mind parasite worm in the guard's brain turned into blood. However, the guard also lost his life. To outsiders, it appeared that Zhang Sheng had killed the guard with a spell. This guard was parasitized by a demon beast. Him taking him away. Ignoring the Russian guards, Zhang Sheng directly stored the corpse in his storage ring. The man was already dead. Zhang Sheng couldn't explain and could only take the body. Then he vanished in a blur, instantly breaking the sound barrier, leaving the other guards to watch helplessly as he killed and fled. Fortunately, Zhang Sheng still appeared as a middle-aged man. The incident eventually fizzled out. The Russian guards couldn't verify Zhang Sheng's claim nor prove his guilt. This demon worm's methods are similar to Castro's case, but also different. However, it's certain that it's related to Roddy's contracted beast. During flight, Zhang Sheng retrieved the guard's corpse. On the surface, the Russian guard looked as if he were asleep. Unfortunately, the demon worm had dissolved into blood that mixed with the guards, yielding no useful information. Zhang Sheng could only release a fireball, incinerating the corpse. The journey back was exceptionally easy. It was late at night on August 13th. Zhang Sheng looked up at the starry sky where countless stars twinkled. 2 moons rode side by side, one of them azure blue. The appearance of the apocalypse star had brought about all these upheavals. Talent, secret realms, demon beasts, cultivation civilizations. Some thrived in this catastrophe while countless others perished. The moment he left the secret realm, Zhang Sheng informed Dean Ho Wu and the others about killing Roddy, inviting them all to his home. He also asked his parents to prepare more ingredients for the guests. Upon hearing the news, everyone's anxieties were finally put to rest. Zhang Sheng landed at the entrance of the residential complex. Through his divine sense, he perceived that everyone had already arrived at his home. When he opened the door, his father was sitting on the sofa watching television. The television was playing an entertainment program that his father usually disliked the most. "Shenger, how are you? Are you injured?" Zhang Yuanfu quickly rushed over to examine Zhang Sheng. Hearing this, his mother also hurried from the kitchen to the living room. "Shenger, are you hurt? Let mom take a good look at you." Her voice choked with emotion, eyes red and swollen, dark circles under her eyes, tears silently falling from the corners. His mother's hands were rough, yet warm, trembling as they caressed Zhang Sheng's cheeks. Truly, the love of parents knows no bounds. How could she not worry about her child after seeing the news on television? Every second and minute she was consumed by worry, unable to rest, even for a moment. His parents were formerly large-scale farmers in the countryside, busiest during transplanting, irrigation, harvesting, and sundering rice. Although their income was substantial, it was earned through sheer sweat and toil. They appeared several years older than their urban counterparts of the same age. Despite such hardship, they never skimped on material support for Zhang Sheng. Understanding his parents' worries and not wanting them to fret any longer, Zhang Sheng arranged the celebration banquet at his own home. In the living room, Dean Ho Wu and Song Xian and the others merely smiled quietly as they watched this scene. Although Lin Jin and the other two had regained consciousness, their internal organs were severely injured, so they remained in special wards for quiet recuperation. Zhang Sheng spoke up, "It's over. I've killed Rodi. There's not even a trace of his body left." There was another reason why Zhang Sheng did not bring back Rodi's corpse. Rodi's original form was a white man, but his corpse at the time of death was that of a black man. If Zhang Sheng explained that the black man was the result of Rodi's possession, a problem would arise. How would Zhang Sheng explain that he himself had not been possessed by Rodi? So Zhang Sheng simply cremated Rodi's body. He had already devised a new account of the battle's course on the way back. As for the demonic insect capable of controlling cultivators, Zhang Sheng refrained from mentioning it for now, planning to discuss the solution with everyone upon returning to school. Although this demonic insect posed far less of a threat than Rodi, its special ability to control cultivators demanded special attention. If it ever gained control over a nuclear weapon's trigger, the consequences would be catastrophic. Zhang Sheng, congratulations on your triumphant return. Are you injured? Ho Wu asked. Dean brothers, everything went smoothly on this trip. Rodi has been utterly annihilated. Rodi's physical body was destroyed and his soul was obliterated by the mystic spider conjured from Zhang Sheng's soul. He was as dead as could be. Does that mean we can now operate abroad? Lu Zhuo adjusted his glasses excitedly. Zhang Sheng transmitted a message via divine sense to Ho Wu and the several sequences. Everyone, after slaying Rodi, I made a new discovery. We'll discuss it in detail after returning to school. Tonight, let's just eat and drink to our heart's content. Zhang Sheng's tone was light, though there were lingering issues. The major affliction had been removed. To avoid troubling his mother, Zhang Sheng invited the head chef of the Star Barbecue restaurant and Xingxing to dine together. They savored various flavors of barbecue accompanied by alcoholic beverages, and the gathering didn't break up until the early hours. After everyone left, his parents slept soundly, even smiling in their sleep. Zhang Sheng, however, quietly left home and headed to the first cultivation university, arriving at the underground hall. Dean Ho Wu and the several sequences were already waiting there. Zhang Sheng informed them about the demonic insect, and together they formulated an initial plan. First, they needed to find the hiding place of this demonic insect. Second, they had to closely monitor the movements of key figures both domestically and internationally to prevent critical personnel from being controlled by the insect. Without Rodi's control, no one knew what the demonic insect might do. Its level of intelligence was also unknown. If the demonic insect were regarded as an ordinary demon beast with the goal of eradicating humanity, and if it possessed extremely high intelligence, it would undoubtedly be a colossal disaster for mankind. However, this was merely the worst-case scenario. Things were not so dire. If the insect's individual strength were truly formidable, Rodi would not have left it behind when confronting him. Moreover, human awakening abilities were diverse, so there should be a way to find a talent that could counter the demonic insect. Returning to his residence, Zhang Sheng resumed his cultivation of the mystic pearl concentration method in the moon slash. Several days passed without any news of the demonic insect, as if it had vanished. One evening, Zhang Sheng gazed up at the starry sky. Twin moons hung high, and for some reason, every time he looked up, the blue moon seemed to possess a special allure, drawing him in. Zhang Sheng had asked others, but none shared this sensation. Rodi's death was not publicly announced by China. Thus, the shadow Rodi cast over cultivators from all nations remained, preventing other powerful figures on Earth from acting rashly. Chinese cultivators could seize this opportunity to go abroad and purge other blue-level secret realms, acquiring more cultivation resources. For every additional resource China gained, more cultivators could be trained, while foreign nations lost one. As their strength waned and hours waxed, China would continue to stand at the pinnacle. Zhang Sheng handed over the 5 nuclear warheads obtained from Rodi to Ho Wu and a second-grade low-quality spirit weapon longsword to Song Xian. Thus, the promise made to Song Xian was fulfilled. With the continuous development of new construction projects and the involvement of Earth element talent awakeners, the underground structure of the first cultivation university grew increasingly complex. Initially, there was only one elevator and a cultivation hall tens of meters underground. Now, with the participation of cultivators, the entire 100-meter depth had been fully developed, divided into 10 levels. The 9 Extremes Spirit Gathering Array was a high-quality trophy obtained from killing the first demon beast when the first white-level secret realm appeared in China. However, it had become meaningless for cultivation at the Divine Breath stage. Now new faces cultivated on the array, though they were at the Chi C stage, their talents were exceptional. Among them, 2 showed potential for 100 spirits per refinement, indicating a profound understanding of the heavenly movement art. These were the second batch of sequences China aimed to cultivate after a series of adjustments and reforms. In the new era, talent cultivation methods were constantly being refined, and new elites must be continuously nurtured. By cultivating the primordial chaos Chi refinement to its perfect state, cultivators could break through from the Chi C stage to the Divine Breath stage on their own. Countless Divine Breath stage powerhouses were born on Earth every moment, yet there were no subsequent cultivation techniques. This created a huge problem, no method to cultivate further, and resources were extremely limited. There were only so many blue-level secret realms and Divine Breath stage demon beasts. Each one killed meant one less. Between nations and between cultivators, the struggle for blue-level secret realms grew increasingly fierce. A great number of powerhouses who had broken through to the Divine Sense realm discovered a critical issue: not everyone could open all 3 palaces. Many cultivators at the Divine Sense realm were unable to open the Niwen Palace to birth their Divine Sense. Ordinary people cultivate the Heavenly Journey art to refine essence into Chi, a stage known as Foundation Establishment. Depending on the mastery of the Heavenly Journey art, refining essence into Chi is categorized into levels from 1 refinement 1 spirit to 1 refinement 100 spirits. The more spiritual power one can refine per refinement, the deeper and more solid their foundation. Zhang Sheng cultivated the Heavenly Journey art to its consummate perfection, achieving a terrifying 1 refinement 10,000 spirits. Such a foundation was utterly formidable. A cultivator at the perfected Chi C realm with 1 refinement 10,000 spirits possessed 10,000 times the spiritual power of one with 1 refinement 1 spirit. During the breakthrough to the Divine Sense realm, the spiritual dragon in the Chi C transforms into true yang energy, charging into the Niwen Palace and descending into the Jiangxing Palace, allowing all 3 palaces to open fully. However, for those below 1 refinement 10 spirits, their 9 true yang nodes are weak and dim, utterly incapable of reaching the Niwen Palace, and they fall back into the Dantian. Though these individuals have also reached the Divine Sense realm, their foundations are too poor to open the Niwen and Jiangxing palaces. Unable to birth their divine sense, their cultivation can advance no further, and their path of cultivation is severed forever. Once one breaks through to the Divine Sense realm, the upward channel from the Dantian opens, and there is no chance to start over. This piece of information soon spread across the globe. Paradoxically, its dissemination turned out to be a blessing, as far more cultivators had not yet broken through to the Divine Sense realm. This situation gave those who hadn't made the breakthrough a chance to begin anew. All they had to do was continue refining essence into Chi, elevate their mastery of the Heavenly Journey art, then exhaust all the spiritual power in their Dantian and condense a new spiritual dragon. Suddenly, the essence-nourishing pills and spirit-nourishing pills required for practicing the Heavenly Journey art to refine essence into Chi became extremely sought-after commodities. Fortunately, the refining methods for both pills were quite simple, and many cultivators knew how to make them. As for raw materials, there was no shortage. Spirit plants like golden spirit rice were abundant all over the present-day Earth. Farming and tilling the land is ingrained in the bones of the Chinese people. Although top-grade versions of these pills were hard to come by, low and mid-grade ones were plentiful on the Myriad Treasures network, priced at only a tenth of their early cost. Unfortunately, there was no turning back after breaking through to the Divine Sense realm, and even the other sequence powerhouses were filled with regret. Yet, compelled by the dire circumstances and the threat of the secret realms, they had no choice but to break through. Possessing supreme talent while lacking a top-tier foundation was a personal regret for each of them and a loss for China. Although each of them had at least 1 refinement 10 spirits, if they could do it over, they would surely persist in cultivation until reaching 1 refinement 100 spirits, or until they could advance no further before breaking through. If only I could help them rebuild their cultivation. This thought arose spontaneously in Zhang Sheng's mind. Fortunately, the first cultivation university had once established a school rule. Students who failed to reach 1 refinement 10 spirits within 1 month of enrollment were all expelled. This resulted in very few students breaking through to the Divine Sense realm, and those who did had all 3 palaces fully opened. Those who hadn't broken through could continue refining essence into Chi. This regulation was also adopted by other universities of fortune for China. Now everyone understood that the path of cultivation was like building a tower. A lofty terrace rises from a mound of earth. To achieve a higher realm, one must forge an unparalleled foundation. Inside the alchemy chamber, 4 blue jade slips lay before Zhang Sheng. 2 were spoils from killing Roddy, and the other 2 were obtained from slaying the blue-level secret realm beast Kirov. Each slip, if taken out, would be coveted by countless cultivators. Zhang Sheng pressed them one by one against his forehead, and streams of divine sense information flooded into his sea of consciousness. The first art, primordial chaos heavenly art. Unfortunately, he had already obtained this divine sense realm chi cultivation technique before. Having a duplicate was largely useless. Slave brand condensed the power of spirit into a slave brand pearl and implant it into a being's soul. With a thought the slave lives, with a thought the slave dies. It was a mysterious art, but it required that the target offer no resistance and that the caster's spiritual power be superior, otherwise the brand would lose its effect. Such a significant limitation made it impractical. Who would willingly become another slave, unless coerced by the threat of death? Zhang Sheng, however, already had a use in mind for the slave brand. Submit and live, resist and die. Zhang Sheng was confident there would be those who knew to yield to circumstance. The third jade slip contained the method for crafting a second-grade talisman. Named the Explosive Flame Talisman, it was a super upgrade of the Fireball Talisman possessing immense power. Zhang Sheng could instantly cast a moon slash with a mere thought. He had little interest in such time-consuming talismans, especially since their activation speed was slower than instant spells. The fourth jade slip recorded a second-grade spear technique, shattering mountain tripolar spear. Its content was vast, and its spear forms were profoundly mysterious, making it an extremely powerful close combat art. Having obtained several blue jade slips in succession, Zhang Sheng could see that the value of their contents varied vastly. The most precious was undoubtedly the 9 Tribulations secret cannon from the first slip. In Zhang Sheng's view, all others were far inferior to this body-tempering art. How peculiar. The primordial chaos heavenly art was a divine sense realm chi cultivation method, and Zhang Sheng had finally reached the point to cultivate it. Spiritual power circulates from the dantian through the Bodhis meridians, a complexity far exceeding the primordial chaos chi refinement method. The chi must travel through the entire body, completing a major cycle to finish one session of cultivation. Yet before completing even half a cycle, he failed. Just like when learning the moon slash spell, second grade arts were extremely difficult, often failing many times before a single success. But then Zhang Sheng stared in shock at his talent panel. Despite failing to complete the major cycle, his talent panel displayed a line of text. Detected learning of art. Primordial chaos heavenly art progress 15. What was happening? Not only that, but Zhang Sheng also noticed his talent had changed. Awakened talent eternal verification grade eternal unique. The font had changed from its original black to gold. This was the first time Zhang Sheng had summoned his talent panel since killing Roddy. Could it be due to devouring Roddy's soul? He had experienced nothing else extraordinary, but although he hadn't gained Roddy's devouring talent, his own eternal verification talent had evolved to eternal unique. Eternal unique. Eternal unique. Zhang Sheng silently repeated these 4 words. How marvelous. Although he hadn't acquired the devouring talent and couldn't fathom the meaning of these words, he was certain of one thing. His talent had grown immensely stronger. A fundamental change had occurred. Previously, only upon successfully executing a skill or spell would the talent panel display detected executable. Learn. Now, even without a successful execution, the panel showed the mastery progress. Zhang Sheng attempted to circulate the Hunyuan Celestial Art once more. Detected cultivation of the Hunyuan Celestial Art progress 24. Although he still failed to complete a full grand cycle, new insights flooded into his mind. The errors made during his second attempt surfaced in his consciousness, laying a solid foundation for future success. It seemed his talent, once proven, forever proven, might be superior to the devouring talent. Zhang Sheng mused inwardly. Although the devouring talent was formidable, allowing one to absorb others' talents, it could not be applied to every aspect of cultivation. The ultimate measure of personal strength lay in one's cultivation realm. No matter how powerful one's talents, they were useless if one's realm fell behind. The third attempt to circulate the Hunyuan Celestial Art failed, the fourth failed, the fifth failed. Half a day passed unnoticed. On the 6th attempt, Zhang Sheng finally succeeded in completing a full cycle. His talent panel also underwent a change. Cultivation Art Hunyuan Celestial Art Beginner 1100. Within his Danshan's Sea of Qi, a miniature golden sun was born, its volume a mere 1,999th of the other 9 golden suns. Qi cultivation in the divine breath realm was the process of refining golden suns of spiritual energy. According to the Hunyuan celestial art, the divine breath realm had no specific subdivision of layers. So what signified the perfection of Qi cultivation in the divine breath realm? It was when the Danshan sea of Qi was completely filled with golden suns of spiritual energy. Some cultivators' golden suns blazed like majestic suns, while others were as faint as fireflies. Some cultivators possessed hundreds or thousands of golden suns, while others had only a few. It could be said that even within the same divine breath realm, the disparity in a cultivator's strength was vast. Completing a grand cycle of spiritual energy circulation took Zhang Sheng 2 hours, but this was because his foundational life essence was 10 times that of an ordinary person. For a common cultivator, it would likely take a day or even longer. According to the Hunyuan celestial art, completing one grand cycle would forge one golden sun of spiritual energy. Yet the golden sun he had just forged was only 1,999th the size of a normal one, containing a mere 10,000 units of spiritual energy. There was but one reason: the current spiritual energy density of Earth was still too low. For an ordinary divine breath realm expert, a golden sun containing perhaps 9,990 units of spiritual energy was entirely sufficient on Earth. For Zhang Sheng, however, it was far from adequate. Perhaps the blue-tier secret realm was the only viable option for now. At this very moment of Zhang Sheng's cultivation, an extremely important and special day had dawned upon Earth. For today was August 14th, 2030. Exactly 49 days had passed since the first blue-tier secret realm appeared on Earth. The world's attention was focused on Los Angeles, USA. Before a colossal blue light gate 50 meters high, reporters from various nations had gathered their cameras, broadcasting the secret realm's gate live. These reporters were all cultivators, now many of them divine breath realm experts who had mastered the art of flight. Countless viewers across the globe watched the live broadcast. Some were panicked, but more were filled with excitement and tension. If the diviner's prophecy came true, it meant Earth would face even more powerful secret realms and more perilous crises in the future. Yet under countless gazes and prayers, the massive blue light gate 50 meters high and 20 meters wide shattered and dissipated like a mirror. Dozens of Foundation establishment realm spirit beasts appeared where the gate had vanished. These beasts had been deliberately left behind by the U.S. to prevent the secret realm from disappearing prematurely as a test for the 49-day prophecy. It had come true. The diviner's prophecy had indeed come true. Countless people were plunged into deep despair, resigned to the belief that eventually a secret realm beyond humanity's ability to conquer would descend. That would be the beginning of humanity's end. But life was never so fragile. New challenges also brought new opportunities. While secret realms brought disaster, they also delivered the civilization of cultivation. The weak wallowed in self-pity while the strong forged ahead. One descended every day. Now a total of 50 blue-tier realms had appeared globally. Each blue-tier secret realm was a treasure trove. As public fear of the future deepened, no nation was now willing to open the realms that had descended within their borders to foreign cultivators. Even if it meant sacrificing lives by the thousands to kill divine breath realm spirit beasts, they would do it just to secure the cultivation resources of that realm. The inability to replicate and spread divine breath realm cultivation arts had led to this chaotic and tragic situation. Almost on the very day the diviner's prophecy was fulfilled. What? The Indians announced they've cleared the blue-tier secret realm within their borders. Professor, is what you're saying true? Song Xian, who was on his way to India, was feeling frustrated. Ho Wu said on the other end of the phone, the area around the Indian secret realm is heavily fortified. You should come back. Not only that, several other countries have made similar statements. Those Koreans also claim to have cleared their secret realm, forbidding our cultivators from participating, or else they'll consider it a challenge. Poor frogs at the bottom of a well, ignorant fools who don't know their place. Song Xian cursed on the other end of the line. Captain, are we just going back like this? Asked Zhao Shui, who was accompanying him. Shui, I've already obtained the Hunyuan celestial art. I'm sorry, I originally wanted to get you a blue-tier jade slip on this trip. Brother Xian, it's okay. The bigger picture comes first. Song Xian pulled Zhao Shui's slender waist close. Her waist was so delicate it felt boneless, like a lotus swaying in the moonlight breeze. Shui, you've worked so hard refining all those high-grade kigatharing pills for me, not even taking any yourself. How can I ever repay you? Zhao Shui leaned close to Song Xian's ear and whispered, I don't need you to repay me, Brother Xian. I just want you to always remember my kindness. That alone is enough for me. Ahem. Old house cough came through the phone. Only then did Song Xian and Zhao Shui remember that the call on their smart terminal hadn't been ended. You two come back first. The higher-ups are communicating with other countries. Once there's news, you can act again. One after another, countries like Egypt, Iran, and France all claimed to have completed the subjugation of the blue-tier secret realms within their borders. Zhang Sheng, who had just emerged from a blue-tier secret realm, also learned of this news. The spiritual energy density within the realm was indeed much greater than on Earth, but it was still far from enough. The miniature golden sun in his dantian had grown slightly, but the increase in volume was only 99.99 ths of a normal golden sun. To forge a complete golden sun, he would need to complete 111 grand cycles, which would take an eternity. The spiritual energy density was still far too low. Zhang Xing noticed that the timing of several countries' announcements about clearing their secret realms was suspicious, as they were all made at the same time. Brazil, South Africa, and Syria. Setting aside the question of whether they even had the capability to annihilate all the divine breath realm spirit beasts within their secret realms. Even if they possessed such power, these three countries were on different continents and in different spheres of influence. Yet they had issued their announcements at the exact same time. The timing was precise to the minute. It was too much of a coincidence. There was no need for these three countries to cooperate. Even if three chicks joined forces, they wouldn't be enough for a single swallow by a tiger. The situation was becoming increasingly unclear. The blue moon hung high in the sky. This sudden celestial body had brought a series of cataclysmic changes to Earth. Viewed through a high-powered telescope, the blue moon near Earth's moon was revealed to be a planet. What secrets did this planet hold? What mysteries lay within? All remained unanswered. Zhang Sheng had longed to set foot upon it and explore since his time in the Qi realm. Now, with a flawless physical body that required no breath, possessed astonishing defensive capabilities, and boasted incredible self-healing, his maximum speed had surpassed Mach 10. The time to journey to Tianqi Star had come. Previously, both China and the United States had launched landers, but they all failed due to unknown interference. However, that interference was solely aimed at electronic devices. Though this expedition was fraught with unknown dangers, it was a necessary undertaking. First, to uncover the truth behind the blue planet and the dramatic transformation of Earth. Second, Zhang Sheng felt an inexplicable pull, a profound sense that something on that blue planet was calling to him. Zhang Sheng understood that he was likely the only human on Earth capable of setting foot on that unknown planet. Before departing, he informed Dean Hou of his plan. Zhang Sheng, this journey is far too perilous. Do you realize what a tremendous loss it would be for China if something were to happen to you? Hou's heart was torn. He yearned for Zhang Sheng to explore and uncover the mysteries, yet the unknown risks could not be ignored. Dean, there are some things we must face. We cannot simply wait for our doom. Zhang Sheng said earnestly. Tianqi Star is 48000 kilometers from Earth. At your speed, how long would it take you to get there? Hou inquired. Dean, barring any accidents, I can reach Tianqi Star in a day and a half. Zhang Sheng had already calculated this speed. Zhang Sheng's current maximum speed exceeded Mach 10, and it would increase further once free from Earth's gravitational pull. A day and a half was a conservative estimate. Upon hearing this, Hou stared out the window, his voice choked with emotion. Our Chinese nation has endured countless hardships, but at every moment of national crisis, pioneers have always stepped forward. It is through the sacrifices of these relentless pioneers that China stands strong and prosperous today. Zhang Sheng, no matter what happens, you must return safely. Leaving the dean's office, Zhang Sheng went to see his parents. Although a cultivator in the divine breath realm could fly without using spiritual energy, it consumed mental energy. Long-distance flight was far inferior to flight techniques. A pair of formless spirit wings materialized behind Zhang Sheng, followed by a second, third, and fourth pair. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Zhang Sheng, now bearing 8 wings, appeared instantly in the high sky. A sonic boom cloud lingered at the spot he had just left. In a single thought, 81 layers of spirit shields enveloped his body. Zhang Sheng, breaking through Mach 10, transformed into a streak of light. This brilliant radiance left a long, bright afterimage like a meteor chasing the blue moon. While Zhang Sheng journeyed toward the blue Tianqi Star, a brutal massacre was unfolding in the oceans, which covered 70% of Earth's surface. The numbers of countless marine creatures like whales and sharks were rapidly dwindling, becoming prey for oceanic demon beasts. These demon beasts were small in size, but immense in number, resembling fish with mouths full of teeth as sharp as alloy. Hey, so congratulations on breaking through to the divine breath realm. A dark golden insect spoke. Freed from Roddy's control, its aura was dozens of times stronger than 3 days prior. A demon fish about 3 meters long and covered in black scales stopped before the parasitic insect emperor. Though small in stature, it exuded the unmistakable aura of the divine breath realm. Thank you for your nurturing, Insect Emperor. Insect Emperor, when do you plan to attack these primitive humans? Heiso asked. Unlike the divine breath realm beast from the secret realms, it had originally been a Qi realm beast. By devouring countless sea creatures, it had ascended to the divine breath realm, possessing intelligence no less than that of humans. Hey, so do not be impatient. We need more allies. You must as quickly as possible nurture more divine breath realm kin and await my orders. The parasitic insect emperor then spat out a small white worm. Swallow it and be ready to heed my commands from now on, it commanded. Without hesitation, Hey So sucked the sesame-sized worm into its mouth. The memories awakened in its mind told it that if the parasitic insect emperor wished to control it, it could do so without its consent. Yet the insect emperor had chosen this method, hoping Hey So would harbor no resentment. Seeing Hey So's compliance, the insect emperor said, Hey So, rest assured this worm is merely for communication and will not control you. However, Hey So did not believe a single word. Several thousand kilometers away in India, the second blue-level secret realm on Earth had appeared. As the countdown to the secret realm's arrival began, unlike the United States, India expelled all foreign journalists. Furthermore, a 100-mile radius around the secret realm was heavily guarded and cordoned off, barring entry to all unauthorized personnel, including the nation's own cultivators. The one who issued the order was the leader of the Indian National Defense Forces. Now this commander, along with a team of top-tier cultivators, was stationed around the secret realm's light gate. If Zhang Sheng were present, he would notice the peculiarity of this group. Everyone, including the Indian commander, was utterly expressionless, and their heads emanated an aberrant spiritual energy identical to that of the guards killed in Russia's Kirov secret realm. The blue light gate shattered. A powerful tainted spiritual energy descended from the sky. 1-2. Tens of thousands of flying demon beasts blotted out the sun. The vast majority were in the Foundation establishment realm, but there were also nearly 1,000 Chi-Si realm beasts. The eyes of the Chi-Si realm beasts, which had been devoid of intelligence within the secret realm, instantly became clear, as if some shackle had been released. The Foundation establishment realm beasts would also gradually gain intelligence as they grew. Among the multitude of flying beasts, 5 possessed exceptionally powerful auras, all at the divine breath realm. One had even reached the mid to late stage of the divine breath realm. Kin, have your memories awakened? The middle-aged man, controlled by the parasitic insect emperor, uttered a strange tone. It was the language unique to the demon race. Damn humans. No. Who are you? Demanded the leading flying beast. These flying demon beasts resembled dragons from Western mythology with a pair of massive leathery wings. The leader was colossal, its body length reaching nearly 100 meters. Speed Dragon Clan, I am the parasitic insect. Listen well. A surge of divine sense carrying a wealth of information flew into the Speed Dragon's mind. After a moment, haha. So that's how it is. Insect Emperor, your efforts have been invaluable. I never thought our Mo Chong Star Demon Beast lineage would have a chance to start anew. The Speed Dragon Clan is willing to follow the Insect Emperor's command. Excellent. I have long prepared a grand feast for my brothers. But before that, there is a matter of utmost importance that requires the assistance of our Speed Dragon brothers. Understood. From the information transmitted by the parasitic insect emperor, the Speed Dragons had learned. In this unknown spiritless star domain, primitive humans had actually emerged. In an environment devoid of spiritual energy, this planet had not given rise to a cultivation civilization. Instead, the technological civilization of the mechanical wisdom race had been born. Fortunately, Earth's technological civilization was still in its first stage and was very backward. 5 Speed Dragon demon beasts soared into space. Their target was the satellites orbiting Earth. A massive horde of velocidrakes descended upon the world, their arrival starkly captured by China's high-resolution satellites. Damn those Indians. Those cow-dung eaters dare collude with demonic beasts. Song Xian cursed vehemently. Apart from Zhangxing, several of China's top-ranked cultivators had gathered in the underground training hall. Song Xian dispatched a clone to investigate the situation in India. Ho's expression was grave. As his cultivation advanced, the range Song Xian could control his clones had expanded considerably. Understood, he'll set off immediately. Song Xian's clone could now exert up to 80% of his true Bodhis power, enough to overpower ordinary divine sense realm demonic beasts. Meanwhile, the United States, also equipped with high-resolution satellites, detected the incident and even broadcast the satellite images directly online. However, geosynchronous satellites orbiting high above India soon lost contact one after another. Unlike humans, demonic beasts possessed formidable physiques and needed no breath. Those at the divine sense realm could briefly survive in the void of space. 5 velocidrakes at the divine sense realm were the ones wreaking havoc on the satellites. Before being destroyed, one satellite even captured an image of a blazing crimson beam fired by a drake. These drakes were incredibly swift and agile, wielding multiple innate magical abilities. China's mid-course interceptor missiles failed to lock onto them, and the laser weapons lacked sufficient power to inflict damage. Aside from Zhang Sheng, no cultivator at the Divine Sense realm could survive in the vacuum of space. Why is there no signal on my phone? Fatty was about to send a message to his new girlfriend when he noticed the 8G signal on his phone had vanished. Xingyang, something terrible has happened. Sun Jie flew down from above the spirit fields. I just saw a news report saying India has released the demonic beasts from the blue-tier secret realm. They're everywhere, tens of thousands of them. And they're all flying demonic beasts. Sun Jie's words flew like spittle. And now our network is down. Could those flying beasts have taken out our satellites? Wu Xingyang thought it over carefully. It was highly likely. Humanity on Earth had grown deeply dependent on the network, relying on it for every aspect of life from birth to death. The network had evolved from traditional fiber optics to a global satellite network with no dead zones. With communication severed between people, the Wanbao network collapsed entirely. In an instant, chaos engulfed the globe. The culprits were 5 Velocidrakes at the Divine Sense realm. As the global network ground to a halt, nearly every nation descended into pandemonium, powerless to address the beasts rampaging within India. This was a premeditated strike. The few Divine Sense realm cultivators in India had already been devoured by the parasite worm emperor. Soon 3 of the 5 Divine Sense realm Velocidrakes returned, while the other 2 continued destroying satellites, specifically the backup satellites launched by China and the United States. Brother Velocidrakes, your feast begins now. This country has a staggering 1.5 billion Tuleg sheep. Roar. A dragon's roar echoed for dozens of miles. At the command, a sky-darkening swarm of pterosaurs descended like locusts upon nearby cities. Even a Foundation establishment realm Velocidrake boasted a wingspan exceeding 10 meters. The cities of India were already in turmoil. The vast majority of its people were cultivators at the Foundation establishment, or Chi-Si realm's first or second layer. The average citizen's cultivation lagged an entire major realm behind China. The parasite worm emperor had chosen to strike so early precisely because of this nation's unique circumstances: a massive population, low cultivation levels, and a dearth of combat capabilities. The root cause of all this could be traced back to India's caste system. It forcibly divided its 1.5 billion people into rigid hierarchies, with 90% serving the remaining 10%. The Brahmins sat atop the hierarchy, enjoying free access to all spells and cultivation resources. In contrast, the lowly Shudras were forbidden from even looking upon a Brahmin, reduced to being spirit slaves. Spirit slaves were primarily of 3 types: those who condensed spirit pearls, those who tilled spirit fields, and those who mined ores and harvested spirit materials. These people had their paths to advancement sealed off. Even the advent of a cultivation civilization could not alter their fate. To the parasite worm emperor, this foundational class was a divine boon. In the vast cosmos, humanity was the spirit of all things. No other race could attain sapience while still so weak as humans did. To demonic beasts, they were nothing less than elixirs of flesh and blood, far superior to any marine life. The parasite worm emperor could scarcely imagine how many Divine Sense realm beasts would be born from devouring these feeble humans. Breaking through to the Divine Sense realm and forging a true body was not impossible. The agonized wails of countless humans to the ears of the demonic beasts were like a delightful dinner melody. Song Xian's clone flew for several hours before finally reaching a city near a secret realm. Smoke rose from all sides, broken walls lay strewn about, and bloodstains were everywhere. It was a veritable city of the dead. In the distance, he spotted a stray Velocidrake at the Chi-Si realm. Just hours ago, it had been at the Foundation establishment realm. After devouring over 100 people, its cultivation had directly ascended to the Chi-Si realm. A flash of golden blade light cleaved it in two. Song Xian slowly sheathed his blade. A single clone could do little now, especially since his smart terminal had lost its signal. After recording the scene before him, Song Xian began his journey back to China. High-level officials from nations worldwide were urgently mobilizing armies and powerful cultivators to devise countermeasures. At that moment, Zhang Sheng found himself amidst the stars, cold, silent, and solitary. Breaking free from Earth's pull and entering space, he was astonished to discover his speed had exceeded Mach 20. Yet there was not a trace of spiritual energy in the void. The primordial chaos, heavenly art, ceased its operation, unable to absorb energy from the surroundings. Fortunately, Zhang Sheng's own spiritual reserves were immense. Nearly 90 million units were nothing to scoff at. Even if his internal energy were depleted, Zhang Sheng had a contingency: the spirit nourishment pills within his ring. By circulating the celestial movement art, he could convert the pills into spiritual energy. Behind him, Earth grew smaller, while the blue planet and the moon ahead loomed larger. The two were remarkably close, separated by only about 10,000 kilometers. From Earth, this created the spectacle of twin moons. Drawing nearer, he noticed that unlike the moon's pockmarked surface, the surface of Tianqi star was as smooth as polished glass. It seemed less like a natural planet and more like an exquisite work of art. Just a little more effort. Only 10,000 kilometers left. But at that very moment, an immense force suddenly descended upon Zhang Sheng. What's happening? Moonslash. Why couldn't he cast his spells? Zhang Sheng's entire body was completely immobilized. Even his divine sense could not leave his body by an inch. Zhang Sheng's body was propelled forward uncontrollably. Don't do this to me. No. He stared ahead. His flight path was deviating. At this rate, he wouldn't land on Tianqi star at all, but on the moon. This mysterious force originated from the moon. But why? Zhang Sheng struggled repeatedly, yet to no avail. The power that bound him operated on a level utterly beyond his own. He drifted further from Tianqi star. On the verge of colliding with the moon, the world spun wildly before his eyes the instant his body struck its surface. When he regained his senses, he was surrounded by rocks, seemingly inside a cave. The binding force had vanished. Where is this? Before Zhang Sheng loomed a colossal red-furred monster peering down at him. Brat, this old man has finally been waiting for you. The creature before him towered over 300 meters, its body cloaked in crimson fur. Its form resembled the Qilin of ancient Huaxia myth. Even the aura it exuded made Zhang Sheng feel a tremor run through his soul. A survival instinct warned him not to move rashly. His being bound here must be connected to the monster. Zhang Sheng had cultivated the Geogeometrian 9 Tribulation's secret canon and understood clearly that the life-tier of the creature far exceeded his own. To be more precise, the two were not even beings of the same dimension. Cold sweat slowly dripped down Zhang Sheng's cheek. Senior, may I ask why you have brought me here? Zhang Sheng bowed his head and spoke with reverence. Haha, Zhang Sheng, you need not be afraid. Inside, his heart galloped like a stampede, filled with dread. How did this monster know his name? Zhang Sheng was certain it had made no sound. It had communicated directly through spiritual sense. As if reading Zhang Sheng's inner panic and unease it conveyed. You should know that under the illumination of spiritual sense, all things may be known. With the breadth of my spiritual sense, everything that occurs on the planet you inhabit, Teachable, is naturally within my grasp. Compared with you, I, Zhang Sheng, am but an insignificant ant. Forgive my ignorance, senior, he said with utmost respect. Do not be afraid. I am not one of the demonic beasts from the mystic realm. As for my identity, you may call me Yuzuns. Yuzuns. Zhang Sheng did not understand the meaning of that title, but the character Zuns carried extraordinary weight. Most importantly, the creature before him seemed unrelated to ordinary fiends. The reason I brought you here concerns my master's legacy. Teachable is not a truly primeval civilization. It contains the fruit of my master's labors. I cannot reveal the reasons to you now. When you reach that stage, you will know. I have guarded Yueshing for countless millennia to observe the development of life on Teachable. I will not let another pluck the fruit at this hour. Therefore, I brought you here so that you might receive my master's legacy. Zhang Sheng did not fully grasp Yuzuns' words, but 2 syllables shone clear: legacy. It was not simply a matter of taking his life. For a being of such power, killing him would be but a thought. Yet his fears now seemed somewhat superfluous. Yuzuns, how am I to receive your master's legacy? Zhang Sheng asked. Actually, you have already received part of my master's legacy. Otherwise, why would a mere trial mystic realm for a nascent civilization contain the Geogeometrian 9 Tribulation's secret canon? The Geogeometrian is one of my master's unsurpassed legacies. It is a body-refining art coveted even by supreme cultivators of the true God realm. Your so-called Lance Yuelian Tianqi star is nothing more than one of Wan Jieju's countless projections. Seeding valuable treasures into a fragile mystic domain born of such a projection was effortless for me. At this moment, I brought you to the moon's core, Yueshing, and have been shielding his perception. I watched countless gifted awakeners on Teachable. I passed this art to the 4 most likely to cultivate it successfully. 2 of them died in the first cycle of life and death, another perished in the third. Only you remain alive. Zhang Sheng inwardly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had awakened a permanently certified talent and had used a loophole to refine the art to consummation. Although I do not know which fundamental principle you obtained or what talent you awakened, it must be extraordinary. Only then did Zhang Sheng realize there were things even this elder did not know. He himself was unclear exactly what talent had awakened within him, though it seemed linked to some underlying principle. You can traverse space. You must have cultivated this body art to a perfect foundation establishment, experiencing 9 births and deaths. This demonstrates an exceptional aptitude for cultivation and qualifies you to receive my master's legacy. My master left 2 legacies with me. One is the Geogeometrian. All its information resides within your spiritual sea. With your present mental strength, you can only perceive the first 3 layers. Foundation establishment, Qihai realm, Shinchi realm. When your mental strength grows strong enough, you will naturally comprehend the subsequent techniques. What I am about to give you now is the other legacy. Zhangsheng, listen well. Yuzuns asked, tell me, are you willing to accept my master's legacy? Elder Yuzuns, I do not know who your master is. What happens if I refuse? Zhangsheng asked. My master's title cannot be spoken. This universe already has an owner. Uttering my master's name might alert that one. Although the owner of this universe and my master are not enemies, it would still be unwise for him to discover I have been undermining him. If you refuse, there is only one outcome: death. I accept. I accept. I accept. I accept. Zhangsheng hurriedly cried, fearing Yuzuns had not heard, and repeating himself several times. Excellent. When you succeed in cultivation, you will naturally learn my master's title. A cloud-like gray light issued from Yuzuns' enormous skull and flew into Zhangsheng's Niwen palace, hovering above his spiritual sea. The chaotic gray light on the spiritual sea slowly merged into the gray mist and disappeared. Nothing about it seemed outwardly different from before. This legacy will manifest when your realm is sufficient. Then you will recall everything of this day. What did that mean? After all, the Wan Jieju is that one's original Dao treasure. Though only a projection, it contains a strand of the Universe Lord's might. I surreptitiously placed the Juju Midian into the testing mystic realm. Across the cosmos, there are countless body-refining arts. Many even share the same name. You obtain this art through the mystic realm, which provides a plausible origin. But the art hidden in your spiritual sea is extraordinarily special and cannot be displayed in the slightest. Later, I will thoroughly erase your memory of coming here. Only then will everything be foolproof. Zhangsheng, you should go now. Wait, Senior Yu. There is a saying on Dichio, there is no such thing as a free lunch. If I accept your master's legacy, will I owe you something in the future? Zhangsheng asked earnestly. Do what? You need not perform anything deliberate. To receive my master's legacy is to inherit its karma. If you ever meet the master, tell him. Little where I miss him. Zhangsheng felt an endless loneliness and sorrow flow through the spiritual sense. Yuzuns you. Zhangsheng, I have lived for countless eons, yet I do not possess my master's immortal lifespan. Now I barely cling to existence. To secretly send the Joju Midian into the mystic realm and to sustain the suppression of the Wan Jieju's projection, I have nearly exhausted my last vestiges of origin. I still have some treasures, but I cannot give them to you now. Otherwise you would surely die. When you feel your strength is sufficient, return and take them. What's happening? I actually lost focus. Zhangsheng realized he had suddenly decelerated in outer space. Gazing at the blue planet ahead, it grew larger in his sight, the distance now not far. Almost there. Perhaps all the secrets of Earth's cataclysmic transformation lay upon this azure orb. 5,000 kilometers. 4,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers. 100 kilometers. The gravity of this blue planet was merely a third of Earth's. Zhangsheng approached cautiously, feeling no discomfort, and his spiritual sense detected neither life nor danger within its range. Yet the moment Zhangsheng landed on the planet's surface, this world, named Tianqi by Earth, erupted in a blaze of blue light. Countless people far away on Earth could perceive the radiance emanating from Tianqi. Trouble. What is this? The parasitic insect emperor asked anxiously. Velociraptor, has any of your kind gone to the myriad world's pearl? Not us. The 5 of us brothers still cannot endure long space flights. We can't possibly reach the myriad world's pearl. Disaster looms. I suspect a native of Earth has arrived at the myriad world's pearl. Insect Emperor, how is that possible? Even our Velociraptor clan must reach the peak of the divine sense realm to achieve such a feat. How could these Earth natives manage it? Velociraptor, you have just awakened. You do not know that on Earth there is a nation called Huaxiao, which has birthed 2 individuals of extraordinary talent. We must act swiftly. Understood. The parasitic insect emperor did not reveal to Velociraptor the matter of his former master Luo Di, lest his kin learn he had once submitted to a human. Where would his authority be? Was it that cultivator who slew Luo Di? Back then, within the secret realm, his soul had not yet awakened when Luo Di used his taming talent to bind him as a contract beast. He could never have imagined that Luo Di, possessing the devouring talent, would be killed by another. Fortunately, that fool Luo Di had left him outside the secret realm. Otherwise, he too would have met his doom. Hyces summon all ocean beasts and launch a full-scale assault. The parasitic insect emperor transmitted commands through parasitic hosts, mobilizing most of Earth's monstrous beasts for a joint operation. The primary targets were those nations with large populations and low cultivator combat power: Bangladesh, the Philippines, and others. Having witnessed the demise of one civilization, the beasts of Ink Insect Star clearly understood what the sudden blue radiance from the celestial orb signified. Once a similar myriad world's pearl had appeared near their own planet. On Tianqi, Zhang stared in bewilderment as an underground passage slowly formed before him. Stone steps extended into the depths, creating a passage leading into the planet's interior. Simultaneously, devices resembling lights began to illuminate within the tunnel. What was this? Zhang stepped onto the stairs, and under his spiritual sense he found that it could not penetrate the walls at all. The descending passage exuded an aura of technology. With no other choice, Zhang ventured deeper into the passage. The moment he set foot on the first step, it suddenly descended rapidly, as if he were riding an elevator. Surrounded by walls on all sides, even his perfected moon-slash technique could not damage them in the slightest. After a moment, Zhang beheld a brightly lit hall. Where has this brought me? The hall spanned hundreds of meters in diameter, with a blue orb about a meter wide at its center resembling a miniature version of Tianqi. Greetings, Earthling. Who is speaking? Zhang fixed his gaze on the orb, certain that if anyone spoke, it must be this orb. Under Zhang's watch, a pair of long legs emerged from the blue orb, a light blue veil draping over a curvaceous form. With an alluring figure, she was undoubtedly a peerless beauty. Zhang had never seen anyone so captivating he couldn't help but swallow. Is it pleasing to the eye? Her voice was ethereal, cleansing the soul. This appearance is meticulously crafted according to the aesthetics of your earthlings. I hope you like it. What did that mean? Was she fake? Before Zhang could react, the enchanting figure lightly tapped her jade finger, and a stream of spiritual sense brimming with information surged into his mind. It felt akin to comprehending a blue jade slip. Zhang shut his eyes tightly. As he absorbed the vast information, he finally understood the reason behind everything unfolding on Earth. His furrowed brow shifted continuously, ultimately settling into an expression of relief. When Zhang opened his eyes again, his gaze was calm, his demeanor resolute. So are you willing to become the planet Lord of Earth? You may call me Xiaoling. Xiaoling, do I have a choice? The human race of Earth shall surely pass the civilization trial and emerge victorious. Across the boundless cosmos, at every moment, new life-bearing planets and new civilizations are born. They are miracles of heaven and Earth's creation. The myriad world's pearl casts countless projections to patrol the universe, seeking nascent civilizations. Earth is one such discovered civilization. The projection of the myriad world's pearl is this blue planet. It descended the secret realm, brought the cultivation civilization, and imparted a sliver of the original law from the Lord of this universe, granting humanity their talents. All of this unfolds like a programmed script, endlessly reenacted across the cosmos. The descending secret realms are both calamity and opportunity. Only civilizations that pass the trial earn the right to continue existing. The monsters within the secret realms are projections of civilizations lost to history. By defeating a nascent civilization, a fallen one can be reborn and return to the present world. It is the rebirth of a civilization, not the resurrection of its perished beings. The dead are gone. Even if one crafts an identical body with the same abilities and memories, it is still not the original being. Yet such an opportunity is reserved only for powerful civilizations, and it comes but once. Thus, for nascent civilizations, the trial is a hellish ordeal with a very low probability of success. Even in the vast universe, resources are finite. Only strong civilizations deserve to survive. The most precious gift the myriad world's pearl projection bestowed upon Earth's humanity was not spiritual energy nor cultivation knowledge, but talent. Talent is the blessing of the original law from the Lord of this universe. Though but a minuscule fragment, it embodies the original law and ranks among the universe's greatest treasures. With humanity's frail physical bodies, they cannot long retain even this sliver of the original law. It gradually dissipates over time, returning to the universe, a phenomenon that causes the disappearance of human talents. There is only one way to preserve this original law: to elevate one's cultivation. At the divine sense realm, one can integrate this sliver into the soul, greatly slowing its dissipation. However, to fully master this original law, one must elevate cultivation to the divine realm. Please input your spiritual sense information to complete identity registration. Xiaoling said softly. The being before him was essentially a spirit avatar of the myriad world's pearl. The blue orb floated to Zhang, who infused a thread of his spiritual sense into it. The blue orb instantly turned transparent, displaying a line of information. Civilization code 02524658246117, planet Lord Zhang, life, form primordial human race, status undergoing civilization trial, registration phase, secret realm trial phase 3, civilization potential rating C grade, Estimated trial pass probability 66. 83. Then the transparent orb shrank and condensed into the form of a ring merging into Zhang Sheng's finger.